Hi. Before we actually get started, I want to talk about how this video came to be. If you're not really interested in all of that, I'll give you a short rundown of this video. I've taken 3 of the longest playthroughs I've ever done and put them into one mega compilation video. We'll be starting off with the Stardew Druid mod playthrough, then we'll move to a super modded adventure. Finally, we'll finish off with a vanilla playthrough of Stardew Valley. That's all you need to know, really. Feel free to skip to the time shown on the screen if you want to go straight to the first playthrough. I hope you enjoy. So, I bought a new hard drive around a month ago, and I actually did quite a bit of work since then. I recorded 2 entire playthroughs of the game. The first focuses on one specific mod. The other is a playthrough using a mod pack I found. I got all of the footage, I wrote the scripts, I recorded the voiceovers, then I went to edit the videos, and I couldn't find the hard drive. I have no idea where I put it. Even now, I still can't find it. I don't think I'm going to track it down in its very well chosen hiding spot. So what I've been doing for around a week now is desperately redoing both playthroughs. Fortunately, it's going very well. In fact, I've already got all of the footage for the first playthrough again, and I have the script for it written. There is a bit of a problem, however. I'm sick. As usual, my throat has been affected the most by it. I'm going to do something I never do. I'm going to make a smart choice. I'm not going anywhere near that voiceover for the first video until I have fully healed. So while I'm recovering and getting the footage for the second playthrough, I thought I would upload this as a sort of apology for dilly-dallying when it comes to uploads. As I said at the beginning, I've taken 3 of the longest playthroughs I've ever done within the last year or so, and I've put them all into one massive compilation. If you want to use this video as background noise while you're playing a game or studying or, doing whatever really, I suppose, by all means, go ahead and do so. One thing I will say is while I was editing each video and checking if anything needed to be taken out or, edited, I made the realization that the way I speak in the Druid mod is a little different from how I speak now, which is good. Mainly because I refuse to watch any video of mine that I made before the Druid mod. I legitimately sound unbelievably monotone. You can tell that I'm reading from a script. I still am, but I'm also putting in a much more conscious effort to actually sound enthusiastic in my videos. I really shouldn't be rambling this long in the intro of a video that's going to be about 10 hours long. So that's enough. Let's get started with the first day of the Stardew Valley Druid mod playthrough. I hope you enjoy it. Really quickly as day 1 begins, I want to mention that I am using the Legacy Cave mod from the Sunbury Village playthrough I did. However, in the spirit of making things a bit more balanced, I've also added the Legacy Community Center mod. I'll speak more about it when the Community Center actually opens up. What I can say for now is that it should make the Community Center a lot more difficult. Anyway, I open up the new journal included with the Druid mod. It tells me that there is an area behind the farm that was once home to a circle of druids. Let's investigate it, shall we? As soon as I enter the cave, I encounter the first new character, the Effigy. He refers to me as the successor. Apparently, the last time he went out past this cave was when my grandfather had moved on, so it's been a while. They tell me that long ago, the farmers in this valley were aligned with the other world. I have no idea what the other world is. I hope we find out soon. They formed the Circle of Druids. I go through the entranceway and I find myself inside this area. It has a very powerful nature vibe to it. The effigy tells me to interact with the stones to the left. Apparently the druids had a very strong connection with them. Or maybe they still do. I wonder if the druids are still a thing actually. I interact with the stones and they talk to me. I tell them that I want to reform the Circle of Druids. Okay, so I don't think they're a thing right now, and maybe they weren't a thing for a while. I receive the Forest Sword after explaining how I want to care for and protect the valley. According to the effigy, I am now a squire of the two kings. The energy of the Weald, I am assuming that refers to the stones, have blessed me. The effigy gives me a quest. I can use the Forest Sword I was given to destroy weeds and other stuff. I'm not really sure what else, but I will find out very soon, I'm sure. I can also brew potions according to a page in the journal. I'll have to check that out at some point too. Those could be very useful. I cannot even begin to describe just how euphoric it feels clearing out all of the weeds and stone and wood from the farm this quickly. I love this mod already. Secondly, I'm getting a lot of spring seeds while using the Weald power to destroy everything. I might end up making this a foraging playthrough if it's this easy to get summer, spring, fall, winter seeds. For the most part, anyway. I'll still grow crops for the community center. I won't limit myself exclusively to forage items basically, but I will make them a main priority. We may have a bit of an issue. I'm enjoying the Weald power and the effect it has on, the rocks and weeds and all that kind of stuff so much that it's going to be difficult for me to stop doing it. I enter the cave and open up a chest to obtain the Neptune's Glaive. I was wondering if I could talk to the stone in order to enchant this weapon, but I cannot. I interact with a bench-looking thingy and I receive a mortar and pestle. I can now make potions. I go into the water in the cave in order to replenish my energy. Then I collect a few forage items on the second floor of the cave before heading up to the third floor. There are a lot of rocks and copper ore nodes here. Unfortunately, I can't use the Weald power to blow up every single rock though. Only the muscle nodes. I plant all of the seeds I have, replenish my energy again, and spend the night skedaddling all around the farm. This is incredible. I really wish I had the words to explain how satisfying this feels. I plant even more seeds and water all of them. Lewis has sent me a letter on day 2. He lets me know that I can use the mailbox to send items to the villagers. Ah yes, that is the mail services mod. It isn't related to the Druid mod at all, I just like using it. It's in the same category as the Automate mod for me. That category being, I could play the game without these mods, but I would have a breakdown by the end of day 10 if I did. So, in a way, they're like a necessity for me. I speak with the effigy to receive my second quest. He tells me to call out to the trees, the bushes, and the grass, and in turn they might give me something. I've taken a look at the journal and it seems to me like I can now throw bombs. This should be fun. Here is the potions page. I can make 6 different unique potions right now. They all give me different amounts of health and energy. And there's another page called the goods inventory, and then a satchel, and let's take it slow. This might get overwhelming if I try to learn about everything all at once. I use sap and slime to make the Ligna potion. It only gives me 12 energy, but that's a good amount for day 2, I think. I make the celery potion, and then I disable the auto-consume feature on both of them. I assume that means I won't drink them as soon as I make them, which is good. I would rather hold on to every potion I make until I actually need to use them. I use the Weald power near a bush, and it drops a salmonberry. Interesting, okay. I walk around the farm using the power over and over again, interacting with trees, grass, and bushes. Different animals are emerging and dropping items which aren't being added to my inventory. So I reckon they're being added to a different page in the journal maybe, like the satchel or the goods inventory. I'm liking that touch of animals and like spirits maybe, is that what they are? Emerging from the water and the grass and the trees. I collect forage items inside the cave and break all of the rocks before replenishing my energy. Just like the previous few playthroughs, I've decided to use the Help Wanted mod. This one is pretty simple. It adds more jobs to the bounty board every single day. This mod isn't one of those that I consider to be like necessary for me not to have a breakdown. What it does do is it adds more variety and more things to do on a daily basis. Basically, it keeps me busy when I have nothing else to work on. I introduce myself to the villagers in the shop, then I do the same thing with the trash cans. I crack open 3 geodes and an Omni geode before donating all of the items I have to the museum. I receive 250 gold for doing so. I talk to William at the beach and I receive it's what I like to call the first meta item. the fishing rod. I think I'm going to be doing a lot of fishing during this playthrough, as always with every... Oh wait, hold on. I used the wheel power and a bunch of birds fly over the beach and drop fish. Okay, that changes my plan, alright. I might not need the fish after all, depending on what other fish I can get from them. I repair the broken bridge at the beach, unlocking the tide pool area. I don't think there's anything new over here though. I was hoping the birds would drop more fish, but you know, they didn't, so that's a bit disappointing. I plant more seeds and I water everything. I hit level 1 in fishing today, somehow. I didn't do any fishing. Wait, did the fish I get from the birds give me XP? Nice, okay, that could be a nice and handy way to level up. It is raining on day 3, so according to basically every video about Stardew Valley ever made, I should spend the day fishing so I can get catfish. That being said, the Druid mod has taken like traditional ways of playing Stardew Valley and completely turned them on their heads. I used the wheeled power to get stone, wood, salmonberries, seeds, all types of goodies. I then speak with the effigy. Farmers and druids share many of the same ideals according to them. I can harness the energy of the druids to do something to my crops. Am I about to make my crops grow instantly? That would be amazing. Though I feel like it might be too powerful, especially this early on, so maybe not, we'll see. I activate my power and it does something to the crops. They haven't grown fully, but they've definitely grown at least a little bit. Like, they've advanced 2 or 3 days in the growth period. Wait. Oh, I've just spotted something. I planted spring seeds, but none of the crops here look like spring forage after I used my power. And there are definitely more parsnips growing here now, that's for sure. I didn't buy any more seeds for them, I just planted the 15 I started off with. This is going to get very interesting. I really am curious as to what's going on here. After sending my pickaxe to Clinton so he can upgrade it, I accept a few jobs. I can't do most of them, but I'll try to get a couple of prize tickets before this week comes to an end. I summon the high-flying birds at the beach, and sure enough, they give me more fish. I do something I have been very excited to do since day 1. I run around the entire forest, destroying all of the weeds I come across. One thing I can say with certainty is I will never ever run out of stone, wood, or fiber. All 3 of those items are so very easy to get my hands on now. I continue frolicking through the valley, collecting forage and using the wheeled power. I've also made the realization that the audio mixing is going to be a nightmare for this video. I might have to mute the gameplay because of how loud it gets when I use the wheeled power. I'll see what I can do. I would really like to keep the gameplay audio in, but I don't know. Depending on how loud things get, I might have to mute it the entire time. Robin wanted me to get wood, not just once, but twice. I talked to her to complete both of those jobs. Then I resume my foraging escapades. I take a break to buy some coffee in the saloon. I'm doing a lot of walking around, so that speed boost would be amazing for me right now. I introduce myself to quite a few villagers while I'm inside here. That way I can get jobs from them at the bulletin board. Oh, and I forgot to mention, but I chose to have the monsters appear on the farm at nighttime. You can choose that option when you're creating your farm. I did it to offset the benefits of the Legacy Cave mod just a tiny bit. I plant more seeds before going to bed. Carrots have been harvested on day 4, 32 of them. Okay, I think that confirms that the spring seeds do not produce forage. They produce any crop that can be grown during spring. I'm kinda torn here, you know, on the one hand I love this, I really do love this. They're like a buffed version of mixed seeds. On the other hand, this means we can't grow spring forage, so one of the best ways to get foraging experience points has just gone out the window. This could be an issue in the future, but we should be fine. There's other ways to get experience. I speak with the effigy to receive today's quest. I must use my power to convince the wild to sprout new shoots and buds. Again, I have no idea what that means, so let's not waste any time in finding out. Ooh, okay, I can make forage, stone, weeds, and wood pop up from the ground. Alright. I can combine that with the power to blow weeds up to get easy resources. I'm gonna do this for a while, excuse me for a few moments. A tulip has appeared. I wonder if any crop can spawn with this power, or maybe it's limited to just forage items and flowers? Either way, this is very neat, I love this. I accept a few more jobs, and at this point I'm gonna stop showing me accepting these jobs. What I will do is show me completing them and earning prize tickets, but in the essence of saving time, I'm gonna make that one small change. I sell a few bits and bobs to Pieri the platypus and I buy the first backpack upgrade. I trade a ticket for carrot seeds and participate in my usual shenanigans at the beach. Carrots are an amazing source of energy in the early game. They give around the same amount of energy as a cauliflower, but they only take 3 days to grow, compared to the 12 days that cauliflower takes. Mussels appear when I use my power at the beach, and Joja Cola too for some reason. I think I can definitely say that this power results in the following things spawning: weeds, wood, stone, spring and beach forage items, flowers and trash. The beach forage items I get by doing this, and also the fish I get from the birds, are not added to the fishing collection. I still have to catch the fish and use crab pots to get the forage items for them to count towards the fishing collection. I turned auto consume on for all of the potions, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything. I thought it would consume the potions immediately because I'm a bit low on energy right now, but it didn't. Maybe I'm doing something wrong, I don't know. I've also discovered that I can click on items in my satchel for different bonuses. The Gleaming Shell produces the highest quality celery potion. The Fossilized Carol turns 5 sap into a random liquid. I also caught a glimpse of one that turns 3 stone into 3 omnigeodes. The Weathered Ivory it was. I have made a discovery over in the forest. When I don't have enough energy to use my power, that's when a potion is automatically consumed. That makes a lot of sense and is also very handy. I like that feature. If I can somehow make 100 of a potion, I would basically have unlimited energy for a few days. I did see a potion I can make using a parsnip, and it gives me 40 energy. I'm gonna plant like hundreds of parsnip seeds at some point and turn every single one of them into potions. It's going to be busted, but I don't really care if I'm being honest. I just want to be like really overpowered. I make more of the second tier of the Ligna potion. It will give me the alignment buff. I don't really know what that is, and I feel like I've said that multiple times now, but I'm excited to find out what that potion does and what the effect does. I plant Crappie Whoppies and use my power to speed up their growth. Ooh, good news, we have strawberries. That's going to be an easy way to get money or energy depending on what I do with them when they've grown. Something interesting happens when I water my crops. I get a critical hit with the watering can, and it waters like 10 different crops at the same time. Maybe the alignment effect did that? Or at least one of the potions has an effect that causes that to happen. Marnie is here on day 5, I think we all know the drill. I adopt a cat and I call her Muffin. Clinton has sent me the copper pickaxe, thank you, you questionable specimen. I harvest garlic of all things. Normally you can only get garlic from the travelling cart during the first year, so this was unexpected. I take all 60 parsnips and turn them into potions. 40 energy by 60 potions. That is a total of 2,400 energy, I believe. Beautiful. The effigy decides to begin the conversation mid-sentence for some reason. They formally introduced the whole throwing bombs thing to me. Yeah, I already read about that in the journal, but at the same time, I guess this makes it canon, in a way. They then tell me that I can use the power of the wield to strike enemies in battle. From what I'm reading, I can just use the wield effect as normal, and it will give me a chance to charge up my weapon. I think, maybe, I have no idea how any of this works. I can also create a rockfall event which can be used to destroy rocks, I'm guessing? I interact with one of the stones and it brings up the powder box menu. I mentioned this early on, but I'm trying to be conscious of how much I'm taking in and learning about. Like I said, I don't want to do too much and get overwhelmed. I'm taking it slow and steady. Mir Lewis is outside the community centre and he is not having a jolly good time. The community centre has been abandoned, he isn't happy about it, it's the same story as always, really. I read the golden scroll in the community centre, complete a job for Robin, and enter the mines. So when I said I can use the rockfall to destroy rocks, I was wrong. What I can do, however, is I can use it to defeat monsters. Which, I mean, yeah, that's good enough for me, I'll take that. In news that I'm sure is not surprising, the mines have become significantly easier. The rockfall takes care of monsters, and I can make weeds grow and then destroy them, which causes a sort of mini explosion. That explosion then destroys the rocks around the weeds. Finding a ladder on every floor just went from time consuming to outright therapeutic. That being said, I didn't make much progress in the mines today. I got too invested in making things grow and then destroying it so I could get gems and other goodies. I dilly-dallied a lot, and so I only make it down to floor 15 by the time the day comes to an end. That was a ton of fun though, and I got a solid amount of emeralds, topaz, amethyst, so many valuable items. I hit level 3 in farming and level 5 in mining. More parsnips have been harvested on day 6. You already know these are going to be turned into potions. I'm also heavily debating on installing the Legacy Cave mod. The main reason I use it is because I don't really enjoy the early game as much as I once did. Mainly, well, entirely because of the whole energy thing. So having a way to regenerate my energy before unlocking the bathhouse in summer is, well, the best way to put it is it warms my delicate soul. It truly does. That being said, the Druid mod has an entire potion system that revolves around energy, health, and, different buffs. So there's not really much point in having the cave mod installed. We'll see what happens with it, but I don't think I'm gonna keep it in the game. The effigy has a quest for me, or challenge, or job, or whatever you want to refer to it as. Something foul is living in the waters of the mines, and I have to vanquish it. They give me the magical teapot, which I can use on floor 20 of the mines to go further with this quest. Before I do so, I must water my crops. A task which once filled me with misery now makes me feel at one with myself. I talk to the wizard who teaches me the language of magical creatures called Junimos. I can now begin donating items to the community center. Hang on, oh no. The Legacy Community Center mod isn't working. Alright, one moment please, I'm gonna try to fix this. I took a look at my mods folder and there was a mod inside there that kinda has an effect on the community center that I used for the Sunbury Village playthrough. That mod does not work well alongside the Legacy Community Center mod, so it had to go. We should be able to get the Legacy Community Center mod working now, so I think we're good. I do everything all over again. I'm still on day 6 by the way, I just want to clarify that real quick. Okay, it's still not working. I'm taking this as a sign from the universe that I should uninstall the Community Center mod and more importantly the Legacy Cave mod. I hear what you're saying, universe. The Legacy Cave mod is not needed for this playthrough. I hear you loud and clear. I complete the Spring Foraging bundle and receive 30 spring seeds. I also take the summer forage items I found in the cave and I throw them into the trash. I'll do the same with any other items I found inside that cave, including the Neptune's Glaive. It doesn't feel right holding on to these items now that I've uninstalled the Legacy Cave mod. I kinda make a beeline for floor 20, though a tremendous amount of lollygagging and dilly-dallying did take place. I may have done the whole make items appear using my power and then destroy them all many times. Eventually I get down to floor 20 where I use the teapot. In what I can only describe as typical, I was standing in the one spot which would result in me becoming trapped upon using the teapot. I literally can't do anything, like I'm legitimately stuck here. I'm not even annoyed, this is funny more than anything else. Well, I guess that's it for day 6, I'll see you tomorrow. I harvest carrots and potatoes on day 7 before planting what I hope will become strawberries. In the satchel menu, I click on the rare bloom to turn it into 3 omen crates. This brings me to the goods menu. I don't know how to sell the crates I made and I'm not going to try to find out. Like I said, slow and steady. I donate a few items to the fishing bundles and the crop bundles. I made a mistake here, and kind of a big one. I accidentally took one of the gold star parsnips and donated that to the regular quality parsnip spot. So I wasted a gold star parsnip is what I'm saying. I have to wait until another gold star parsnip is ready to donate 5 of those. A cave carrot, stone and wood have been donated too. I grab 30 spring seeds, I forgot to grab those when I completed the spring foraging bundle, and I skedaddle to floor 20 of the mines. I enter the sacred spring and am immediately attacked by a bat. It tosses trash at me, how rude, while other bats come after me. I get a glow ring, lovely, and a magnet ring, jubbly. I fend off the bats and emerge victorious. I've been given 300 friendship points with the villagers who live in the mountains. And I receive the Tactical Discombobulator. The Tactical Discombobulator is what I call it when I ramble for like 5 minutes about a random topic in my videos. I talk to the shrine attendant. I ask what I can do to help them take care of this place. They tell me to grow the lilies. Right. Okay, now how about you give me an answer that actually makes sense, please? They also want me to use the wield power to draw bats out of hiding and find relics. After using the trash I got to make potions, I return to the mines. I wish I could say I used my powers to the fullest extent of their capabilities to get all the way down to floor 50, or even floor 60, but I can't, because I didn't. I'm having dangerous levels of fun with these powers. It is both a gift and a curse for True City. I did make a few staircases while I was on the dark floors and used them to get down to floor 40, so that right there is a victory in my mind. Day 8 begins with the planting of over 50 wonderful, potentially divine Croppy Whoppies. To say I am excited about the thought of harvesting them would be an understatement, for I am not just excited, I am very excited. I take a moment to say goodbye to the Legacy Cave. You served me well for the first 5 days of this playthrough. Thank you. The effigy has given me some rather good news. My battle in the Sacred Spring has pleased the lady beyond the shore. They believe it is time for me to meet her. They give me a relic which I can activate over in the tide pool area in order to reach her humble abode. I buy 2 of each crop and flower seed, just because, along with 58 parsnips. It turns out I don't even have to use the relic to reach the lady beyond the shore. There was a boat here that I didn't recognize from vanilla Stardew Valley. I walked into it and, well, here I am. I explain how I want to keep the valley safe and all of the challenges that I've been given by the effigy. She bestows her blessing upon me and gives me the Neptune's glaive. Of all the weapons she could have given me, it's ironic in a beautiful way that this is the one I received. It's almost as if the universe is saying, hey, look, I know that was hard. You know, uninstalling the Legacy Cave mod, I know it was difficult. So take this. That way, a piece of the cave will always be with you. It really does bring a tear to my eye. And that says a lot, considering I've had my contact lenses in for the last 18 hours, so they are unimaginably dry right now. I have learned a new power. The right of... I can't say it. M-I-S... Oh, I can't even spell it properly. M-I-S-T-S. I really don't want to have to say it for the rest of this playthrough. I have a lisp, alright? I can't say it properly. It's too difficult for me to say that word and so many others. I'm gonna call it the Neptune power. Yeah, I like that. There's no S or H. I feel oddly safe right now knowing that I don't have to say that M-I-S-T-S word anymore. Oh, I'm getting emotional. I might need a moment. Excuse me. It takes a while, but I finally managed to figure out how to use the Neptune power. I no longer have to upgrade my axe. I can use the power to break stumps and logs. I destroy a metric ton of logs before talking to the effigy. I notify them that I have met the lady beyond the shore. I can interact with this stone here to add the wield power to a tool. I decide to add the power to my hoe. I use my power on the crops, water them, and open the satchel. I trade the Seed of Doubt for 3 random seeds. I get cauliflower and carrots. Not bad. I donate hardwood, a copper bar, quartz, and an earth crystal to the community center before resuming my adventures in the mines. I operate with a bit more hustle and bustle this time. I make it down to floor 59 before passing out. The crop fairy visits the farm during the night and sprinkles her magic on the strawberries. The effigy gives me a pan on day 9. I can now make even better potions. They also tell me that I can use the Neptune power on different machinery and items, like warp statues, scarecrows, and lightning rods. Here is a look at the potions page. I'm gonna aim to make hundreds of the new Ligna potion during summer. It gives me 80 energy and I want that. I make a few scarecrows, place them on the farm, and use the Neptune power on them. Oh, hello. It waters my crops for me. I make another scarecrow so I can cover most of the crops. I'm still going to make quality sprinklers in the future, but believe me when I say that many more scarecrows shall be made before then. Once again, I spend the remainder of the day in the mines. I work as hard as I can and end up reaching floor 80 at around 3 PM. I push forward and reach floor 91 just before 7 PM. I wanted to have enough time to make a gold bar because I've got everything else I need for the boiler room in the community center. So I return to the farm where I water the crops that aren't being covered by scarecrows, and I use the Neptune's power on the warp statue here. It's where you spawn after using a farm warp totem, and I receive a farm warp totem for doing so. I imagine, based on this, I could use the Neptune power to get warp totems at the beach, up in the mountains, in the desert, and on Ginger Island. My axe is now capable of taking down trees in one single hit. It isn't guaranteed, but there's at least a chance of it happening because of the buff from a potion I made. I plant seedy weedies, I'm sorry, that one was too far. Croppy whoppies, that's fine. Seedy weedies does not work, I realize that now. And I donate everything to the boiler room. Starting from tomorrow, I will be able to use the minecart. I also donate a cauliflower and a red mushroom. I harvest potatoes, strawberries, and parsnips crazy style on day 10. Then it's back to the mines. I very quickly reach floor 100 where I obtain my first star drop. I make it past floor 110, then I finally reach floor 120. I return to the farm with plenty of time to water my croppy whoppies. The effigy has given me another challenge, or lesson number 8 as the journal refers to it as. I can use the Neptune power to make fishing spots appear. I find an artifact while I'm fishing. It isn't for the museum, it's one of the ones that the lady beyond the shore wants me to find. I hook an actual fish and oh no, I am not dealing with that. Not today, you are a catfish, I recognize the movement. Catfish normally spawn in the river though, don't they? Not up here in the mountains. Then again, all of the rules of the Stardew Valley universe have been thrown out the window ever since day 1 with this mod. But yeah, no, I wasn't mentally prepared for this. I wasn't prepared for a catfish. I'm going home. See ya. I was watering my croppy whoppies on day 11 when I realized I am no longer bound by the constraints of a mere watering can. I use my powers to water the majority of the crops in no time at all. A few well-timed critical hits with the watering can results in the remaining crops being taken care of in a similar amount of time. The effigy has told me that I can use the Neptune's power to attack monsters. Finally, I've been waiting for this. I call upon the birds at the beach, then I annihilate the monsters. They didn't really stand a chance, and part of me felt bad for them. But I'm also having way too much fun to let that bother me, you know, the whole feeling bad for them thing. I get a bit carried away and spend way more time in here than I planned to. But I don't regret it because of how many goodies I got inside there. When I leave the mines, I make things grow and then I destroy them. I wish I had a better way of describing what I'm doing here, but that's pretty much the best way I can put it. I earn almost 7,000 gold from the gems I threw into the shipping bin. I receive my second prize ticket on the morning of day 12. I should unlock mystery boxes from tomorrow onwards. I need to make another scarecrow, that way I can cover the last big patch that isn't currently covered by them. Even then, it doesn't take any time at all for me to water all of my crops, so there's really no rush. The effigy wants to take a walk around the beach and would like for me to accompany them. The game recommends that I don't have anything planned for the majority of the day if I intend on doing this. So it's off to the beach where I use my Neptune power to get a beach warp totem. Then I pick up all of the fish that are dropped by the birds. I summon the effigy who relaxes on the sand for a while before summoning herring from the water. It caught me off guard, but I'm not complaining as I was able to pick all of the herring up and keep them for myself. The effigy makes a fish stew and gives it to me. Thank you. They tell me that this was the first farmer's favorite food. When the effigy first came into this world, a battle between dragons and elder folk had just ended. The valley was not in good shape, so humans and other survivors banded together to rebuild the valley. The lady beyond the shore and the effigy's master built the first farm together. We enter the home of the lady beyond the shore. Again, the effigy just lies down and takes it easy for a while. Or at least, they tried to. Out of nowhere, a big jelly pumpkin monster thingy shows up and attacks us. The two seem to know each other. Old rivals, I assume? The battle begins and I start casting lightning at the pumpkin jelly. It eventually flies away, saying that we were too slow. Right, sure, that's totally the reason why you flew away. Not because I was about to liquidize you, no, of course not. Please bear with me while I try to pronounce this next word. Wisps. I'm gonna struggle a lot with that word. One of them says their family is sick and they need to go help them. The other wisp seems heartbroken to learn of their plan to leave. The wisp says goodbye farmer before fading away. According to the effigy, the farmer was never the same after this. The effigy was new to this world when they saw this happen. They didn't really know how to help their friend deal with the loss of the lady who just left. I reckon that might be the first farmer that the effigy mentioned. And the lady who left, maybe she is the lady beyond the shore? Maybe? The effigy has made two big choices. They won't stay inside the area behind my farm anymore. They're still going to be there, but they're also going to explore and even join me on adventures. And they are no longer my mentor. I am now their mentor. Okay. I use a warp totem to get back to the farm, then I use a warp totem to get back to the beach. I forgot I wanted to fish for the remainder of the day. I find another artifact that the lady beyond the shore wanted me to find. Then I catch an eel. Now that does spawn here at the beach during spring, so that much hasn't changed. But it also has to be raining, and it isn't. A puffer fish, nice, that means I don't have to wait until summer to get my hands on this one. And the squid, cool. Mystery boxes can now be found, nice, I had a feeling that was coming, and I can now make quality sprinklers. I make a few of them on day 13 and place them on the ground. Then I attend the egg festival. I buy 126 strawberry seeds and I introduce myself to all of the villagers that I haven't spoken with yet. The main event of the day, the egg hunt, takes place. I win the event and I receive a wonderful hat. I plant around 100 of the strawberries I bought before the night is over. I also make 15,000 gold. I really didn't want to throw all of those items into the shipping bin. I have a bit of difficulty doing that, but I need money, so it had to be done. I plant the remaining strawberries on day 14. I did put a sprinkler down in the wrong spot, so I have to manually water 3 of them from now on. Oops. The effigy has a lot of dialogue this morning, so I'm going to try to simplify it as best as I can. There is a place called the Old Graves, and it is full of monsters. The effigy ran into the captain of these monsters before, and it chased after them. They locked themselves away in this area right here as they didn't think they were strong enough to defeat the captain. Okay, that explains why the effigy has been inside here the whole time. Alright, that's a nice bit of lore. As the new leader, it is now my responsibility to defeat the captain. I donate a bunch of items to the museum and I grab starfruit, cauliflower, melon and ancient seeds. I have Clinton crack open some geodes and bring more items to Gunther. I plant the ancient fruit and cauliflower and go fishing at the beach. I catch a super cucumber. This fish, the puffer fish and squid, they all give a decent chunk of fishing experience. So I'm going to level up in fishing pretty quickly, I reckon. Before I enter the old graves, I summon the effigy. After what they told me this morning, it just wouldn't feel right to not bring them along with me for this battle. 2 people, I don't know who or what they are here. One walks away after telling the other to deal with the farmer. Excuse me, that's a bit rude. The remaining thing summons monsters. It wasn't a difficult fight. It was more time consuming than anything else. I didn't realize that another thing had joined the first thing. I'm sorry, I don't know what to call them. And right as we were about to win, they called their forces back and ran away. I guess technically that's a victory? Nice. I received the runestone of the sacred spring and 250 friendship points with everybody who lives in the town center. Neither the effigy or the enemy are saying anything. Oh, I was hoping to find out if that's the captain. I hope I find out soon. Day 15 begins in a foreboding way. The effigy warns me that I won't be able to overcome the Deep One with my current abilities. I'm told to visit the chapel in the mountains where I will find the last holy warrior of the Guardians of the Star. They will teach me how to combine the Wield and Neptune powers. I make potions to make sure I am fully prepared for what's about to come. Then I use the artifact I was given to reveal a door on floor 60 of the mines. I enter the chapel and, ooh, hello. I read a book and I find out I can trade a dwarf scroll or a squid ink for a random recipe or a random book. The other book inside here brings up the goods section of the journal. I still don't know what to do with these. I tell the Revenant, that is a cool name, that I want to learn the Way of the Stars. It doesn't take much to convince them that I am worthy. I tell them that I'm aware of the dangers, and they basically say, yeah, alright, whatever, I'll teach you the Way of the Stars. Oh, by the way, you now have been cursed with something called Unlife. It's the same curse I have. Ta-ta. They give me the Holy Sword, and I can now make even better potions. Whoa, 320 energy from one potion? Neat. The power of the stars doesn't just target monsters. I can use it to break stone. I can select which one I want to target, and it will destroy that one and the surrounding stones too. Some of you more than likely saw this coming, but I spend almost the entire day inside the mines. I am having way too much fun with this new power. I collect ores, gems, seeds, a bunch of tasty items. The only reason I left the mines when I did was to turn in a job to the wizard. I earn over 20,000 gold from the items I put into the shipping bin. I donate a carp to the community center on day 16, along with a purple mushroom, 5 gold star parsnips, another purple mushroom, a red mushroom, and a winter root. I sell a few bits and pieces to go past the 42,500 gold mark, at which point I donate that exact amount of gold to the vault room bundles. The entire room has been completed, so the desert will be unlocked tomorrow. I trade a squid ink for the strange bun cooking recipe. Alright, that's not quite what I wanted, but I'll take it. I can only do this trade once a day as well, so I'll have to remember to come back here as often as I can. The Rite of Stars has been upgraded. I can create a gravity hole that will suck monsters closer to it. Off the top of my head, I think my strategy is going to be create the gravity hole, bring as many monsters as I can into the circle, and then use the regular Rite of Stars to drop a meteor on them. Hold the phone, I've just realized I have a lightning rod. I return to the farm, place it, and use the Neptune power on it. It's producing a battery pack, lovely jubbly. I plant coffee beans before talking to the effigy. They don't have a lesson for me. I feel like I'll get more from them in the future, though I don't think I'm done with them yet. The battery pack has been obtained and crops have been harvested on day 17. I'm really happy with the farm right now. It does not look good, I know, but I do have sprinklers to take care of the strawberries, and the scarecrows are taking care of everything else. And on top of that, I can now get one battery pack every single day. I'm feeling really efficient right now. I used the bus to get to the desert. I used the Neptune power to get 2 desert warp totems. I asked the chef to make me a dish using rare fruit and hot sauce. I get a speed and luck bonus when I eat it. I've made it here just in time for the final day of the desert festival, so I waste no time in accepting a challenge from Marilyn and entering the Skull Caverinos. I will receive 50 calico eggs if I can reach floor 30. To be honest, I'll be disappointed in myself if I don't get to floor 30, considering all of the powers I have. I won't ramble for too long about the time I spent inside here. I interact with the statues to increase my egg rating, and I use the Rite of Stars power to quickly defeat any monsters I come across, while destroying rocks at the same time. Ladders and shafts are very easy to find because of this. I spend almost the entire day inside here. I get ores, gems, a prismatic shard, artifacts. I was truly having the time of my life. I decide to leave the mines after reaching floor 100. I speak with Ghoul to receive 200 calico eggs as I had an egg rating of 33. I use my eggs to get 3 lucky lunches and 79 strawberries. I toss my ores into the furnaces on day 18 before grabbing another battery pack. I won't mention this anymore, but believe me when I say I'm going to be getting 1 battery pack every single day. I've also realized it hasn't rained in a long time. I might be wrong, but I'm fairly confident that was the first and only rainy day I've gotten so far. It isn't really a big deal, though I do need to catch a shad for the community center. So, you know, fingers crossed it rains during the next 10 days. I make more potions. I never want to run out of them. That would be a dire situation. It's been a while since I've said the word dire, so just in case, if you don't know what a dire situation is, it's a bit like a normal situation, but it's dire. I trade a dwarf scroll for the Queen of Sauce cookbook. I'm shocked. I didn't think I would get it this quickly. I mean, I'll take it. I will absolutely take it. Thank you very much, but I did not see that coming. The Revenant tells me that he knows where one of the rune stones of the old circle might be. According to the Revenant, I'm collecting all of them. I never said that. I don't know. Where did you get that from, dude? That being said, if there are trinkets and doohickeys to be found, then I shall find them. So, yeah, I guess the Revenant was right, actually. I take it back, sorry. An acquaintance went to challenge a monster deep within the mountains. They had a runestone with them and they never returned. If I defeat that monster, I will more than likely find the runestone. Let's do this. I use a magic thingy to reveal a staircase on floor 100. I enter and a battle begins. I was not expecting to fight a dragon in this mod, but the last thing I'm going to do is run away from this fight. I use the magical abilities of my sword to make quick work of the dragon. I receive a prize ticket, the runestone, the lava katana, 5 gold bars, and a prismatic shard. I gotta say, I am very pleasantly surprised by the quality of the rewards in this mod. It makes everything feel worth doing. Granted, everything is already worth doing because it's fun, but this is a lovely bonus. I grab 2 desert warp totems, do a bit of foraging, and trade a prismatic shard for the galaxy sword. The remainder of the day is spent in the Skull Caverns. There really isn't much to be said about my time inside here. I defeat monsters, steamroll through the floors, and collect some delicious items. I pass out on floor 68. Mr. Key has sent me a letter on day 19. If I reach floor 25 in the caverns, he will send me 10,000 gold. I shall be receiving that money tomorrow because I've already completed that challenge. I was chopping down trees when I had a thought. I use my power to summon meteors and they break the trees. Lovely. I might have to put this in my top 3 expansion mods. I think it's up there with Sunbury Village and Stardew Valley Expanded. This mod is fantastic. I can't get enough of it. The effigy talks about the wisps. At the beach, they seem concerned and unsettled. The effigy seems to believe that this is because monsters are haunting the shores of the valley. They tell me to deal with it, basically. I sell cauliflower and strawberries, buy the second backpack upgrade, and buy 395 parsnips. I sell iridium bars and prismatic shards to Clinton and ask him to upgrade my pickaxe. I ask Robin to build a coop for me, make more scarecrows, and use them to cover even more of the farm. I'm planting all of my parsnips and I would rather not have to water them all myself. That would not be a jolly good time for me. Mr. Key has sent me the 10,000 gold on day 20. I harvest crappie whoppies and use the scarecrows to water everything. The pumpkin jelly thing is inside the forest, or near the forest anyway. I use the Rite of Stars power while in the forest to get to this area. And in what has become a bit of a trend, the pumpkin jelly thing appears and the battle begins. The galaxy sword makes quick work of the pumpkin, and it doesn't take much time to clean up the remaining enemies. I brought the effigy with me, of course. I receive a runestone and 300 friendship points with the villagers who live in the forest. The effigy is over the moon with how the battle went. A splendid end to a long-standing feud is how they put it. They explain how for a long time farmers in the valley would wake up to find their pumpkins destroyed, burnt, stepped on, or smashed. Now you might think the pumpkin jelly thing was responsible for this, but no, it was the effigy. That was a curveball. It was one of those unintentionally funny moments. Long story short, one of their sources of anger has been dealt with. I use my powers over on the beach to summon the wisps. Once again, the battle begins. This was the most difficult one by far. Though that being said, I think all of the encounters have been fairly well balanced. As long as you make potions, you'll be fine, basically. I defeat them, we defeat them, and I obtain another runestone. The effigy mentions how these phantoms? Really? Now you tell me? I could have said that, like, whoa. You could have saved me so much trouble by calling them that from the very beginning instead of WISPS. I forgive you, it's okay. The phantoms have... The phantoms, I don't know why I said that. The phantoms have been refused entry to the afterlife by the fates. I'm told to be wary of the Fae Court's involvement in the affairs of the valley. I don't know what that means, but that is spooky stuff right there. I interact with the other book in the chapel. I'm not 100% confident in what I'm about to say, but I think I can now sell items in the goods section of the journal, though I don't know how. I go to the area on floor 20, The journal told me there's an offerings bench inside here, but I can't find it. I can throw pieces of stone. I forgot about the whole throwing bombs thing. I don't want to throw bombs on my farm, so I'm throwing stone instead. I did this to complete the quest to throw 10 bombs or 10 pieces of stone. I have received my pickaxe on day 21. I summoned the effigy because I discovered that they can do something really cool. They can also use the Neptune power on scarecrows to water my crops. In doing so, I found out that they have a quest for me. Well, it's more like they tell me to talk to something called a Molossus Gigantus. It is time to return to the chapel as the Revenant wants to speak with me. I harvest strawberries and parsnips and make almost 400 potions. These give me 40 energy, so that's 16,000 energy in total. Lovely. Jubbly. I sell my cranberries and buy 696 kale. I'm going to plant these for 2 reasons. They should sell for around 100,000 gold, which I can use to buy crops during summer, and I'm hoping they'll bump me up to level 10 in farming. I spend the remainder of the day planting kale and clearing out the farm. Day 22 begins with a quest from the Revenant. They tell me to meet with the Envoy of Fates near the bridge outside the mines. I find them and speak with them. They are a cat. Cool. They refer to me as the Starbringer. I like that a lot. They propose that we team up. They will teach me new abilities and I will help them with their quest. Unfortunately, I have to repair the bridge to the quarry if I want to go any further, which means I have to complete the foraging room in the community center, which I can't do until winter. I feel like I'll get jobs from the other people in the Druid mod in the meantime, so there should be plenty to do regardless, I'm sure. I sell iridium bars to Clinton and buy the iridium fishing rod from William. I give my rod the wield power and tell the stones that I've collected all of the rune stones. They laugh and tell me that the rune stones are useless to me. The good news is I can use the rune stones to decorate the crafts room in the community center, aka the foraging room. Alright, that sounds cool enough. I get to give the place a bit of a makeover. Maybe a new wallpaper, flooring, decorations, that type of thing. I spend the day fishing at the beach. Day 23 is also spent fishing. I begin up in the mountains. I have better equipment than before, so it's a lot easier to get catfish, tiger trout and the usual fish that spawn up here. I move into the mines where I catch a ghost fish and find an artifact. I catch a stonefish and move down to floor 60. The ice pip has been caught. I spent over a minute trying to catch this one. I was convinced I was about to fail a couple of times, but thankfully I was victorious. I'm feeling confident, so I move down to floor 100. I catch the lava eel, and that is all of the fish that can be caught inside the mines. I teleport to the desert where I catch a sandfish. I'm trying to get all of the fish I can at this point. I would like to get the fishing collection completed before day 112, the end of the first year. I give up on trying to catch the scorpion carp. I'll come back and get it before spring is over though. I enter the secret woods and get the wood skip before finding another artifact at the river in town. I change the power on my iridium rod to the Neptune power. I made a bit of a blunder yesterday morning when I gave it the wield power. That is practically useless on this tool. I harvest almost 800 pieces of kale on day 24. The day gets even better when I attend the flower festival. I buy the tub of flowers crafting recipe, a rare crow and 10 dandelions and daffodils. The crop fairy does her thing again and I make almost 100,000 gold from the kale. I find an artifact while using the wield power on day 25. So there are 2 groups of artifacts. The first are the ones you get from fishing, and the second you get by using the wield power while walking around. I wish there was a way for me to see what I have and what I still need. There more than likely is a way to see those things, I just haven't found out how yet. I ask Marnie to add 4 chickens to the coop before wandering around the valley. I'm trying to find the wield artifacts, but I'm not having much luck. I interact with the foraging room in the community center so I can use the rune stones to decorate it. That isn't what happened. What actually happened is the foraging room is now done. I don't have to donate anything anymore. I can honestly say this was the last thing I expected to happen. The bridge to the quarry will be repaired tonight, which means I can do the cat's quest from tomorrow onwards. I don't have to wait until winter.
I'm shocked right now. I genuinely did not see this coming. I spend the remainder of the day fishing at the beach. I make a beeline for the quarry on day 26. I clear the area out using the meteor shower. Then I enter the mines and summon the cat. It is dungeon time according to them. We race to the end of the tunnel while being followed by monsters. This was a tense moment, a very tense moment, but I persevered and made it to the end. I grab the golden scythe and I uncover a hidden staircase. The cat is relieved that we didn't run into Thanatoshi. Can you please tell me who or what that is? There are cat monuments here that were built by the first farmers of the valley. They have been arranged like the Court of the Fates. The artisans, the priesthood, the morticians, and chaos. Thanatoshi, am I saying that right? Thanatoshi represented the morticians. This is the final place they would have been seen. I tell the cat that if I find Thanatoshi, I will hold them accountable for all of the souls they have cursed. The cat feels uncomfortable inside here, so we leave. I head north in this area and I find this area. I wish I could describe that better. I find a door that I can't open yet. Perhaps only the circle of druids know how to open it. I'm being given a lot of information about the druids, the lady beyond the shore, the first farmer, everything to do with the story of this mod. It was a bit overwhelming at the beginning, but I have a decent understanding of everything now. And I hope I've been able to explain the dialogue and the general story of what's happening well enough for you to follow. This is easily the most difficult script I've ever written for a video, but I think it's going well. I hope it is anyway. After catching a sunfish, I turn my attention to the scorpion carp. It takes a while, but I finally catch it. I donate a bunch of fish to the center, along with a chub, a frozen geode, an aquamarine, and a sea urchin. A green bean has been donated to finish off the spring crops bundle. The cat is having a hard time interacting with the monsters in the valley on day 27, and I have been given a new lesson. I can now activate something called a fate in order to put a curse on a monster. I head into the mines and I use it on a shadow person. They are either very confused or they can't do any damage, or both. I'm gonna go ahead and do this to 20 monsters in total to complete the lesson that the cat gave me. I maneuver my way to floor 15 as the monsters here are a lot easier to deal with. I complete the lesson before 10 AM. I apply the wield power to my galaxy sword, which could end up being a monumental mistake. If I can't figure out how to put the meteor shower power on it again, that won't be good. I need that power. The Revenant gives me the Monster Tamer badge. I can make a specific item, and when I use it, the bombs that I throw will have a chance to catch a monster when they defeat it. I trade a squid ink for the parsnip soup cooking recipe before going into the hidden area on floor 20. I still haven't figured out how to unlock the distillery. If I can figure out what they mean when they say to gather the lilies, then maybe that will unlock it. Here is a look at the items I can make that will allow me to catch monsters. I make 6 of the copper bar one. Then I upgrade it to iron bar. Then I convert those to the gold bar level. I use the vile spike in my satchel to turn 5 cherry bombs into 5 mega bombs before asking Robin to build a barn on the farm. Following that, I enter the mines where I use a mega bomb to defeat a bat and add it to my monster collection. It took me a couple of minutes, but I eventually found the page that shows the monsters I have. And there's more. I also found the page that shows me what artifacts I have, but more importantly, what ones I don't have. And it gives me a hint on where to find them. I need 2 more from fishing and 2 more from using the wield power. I summon a bat, and this is a lot more detailed than I thought it would be. I can level the bat up by having it battle other monsters. It takes a long time for the bat to defeat even one enemy. I get my hands on a slime and I summon it too. Again, it doesn't do a lot of damage. I'm gonna do a bit of brainstorming and see if I can think of a way to level them up faster. In the meantime, I use the wield power in the cave to get an artifact, and one more time to the left of the bus stop. I get the final wield artifact by doing this. I go fishing and obtain the second last Neptune artifact. And that is all for today. The cat has a new challenge for me on day 28. I can use the fate power to make other people happy, or to annoy them. My quest is to use this power on 5 different people. I've also been given the Eye of Warble, which I can use to teleport to map entrances. I go fishing in the area the lady beyond the shore lives and get the final Neptune artifact. I tell her I found all of the artifacts. She tells me they are useless to me, which I'm assuming means I can use them to complete the fishing room in the community center. I catch a shad before going over there. I interact with the fish tank and yep, I now only have the crops room and the bulletin board left to do. 4 out of 6 rooms have been completed. I give the other set of artifacts to the shrine attendant on floor 20 of the mines. They tell me they need a big flame to purify the artifacts. I feel like I've seen a fire mentioned somewhere during the last few days. I forget where it happened, but I know I've been where this quest wants me to go. My current lesson is to use the power of the fate to make a projectile and then teleport along its path. I wasn't able to do it properly. I'll have to come back to this one. I use my power to make Pamela spin around in the air. She was not amused. I do the same thing with Caroline, Abigail and Pierre the platypus and they react in a more positive manner. Finally, I do it to Gustavo in order to finish off the lesson. Nothing happened when I did it to him, but he did say bravo, so that is a victory in my mind. I harvest strawberries and catch a serpent in the mines. I had high hopes for this monster, but similar to the previous 2 monsters, it takes a long time for it to defeat an enemy. So long, in fact, that I got knocked out while waiting for it to happen. I spend the remainder of the day on the lower floors in the mines. I'll have the serpent battle the enemies here as it does a much better job at dealing with these ones. Day 29 begins in a quite frankly beautiful way as I find out how to give the meteor shower power to my galaxy sword. I interact with the table that gave it the power and it teleports me back to my farm. I enter the room I found the big red dragon in. I was hoping it would spawn again so I could maybe catch it, like I did with the serpent that's following me. But it isn't here, so I can't really do that. To the north of where the effigy is, there's this big flame thingy. This right here is what I was talking about when I said I felt like I had come across a big fire before. I'm not able to light it up right now, so I don't think this is what I need to purify the artifacts for the shrine attendant. You know, the thing on floor 20 of the mines. The cat wants me to meet them after 12 PM in town. It will take a few hours, so I need to make sure I get everything else done before I go there. I spend all of my money on starfruit seeds and spend a bit of time in the Skull Caverns. The monster eradication goals should be no problem at all because of, well, because of everything, really. I meet the cat in town where they recognize Marlin. It appears Marlin knows all about the Circle of Druids. This isn't too much of a surprise, it makes sense for him to be aware of everything. He gives the cat an artifact or something, and he gives me the guild crest. I can now complete orders for the guilds in the valley. Marlin leaves and the cat says they feel sorry for him. They go on to explain how when they first came to the valley, they started at the last known position of Thanatoshi, before the Fallen One defeated him, that is. That made the cat very sad. Marlin took them into his home, gave them a place to sleep, and told them all about the tunnel in the quarry that we explored recently. When Marlin was talking just now, the cat had a vision. Marlin will spend his life battling the shadows of the valley, but at some point, he's going to be defeated by a warrior and move on, so to speak. The cat adds that the vision may not come true, but to me that kinda sounds like the cat is trying to make me feel better about what will happen to Marlin. A fox appears and the cat seems to recognize her. The fox, Buffin is her name, challenges the cat to a race, and off they go towards the museum. I really wanted to tell the cat that they won, but I wanted to be honest at the same time. So I do exactly that and I say that Buffin won the race. Buffin creates a magical stairway. The cat places the artifact Marlin gave them down and it summons a dinosaur. The dinosaur is an envoy of the fates. They are also no match for the meteor shower power. After the battle, Buffin tells the cat that it's time to go home. The cat, however, refuses to leave, saying that the valley is their home now. Buffin gets frustrated and says that Fortumai made a mistake sending the cat here. I don't think that's how to pronounce it, but we'll go with that. The cat turns itself into a dinosaur and shoots flames at Buffin. The museum is, well, it's on fire. Thankfully, the flames don't do any damage, according to Buffin anyway. Buffin and the cat make up and have a productive conversation. The cat is determined to bring the Reaper to justice. That is why they are here. When Fortimai, a priestess, wanted someone to go after the Reaper, the cat volunteered, but they volunteered as a joke. They loudly and proudly proclaimed that they would get the job done. They didn't mean it, of course, but they were sent off on the mission to find the Reaper anyway. Over on floor 20 of the mines, I have finally figured out how to unlock the distillery. I can use the wield power to restore beauty to this area. I can only do it once a day, so I'll have to come back here again tomorrow to keep working on it. That being said, I'm just relieved to finally discover this. I was beginning to worry that I would go the rest of this playthrough not knowing what to do here. I've also found the orders book on floor 60 of the mines. Potions, powders, and I assume a lot of other things will be needed here. I quickly send a few items in my powder box to the goods inventory in order to complete one of the orders. I receive almost 5,000 gold for doing so. Also, here are the jobs I have to do: get a monster to level 3, and teleport along the path of a projectile. I've been stuck on these ones for a while, so I'm going to try to wrap them up very soon. Now, ordinarily when spring is over, I would have to get rid of all the spring crops, simply because they won't grow in summer. That isn't quite the case here. I use my power to turn them all into summer crops. I speak with the cat, and they tell me about a potion called Faith. I can use this to upgrade my machines, or do something to them, I'm not sure. The cat is being incredibly vague here. They give me the Eye of the Warble. I can use this relic to teleport to the entrance of a map. They also want me to go and talk to Buffin, so I do. I find them behind the waterfall up in this place, north of Jojamart. Buffin teaches me how to make Faith and tells me to go use it on my machines. I can use a couple of different items to make it. Solar and Void Essence would definitely be the easiest way to do so, I think. I use my power on the lightning rod and it creates a battery pack. Instantly. I use it on the scarecrows and furnaces and nothing happens. I put coal into the furnaces to get them working. Then I use the power again and nothing. No immediate result anyway. I also got the teleport along the path of a projectile job done. I didn't show footage of it because I basically kept pressing the power button and zooming around the farm. I got a bit dizzy while I was doing that, so I don't want to take the risk of showing that footage and maybe making somebody else dizzy. I realized that I've ran out of faith, which explains why I've only enchanted 5 machines. That must be the lightning rod and 4 furnaces. I make more faith and 3 more lightning rods. I use my power on the lightning rods and the furnaces to complete the lesson. I now officially know how to use faith. It seems to me like it finishes certain processes immediately, and it just speeds up other ones. The cat tells me to speak with Buffin on day 31, so I do. I must prepare for a battle with the spawn of the void. Creatures of darkness are lurking somewhere nearby, and Buffin wants me to defeat them. I take a look at my journal to get a better idea of what I'm being told to do, because like many things in this mod, I have no idea. That isn't really the mod's fault though, I get confused really easily as a human being. That's just who I am. I have to use my power inside here after 5 PM to begin the battle. Okay, I can do that. In the meantime, I'm gonna do some fishing. I catch a tuna, another octopus, and some other fish before moving over to the Skull Caverns. I want to get my serpent up to level 3 for that lesson, so I'd rather spend my free time doing that instead of fishing right now. Unfortunately, I put too much faith in my serpent to defend me. The end result of the choice to put my faith in my serpent was me being knocked out. It's 5 PM, so it's time to battle the shadow enemy. I'm gonna be honest, this was not a difficult fight. Though that might be because I had a slime, a bat, a serpent, and every single character I've met battling alongside me. Taking inspiration from one of the greatest animes, if not the greatest anime show of all time, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, I harnessed the magical power of friendship. The shadow enemies were not prepared for this and were defeated within moments. Eventually only the shadow leader remains, and he doesn't quite last too long either. They do something I was not expecting. They announce that they have been beaten and should discuss a treaty with us. The other shadow enemies denounce him as their leader. They leave him alone in the cave with us. The shadow leader introduces himself as Shadowtin. He is a scholar first and foremost, but takes accountability for what the shadow people did to the valley in the past. I ask him why they came to the valley. He tells me that this valley contains remnants of the battle that took place here many moons ago involving dragons. A mage called Doja wants to find these remnants and use them to harness the power of the dragon. The cat believes that Shadowtin has been tracking their family, friends, co-workers, I'm not quite sure who, but they've been tracking somebody anyway. Specifically, they believe that Shadowtin can help them find Thanatoshi. I ask Shadowtin to join our group. He is shocked, but happily accepts the invitation. He makes a very interesting and concerning comment, however. I also expect I will have to face my former employer, Doja, at some point. Until then, my allegiance is yours. Yeah, what do you mean until then my allegiance is yours? What do you mean until then? What does that mean, huh? It seems to me like you're telling me that you're going to help us all the way up until we find Doja, at which point you'll betray us and join them again. You better not do that, Shadowtin. I will not hesitate to put you on my list of enemies. Or rather, like, make a list of enemies and then, like, write your name on it. You'd be the only person on that list is what I'm saying here. I begin day 32 by sending my serpent to roam the farm. I don't know if it will level up while it's on the farm, but I'm curious as to, what happens with this. I harvest starfruit on day 4 of summer. Keep that in mind. That gets more and more wild the more I think about it. It's only day 4 of summer and I'm already harvesting starfruit. It grew in 3 days. I think, it had to have been a combination of my power and the effigy using their power. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I do a bit of fishing at the beach. I'm going to try to catch all of the summer fish I can before the end of day 56, aka the final day of summer. I use the Eye of the Warble and it takes me to the entrance to Buffin's home. Interesting, alright, I see how this works now. I ask Robin to add a silo to the farm and then I talk to the Revenant. They have a lot to say about the book that Shadowtin gave me. The book was being protected by followers of the Reaper. These people basically went after everybody. It's one of the reasons why the Lady Beyond the Shore left the valley. Eventually the followers went after the Circle, and the Reaper attacked the Revenant, which is how they ended up the way they are. The book mentions the Tomb of Tyrannus. The Revenant gives me the key that is needed to open the entrance to this tomb. They also give me a stern warning, telling me all about how dangerous this will be. I ignore the warning and use the key in the Skull Caverns to open up the secret entrance. I enter the tomb and a battle begins. A battle with Thanatoshi. I immediately summon the cat. I feel like they need to be here for this. The cat refers to Thanatoshi as the Reaper. At this point, I'm not sure whether Thanatoshi is actually the Reaper or if the Reaper disguised itself as Thanatoshi. What I do know is I can now turn myself into a dragon. I also get an item called the Measurer's Box. I'm told that Buffin might know more about this. The cat is ready to go home, with Buffin, not back to the farm. They have a lot on their mind, so I tell them to go back to the farm and just take it easy for a while. I show the box to Muffin. They tell me it's a trinket that brings comfort to those who must leave their home. They are given to people who go out on adventures by their family members and loved ones. This box right here was given to Thanatoshi by Masayoshi. The 4 big statues here all have one of these boxes each. I already have one of them. The second one requires me to have one of each omen and trophy in my satchel. I have to hit the 3rd statue with an iridium tool to get the 3rd box, and I need to have a deluxe coop or a deluxe barn on the farm to get the 4th and final box. That doesn't seem too difficult. I just have to remember to upgrade a tool and the coop and the barn. Or, well, the coop or the barn. I mean, it can be a coop or barn, but I want to fully upgrade both of them anyway. I spend the day messing around with the dragon power. I noticed I was getting 25 friendship points with a villager when I went near them as a dragon. So this could really help with maxing out friendships, assuming I do it every day, which wouldn't take much time at all really. Shadowtin tells me about the dragon power on day 33. Apparently the power that causes me to turn into a dragon is called Ether. It can be used in many different ways. My challenge today is to use the power to do a fire breath attack. It looks like today is going to be a Skull Caverns day. I've got my monsters with me to level them up while I'm here. And as for the dragon power, by itself, it is amazing. It tears through everything in the caverns. I can also use the meteor shower power at the same time, so getting from floor to floor inside here is an absolute cakewalk. The fire breath ability doesn't just work on monsters, no, it also destroys rocks, and I'm assuming trees too. So along with defeating monsters, I can also use it to get wood and increase my foraging level. Lovely stuff altogether. My serpent is level 2 and halfway to level 3 by 7:30 PM. I don't think it matters too much if my serpent defeats an enemy. The big thing, it seems like, is just having it in the caverns with me. Good to know. Shadowtin tells me to go swimming on day 34. I fly around the farm for a while, getting used to the whole flying thing. Then I dive into the water. I can search for valuable items inside here. I'm getting Georgia Cola, admittedly not a very valuable item. Fish, okay, we're back. A decent amount of trash, okay, never mind. But still, it's cool all the same. And the items I find while doing this are added to the fishing collection, so that automatically makes it worth doing in my mind. I can change the color of my dragon, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. There we go, that looks good to me. I have Robin upgrade the barn and I spend the rest of the day inside the Skull Caverns. I harvest starfruit on day 35 along with tomatoes. Shadowtin has discovered a bunker in the forest and wants to explore it with me. We can absolutely do that, but first I want to harvest the rest of the starfruit. I sell almost all of them and buy seeds for all of the summer crops. I want to make sure I have enough of everything I'll need for the cooking recipes in the future. I have all the spring crops I need, so I want to get the summer ones out of the way early. I use the remainder of my money to get starfruit. The wheeled power has been used on the starfruit, so they should be ready to harvest in about 5 days, or potentially even sooner if the effigy uses his power on them. I meet Shadowtin in the forest. A dwarf shows up and gives them something. Shadowtin tries to thank them, like genuinely, legitimately say thank you to the dwarf, but the dwarf doesn't really care. We use the power cell that the dwarf gave us to enter the bunker. As we're walking in, Shadowtin simply says, "Brilliant." I don't know why, but I found that funny. I think Shadowtin might be my favorite character just because of this moment right here. Shadowtin believes that the big machine inside here is providing a magical current to a network of some kind. The machine speaks. It says its name is Snazzy-Modius. Lovely. Shadowtin reads a manuscript and is turned into a cat. What is going on? The wizard then enters the room, and accuses us of trespassing. He demands to know how I could possibly justify being in here. Apparently he has claimed ownership of this place. I really do not like your attitude right now. I nearly picked the second option, which is basically telling the wizard that this place belongs to the circle, not the wizard. I chose to apologize to the wizard instead. The wizard says he will turn Shadowtin back into his original form if I can defeat the wizard in battle. Right, before we get down to business, there's one thing I want to say. I'm dedicating this following battle to the witch. This one is for you. I know the wizard did you dirty, alright? At some point, he did you dirty. He says as much during the game, so this one is for you. I defeat the wizard with no issues, and truth be told, I would be lying if I said I didn't take some form of pleasure in doing so. The wizard really rubbed me the wrong way during that previous conversation. As we leave the bunker, Shadowtin says that he's well aware that he's going to have to endure many more hardships on his journey to expose Lord Deep. I have no idea who that is, but I will help you in any way I can. Outside the bunker, I use the dragon power to dig up the remains of a pumpkin monster. Shadowtin's old crew show up, and they aren't alone. They've brought the dwarf with them. They want the research that Shadowtin was doing on the remnants and the artifacts and the relics that can be found in the valley. Shadowtin hands it over when they say they'll let the dwarf go free if he gives them what they want. Unfortunately, I pass out. Yeah. And so on day 36, I harvest all of the crops that have grown before returning to the forest. I do everything all over again, and eventually get to the point where Shadowtin hands the research over. His old crew insults him before leaving. The dwarf thanks Shadowtin and gives him something. Apparently the sergeant wanted him to have it. Shadowtin's reputation as a captain is now officially ruined, he says anyway. He doesn't seem to be too bothered by this though. I like what I'm seeing here. He truly is becoming a whole different person. It's nice to see. I sell a few croppy whoppies and ask Robin to upgrade the barn. I put tappers on many different trees. I use my powers on them to hopefully speed up the process of making oak resin, maple syrup and pine tar. I head to floor 20 of the mines where I check out the distillery. I can add different items to the boxes here and they will be used to make goods. These goods can then be sold. There's probably more to it than just that, what I said there, but I guess I'll find out more information later on. The cat has a job for me on day 37. They have tracked down Shadowtin's old crew. They're using a map, the crew I mean, is using a map to hunt down ancient treasure. I tell Shadowtin about this and he teaches me how to make the best potions possible. Nice, I will take that, I've been waiting for this. He also wants me to find 5 dragon treasures. I can dig them up while I'm using the dragon power. I find a spot in the forest, I dig it up and I receive a sea foam pudding. And I get the letters to the lady artifact. I find a second spot in the ocean. It's being protected by a monster. I defeat it in a sort of mini-game that reminds me a lot of Pokemon. I get a pearl and my serpent is now level 3. It took a while, but I finally completed that quest. I do the minigame again in the home of the lady beyond the shore. I get artifact troves and another artifact that I can show to the Revenant. I participate in yet another battle up in the mountains. I get a ticket and the 4th artifact. I find the 5th artifact and gold bars over in the desert. I show all of the artifacts I found today to somebody. I'm sorry, I didn't write their name down in the script. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's the Revenant. He tells me they're basically useless. All that remains are recipes and gardening tips. I believe I can take them to the community center and complete the pantry room using them. I head over there and yep, room number 5 has been taken care of. I really do like this alternate way of completing the community center. It's a bit like having a third option added to the game. You've got the community center route, the Joja route, and the magic route. Which, well, yeah, it kind of has the same result as the community center route, but without the hassle of finding all these different items and holding onto them for the center. It's a lovely bonus reward for progressing through the storyline in this mod. I go digging in the river. Not only does this add different fish to the fishing collection, it also gives me fishing experience. I move down to the beach where a monster spawns almost every time I dive into the ocean. I don't mind. I'm leveling up my serpent and my fishing skill at the same time, so it's a win-win. The effigy has a quest for me on day 38. Deep in the woodlands near an old temple is a gate that was created by the Mother of the Crows. The first farmer and the old druids did not trust somebody or something called the Fae. Oh wait, it's a place. Not something or someone, it's a place, alright. They believed this area should be abandoned and never mentioned again. The old temple was built by the Crow Mother, and a special ceremony took place inside there. It was referred to as the Rite of Undoing, or alternatively, the Rite of Bones. I have to put the remains of the pumpkin monster near the old temple, and then ask the Crow Mother to perform the Rite of Undoing. I harvest a few beautiful flowers before heading up to the old temple. A giant dust sprite appears and attacks me. I'm not upset about this, however. All of the monsters are dropping food, and tea saplings for some reason, so I'm having the time of my life here. The battle ends and somebody named the Lost Dryad shows up. I talk to her and she is flabbergasted that I can see her. She introduces herself as Blackfeather, the first gardener. She was the caretaker of this area. She's going to try to remember more about herself and what she did and what power she has before we speak again. I have Robin upgrade the coop, and that is it for today. The Dryad has a request for me on day 39. She wants to see the garden where a nursery used to be. She gives me a glove which I can use to summon her. I also have another glove on me. It can be used to reveal the entrance to a place called the Forsaken Orchard. I have no idea where to go for this. Like, I am genuinely lost here. I send my pickaxe to Clinton, upgrade that for me please. The area on floor 20 of the mines has been fully restored. It took a while, like a few weeks at least, but it's done. I have been given a stamp. The memory of the elders in the old graves may be interested in this. The old graves. That rings a bell. I've been there, I know I have. I'm going to try to remember where this is exactly, and I'll go there soon and see what the stamp I've been given does. And when I say soon, what I actually mean is right now. I talked to the Keeper of Elder Memories. I let them know that I've cleaned up the area on floor 20 of the mines. I then ask what other locations need my help. This area right here and a nursery need to be cleaned. Oh, that's convenient. The Dryad mentioned the nursery this morning, I think, so I can work on that one as soon as I find it. And I can begin cleaning this place right here, right now. I take a break from magic for the remainder of the day and I attend the luau. I throw an ice pip into the soup, which gets the best reaction from the governor. This, of course, gives me a bunch of friendship points with the villagers. I activate the glove in the forest and I think I found a nursery. I'm not going to start the Dryad's quest as I don't have enough time, but what I have done is cleaned the area for the first time. I reckon if I do this 3, maybe 4 more times, then this area right here will be fully cleaned up. And the same goes for the old graves. I harvest starfruit and dig up an iridium bar on day 40. I'm also getting stuff added to my satchel, so that helps with getting all of the omens and the trophies for that one statue in the place where Buffin is. I clean the old graves, dig up a treasure chest and buy a rare seed. Then it's off to the nursery. I clean it up too before summoning the Dryad. A vision of the nursery in the past appears. It's on fire. Wait, hold on. It's on fire, but these look like Junimo huts. Are Junimos involved in this whole thing too? Traitors of the Druids started. There's so many S's. I need to take a break right now to let you all know there are so many S's in everything I'm saying. I am suffering so much right now. Okay, enough complaining. Let's get back to it. The fire was started by traitors of the Druids, but the lady beyond the shore, I think that's who it is, put the fire out and saved the nursery. Ooh, okay. The Dryad has just mentioned the little apple spirits. That has to be Junimos. She and the Junimos were captured by the traitors. We enter the bunker where, I don't know, 2 people are talking. I don't know who they are. If there is one change I would make to this mod, it would be to put the names of the characters on the screen when they're talking. I'm really doing my best to figure out who each character is, but it can be tough keeping track of everybody. Anyway, sorry, let's get back on track. In the past, the stream claimed Blackfeather, that's the Dryad, and would not let her go until an agreed upon time. They decide to create an invincible golem to help them gain power. The Dryad wants to visit the lady beyond the shore, or rather just wants to go to the place where she lives. We go there where another memory of the past plays out in front of us. The first farmer has destroyed the Avalanche. The Reaper very obviously wants to get rid of the farmer. The farmer then does something I really wasn't expecting to happen. They attack somebody else who was here. Masayoshi, I recognize that name. They gave the box to Thanatoshi. The Reaper avenges Masayoshi. Wait, I think this might mean Thanatoshi is the Reaper. That might explain. Okay, that explains a bit. Okay. Assuming I'm correct in what I'm saying, that is. The Dryad says I am now strong enough for the Crow Mother's right. But something isn't right. No, something is very wrong here. The Dryad is using the same words that the effigy uses. And the person who taught the effigy these words was the lady beyond the shore. It turns out I'm not talking to the Dryad right now. I haven't been talking to the Dryad at any point. I've been talking to the lady beyond the shore. The lady convinced the stream to release her so she could use the Dryad as a vessel. She wanted to take control of the Dryad's body so she could return to the valley. And it worked. The Dryad hasn't been harmed, but she won't be freed until the lady beyond the shore isn't in control anymore. Crows fly in, and I thought they were going to attack me, but they go after the lady instead. I guess they know what she did to the Dryad. When the lady has been defeated, the Dryad is finally back in her own body. It turns out, the effigy may have been wrong this entire time. They and I believed the same thing. We believed that the lady left the circle in order to go take care of her people. Now bear in mind what I'm about to say hasn't been confirmed, but based on what happened here today, it can be assumed that it wasn't that simple. Maybe the lady had much more sinister reasons for leaving. The Dryad confirms what I'm thinking. The lady beyond the shore was betrayed long ago, so she turned to chaos and only cared about herself. The Dryad gives me a new weapon and thanks me for everything I've done for her today. I've also been given a new lesson. I can use the weapon she gave me to summon birds. I have to use these birds to attack 20 enemies. I buy 2 of each fruit tree sapling and almost 300 starfruit. I enter the mines where I spend a bit of time working on the lesson that the Dryad gave me. Then I return to the farm where I plant my tea saplings and the fruit tree saplings I bought. The gold pickaxe has been obtained on day 41. When I have enough money, I'll upgrade it to iridium quality. I speak with the Dryad to get another job. I can summon the birds and have them retrieve items for me. The easiest way to do this is to have them pick up wood, stone and fiber. This was a fairly handy job, a bit time consuming, but that's it really. I sell a ton of starfruit, earning over 400,000 gold. I gallivant around the valley completing the job that the Dryad gave me and dig up treasure. I buy a few stacks of wood and ask Robin to upgrade the coop on the farm. Then I buy over 900 starfruit and clean up the old graves and the nursery. The nursery has been fully cleaned, which leaves only the old graves to deal with. I spend the night planting starfruit. I sell a few bits and bobs on day 42 before sending my pickaxe to Clinton. Yet another job has been given to me. I can have the birds greet villagers and potentially even steal an item that a villager likes. Of course, I can then give that item back to the villager for even more friendship points. By using the Lookup Anything mod, I can find out how many points I get for having the birds greet villagers. 25. Not bad. I clean up the old graves for the final time. I receive a coin for doing so. I talk to the Keeper of Memories and tell them that I've cleaned up all 3 locations. Unlike previous artifacts and relics, I can't do anything with this set. If I had to guess, I would say I've already completed the room that I could have used these artifacts to complete. In the community center, I mean. Oak resin has been collected on day 43. I'll make time to grab the rest of this stuff and the pine tar and maple syrup later on. For now, I speak with Buffin as the Dryad told me they can teach me another way of using the birds. Buffin tells me to use the birds to find their ancestors' remains. I can find them somewhere in the mountain. The journal, as always, is a lifesaver. It tells me to go to floor 100 of the mines. I interact with the statue that wanted me to have a deluxe coop or barn on the farm. It gives me the second box of memories. Now all I have to do is upgrade a tool to iridium quality, which I've basically done. I'm just waiting for Clinton to send the pickaxe back to me. I also have one of every type of omen and trophy in my satchel. I forgot to click on the statue. I take a walk around the forest, mainly to relax and take it easy for a while. I've done a lot during the last 43 days, so I think I've earned a bit of a break. I fly around town, which gives me bonus friendship points with every villager who sees me. I've been wondering why my friendship has been rising so quickly with everybody. I keep forgetting that a lot of these powers help a ton with friendships. I enter the room on floor 100 of the mines where I meet Buffin, Agent of Chaos. They wish they could have seen the battle I had with the beast that lived in this cave. I tell them about the dragon that I found inside here, and how it made references to the circle and the druids and certain events that happened in the past. Buffin is not impressed. They expected something more exciting. Wow, okay, thanks Buffin. They hope that if their ancestor Carnivalian did perish inside here, it was more exciting than what I went through. Wow, okay Buffin, relax. I didn't do any— what did I do to you? Buffin will be very disappointed if it turns out Carnivalian was eaten by a dragon. Dang, alright Buffin, calm down. You're good. It's okay. The birds find the fox stone. Buffin says it has the scent of Carnivalian, but it isn't one of his bones. It's something far worse. From what I'm being told here, I'm beginning to think it's Carnivalian's soul. Or a fragment of it, maybe? Whatever it is, Buffin wants to destroy it. A convention of all 4 chapters of the Fates is required to perform the Ritual of Undoing. Buffin will represent the Great Stream. The cat will stand in for the priestess, and Argyle, that's one of the birds, will represent the Ancient Artisans. That leaves the Morticians. Buffin has an idea of who can fill that role, but does not seem too keen on meeting with them. And so our motley crew gathers together for the rite of undoing. We banish the monsters that we have defeated over the course of the last 43 days. The pumpkin, the dinosaur, the dragon, and the dust sprite. A fox, I assume this is Carnivalian, appears when the monsters have been dealt with. They inform Buffin that— I thought that said wyvern, but it isn't, it's spelled different. They inform Buffin that Wyvern, that might be it. Yes! They inform Buffin that Wyvern, the knight, torched the valley after turning into a dragon. Carnivalian confronted Wyvern and they both perished. They give the final prophecy, ooh how mysterious, to Buffin before leaving. They also mention that the successor of the wild draws near. I talked to Buffin afterwards. They are very much disappointed in the way Carnivalian was defeated. Okay, sorry. The Dryad has bargained with the Great Stream for the Golden Bones. It seems like this was done in preparation for a final rite type of thing. I don't think we'll be seeing the outcome of this anytime soon. It feels like a end of storyline type of thing. Buffin leaves and a wild bear shows up. Using a combination of strawberries and the ability to turn into a dragon, I defeat the bear, revealing its true form. Linus? What? Alright, his full title is Linus, Successor of the Wild. I guess he has joined the circle. Okay, this was a complete curveball. I wasn't expecting Linus to be part of this whole thing, but I'm happy about it all the same. We now need a successor of the elements to join our group. There are 2, one of them being the wizard. At least that's who I think Linus is referring to. Linus believes that the wizard won't join the group, however. He disagrees with the circles, he disagrees with the entire circle thing in general, so yeah, I don't know if he's going to be showing up anytime soon. Unfortunately, that leaves us with one choice. We need to convince the second successor of the elements to help us. We need to convince Shadowtin's former client, Doja. The effigy has no faith whatsoever that Doja will help us. Shadowtin shares the same opinion, but is going to try to make it work. Buffin is leaving. Oh wait, never mind. Buffin is staying. Back on the farm, I plop 2 kegs down and throw coffee beans into them. Clinton has sent me the Iridium pickaxe on day 44. I should be able to get all of the boxes from these statues in Buffin's house. The most important thing now is that I don't, forget to go there, which I probably will. Shadowtin has arranged a meeting with Doja. It will be my responsibility to decide how we'll get Doja to help us. Yeah, I don't see this going very well. I have very little faith that Doja is going to be on board with the whole plan. I make potions and head to Buffin's home. I grab the remaining boxes from the statues and inform Buffin that I now have all 4 of them. Buffin tells me that the boxes are full of goodwill and happy memories. In a nutshell, I'm told to bring them to the community center and repair the bulletin board bundles with them. I fly over there and I do exactly that. The community center has been fully completed. and the only rooms I did myself were the boiler room and the vault room. I believe those are the only two I did anyway. This is really cool. I mentioned it before, but I love having a new way to complete the community center. It makes the game feel so fresh. It also means I'll be able to unlock Ginger Island before summer comes to an end. I spend most of the day flying around and digging up treasure. I donate many items to the museum before cracking open many geodes and artifact troves. Even more items are donated to the museum before I meet with Shadowtin. The cat is here too. The sergeant joins us. They tell us that Doja isn't coming to this meeting. Instead, they're attacking the hidden chapel. That is not good. That place is very important. We need that place. The sergeant pleads for us to help them. They have ran out of supplies and they don't want to do this anymore. But Doja just won't give up. Doja really has made an enemy out of everybody, haven't they? We make a beeline for the chapel. That's the place on floor 60 of the mines, by the way. Oh, this is Doja. Huh, okay, I thought they were one of the shadow monsters that wears a mask. Doja found the Deep One, who provided them with insight and shadow minions. Doja's goal is to control the power of the dragons. I almost defeat Doja, but they teleport away before I can finish them off. So it's been confirmed that not only is Doja the successor of the elements, they've also gone rogue and want to become the most powerful being in the valley. The Revenant informs me that should Doja be defeated, then a new successor will be chosen by the stream. I'm sorry, I need to share this. I just imagined like a Twitch chat voting to choose a new successor. A bird flies into the room and announces that we're all in big trouble. There have been many testimonies given against the Circle. It looks like another battle is about to take place when the cat steps up to the plate. They basically say, no, it doesn't work. Yeah, the bird isn't quite convinced by that riveting testimony. But then bats appear and they defend us. The Revenant tells me that everything the bird accused the Circle of doing isn't a lie. They were telling the truth. The Circle hated the Fates, the First Envoys, the Crow Mother or the Dryad, the Brothers of Justice and the Old Hound of Chaos. Wow, they hated everybody. It would have been easier if the Revenant just listed the people the Circle don't hate. The Circle went to attack all of the people I mentioned, and it went very wrong. They lost the first farmer and the Wyvern. Then the Revenant led Thanatoshi to a tomb and trapped them inside there. Oh, that must be why I found Thanatoshi in the Skull Caverns, okay. The Revenant then tells me to sort of accept everything they've just told me and move on from it because I need to stop Doja. Okay, well, alright, I'm convinced. We head over to the tomb where we find Doja. Kinda. Something has taken control of Doja's body. The battle begins and it goes on for a couple of minutes. It was probably the lengthiest one in a while. Doja has been defeated, I think, maybe? And Thanatoshi is back? And they're also the Reaper now? Or, like, I think they've always been the Reaper? Thanatoshi and the Revenant make peace with each other. Remember, the Revenant trapped Thanatoshi inside this tomb in the past? The Revenant accompanies Thanatoshi to a place where they can write their name in the Book of Morticians. Assuming nothing goes wrong, I think we have everybody we need to perform the Rite of Undoing, now that Thanatoshi is on our side. I receive a book for my hard work. Right, that's it for today. I've done enough. Let's move on. Day 45 begins with a visit from Gunther. He thanks me for everything I've donated to the museum and gives me the key to the sewer. I've also gained a bunch of friendship points with everybody for completing the bulletin board bundles in the community center. I put fruits and vegetables into kegs and preserve jars. I'm doing this for the shipping collection. I also have honey which I can turn into mead. Basically what I'm trying to say here is that if I have to make something for the shipping collection or get something for it, then I'm going to get it. The villagers are celebrating the brand new community center. Lovely stuff. I've said lovely stuff too many times, I apologize, but I'm gonna say it a lot more because I can't stop using that word. I sell starfruit and use the money to buy even more starfruit seeds. The effigy tells me that everybody is ready to perform the Rite of Undoing, or the Rite of Bones as the Dryad calls it. or the Rite of the Golden Bones as the journal refers to it as. Let's do this. The wizard is here. I guess he is willing to help us after all. We're trying to open the doors to the temple just north of here. The Dryad does not know what lies within. The Mother of the Crows told her it is an imbalance, an agitation of celestial, spiritual, and material planes. But it also drained the magic from the valley, so the Mother of the Crows had to bargain with chaos to select a time when that would be undone and balance would be restored. The Rite of the Golden Bones is the final step in that deal that was made between the two of them. The Dryad examined the Golden Bones and discovered that a piece is missing. The effigy says don't worry about it. The final piece is in their possession. The effigy is going to sacrifice themselves, aren't they? They just are. It's I hope I'm wrong, but that confirms to me that they're going to sacrifice themselves. They asked me to walk to a separate area with them. The effigy thanks the stones for the conversations they had with them. Yeah, the effigy is 100% going to sacrifice themselves. We join the others once again and the Rite of the Golden Bones begins. The effigy jumps up onto the thing that holds the other bones. They announce to everybody that they are the missing piece, and they're okay with it. They have accepted their fate. A creature appears in place of the effigy. We attack it with all our might. Suddenly, the dust settles. The battle comes to an end, and the effigy is gone. The Dryad says he brought the great stream to us and delivered the golden bones. Also, I'm the successor of the first farmer, which the effigy told me on day one, so that wasn't too big of a surprise. What is a surprise, however, is the effigy is back, I think. Aldebaran of the Celestial Realm is here. I freed them from a timeless prison that was governed by chaos. He explains how he was betrayed by somebody he loved. And, he was, indeed, the effigy. The effigy was a cool character, so I'm glad they're not completely gone. In fact, it's the opposite, really. Their true form has been revealed. Also, Aldebaran looks like Drew McIntyre. The green rain has arrived to the valley on day 46. I need all the moss and fiber I can get my hands on. I hope summer's finished soon. I'm losing my voice. I'm scared. Aldebaran is ready to open the gate on day 47. The gate used to be beautiful. It had this warm feeling that would draw you to it. But at some point, the leaves and the roses disappeared. They were replaced with omens of magic and ruin. Only the two kings or somebody who has been given their power has authority over the gate. Suddenly, it swings open. It is time for a glimpse into the past. The Crow Mother, who it turns out is the Artisan of Fate, that is a cool title, is talking to the lady beyond the shore, it looks like. The prince has bargained with chaos. That can't have been good. The Crow Mother has brought peace to the valley in return for the heart of a star. That could be good. The lady wants to get revenge on the prince. That doesn't sound good. Before the vision fades, we find out that the lady beyond the shore can seal the gate. Aldebaran is not happy to learn that his own sister gave him the chaos. I think that means the Crow Mother is Aldebaran's sister? I was beginning to get massively confused at this point, I won't lie. Luckily, nothing else happened after this. I receive an item that I can use to recruit villagers. Cool. Right, so the prince made a deal with chaos. I imagine it was for magical abilities, power, that sort of thing. The Crow Mother, who is Aldebaran's sister, then gave Aldebaran to chaos in order to prevent the prince from taking over the entire valley. At the same time, Thanatoshi and Masayoshi wanted to go after Aldebaran for something he did. But they couldn't because the Crow Mother had already given him away. I think we're good. I think that's what happened. My goodness. We explore the area beyond the gate. I guess it's open now. I'm not going to question it. We end up battling 3 witches. They recognize Aldebaran. They call him terrible and say they're going to claim his bones one more time. A warrior appears near the end who summons more warriors to help us. These are the former guards of Aldebaran. That was a lot to take in. so I'm going to take it very easy for the remainder of the day. I sell starfruit, buy 2 auto-grabbers and add 4 of each animal to the coops and barns. Oh wait, no I don't. I got halfway through when Marnie decided to walk away. Excuse me, that was tremendously rude. How dare you? I enter the back of William's shop where I drop off 5 battery packs, 5 iridium bars and 200 hardwood. The boat will be repaired tonight. Day 48 begins with the planting of even more starfruit seeds. I bought a load of them yesterday and got quite a few planted, so it didn't take too long to plant the rest. The entire farm is covered in starfruit. Aldebaran has given me a quest. I will talk more about that later. For now, I finish off buying 4 of every animal. I use the Neptune power to recruit Linus before asking Robin to add a pond to the farm. I recruit Robin, Jody and Caroline. I tried to recruit Demetrius and some other villagers, but I can't. I don't have enough space for them, so I can only recruit 4 people? Okay. Right now I have Linus, Robin, Caroline and Jody. The quest I was given this morning is simple, but it will take some time to complete. I have to get at least 1 villager up to level 3. I assume I have to do this in the same way I did for the monsters I caught, where I have them follow me around and they level up that way. Again, that won't be difficult, but it will be time consuming. The journal states that the wizard, Linus, Clinton, Caroline, Gunther, Marlin, Krobus, and the dwarf are all familiar with the magical aspect of the valley. In that case, I'm going to keep Linus and Caroline, but I will replace Jody and Robin with 2 other people. I introduce myself to Krobus and I buy a void egg and a star drop. I also grab 2 crafting recipes before finding the replacement for Robin. It is none other than the man, the myth, the used car salesman, Clinton. I don't really know why, but Clinton seems to me like the type of person who would be selling used cars if he didn't end up in Pelican Town. Jody has been replaced by the dwarf. I buy, a couple of salads in the saloon before checking out my journal. I'm happy with these 4 recruits. I have them accompany me to the river in town where I spend the remainder of the day diving underwater. I toss a void egg into a mayonnaise machine to begin day 49. Aldebaran has the ability to speed up the growth of crops even more, so hundreds of starfruit are ready to harvest right now. I'm gonna let him work away and use his magic on the remaining starfruit before I harvest all of them. Shadowtin has given me a quest. I have to complete orders for the different guilds. The goal is to get my relationship with 1 guild up to level 3, which I will do at some point, but not today. I'm spending the entire day in the water. The villagers I recruited get a bunch of XP just from being with me for the entire day, and I was able to hit level 10 in fishing because of all the time I spent in the water. It may not have been very exciting, or exciting at all, but it was worth it. I spend the morning of day 50 chopping down trees. I take a break to make a ton of potions. I should be good on energy for the next, I don't know, 2 weeks. Over on Ginger Island, I begin collecting all of the walnuts that are available to me. I can even enter the dig site without unlocking it first with golden walnuts. I have enough walnuts to unlock the west side of the island. I clear out the entire farm before spending the night using my pickaxe on the ground here. I did this to make sure artifact spots can pop up here again tomorrow and, well, at any point really. Day 51 begins over on Ginger Island. Now, I didn't have enough walnuts to buy the farmhouse, so I simply used a warp totem to get back to the farm and fall asleep there. The good news is I was able to get the Ginger Island warp totem by using the Neptune's power here yesterday, so I could teleport to the island immediately after waking up. I spend the day in the volcano dungeon. I got a bunch of walnuts while I was here thanks to the dragon and the meteor shower power. I also got pineapple, taro roots and dragon teeth. I make it to floor 10 where I grab 2 walnuts and a prismatic shard. Back at the entrance, I fly over to the left where I find 2 more walnuts. Oh, I should mention, I didn't need my watering can because I was able to just fly over the lava and avoid it completely. I use my walnuts to unlock the farmhouse and the mailbox. Now I can send items to the villagers even if I spend the entire day here. so the whole friendship thing is basically taken care of. I return to Pelican Town with enough time to buy a void egg and toss a sturgeon into a pond. Day 52 and day 53 are spent harvesting starfruit, buying starfruit seeds and planting them. Even more fruit of the star are ready for harvest on day 54, and the entire farm is once again covered in seeds. I have around 2,000 seeds left over as I bought over 4,000 starfruit seeds. I can't plant the remaining starfruit, however, as they won't be ready before summer comes to an end. I think I messed up actually. Unless Aldebaran uses his power on the starfruit during the next couple of days, they also won't be ready in time. Hopefully they will be. It could go either way. A bunch of animal products are in the auto grabber. I grab one of everything I need for the shipping collection. I think I've subconsciously been trying to get the shipping collection done before the end of winter. In fact, I've been trying to get as much as possible done before then. I won't be able to get perfection before year 2 begins, however. A villager named Kent won't arrive until the first day of spring in year 2, so it literally isn't possible to get perfection before then. Unless you get perfection waivers, which I don't want to do for anything outside of the golden clock. I upgrade my pan and take a look at the orders on floor 60 of the mines. I have to make different boxes of items. You can see them here in the goods menu. And I can then use the orders book to send a box away to a guild that wants that particular item. I make 2 crate packers on floor 20 in the distillery. This item increases the amount of weapons and supplies produced by 3 units for each one I make. Here are the different orders. One guild wants powder, another wants potions, then you've got weapons, monster trophies, whiskey, brandy, and omens. I buy a bunch of different equipment from Marlin and toss them into the weapons box in the distillery. I guess I have to let them work away and be processed into weapons that can then be sent to a guild. It wasn't a very eventful day, but I did make an extra 75,000 gold. I buy all of the crafting recipes Robin is selling on day 55. Then I ask her to upgrade the house before buying over 100 each of the different cooking ingredients. I turned the oil I bought into the second best potion. Then I turned that one into the best potion. I can then send this potion into my goods menu thingy and use them to complete orders. I make powder and send that away too. The villagers I recruited are now level 3, so the only job I have left is to get a guild up to level 3. I collect fruit from the cave and toss it into the relevant box in the distillery. I think I've covered everything when it comes to the distillery. I should be able to make every type of good that a guild could want. I meet the wizard up in the mountains to begin his quest. I've done this one countless times in the many playthroughs I've done, so I'll quickly run through this part. I go to the sewer and tell Krobus that I want to go inside the mutant bug lair. He opens up the entrance, so I catch the mutant carp before going inside. I catch a slimejack, fly to the end of this area and grab the dark talisman. I head back up north where everything goes wrong. I enter the swamp where I catch a void salmon. Now all I have to do is get a void mayonnaise from the water here and then give it to the goblin so I can enter the witch's house. But I'm not getting a void mayonnaise. It just isn't showing up. I was hoping this wouldn't happen, but I do have a backup plan for this. I go to Krobus, buy a void egg from him and toss it into the mayonnaise machine. I have received the pan on day 56. I send it right back to have it upgraded once again. I've got a guild up to level 2 and they're halfway to level 3, or almost halfway. I should be able to get it done within the next week or so. I return to the swamp, give the void mayo to the goblin and enter the home of the witch. I grab the wizard's ink and bring it back to the wizard. In case anybody doesn't know, the witch and the wizard were married. The wizard made what he called a mistake that drove her away. This is what I was referring to during the battle with the wizard. It's why I dedicated that to the witch. I don't know exactly what the wizard did, but it wasn't good. Now that I've completed that quest, I can buy different things from the shop here in the wizard's tower. I want to buy the 4 towers, if you know what I mean, before the end of winter. I do a bit of fishing at the river and the forest and buy more sugar. I can use it to make a powder for the whole orders thing. And that is the end of summer. That was a very intense 28 days, wasn't it? A lot happened, and I feel like I've made quite a bit of progress when it comes to the Druid storyline, and with the game in general. I'm in a really good place when it comes to, well, everything really. I haven't missed any fish, or cooking ingredients, or anything for the shipping collection. I've been working on the whole friendship thing as well, but I would definitely like to work harder on that during fall. So, let's go. Day 57 begins in the exact same way that day 29 did. I use magic to turn the old summer crops into fall crops. I'm going to try to get at least 10 of every crop before covering the entire farm in cranberries. I complete a few orders and I head into town. Robin has given me a quest to find 25 pieces of stone. And another quest to find 30 pieces of stone. And she gave me that second one twice. Nice, I love when that happens. I buy at least 25 of each fall crop along with 3 full stacks of cranberries. I complete Robin's quest and I receive the easiest prize ticket of my entire life. I spend the remainder of the day planting my croppy whoppies. I make triple shot espressos on day 58, collect my gold pan and send it right back to Clinton one final time. I harvest a sweet gem berry, complete 2 more orders and gallivant into town. The special orders board has been built. I really wish there was an option to have this built from the very beginning of the game. I don't really have a good reason, I'm just kind of impatient as a human being. Demetrius wants me to catch 20 fish, lovely. I will get a crafting recipe as a reward for doing this one, so not a bad quest to start off with in terms of special orders, I'm happy with this. I spend the entire day fishing. Truth be told, I wasn't focusing on Demetrius's order. I just wanted to get all of the fish you can catch during fall, or at least as many of them as possible right now. I catch the angler fish on day 59. I kinda sorta maybe forgot to get this one yesterday, but I got it now, so we're good. I buy the crafting recipe for the fish smoker, a few hundred bait, and crab pots. I make a powder that has a very beneficial effect. If I throw a bomb at a villager, I'll get anywhere between 30 to 60 friendship points with them. I set my crab pots up at the river and at the beach. I still have to get things like periwinkle, shrimp, lobster, you know, that kind of stuff for the fishing collection. I buy cherry bombs from the dwarf and toss one at Robin. Sure enough, I get 30 friendship points with her. Right, well, I think friendships just became a lot easier. If I talk to a villager and throw a cherry bomb at them, that's 50 friendship points right off the bat. I spend the entire day going around town, tossing cherry bombs at and talking to the villagers. The iridium pan has been obtained on day 60. I use a warp totem to get to Ginger Island, where I eat a lucky lunch, dig up artifact spots on the farm, and break rocks at the dig site. I destroy a boulder in front of a cave in order to free Professor Snail before spending most of the day panning here. I really wanted to get my hands on the fossilized tail. I did not get it though, so that's kinda sad. What I did get is some tasty foraging experience, so I'm happy either way this worked out in the end. I plant trees in the quarry and sprinkle tree fertilizer on them. I'm going to chop down every single one of these trees when they grow so I can get even more foraging experience. Speaking of trees, days 61 and 62 were spent taking down every single last one of them. I really want to get level 10 in foraging so I can unlock the whole mastery thing. I have reached level 3 with a guild on day 63 and wait, we're done. What? How are we done? Wait, okay, let me explain. I got the crumbly Stardew Druid cookie as a reward. And when I look at it in the journal, it says that this cookie is the reward for doing everything in the mod. It also says there's going to be a future update that continues the storyline and, you know, adds even more things to the game, but for now that's it. We're done. I'm not entirely sure what to do here. I didn't see this coming. I could end the playthrough right now as, you know, I guess I technically completed the Druid mod, but it wouldn't really feel right for some reason. I'm going to keep going and see how long it takes to get perfection overall. I feel like that's a good compromise right here. If anything, it'll be a way of finding out what type of effect the mod has on vanilla Stardew Valley. Maybe we can see if it's quicker to get perfection with the mod installed. I would assume so, with how many powers I have and how easy they make certain things. As for the actual mod itself, I had so much fun playing through it. I really do wish there was more, but at least I have something to look forward to in the future with the, you know, future updates. Also, as for the remainder of fall, I'll do my best to talk about as many individual days as possible, but if I skip a day or a couple of days, what that means is all I did was harvest cranberries and work on my friendships on that day, or however many days it is that I skip. I buy the Woodcutter's Weekly book on day 68 for some tasty foraging experience. I chop down all of the trees in the quarry on day 69, reaching level 10 in foraging as I do. I plop a melon, a wheat and a garlic into a seed maker on day 70 as I need the seeds for these crops for something on Ginger Island you'll find out very soon. I also have around 3,500 cranberries planted on the farm, so we should make hundreds of thousands, if not maybe 1 million gold. I grab the seeds and sell dried starfruit for over 600,000 gold. Demetrius wants me to catch more fish. Nope, not gonna happen. I already got the crafting recipe for the computer, so I'm good. Please stop giving me this quest. I don't want to do it. I make a scarecrow and I place it near the melon, wheat and garlic. I can show them to the frog in the cave when they're ready to get a whopping 15 golden walnuts. I get the mummified frog over in the jungle and introduce myself to Leo. I want to reach mastery level 1, so I spend the entire day in the skull caverns. I broke every single rock and I defeated every single monster on every single level, which resulted in me reaching level 1 in mastery before the night came to an end. I toss a dinosaur egg into the mayonnaise machine on day 71 before entering the mastery room. I choose farming mastery for the iridium scythe. That's literally the only reason why I chose this one. Considering how many cranberries are on the farm, I need this item, like it's an actual necessity at this point. It will make harvesting all of the cranberries so much faster. Linus wants me to collect trash from the water in town and throw all of it into a dumpster. I will get the crafting recipe for fiber seeds as a reward for this one, so it shall be done. I use my power to break the mussel nodes on the beach and I spend the day fishing. I start off at the farm, then I move to the docks and I end the day at the dig site. I donate everything I have to the field office on day 72. Admittedly, I did forget to bring the second leg with me, but that's okay. I can get it and bring it here at any point. I need a snake vertebrae and the fossilized skull and tail, so 3 artifacts aside from the leg I forgot. I attend the Stardew Valley Fair where I place some wonderful items into my Grange display. I come in first place and I win 1,000 tokens. I spin the wheel to win a further 1,000 tokens and one more time to get 1,000 more tokens. I use my tokens to buy a rare crow and a star drop. I make 29 dehydrators on day 73. I'm gonna toss all of the cranberries into these. I would like to make dried cranberries. They sell for a bit more than regular cranberries. I've got almost 2,000 starfruit seeds left over from summer, so it's off to Ginger Island where I plant as many of them as I can. Here's the result of that on day 74. I finally put all of the battery packs I've been collecting to good use by making iridium sprinklers. I find a bird in the north of the island and it drops an emerald. I spend the remainder of the day panning. I wanted to get the tail and I did. Lovely. I bring it over to Professor Snail along with a vertebrae and the second leg. I receive a mango tree sapling. Nice, I need mangoes. I get a walnut from a mussel node on day 75 and I believe that is the last one I can get from those rocks. Lovely stuff. I plant the mango tree sapling in the greenhouse, donate an artifact to the museum and plant a rice shoot. I spend the remainder of the day in the volcano dungeon. I showed 3 crops to the frog on day 76. 15 more walnuts have been obtained. I unlock the tower I can use to get back to Pelican Town and I complete the Simon Says game for 3 more walnuts. I spend my last 20 walnuts on the island resort. I collect all 3 golden walnuts that can be found in this little area right here, and I crack open geodes, golden coconuts, and artifact troves. I get the fossilized skull from a coconut, donate a ton of items to the museum, and crack open around 100 Omni geodes. I donate everything I can to the museum. I've taken care of every single mineral, and all I have left is 5 more artifacts. Here is a quick look at everything I got from the geodes and artifact troves, and the skull has been donated. I collect the walnuts and the banana tree sapling, and I answer 2 questions for another 2 walnuts. Everything inside here has been completed, so the crafting recipe for the ostrich incubator has been received. I get the nautilus shell at the dig site, which is one of the 5 artifacts I still have to get. I plant the banana tree sapling, grab an island warp totem and dig up 2 more walnuts. I played 3 games of darts to get 3 more walnuts. I have said walnuts so many times today. I've got 102 of them in total, which means I can finally enter Mr. Key's room. I take the sturgeon out of the pond on day 77 and replace it with a largemouth bass. I needed 3 sturgeon roe for different purposes. One was to make caviar, which I can toss into the shipping bin. Another was to make caviar again for the final bundle in Joja Mart. And the third one was to just throw the roe into the shipping bin, as that regular roe is required for the shipping collection. All that remains now is to get the largemouth bass roe and use a preserves jar to convert that into aged roe. I throw 20 pieces of trash into a dumpster to complete Linus's order, and I harvest cranberries. I harvest tea leaves and rice on day 78. One of the leaves will be tossed into a keg to make green tea, while another will be placed into the shipping bin. Demetrius wants me to catch fish again. Dude, please stop. You've given me this order already. I've already done it. I don't want to do any more fishing for you. Please stop. Robin gives me the crafting recipe for the flute block and the drum block. Thank you. I buy thousands of wood and 1,000 stone, along with fridges and the workbench. These will play a vital role when it comes to the crafting and cooking recipes. I ask Robin to upgrade the house, and I accept an order from Mr. Key. He wants 100 each of different coloured items. I spend the rest of the day inside the Skull Caverinos. I've hit level 3 in Mastery thanks to all of the cranberries I've harvested and the couple of Skull Cavern runs I did. So I decide to unlock Foraging and Mining Mastery on day 79. I spend the day harvesting even more cranberries. I plant Mystic Tree saplings in the quarry on day 80. I plant tower roots and pineapples, and I complete Mr. Key's order. Like I said, nice and handy. I buy bombs from the dwarf. I ran out of bombs, which I very much need if I want to keep working on my friendship, so this was a very necessary purchase. Mega bombs are amazing for this, by the way. I get a guaranteed 60 friendship points with them. So I make 39 of them on day 81. Let's do some math for a moment. I get 15 points for being near a villager while I'm a dragon. I then get another 25 points for using the wield power near a villager. I then use a mega bomb for another 60 points. Some villagers, not all of them, but some of the villagers give me an extra 20 points for using the fate power near them. I think that's the name of the one that sort of lifts them up in the air. Yeah, not everybody is affected by it, but some are, so that's good. So between the Mega Bomb, the Dragon, and the Wield Power, I get a guaranteed 100 friendship points. Plus, I can get another 80 points twice a week by giving them an item they love. So if you combine everything together, I can get a minimum of 860 points with any villager every single week. If I do that for 3 weeks, then that would take everybody from 0 hearts of friendship all the way up to the maximum of 10 or 8, depending on who they are. Having said that, everybody is already at 2 hearts, or at least 2 hearts. Some of them are at 4, 5, even 6 hearts of friendship. What I'm trying to say here is that we're good. Friendship will not be a problem. It will be very easy to max out everybody's friendship. Day 82 is spent harvesting cranberries and working on friendships. Day 83 is spent working on friendships again, as always, and attending the Spirits Eve festival. I buy the jack-o'-lantern crafting recipe and a rare crow. I also won't be mentioning the friendship thing anymore. I've explained my entire plan for it, so you can just assume I'm working on friendships every day from this point forward. And so we arrive to day 84. I harvest starfruit, receiving 5 golden walnuts as I do, and yeah, that's about it for fall. There's not much else I can do right now. This season was a lot shorter than spring or summer, but that's because I'm finished with the Druid mod. Like, it's done. There's nothing else I can do with it. I've done all the quests, I've learned all the powers, I've basically explored pretty much everything in that mod so far. So all that really remains is to just work towards perfection. With that being said, let's not waste any time. Let's jump right into winter. Here is a look at the perfection tracker as I begin day 85. I'm not doing too bad. I've got 48% completion, which is okay. I guess that's okay. I think it's alright anyway. Like I said, I have quite a bit left to do, but they're all very basic things. Defeat monsters, work on friendships, unlock cooking and crafting recipes, you know, that kind of stuff. It won't be difficult, but it will be time consuming. Mr. Key wants me to reach floor 100 in the Skull Caverns without eating or drinking anything. This could be tough, but then again, if I can still use potions and have that thing where... how do I describe it? I automatically consume food if I go to use a power but my energy is too low. If I can still do both of those things, then I'm good. This will be an absolute walk in the park. I talked to Birdie to begin her quest. Now I can't actually do it until spring of year 2. You see, she gives me an item and I have to trade that item for something else. And that continues until I get the Pirate's Locket. The first person I have to give an item to is Kent, who currently is not in Pelican Town. He only arrives at the beginning of year 2. However, there is a very real possibility that if I did not accept this quest right now, I would forget all about it when year 2 begins. I would rather not have that happen, so just to be safe, I talked to Birdie today to get started on this without actually getting started, if that makes sense. I harvest tower roots and turn all of the fall crops into powder melon. After bumping into the shadow person, I accept a lovely order from Caroline. She wants me to find and ship 100 pieces of ginger. I'm glad I got this one. There's 2 other possibilities for this order. The first one would be to ship 100 pineapples, and the second would be to ship 100 taro tubers, I think is the second one. The one I got today, the ginger one, is, in my opinion, the easiest of the 3 to do. I spend the remainder of the day in the Skull Caverinos, and I can indeed confirm that I can use potions, so this was very easy to do. In fact, it was so easy that I would have been disappointed in myself if I hadn't completed Mr. Key's order. But I did complete it, so, you know, that's nice. I get back to working on my friendships on day 86. There is no way that I won't max out everybody's friendship by the end of winter. I've used the word easy a lot to describe something, and I'm going to have to use that word again here. It is so easy to get a ton of friendship points every single day with everybody. So thank you to the Druid mod for making that possible for me. I really do appreciate it. Sometimes I get tired of working on friendships, so this is nice. I collect ginger both on the farm and over by the dig site. I spend the day in the mines working on the monster eradication goals. I place a tapper on a mystic tree to begin day 87. I buy more mega bombs, work on friendships, and collect pieces of ginger. I unlock the island trader. I need to get 2 crafting recipes from here, so good thing I got that out of the way. I feel like I might have forgotten this one in the future. I find the shadow guy and I receive the magnifying glass. I can now find and read secret notes. I spend the night fishing. I donate a few artifacts to the museum on day 88 before unlocking the final 2 mastery rewards. Lovely jubbly. I spend the day in the mines working on the monster goals. This could get repetitive very quickly. In fact, it's definitely going to get repetitive, and for that I apologize. You're going to be hearing a lot of, I went to the mines today to work on my monster goals. During the next few days, I apologize. I harvest starfruit on day 89, and I spend the day in the Skull Caverinos. Day 90 is also spent inside here, and I of course worked on my friendships too. I know, shocking. I buy a rare crow on day 91, and then I went to the caverns after working on my friendships. Riveting stuff right here, I know. This is so exciting, isn't it? This is like the best gameplay anybody who has ever uploaded a Stardew Valley video has ever produced. I hope it gets more interesting. I'm sorry for what you're dealing with right now. I place a tapper on another tree on day 92, then I check the special orders board. The wizard has 2 orders for me and I have to do both of them. They both give me a reward. Uh-oh. I choose the prismatic jelly one and hopefully the other one will pop up again next week or the week after. The mines have been reset and Mr. Key wants me to get the floor 120 in there all over again. This one shouldn't be too bad. I feel like I can get this one done in 2 days maximum, I reckon. It shouldn't be difficult. I make it down to floor 106 before finally passing out. I reach floor 120 on day 93, completing Mr. Key's order. I am blazing through his orders right now. I have around 111 key gems, I believe, so I should be able to afford every crafting recipe inside here before winter ends. I give the prismatic jelly to the wizard. I was a bit worried that the prismatic slime wouldn't show up while Mr. Key's order was active, but it did, so yay. I spend the day in the volcano dungeon, working on monster eradication goals, I make a monster musk on day 94. This will help a ton with the monster goals, I spend the rest of the day working on the monster eradication goal. Yeah, okay, let's just move on. Mystic syrup has been produced on day 95. Give me more of that stuff, please. I use it to make a treasure totem before heading over to the desert. If I'm lucky, I'll get the Golden Mask artifact, which might be the last item I need for the museum. I'm 97.6845378% sure that that is the case. Unfortunately, however, I was not lucky and left the desert empty-handed. Ooh, okay, yeah, it is the last artifact I need. There is another artifact I have to donate along with it. I have it, and I've decided to hold on to it. Basically, I'm keeping this artifact in my inventory in the hopes that it will kind of, inspire the Golden Mask to pop up and join it inside my inventory. Unsurprisingly, I spent the remainder of the day inside the volcano dungeon. Along with working on the monster, I'm also getting cinder shards and dragon teeth, which I need for crafting recipes, so I would call that a bit of a win-win. I am happy to announce that as of 3:30 PM today, I have completed the final monster eradication goal. It feels good to say that properly. I've kind of been stumbling through it the last few times just because I feel bad saying it as many times as I have. But we're done, so you probably won't have to hear me say monster eradication goal from this point forward. I do nothing on days 96 and 97 besides working on my friendships. But on day 98, I go to the jungle on Ginger Island. Another bird dropped the aquamarine in the south, so I know where that one and the emerald go. I guess where the remaining 2 gems go on my very first attempt. I complete the mermaid puzzle to get another 5 walnuts. I think now I only need to get 9 more walnuts. I have to complete Birdie's quest, bring a banana into the jungle, and use a slingshot to knock a walnut out of a tree outside the volcano dungeon. A rare seed is not being sold at the traveling cart. Sadly, this confirms that I won't be getting all 7 star drops before the end of winter. Robin wants me to collect 1,000 pieces of wood on day 99. This might be an issue. There are very few trees remaining after my whole deforestation expedition I did. I wonder if I buy the wood, will that count towards her order? I hope so. I collect the final few pieces of ginger and toss them into the bin of shipping. Caroline's order has been completed. Mr. Key wants me to get to the bottom of the mines again. It's an easy way to get 25 key gems, so I'm not really annoyed about this or anything. I trade walnuts for key gems and I buy 250 pieces of wood. Okay, nice, yes, it does count towards Robin's order. Okay, well in that case, I buy all of the wood I need and we're done. Nice, that was a very easy way to do her order. Once again, I spend the day in the mines working on Mr. Key's order. I make 30 staircases on day 100. Remember when everybody used to end their 100 days of Stardew Valley videos right here? Shout out to the Habu. I remember in his video he played through 112 days, and he talked about how it makes no sense whatsoever to stop on day 100 when you can just do an extra 12 days to finish off the entire first year. I don't think it's a coincidence that at least a handful of people, myself included, started doing 112 days after that video came out. It's both funny in hindsight and it made a ton of sense. Like, I remember listening to Habu and thinking, yeah, no, that's fair enough, that makes a lot of sense, you're making a fairly good point here. Anywho, after talking to Caroline so I can get the crafting recipe for the tea sapling tomorrow, I asked Robin to... I forgot to bring hardwood. Whoops, one moment please, there we go. Now I ask her to upgrade my house. I place a battery pack into the box at the tunnel, then I put a rainbow shell into a box up in the north, and I put beets into the fridge in Lewis's house. After putting a solar essence into the skeleton here, I grab the casino membership card from the pile of lumber beside my house. I return to the desert, enter Sandy's shop, go inside the casino and play Calico Jack. I win once, then twice, then thrice, then 4 times. I use my winnings to get a rare crow and farm warp totems. I buy the crafting recipe for the big stone chest. The only reason I can do this, or rather buy this crafting recipe, is because I completed Robin's order to get the 1,000 pieces of wood. I catch the glacier fish. This wasn't difficult, but that's because I used a trap bobber and a cork bobber. Those 2 bobbers used together at the same time makes fishing so much easier. I attend the winter night market where I enter the submarine. I catch the midnight squid, the spookfish, and the blobfish. The crafting recipe for the tea sapling has been received on day 101. I went back to focusing exclusively on friendships today, and I also did the same thing on day 102. The banana tree has finally begun producing bananas on day 103. I place a tapper on a mystic tree and I grab mystic syrup before making a treasure totem and buying a rare seed. I use a totem over in the desert and I do not get the golden mask. This might become an issue. I really do hope I don't have to spend weeks and weeks trying to get this artifact. I use my gems to get magic bait along with as many crafting recipes as I can. There is but one final recipe remaining inside this room, the blue grass starter. I plant my rare seed and I use the wield power on it. I grab a seafoam pudding from a chest and I use it to boost my fishing level. The legend has been caught. I spend a couple of minutes trying to catch the glacier fish before realizing that I already got it. Let's move on, shall we? I catch the crimson fish on day 104 and that right there was the final fish I had to catch. I should receive a star drop from William tomorrow morning. I summon Aldebaran over on Ginger Island. I was hoping he would use his power on the sweet gem berry to make it grow really quickly. He didn't, so that was heartbreaking, I must say. William has sent me the star drop I mentioned on day 105, thank you. I buy a rare crow from the dwarf and I give the Void Ghost pendant to Krobus. If I can get Krobus up to 12.5 hearts of friendship, I will receive another star drop. I collect all of the tickets I was owed for doing special orders, donate the second last artifact and grab a few rewards. The main two being 2 rare crows. I now have every rare crow in the game, which means I should be sent the crafting recipe for the deluxe scarecrow in the mail tomorrow morning. I cash in all of my tickets for a grand total of 2 star drop teas. I do not get the golden mask on day 106. What I do, What I do, however, I can't. Oh, I've lost it. What I do, however, is I trade a banana for 3 walnuts over in the jungle. Clinton and William have orders for me on day 107. Again, I wish I could do both of them. I need to do both of these orders. I decide to do Clinton's special order, mainly because I feel like William is less likely to hold a grudge for me not picking his order. That's it. That's the entire reason I picked Clinton's. That's it. That's all that I took into account here. Mr. Key has an order for me. The mines have been reset again. Dude, come on, give me something else. Give me a wait, no, actually, no. Do not give me something else. This is the easiest order by far. Please ignore everything I just said. I'm happy to continue doing this one. I grab gold quality cranberries, which I can use for energy, and I spend the day inside the mines. Day 108 begins with Krobus. I turn into a dragon, use the wield power, talk to him, use a friendship bomb, and give him 2 star drop teas and a gold star pumpkin. That was a mistake. I just realized I should have kept one of those teas for Kent in year 2. I messed up. I should be able to get another tea before then, but that would have been very handy. I ask Robin to add a cellar to the house. Then I spend the remainder of the day inside the mines. Day 109 begins where the previous day ended, in the mines. I spend all of today and day 110 collecting all of the bug meat William wanted. And of course I made time for, working on friendships. I receive a star drop from Krobus on day 111. And finally we arrive to day 112. I use a totem in the desert and I shockingly get the golden mask. Nice. I bring it to Gunther, finishing off the entire museum collection. Star drop number 6 has been obtained. I use my slingshot to get a walnut, which means I only have 5 more left to get. And I can get all 5 of them by doing Birdie's quest during year 2. I buy the crafting recipe for bluegrass starter and I sell dried cranberries and dried starfruit. I earn 3 million gold, which means I can afford all 4 obelisks. I buy a gold star mango wine and the tropical curry cooking recipe, and I buy the desert, water and earth obelisks. It turns out I don't have the 10 bananas that are needed for the island obelisk. Oops. In much better news, I complete the final bundle that can be found in the abandoned Joja Mart. I only have 1 more friendship left to max out, and that is Kent's. So the theater that will be built here overnight will help a lot with maxing out his friendship. I buy key seasoning, trade walnuts for key gems, and get the key to the town. Kent loves roasted hazelnuts, so I take the key seasoning I bought and use it to make 6 gold star dishes. That just about wraps up winter, which means the first year has come to an end. Here is a look at the perfection tracker. 77%. Lovely. There isn't a lot left to do, so I'm going to be skipping quite a few days in the second year, I imagine. I've also made a little thingy, I don't know how, like a graph, I guess, to show what I need to do to achieve perfection. Let's begin with the bad news. I forgot about Leo a couple of times, like a lot of times, I'm going to be honest. So he's currently only at 7 hearts. I fully believed I maxed out his friendship, so this was a bit of a surprise, and not a good one at that. Thankfully, the only other person is Kent, so that's good. I have to get one more star drop, which I've talked about a couple of times. All I have to do for that is trade a sweet gem berry for it over in the secret woods. I have to unlock 2 more cooking recipes, and I get both of them from Kent, so that's all good. I need 4 crafting recipes. One of them comes from Birdie. The other 3 recipes I received for doing a special order for William, the Wizard, and Gunther. I have to get 5 walnuts, they all come from Birdie, so we're good. And I have to buy the Island Obelisk and the Gold Clock. When it comes to Kent's friendship, the 2 cooking recipes, Birdie's quest, the 3 special orders, the 5 walnuts, and the Gold Clock, they're okay. I'm okay with having to do all of those things. Mainly because I either literally couldn't do them during the first 112 days, or in the case of the Gold Clock, I knew ahead of time I wasn't going to get it before the end of the first year. However, in regards to Leo, the final star drop, and the Island Obelisk, I would be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed in myself. It basically comes down to one simple thing. I forgot to do certain things. I forgot to check the traveling cart many times during spring and summer for a rare seed. I forgot to work on Leo's friendship, and I forgot to get a banana tree sapling as quickly as I could when I initially got to Ginger Island. Basically, I could have and really should have been able to get all of those things done, but I didn't because I forgot about them. So yeah, I'm a little disappointed in myself, but at the same time, it is what it is. I accept an order from Mr. Key on day 113. The Skull Cavern has been invaded by powerful monsters, and I have to reach floor 100. Kent is here, good to see ya. The theater has been built, so I buy 4 movie tickets. I talk to Kent, use a friendship bomb, and give him roasted hazelnuts and a movie ticket, along with the item Birdie gave me. Gunther has given me an order, beautiful, he has a crafting recipe I want. I give an item to Gustavo, then a different item to Sandy, then George, then the Wizard, and then finally William. He gives me the Pirate's Locket. Before I give it to Birdie, I do not give a duck feather to Leo. I literally can't. I do, however, get around 100 friendship points with him by doing, the usual stuff. Then I use my mailbox to send the duck feather to Leo. It's raining, which means Birdie is inside our house, so I can't give her the locket today. I buy popcorn for Kent and I watch a movie with him. He enjoys the movie, which is good. After everything I did today, I already have 1.5 hearts of friendship with him. I break all of the bone nodes over at the dig site to get, bones. Then I get even more bones from the skeletons in the mines. I realized about halfway through that I can get the burglar ring from the guild, because I've done the dust sprite monster. Oh, I'm sorry, I need to say it. Because I've done the monster eradication goal for dust sprites. So I grab the ring before heading back to the mines. After getting all 100 bones, I deliver them to Gunther. Order complete. I do something I will be doing every day for the next couple of weeks. I work on Kent's friendship. I harvest the sweet gem berry, work on my friendship with Leo, and trade the sweet gem berry for the final star drop. I've decided to toss everything into the shipping bin on day 115. I connected a chest to the bin, so every single item that can be sold will go inside here, thanks to the automate mod. I did make sure to keep the items I need for Kent, Leo, and the crafting and cooking recipes, along with a few things for energy, but everything else is being sold. I would be happy if I end up getting around, we'll say 2 million gold. I feel like that's a good estimate. I've collected a lot, and I mean a lot of items. I earned 2.1 million gold. Okay, yeah, my estimate was correct. I will be honest though, this hurt me. Like this really, emotionally, mentally, and psychologically, it hurt me to get rid of everything. But, I mean, it had to be done. The question is, how do I get the remaining 8 million or so gold for the gold clock and the island obelisk? That question will be answered very soon. Or maybe not. I don't know. You'll just have to wait and find out, I guess. Day 116 has arrived. To answer the question from last night, I won't be getting 8 million gold, I'll be getting 2.7 million. I'm gonna get the island obelisk and then buy 10 perfection waivers for 5 million gold. That covers the 10% towards perfection that the gold clock would have given. Look, I love a good deal, I love a bargain, so if I can save 5 million gold, then I absolutely will. After getting the last 5 walnuts and the crafting recipe for fairy dust from Birdie, I pay 10,000 gold to change my mining profession. When I go to bed tonight, I'm gonna choose the perk that makes bars be 50% more valuable. My plan is to get as much iridium ore as I can and then sell all of the iridium bars that I make using that ore. And so, equipped with the power of the dragon and the meteor shower, along with, just a few salads, 300 of them, I spend the remainder of the day in the Skull Caverns. I reach floor 100, completing Mr. Key's order, and I also found him on this floor. I drink the iridium snake milk he gives me, and my health has been permanently increased. That doesn't really help me a lot though, because I simply refuse to be knocked out. Also, Ken's birthday was today, so that got me up to around 7 hearts of friendship with him. I take all of the items I got in the caverns and I toss them into a chest to begin day 117. I'm using the heavy furnace to make 5 bars at a time. Efficiency and all that. I collect 3 bananas, say hello to Kent, and spend the day in the caverns. Once again, I toss everything into a chest on day 118. Kent has sent me the 2 cooking recipes I need, so I make both of them. We are getting closer and closer to perfection every single day. The rest of today goes as you might imagine. I say hi to Kent and I spend my remaining time in the caverns. Day 119, hello Kent, and hello Skull Caverns. I make more heavy furnaces on day 120. I've also decided to only make iridium bars, and maybe iron bars too for heavy furnaces, but mainly iridium. I don't want to waste any coal on copper and gold bars. Yeah, they might sell for a bit of gold, but nowhere near as much as iridium bars. I get the last 3 bananas I need and I buy the island obelisk before greeting Kent and checking out the orders board. I need an order from the wizard and William. Neither one of them have an order for me. I buy popcorn for Kent and I watch a movie with him. I now only need 110 more points to max out his friendship. Off to the caverns I go. Day 121, hello Kent, hello Crops, and hello Skull Caverns. I have finally reached maximum friendship with Kent on day 122. All of the friendships are now done and dusted. Carrots, caverns. I toss pretty much all of the items I got from the caverns into the bin on day 123, the shipping bin. I want to be clear, I threw them all into the shipping bin, not the trash can. That would have been a terrible mistake. I then harvest all of the crops that have grown and I toss them into the shipping bin too. I make 1.7 million gold. Beautiful. I harvest Croppy Whoppies and toss them and more iridium bars into the shipping bin on day 124. Caverns. I also spent day 125 in here, but you probably already knew that would happen. I harvest more crops on day 126. This might be the most repetitive ending to a playthrough I've ever done. And honestly, I'm okay with that. The most important thing is that I'm still having fun, and I very much am still having fun, so I'm good with this. I earn 122,000 gold. Demetrius has a special order for me on day 127. Please, no more. I don't want to go fishing again. Please give somebody else a chance. I earn almost 500,000 gold from crops and iridium bars. And with that said, I think I'm done with the caverns. I only have to get around 100,000 more gold for the perfection waivers, which I should be able to get from crops. So yeah, no more Skull Caverns. I go to bed immediately on day 128, and 129, and 130. All I have to do, all I'm waiting for, is to just get 2 orders from both William and the wizard, so I'm gonna go ahead and skip to day 134. Here we are, and I do not get either order. I spend the day harvesting Croppy Whoppies and sell them for over 170,000 gold. Nice, I officially have the 5 million gold I need. Let's just jump right ahead to the first day of summer, shall we? It is day 141 and Demetrius is back, again for like the 5th time I think? Day 148 is not much better. Finally, on day 155 the wizard has given me an order. He wants me to defeat a ghost and bring him the ectoplasm it drops. I get the ectoplasm and I head to his tower. One of the 2 orders has been completed. This playthrough is now entirely in the hands of William. Demetrius is back on day 162. This is what is going on? Literally the very first order I did back in fall was Demetrius's one. Why are you doing this to me? Please stop. Admittedly, it is pretty funny now at this point. Oh my goodness, I don't believe it. He's back again on day 169. Okay, this is I don't even know at this point. It's day 176 and he's here again. Thankfully, the other order is from William, so that's good. That's very good. I was about to lose my mind. I consume a monster musk and I get all 100 bug meat he wants. I bring it to him, which means I can unlock the final crafting recipe tomorrow. Off I go to the beach on day 177. I talk to William and he gives me the crafting recipe for the quality bobber. I make that item along with the mini obelisk. I take a look at the perfection tracker to make sure I've done everything except get the gold clock, and after confirming that is indeed the case, I head over to the cave I freed Professor Snail from. A gentleman by the name of Fizz is inside here. I buy 10 perfection waivers from him for 5 million gold. You know, I'm thinking about it and I just realized that all that time I spent waiting for William's order, I really could have gone to the Skull Caverns to get more Iridium bars and just get the remaining 5 million gold that way. Huh. But I mean, this works too. And it was a bit easier, it required a bit less effort, so I'm happy with this outcome. When I leave my farmhouse on day 178, the game notifies me that a rumbling sound was heard in the distance. I head up to the summit where Lewis, Ew, is waiting for me, and that is the end of my journey through the magical world of the Stardew Valley Druid mod. Here is a picture of the farm. I'm very proud of it. I worked so hard. I think it might just be my masterpiece. Right, let's talk about a few things. First of all, I absolutely adored the Druid mod. I had a blast playing through it, learning all of the lore, using different powers, meeting all the characters, and exploring new areas. I genuinely can't wait for the next update to come out so we can see what happens. As of right now, I'm gonna give the mod a 10 out of 10. Now, let's address the elephant in the room. Are the powers overpowered? Yes, they are. However, and take this with a grain of salt because I prefer to have a more laid-back experience when playing Stardew Valley. It's why I tend to use mods like Automate and Mail Services that make certain things less time consuming and kind of overall just make the game less of a grind. So you might see this differently, but for me I wouldn't change the powers. To be more specific, I wouldn't nerf them. They're overpowered, but it works. You get around 50 missions from the different characters like the effigy. I can't imagine the number of missions will go above 112 at any point, or even 100. So unless you get stuck on a mission, you're more than likely going to finish the entire mod before the first year is over. So I don't think, how do I put this? For me personally, I like being able to kind of breeze through the remainder of the vanilla game and achieve perfection after finishing off the Druid mod. And the powers being the way they are make it possible to get that done before the end of the second year. Bear in mind, that's just my opinion, that's the opinion of one single person. So you're more than welcome to give your own thoughts on this down in the comments. In fact, please do. I would love to read what everybody thinks about the powers and how they affect the gameplay. So overall, you do become extremely powerful because of the mod. But I think it's justified given all of the things you do while playing through the mod. You earn the overpoweredness. Is that a word, overpoweredness? I mean, I guess it is now. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, really.
What an adventure. I've been checking the mod page for Stardew Druid and a lot of work has already been done with the update for the mod. It hasn't been released yet, and from what I've read, there isn't a release date for it. That being said, the creator of the mod did mention that they've basically overhauled the entire thing. So I'm already very excited to see exactly what they've done. Moving on to playthrough number 2. I used a ton of mods for this one. Stardew Valley Expanded, Ridgeside Village, Adventurers Guild Expanded, Return to Mineral Town, and so many more. Oh, every mod that you see in this entire compilation will be down in the description, by the way. Right, let's get started.
Day 1 begins with the usual activities. grabbing the parsnips, chopping down trees, and clearing away the weeds and random wood and stone. You may have noticed that I randomly speed up a bit while walking. Yeah, this isn't random. You see, I found a mod that gives you a pair of Heelys. Like, actual Heelys, yeah, it's pretty cool. They give you a little speed boost when you press the spacebar. I thought it would be fun to give this mod a try. I mean, it's a pair of Heelys, so it automatically got my interest. But also, considering how many mods I have installed and how big the entire map is now, I think we need that speed boost. After chopping down more than enough trees to make a chest, I make a chest. And I toss most of my inventory into it. I then skedaddle over to the farm cave. If you've seen the Sunbury Village playthrough I did, you might recognize the mod I'm using here, the Legacy Cave mod. Basically, it makes the cave a lot bigger, and you can now find forage, different ores, and a weapon inside here. There's also a pool of water you can go into, and it will regenerate your energy. So overall, it's a very handy mod. It keeps things fresh, in my opinion. I leave the farm and immediately run into Lewis and Lenny. Lenny is the administrator of a lovely area called Ridgeside Village. So up here is the way to Ridgeside Village. It's a cable car, I think it's called. And Mineral Town, which is a different expansion mod, is off to the right. I shall explore both of these expansion mods as soon as I get some free time. For now, I head into town. The special orders board has been built. That's right, no more waiting until fall to unlock the whole special orders thing. I have found a mod that lets you access them from day one. I take a look at the calendar and oh my goodness, what have I done to myself? There's a birthday on almost every single day, and there's multiple birthdays on quite a few days as well. The introductions quest says I have to say hello to 85 villagers. So yeah, not an easy task by any means. The shop here has received a bit of an upgrade, as well as every other shop in town thanks to the Shop Overhaul Compilation mod. It adds a ton of items to the various shops here in Pelican Town, but they all make sense. What I mean by this is, like Pierre for example now sells sprinklers, scarecrows and different seeds. Right now the most important addition is mixed seeds. I've decided to install the remixed seeds mod, so anything can grow from them now. These are undoubtedly going to be the main thing I plant on the farm. So we won't have a lot of one particular crop, but we will have a few of every single crop in the game. Then in summer we'll narrow the range of crops down to, I don't know, 3 or 4, or maybe not. I might continue using mixed seeds as the main seed, I'm not sure, we'll see. I donate an item to the museum to secure a tasty 250 gold. Then I take a look at the special orders board. Linus wants me to fish 20 pieces of trash out of the water here in town. I'll get the crafting recipe for fiber seeds if I can get this one done, so I shall complete it. I take a walk around the forest, eventually finding myself down at the south. I head left and I find myself in an even bigger forest. Plenty of forage items can be found inside here. I have found a 4-leaf clover, beautiful, and there's a forest sword here which is a decent enough weapon. That being said, it's definitely nowhere near as good as the Neptune's Glaive I found in the Legacy Cave on the farm. I want to specifically highlight one mod right now, and that is the Chest Anywhere mod. It's a simple mod. It lets me open up a menu which shows me the contents of every chest I have. I can then take items out of them or put items into them. So if my inventory is full in one clip and empty in the very next clip, it means I used that mod to toss everything into a chest, despite not actually being anywhere near a chest. Speaking of mods, there is one I am really excited about in particular. I was chopping down trees when I noticed an eye flying around. These are demon eyes and they are an enemy from Terraria. A mod called Terraria Bosses adds them to the game. I defeat one and it drops 75 copper coins and a lens. The copper coins add 75 gold to my bank account. Lovely. It isn't a lot of money, sure, but it could come in handy if I need a couple hundred gold for anything in the future. I plant my mixed and parsnip seeds while defending myself from the eyes. Truth be told, I focused a lot more on the eyes than planting my crappy whoppies. We can make a very special item if we get 6 lenses. And on top of that, seeing 75 gold get added to my bank account gave me a little dopamine boost every single time. I was relaxing in my cave, regenerating my energy when I was attacked by an eye. Okay, Right, that crosses a line. This is my own private domicile and I will not be harassed inside here. After much dilly-dallying, I managed to get everything planted and watered before the night comes to an end. A bunch of those eyes spawned in as it approached 2 AM, so on the one hand I got a decent chunk of money, but on the other hand it was kinda terrifying if I'm being honest. Clinton is here on the morning of day 2. Thanks to the copper ore I got in the farm cave yesterday, I have unlocked the crafting recipe for the furnace. I'm going to try to upgrade the pickaxe to copper before I even enter the mines on day 5. Let's not look ahead to the future too much however, for that would take away the happiness we can feel in the present. Saying that, all I'm doing in the present is watering crops, so there's not much happiness to be found here if I'm being truthful with you all. Anywhoomst, I make a furnace so I can begin smelting copper bars. Then I head off to the shop. I sell a few bits and bobs and spend all of my money on mixed seeds. 210 of them. As soon as I begin planting them, I realize I am in for the adventure of a lifetime. Albeit an adventure consisting solely of regret and remorse. Okay, I'm being dramatic. It's not that bad, honestly. Assuming I actually get them all planted, I might get very lazy and decide not to, but assuming I do get them all planted, it shouldn't take any longer than a couple of minutes to water them every single morning. I'm seeing basically every crop from the vanilla game growing right now. Parsnips, cauliflower, potatoes, strawberries, rhubarb, all of the good stuff, along with a few crops from the Stardew Valley expanded mod. In fact, now that I think about it, the only spring crop I don't see is garlic. I use 6 lenses to make that special item I was talking about, the suspicious looking eye. I use it and the boss monster of the mod spawns in, the Eye of Cthulhu. If you've played Terraria before, you might recognize this monster, in fact you probably do. I decide to use the forest sword instead of the Neptune's glaive. I don't mind using the Neptune's glaive on the little eyes, but it would feel a bit cheesy to use it on the boss. I end up paying dearly for this choice as I am swiftly knocked out. And the cherry on top of this horrible cake is that I lost the Neptune's glaive. Things get even worse when I return to my farm only to discover that the Eye of Cthulhu has decided it wants to stay here. And so I decide to do what I do best. I run away from danger as fast as my legs will carry me. I end up in Richside Village where I do a bit of a foraging run. I'm finding rich cherries, flowers, some very pretty items altogether. The special orders board has been built in the center of the village. I assume it's unlocked here because of the mod that unlocks the regular special orders board on day 1. There's also a bulletin board with jobs I can accept, again similar to the one in Pelican Town. The reason why there's more than one job here is because of the Help Wanted mod. That mod makes 5 or 6 jobs appear on the bulletin board every day, and you can accept as many of them as you want. It's a simple mod, but it keeps me busy on days where I might not have much to do. That just about wraps up today, I think. I kinda just walked around the place opening trash cans and having a jolly good time. Day 3 is a rainy day, which means the crops do not need to be watered. I plant around 70 more seeds, and again I'm seeing a nice variety of crops appearing here. It's going to be interesting harvesting everything and seeing what we can do with them all. Some of them we might even save and toss into a seed maker when we get a seed maker, which might take a while actually now that I think about it. I have to be level 9 in farming to get one of those, or to unlock the crafting recipe for it rather. I've been finding a lot of fruit inside the cave. I might be able to do the artisan bundle in the community center without actually planting any fruit tree saplings. That would be very handy for us. I meet William at the beach and he gives me the fishing rod. I make the executive decision to spend most of the day fishing. I really want to have a productive spring. These next 25 days, I believe, are pretty important. My goal is to get the farm set up with sprinklers and a barn and a coop. And ideally, I'll be able to get my axe and my pickaxe upgraded to iron quality. Then we should have a lot more freedom in summer to do whatever we please. And hopefully I'll be able to show off a bunch of different mods and what kind of effect they have on the game during that time period too. After finishing up today's fishing adventure, I turn my attention to the eyes on the farm for the remainder of the day. I get enough lenses to make the suspicious looking eye, so we'll have an opportunity at vengeance rather soon. I make 1,300 gold from fish and an artifact I found in the forest. I finally have enough copper bars to upgrade my pickaxe, so I sent it to Clinton along with 2,000 gold. Thank you to the Mail Services mod for making that possible. Today is also a very special day. We are visiting Mineral Town for the very first time. I made a bit of a blunder as I approached the actual entrance to the town. I clicked on the machine at the bus stop and I was taken to the bus stop in Pelican Town. Lesson learned. Never do that again. After making my way back to the town of Mineral, I say hello to Thomas, the mayor of the town. Somebody named Zach is here too. Thomas would love to give me a tour of the place, but he's too busy apparently. I guess I'm just not important enough, maybe? Alright, I see how it is. Zach has very kindly offered to show me around the place instead. Up first we have the clinic. We shouldn't have to use this as long as we stay out of trouble. This does make me wonder if there's a mine system in the town. If there's a clinic here, then surely there's at least some area with monsters, right? We have the chapel run by Mr. Carter. The library is managed by Basil and Anna along with their daughter Marie. Next on the tour is Yodel Ranch. An older gentleman by the name of Barley runs the place along with his granddaughter, I don't know, May or Mai. I'm not sure what, I'm gonna say Mai. No, May, it's May. To the right of here is the beach. Zach lives over there with his roommate 1. Somebody named Kai can be found over there too, when he comes to town that is. So he isn't always here is what I'm hearing, just from time to time he'll pop up randomly. The shop here is run by Jeff, Sasha and Karen. Aja Winery is managed by Duke and his wife Mana. To our right is the mayor's office where the mayor of course and his son Harris live. Then to our left is the home of Granny Ellen. She lives there with Stu and Ellie. The tour is almost over, I promise. We'll get into more interesting things soon. We have the blacksmith owned by Cybera and his grandson Gray. If we were to go further south, we would enter the forest and find the home of Gotts. He is a carpenter. Finally, we have the Moonlight Inn. Doug and his daughter Anne own the place. And that is Mineral Town. Though I get the feeling there is a lot more to discover here. Zach is an interesting critter. That's all I'll say about this. I spend a bit of time walking around saying hello to everybody I come across. I can already tell it's going to take probably a dozen trips to this town for me to become familiar with the layout of everything. I'm liking it so far though. I feel like it works well with vanilla Stardew Valley. You know, it doesn't feel out of place. You can also buy something called Bebsy Cola. Bebsy Cola. I love that. My only complaint is that there's no cherry Bebsy. According to Stu, I have a weird name. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'll give him that one. That's fair enough considering my farmer's name is literally Neon Aries, which kind of stands out in a town full of Ellens and Anns and Stews. That's a fair point. I find myself in the top right of the map where I find a sort of hidden pathway. I go down it and I end up at a cliff. I can't really do anything here, but it is a nice view. The bad news is the time has gone past 4 PM, so we've been locked out of multiple shops and houses here. I'll have to come back here tomorrow and see what... Well, no, actually, the mines open up tomorrow. I might be busy with them. We'll see what happens. The Moonlight Inn is very similar to the saloon in Pelican Town, in the sense that a lot of people gather here at nighttime. I love this sort of thing in video games. A sort of community hub where you can find a bunch of villagers and different characters. I like that. I enter the blacksmith and unfortunately we have a bit of an issue. Gray and Cybera, I don't know if I'm saying that name correctly, but the two of these people are stuck. They aren't moving from the bottom right corner. I also can't enter the room to the right. I can kind of go in there, but I can't really do anything inside there, and if I move even an inch, I'm kicked back out of the place. I hope this won't be an issue in the future. Maybe I'll be able to fix it somehow. If I can't, then, you know, best case scenario, there's nothing in there that I need to do to achieve perfection, or there's nothing important inside there. I feel like I've said this quite a few times already, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens. I have found something called blue grass. Okay, so at the very least, there are new forage items. There's also a little pool of water here, and I can regenerate my energy inside it. Cool. It looks like there is indeed a mine system, though I have no idea how to actually go inside it and get started. That's a bit of a mystery right now, unfortunately. I go left and find a random tent. From there I go all the way up to the north. I find myself at another cliff. Okay, yeah, I think I'll be using this one for the thumbnail. I prefer this one for some reason. With all of that out of the way, I think it's time to wrap the day up. I walk around the area collecting forage and sort of just passing the time until I fall asleep at 2 o'clock in the morning. I did find this place, whatever it is. It isn't open right now, so I'll have to investigate it at some point during spring. I'm not going to say tomorrow because I feel like I'm going to end up in the mines tomorrow. I'm really liking how the farm is looking as we begin day 5. We have a bit of everything growing here right now, which is exactly what I wanted. So things are looking good. I decide I'll come back to the farm at the end of the day and water everything, rather than do it now. Instead, I walk through the forest. Down in the south, I find the entrance to what I believe is the Cape Stardew expansion mod. To the left is a bus area, so maybe when the bus is repaired, I'll be able to use it to go to the desert, mineral town, and this location. There's a lovely little house right here, and oh, hello, who are you? Aneta. She is one of the 2 NPCs in this mod. I read on the mod page that there is only 2 people included in this mod, so we found one of them, but where's the other? She moved here from a distant land with volcanoes, fields of lava, and black sand beaches. Is it just me, or does that sound like something out of Star Wars? There's a tide pool area, so that's a very handy way of getting coral, clams, yada yada yada. I utilized the Chest Anywhere mod to toss most of my items into a chest before entering a cave. Marlin is here. He does not recommend exploring this cave. I assume that's because I haven't even gone into the mines in Pelican Town, so yeah, that's understandable. I've also made the realization that I don't have my pickaxe. Clinton has it. So everything I said about going to the mines today is now off the table. I can't do that. It also means that even if I wanted to go inside here, despite what Marlon said, I can't. There's a boardwalk down here, neat. I accidentally found a spot where I can dive into the water. You know what, we might as well do a bit of exploring while we're here. I find a cliff with a cave. I'm not sure how to describe it. There are a ton of green mushrooms inside here. Bioluminescent mushrooms they're called. I interact with a shiny circle and I'm brought back to the cave I found Marlin inside. That was rude, I wasn't ready to leave yet. I return to the cliff cave thing and I find beach strawberries and rosa rugosas at the top of it. I decide to swim a bit further past this cliff. I don't really know how, but I've somehow ended up in the area at the bottom of the forest, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm stuck. I can't get out of the water or go back to the area with the cliff cave thing. I think me using the Heelys while I was in the water messed something up, and I literally can't get out of here. I'll see you tomorrow, I guess? In good news, I made a decent amount of money at the end of the day. Around 5,000 gold. The 2 beach strawberries sold for 500 gold each, an unexpected yet very pleasant surprise. The copper pickaxe has been acquired on day 6. I think it's time to explore the mines for the very first time. I've got the upgraded pickaxe and the forest sword, so the first 40 floors should be rather easy. My main goal is to collect a ton of copper ore so I can make sprinklers when I unlock the crafting recipe for them. Though we will have to wait longer than I anticipated to get farming experience points. Because I wasn't able to water my crops last night, because of the whole being stuck in the water for the entire day thing. Yeah, that threw a wrench in a lot of plans I had. Thankfully, today goes very smoothly. I find plenty of copper ore, quartz, coal, and items I need for the community center. I take a break from the mines to buy the first backpack upgrade and a few salads. I plop 2 more furnaces down at the farm, relax in the cave, and water my seeds. And that is it for today. Parsnips and carrots are ready for harvest on day 7, and I've just remembered I accepted a special order from Linus to fish up 20 pieces of trash. I've made basically 0 progress on that order, and today is the final day to do it. Normally I would go fishing up at the bathhouse area, but that's locked until summer. So I decide to go fishing inside the cave instead. It takes a few minutes, but eventually I've got all the trash I need. All I have to do now is put the trash into a dumpster. And that dumpster is up in the north, near the bathhouse. An area which, as I mentioned, I cannot enter until summer. Right, if we can all pretend none of that happened and we just forget about that very, very humbling, very embarrassing mistake, that would be very nice. Thank you. I returned to the mines for the remainder of the day. I needed something to cheer me up after what happened, and this was the first thing that came to mind. I make it down to floor 26 before leaving. I return to my farm with plenty of time to water all of my croppy whoppies. A nice amount of forage has appeared in the cave on day 8. I think adding the Legacy Cave mod and the Healy's mod was the right choice. They're helping me quite a bit in a playthrough where I certainly need that help. Also, just to show you how many mods I have installed, here's what I'm dealing with. The video isn't frozen. No, that's genuinely what my game is like. Like, it will freeze for a few seconds multiple times every single day. Is it annoying? Sure. But I don't mind dealing with it. I'm having fun with this playthrough, so I can tolerate a few freezes every single day. It's not the worst thing in the world. I make it down to floor 40. Rather than keep going, I decide to go back to floor 15. I want to complete the bug eradication goal so I can get a weapon called the Insect Head. I've already made considerable progress on that goal, so it doesn't take very long to finish it. As soon as I've done so, I go and grab it in the Adventurers Guild. Marlin is now selling a few different bits and bobs, but the important ones for me are the rings. I saw an Iridium band being sold for 7,200 gold. I'm not entirely sure because it's been a while since I've used the shop overhaul compilation mod, but I think you get a discount in the shops depending on your friendship with the villager. So if we were to get 8 hearts with Marlin, we'd get a hefty discount. Like, it would go from 7,200 gold to like 3,000 gold. That big of a discount. So it's worth maxing out everyone's friendship just for that discount alone. Right now I'm prioritizing Marlin and William. Marlin for his shop, of course, and William because that is how we get to Ginger Island. That's right, we don't have to do the community center or the Jojo route, no. We have to get William to 8 hearts of friendship. Which ironically could take longer than completing the community center if I don't work on his friendship every day. I might have made a mistake. We'll see what happens. I decide to take on the Eye of Cthulhu once again. I'm hoping the Insect Head will make a difference. Like a very big difference, because I got annihilated by this monster last time. This was a very close battle, and I genuinely didn't know which way it was going to go for the longest time. I simply swung my weapon, ate almost every salad I had, and used my slingshot to hit it with stone. In the end, I had to admit defeat. I run into my house and I go to bed. I make my way down to Cape Stardew on the morning of day 9. I feel like I can defeat the Eye of Cthulhu, maybe if I use copper ore with the slingshot, and maybe get a better weapon. The Insect Head is good, but not quite good enough for that monster, I feel. Anyway, I entered the cave where I met Marlin the other day, and something inside here talks to me. If I can bring them a maple tree seed, a common mushroom, and blue jazz, they will illuminate the path ahead. Say no more, mysterious voice. I shall get those items for you. I actually already have 2 of those items. I just have to plant a blue jazz and we're sorted. I'm not going to wait until the path ahead has been illuminated, as the thing in the cave put it. I'm going into the mines anyway. I can tell immediately this won't be easy. There are serpents. Thankfully, they don't seem to be as tough as the ones in the Skull Caverns. I got Void Essence from them and Solar Essence from a ghost. I also found a gold bar in a chest, and a gold bar in another chest, and a gold bar in another. You get the point. I mean, it was okay for the first minute or so, but yeah, it got considerably more difficult. There are serpents, big slimes, magical skeletons, and worst of all, squids. I didn't realize it in the moment, but they hit me with a debuff, so I started doing 1 damage. Yeah, looking at this footage and writing the script, now everything makes sense. I was wondering why I felt like I wasn't doing any damage to them. I had a feeling that things weren't going to get any better, so I ran away. I'm doing a lot of running away. This has been a very humbling experience so far, I must say. To make myself feel better, I spend the rest of the day in the mines. I'm a lot more confident inside here than anywhere else. I make it down to floor 60 and eventually pass out on floor 65. I water my crops as soon as day 10 begins. I've missed a couple of days now, so I really can't afford to not water them anymore. I've also realized it's day 10 and I have yet to watch the cutscene where the community center is officially introduced. Oops. I quickly do so. I go through the usual conversation with Lewis. The community center has been abandoned, he's very upset about it, but of course he won't actually do anything to fix it. Don't worry, Lewis, I'll handle it. The wizard wants ectoplasm. Now this one isn't too bad at all. And more importantly, I can actually turn it in at the end of the quest. I enter Georgia Mart where I buy a Georgia membership. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm actually here to get a blue jazz seed. Don't worry, I'm not doing the Georgia route. Once again, I spend the remainder of the day in the mines. I make it down to floor 70 where I get the Master Slingshot. Ooh, wait a minute. This could be very useful for the Eye of Cthulhu. I get the Monster Compendium book, so enemies now have a chance to drop even more loot. And I get the Bone Sword, which is a lovely upgrade. I find a Fire Quartz on floor 82, which means I have everything I need for the Oh, I forgot. Hold on. I run over to the community center and read the Golden Scroll. Nice, that was close. If I hadn't read this, I wouldn't be able to donate items tomorrow. I'm really glad I remembered that at the very last moment. I harvest Kubla Carade on day 11. That's a couple of carrots in Irish. Just wanted to say that for some reason. I then do the sensible thing and water my crappie whoppies before doing anything else. I meet the wizard and learn the language of the Junimos. I can now begin donating items to the community center. Before I do that, however, I want to take a walk around town. Alright, I'm done. I complete the spring foraging bundle and... bit of an issue. I have to complete another bundle to unlock the boiler room bundles. I think I have everything I need for the crab pot bundle. Yes, I do. Okay, lovely. We're good. Never mind. False alarm. Everything's fine. Having access to not one, but 2 beaches really did help with this bundle. And there's a third in Mineral Town, so I could have gone there today if I didn't have everything I need. But I did, so yeah. Anyhoomst, the entire boiler room has been taken care of, which means the minecart system will be up and running tomorrow. I sell the spring seeds I was given as a reward. I buy 2 cucumber, green bean, parsnip and tulip seeds. I reach floor 90 in the mines where I find the obsidian edge in a chest. I buy a few salads in the saloon and say hello to all of the villagers while I'm here. I spend the night taking on the little eyes. I don't spawn the boss monster tonight, but I have got enough lenses to make the suspicious looking eye. So I'll definitely be taking it on before day 14, I imagine. Parsnips have been harvested on day 12. Here is a look at the locations I can go to using the minecart. The community center, the forest, the cave on the farm, Mineral Town, a vineyard in the big forest. Not the forest in Vanilla Stardew where Marnie lives, no, the big forest is also on the list of locations I can travel to. I have just enough money to buy a rare seed from the traveling cart, so I do. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I return to the mines. I find a star drop in a chest on floor 100. I don't really need to go any further right now, so instead of aiming for floor 120, I decide to go back to the farm instead. I equip gold ore to my slingshot and spawn the eye. I've got carrots, salads, and a purple mushroom for health, so I'm feeling very confident right now. My tactic is simple. Use the slingshot to hit the eye with gold ore. Then swap to the obsidian edge and whack it when it gets too close. I do enough damage for it to enter its second phase. I thought the fight would get more difficult from this point forward, but it didn't. I did my best to dodge its attacks and stay out of its way, and before I knew it, the fight was over. It dropped 74 Crimtane ore, 55 Demonite ore, and 3 gold coins. And I now have 30,000 gold. Okay, I had a feeling it might drop a new type of ore, but the 30,000 gold, I really did not see that coming. That feels like a lot of gold for the early game. I mean, I'll take it. I certainly won't say no to 30,000 gold, but I'm not going to start farming the boss monster. As in, I'm not going to spawn it in 10 times a day for the next 20 days and make 6 million gold from it. At most, I'll spawn it in a couple more times during spring. I've also tossed the new ores into a furnace, and I've sent my axe to Clinton so he can upgrade it to copper. It takes maybe a minute for the Crimtane ore to be smelted into bars. After getting them, I toss them into the shipping bin. The crafting recipe for sprinklers has been unlocked, and I've earned, whoa, 57,000 gold. Okay. Wow, okay. It turns out one Crimtane bar sells for 3,900 gold, and a Demonite bar sells for 3,000 gold. My goodness, okay, I'm kinda shocked right now, but I'm also very excited to spend that money, so let's not dilly-dally. Demetrius is here on day 13. He wants to know whether I want to have mushrooms or fruit spawn in the cave on the farm. Considering fruit already shows up inside there, I might as well go for the mushrooms. The egg festival takes place today. The urge to buy 800 strawberry seeds is overwhelming. I'm not going to, but my oh my was I tempted. All of the villagers from Ridgeside Village, I believe, are up here. That's cool. I like when a mod adds the villagers to the festivals. It makes them feel like they're part of the core game as opposed to like their own separate entity, I guess. This is also the perfect opportunity for me to introduce myself to like 40 new people. So excuse me for a moment while I do so. The main event of the day, the egg hunt, begins, and I come in first place. Clinton has sent me the copper axe on day 14. I send it right back to him to be upgraded once again. I make 30 normal sprinklers. Ordinarily, I wouldn't even bother with this type of sprinkler. I would wait until I unlock quality sprinklers, but I'm curious as to what the immersive sprinklers mod does. Okay, so a sprinkler doesn't need its own space in the ground all to itself. You can put it down on top of a crop. It also looks like the area that gets watered has been changed. Usually it would water a crop above, below, to the left and to the right of the sprinkler, but now it waters a 2x2 area around it. It waters the same amount of crops, but it's more convenient than watering like one above, one below, one left, one right. It just makes more sense. I wish this was how the vanilla one functioned. Like I said, I usually don't bother making this type of sprinkler, so me wanting to make even more of this type, that means this mod is a game changer. For me anyway, it's a game changer. I buy hundreds of wood from Robin and ask her to build a barn on the farm. Some wonderful items have been added to her shop. Kegs, preserve jars, hardwood, garden pots, so many nice items. I feel like I'll be buying quite a few kegs when I get a little coffee farm going, but for now I'm gonna pass on these items. Annetta wants a diamond. If I remember to send her one, then that's going to be an easy 2,000 gold. I want to cover the entire field of crops, so I decide to buy 50 sprinklers. That cost 25,000 gold, but it'll be worth it if it means not having to water any crops anymore. I buy 100 parsnips and spend the rest of the day in the mines. I completely forgot, the wizard wants ectoplasm as part of a special order. Today is the final day, so I basically have to do it right now. Thankfully, a ghost drops the ectoplasm at around 7:30 PM. So I've got plenty of time to skedaddle over to the wizard's tower and give him this magical item. In a perfect world, I would receive the crafting recipe for Monster Musk as a reward. But this world is not perfect, and I will not receive the Monster Musk. You see, the reward for this order is the crafting recipe for the mini obelisk. Back on the farm, the eyes were very determined to not let me place all of the sprinklers I bought today, but I managed to get it done despite these monsters. So, take that, eyes. The crafting recipe for the butter churner has been unlocked. Neat. I place a couple more sprinklers on day 15. There was a column of crops not being watered, but we're good now. That's been fixed. The crafting recipe for the mini obelisk has been received, thank you I guess. In rather good news, it is finally salmonberry season. I don't need them for energy because I have carrots, but I'm sure there's at least a couple of cooking recipes that require salmonberries. I'm gonna collect at least, we'll say, 30 of them during these next 3 days, just to be safe. I do a bit of foraging in the bus area down at Cape Stardew before entering the cave. I pick up a dried starfish and enter the mines. The first area isn't bad at all, for the most part anyway. The serpent is terrifying, but it's mainly the idea of the serpent. In reality, it doesn't pose too much of a threat. The big problem right now is this pirate ghost monster thing. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but it has a lot of health and it packs quite the punch. I gallivant around the forest, collecting forage before using the minecart to get to Mineral Town. Thomas is talking to somebody named Nami. He gives her the same speech he gave me, except with one big difference. He's actually offering to give her a tour of the town himself. I feel tremendously insulted right now. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Nami declines his offer to give her a tour. Nice. Unfortunately, the issue I was having in the blacksmith is still happening. The two people are stuck in the corner and I can't go inside the other room. I'm not too worried about this right now, though I probably should do a bit of research and see if I can fix it. But I'm lazy, so I probably won't. I head to the southwest of the area where I find a house. I go inside and I'm not sure what this is. I believe this mod is based on a Harvest Moon game, which I've never played, any of them. So I'm assuming maybe these characters are based on characters from one of those games, perhaps? I enter the Adventurers Guild and say hello to Marlin. He invites me to officially join the guild. So of course, I accept the invitation. I give him a carrot, you're welcome. I now have one whole heart of friendship with him. That Iridium band has gone from costing 7,200 gold down to 6,000 gold. That's a discount of 1,200 gold right there. You know what? I'm gonna buy one. In what I suppose is even more good news, I can now defeat the eyes in 2 hits. Green beans, strawberries and potatoes are all ready for harvest on day 16. The most important one here is strawberries. They'll be a really good source of energy for a while at least. I've made a couple of scarecrows so I plop them down. I don't know if they cover a larger area now, but thanks to the immersive scarecrow mod, I can now see the entire area they do cover. And just like the sprinklers, they don't go down in like their own separate space, they go down on top of the crops. The iron axe has been obtained, lovely. I head up to Richside Village where I encounter a kiwi. It does a backflip and disappears. I think the last time I was in Ridgeside Village was on day 2, so it's been a while. I checked the special orders board. Lenny wants me to collect 120 pieces of trash. I want to redeem myself for the Linus order. You know, the order I completed but couldn't actually complete because I haven't unlocked the area where you turn in the order. Yeah, that was embarrassing, so I want to make up for that. And also, can we go back to not mentioning it anymore? I know I've brought it up here. I don't know why I shouldn't have. I'm gonna shut up. I find myself in the Nightingale Orchard shop. Nobody is here. I'm not certain, but I think the shop attendant arrives during summer. So I have to wait another 12 days to buy anything here. We have Heap's General Store. No crops are being sold, but there are quite a few different fertilizers. I might buy Deluxe Speed Grow at some point. That stuff would help a lot, especially considering some of our crops can take literal weeks to grow. Actually, on second thought, I've convinced myself I'm gonna buy like loads of that stuff right now. I need it. I go north where I find myself in a mountain area. Somebody named Geo is here. They don't seem too happy to be speaking with me. They make it a little obvious that I'm basically a massive inconvenience. However, they are surprised and maybe a little impressed that I can see the true shape of their ears. Somebody named the Seer uses magic to disguise Geo's ears and makes them look like a human's. Ordinarily, a human wouldn't be able to see through the disguise, see through the magic. But I can. I collect all of the forage I find in this area before using my axe to chop down a log. This opens up a new area. I go into that new location and meet Geo once again. Hello, long time no see. He warns me that the barrier preventing monsters from entering Ridgeside Village ends here. If I take even one step further, I will encounter dangerous enemies. Without me even saying anything, he can tell that I'm going to be exploring this place despite that. He wants me to meet him at his cabin so we can talk business. That sounds wonderful, and I will indeed go to your cabin. In like 4 or 5 business days. I'm way too busy walking around this mountain right now. I don't find anything special, just the typical forage items you can find in Ridgeside Village. Then, a tragedy happens. I make the absolutely disgusting realization that a monster here can hit me with the nauseated debuff. I get knocked out shortly after being hit. The nauseated debuff is without a doubt my least favorite thing in the entire game. I legitimately despise that debuff. If you don't know what it does, you can't eat or drink anything for around 2 minutes because of it. It sucks. Like, I'm not exaggerating here. It is the worst thing in the entire game. I would put it on the same level as when you're looking for the tropical curry cooking recipe, and Gus just refuses to go to Ginger Island and sell you that cooking recipe. That's how bad this is. If you have no energy and you've been hit with this debuff, you're locked out of a lot of things for like 2 minutes. Like, it actively prevents you from playing the game. I could talk all day about how much I don't like the nauseated thing, but we have a cutscene to discuss, so let's move on. It is time to begin exploring the wonderful world of the Adventurers Guild Expanded mod. I meet Robin and Marlin in the guild. They are discussing a potential expansion of the place. A physical expansion, I mean. Robin is shocked to learn that I am a member of the guild. But that is a small piece of news in the ocean of the real important information. Robin can and will add on to this building. However, she needs 600 pieces of wood, okay, 500 pieces of stone, alright, and 500,000 gold. Oh no. It looks like all hope is already lost. The Adventurers Guild will not be expanded. That is until we use our heads and come up with a solution. We decide that Marlin and his team will gather all of the stone. I shall get the wood, which I already have, and the wizard will pay the 500,000 gold. Yeah, the wizard is here too. He just kind of spawned in, so that was very good timing. After the cutscene, I can't do much right now because of the you know what. I wanted to give the 600 wood to Robin, but she isn't in her shop. Where is she? Oh, wait, that's right. Today is Tuesday, so she's at Caroline's gym class. Oh, wait, no, she isn't. She's on my farm. I asked her to build a barn, I think it was. Okay, well, there's my answer. I am all over the place. I don't know what I'm doing. I did not think I would get this far. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah. I go down a path I found at the bus stop and I find myself in this area. I chop down 2 tree stumps to gain access to an old abandoned shed. I'm not able to do anything with it right now, so we'll have to wait and see what happens here in the future. I'm not entirely sure what I want to spend the rest of the night doing yet. So I talk to many villagers to earn some tasty friendship points. I grab a prize ticket, trade it for carrots, and plant the carrots. I put deluxe speed grow on very specific crops. I try to target anything that isn't parsnips, carrots, basically only crops that take longer than 7 days to grow. That's what I'm aiming for here. I spend a bit of time defeating the eye monsters, make a suspicious looking eye, and summon the Eye of Cthulhu. The battle goes about as smoothly as the previous one. I did defeat it during the previous battle, didn't I? I know I failed a few times, but I think what I'm trying to say here is that this fight went as well as the last one. I won again is what I'm trying. I'm complicating this so much. I defeated the Eye of Cthulhu is what I'm trying to say. I get the same rewards as last time. 30,000 gold and Crimtane and Demonite ore. I send my pickaxe to Clinton just before the day comes to an end. Day 17 begins with a visit from Robin. Remember that old shed I went into yesterday? She wants to check the place out and see if she can fix it. And so off we go. She takes a look around the shed and eventually comes to the conclusion that she can indeed make the place look as good as new. She's going to need a number of materials in order to do so I have to visit her at some point today to find out exactly what she needs from me. I spend a bit of time gathering hardwood with my brand new iron axe before heading up to Robin's. She will need 150 hardwood, 600 stone, 50 iron bars, and 20 battery packs. Yeah, it's gonna be a while before I get this done. I guess the bottleneck here is the battery packs. If I really wanted to, I could absolutely get everything else right now, but I need to wait until a storm happens if I want to get battery packs. I asked Robin to build a barn on the farm. This was a mistake. I thought I had already asked Robin to build a coop. I did not. I asked her to build a barn before, so I have had her build a second one for literally no reason. Somebody put me in a pond because I am a silly goose. I gave Robin the axe she lost before turning my attention to the order I accepted from Lenny. I buy a fiberglass rod and a lot of bait. William's shop now has some very exciting items. Dishes that increase my fishing level, items you can get from crab pots, a recycling machine, interesting stuff right here. I checked the calendar and I discovered that it is Philip's birthday. I can use the Lookup Anything mod to find out what item he loves. Then I can send that item to him using the mailbox. I'm gonna do this every day for every villager from now on. I spend the remainder of the day fishing in the cave. It's going to take 3 days, I imagine, to get all 120 pieces of trash. Thankfully, I can't get fish, seaweed, or algae inside here. Literally all I can get inside here is trash. So this is definitely the best place to do this order. Robin is here again on day 18. She's just giving an update on the whole guild expansion thing. She'll be finished by tomorrow and she has 1000 gold to give me. It turns out that the materials she had to buy cost a lot less than the 500,000 gold that the wizard gave her. He told her to give me 1000 gold as a bit of compensation for the wood I collected. I'll take it, thank you. The iron pickaxe has been obtained. I might try to get this up to gold before spring comes to an end. In the meantime, the axe is getting upgraded to gold quality. I harvest a few parsnips, during which I send one to Pamela for her birthday. I've also picked up a coffee bean, so I'm gonna plant any and all of these. If I can get 40 or 50 of them producing coffee beans at the same time, we'll have a decent boost to our movement speed for the foreseeable future. I have everything I need for the spirit in the cave in Cape Stardew, so I head down there, enter the cave and hand over the 3 items. I have received 5 gold ore, alright, thank you? This isn't the first time I've come into the mines here, but this is definitely the first time I can actually see what I'm doing inside here properly, I mean. The pirate I mentioned before is back here again. Oh, no wonder it takes so long to defeat this enemy. It has 2200 health, so that isn't good, like, at all. It's going to take a while to defeat any and all of these pirate monsters I come across. What is good, however, is the serpent can drop spicy eels, and the crab monster can drop crab cakes, both of which give me a speed boost. Overall, the enemies aren't difficult. Area number 2 is very kind, although I don't think I can call it Area 2. It's more like a very relaxed zone between Area 1 and Area 2. The official Area 2 is... it's better than when I first came in here a few days ago, until I get to the squid monsters again. That debuff that has a horrible effect on the damage I do, it gets me every time. This time, however, I have a counter to it. The Master Slingshot with Crimtane Ore. It does a lot of damage to the squid. Of course, I didn't realize that the debuff had worn off, so any weapon I have would have done a lot of damage to them. I guess, depending on how you look at it, I may have wasted Crimtane Ore. Oops. After defeating all of the enemies, I open up every chest. Once again, I get gold bar after gold bar after gold bar. I enter the next area where I find a monster compendium. I already read this book, so I can either sell it for 2000 gold or read it to get some combat experience. I jump into the water and swim down to get to this area. Then I go further down to get to this area. There's a gold key and 2 enemies. I want that key, but they took it and ran away. I follow them and ooh, what do we have here? I can donate a nautilus shell, a coral, and a frozen tear. The good news is I have a coral and a frozen tear. The bad news is the nautilus shell spawns on the beach during winter. So I either have to wait until then or hope I can get it in the traveling cart. Or maybe get it some other way that I don't know about yet. After donating the 2 items, I head left and nope, no, not dealing with this. There is no way the green ghost here won't hit me with the nauseated debuff. I don't trust it. I'm gonna get that debuff, I just know I am. I feel like getting hit with that debuff inside here is a guaranteed trip to the clinic. I go back to the previous area where I go across to the other side. This isn't too bad. I'm finding artifact spots, gold ore, gems, this is cool. Then I encounter a pirate and a skeleton. Maybe they're the same ones I saw in that cutscene with the gold key? I don't like whatever this is. the miss thing, where I swing my sword and I've got like a 10% chance of hitting them. No joke, I'm missing 9 out of 10 swings. I really can't be bothered dealing with that, so I'm just gonna go ahead and break this boulder here to get down to the next floor. Now, you may be wondering, how did I know I had to break that boulder to get down to the next area? I didn't. It was blue and I had never seen a blue boulder before, so I thought it would give me iridium ore or a prismatic shard if I broke it. It did not, but I suppose it worked out for the better considering it brought me down to a new location. I slowly make my way down this corridor where I find a note. January 15th, 1800 and something. I found a hidden gem today. Will I do an accent? I'm gonna do it. I found a hidden gem today. Me ship barely escaped enemy pirates, and I sought refuge in a cavern deep beneath the sea. By the moon's light I ventured in, guided by a flickering torch. The scent of salt filled the air, and the cavern whispered secrets untold. Treasure lay before me, gold, silver, and gems. But a cold wind warned of misfortune. With the king's fleet on our tail, I hid me plunder behind a rock wall. If I don't return, the mightiest pickaxe will be needed to claim me prize. Signed, Captain Siren. Now I know what you're all thinking, and I agree. Somebody, please put me in the West End immediately. Right, okay, I want whatever treasure he hid in that room. Let's go get it? I go all the way to the east, and from there I go up into a new room. There was a group of enemies here, and I tried to fight them, but I knew I would be knocked out if I kept going. So I came up with a different plan. Avoid the enemies entirely. Use a bomb to blow up that mystic node and hopefully get a prismatic shard. Then run up to the door, open it, and grab what I assume is the treasure that lies behind that door. Alright, let's do this. I got hit by enemies multiple times. I did not get a prismatic shard, the door wouldn't open, and I got knocked out. I, for one, cannot believe the audacity of Harvey to charge me 1000 gold and leave my health and energy at the very bare minimum. Anyway, yeah, that's it for today. Not a good way to end the day, but what can you do? Marlin has sent me a letter on day 19. Robin has finished working on the guild, and Marlin has invited people from Zuzu City to stay in the building. I'm gonna check the place out today, but first I have many crops to harvest. Cauliflower, slimeberries, salalberries, this is very good. In particular, I want to highlight the salalberries. They are amazing for energy, and they're exactly like strawberries. It isn't like a plant a seed, grow the crop, harvest the crop, plant a new seed. No, nothing like that. You keep harvesting from the one seed you plant. Marlin loves the slimeberry, so that will help a lot with working on his friendship. Speaking of Marlin, I wanted to pay him a visit in the guild, but I'm too early, so I can't enter the building. You know what, that's okay. I'm sure I can find something to keep me occupied in the meantime. I feel like it's been a while since I've been to Mineral Town, so I'm gonna spend this time exploring the place a bit more. I say hi to everybody I come across, eventually finding myself in the shop. Jeff and Sasha run the shop along with their daughter Karen. Karen has a lot of questions for me. So many questions, in fact, that her parents eventually feel the need to tell her to leave me alone. I take a look at the items being sold here. A chocolate bar, miso, butter, scarecrows, garlic seeds. Ooh, wait, garlic seeds? Yoink, give me 25 of those, please. The two characters in the blacksmith are no longer stuck in the corner. Unfortunately, I can't go any further in that one room. That hasn't fixed itself yet. I say hello to Barley at the Yodel Ranch before going to the beach for the first time. I enter the first building I see, and it's a shop of some kind. Food is being sold. That snow cone is really good actually. 250 gold for an item that gives 200 energy and 90 health? I'm gonna keep that in mind. That could be very useful. I think that's better than salads. I can't use gold to buy any items inside here. He only accepts 1 tickets. I want that sapling. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get those tickets. And that about covers the main areas I went to in Mineral Town today. There is a lighthouse down here. It's cool, but I don't think I can do anything with it. I can't go inside there, not yet anyway. Maybe I'll be able to do so in the future? There's a tide pool area with the usual tide pool forage, and yellow grass, which is new. And with that, I think I'm done with this town for now. So off to the guild I go. Marlin's nephew, Gabriel, has come to town. One of the new rooms that has been built is the research wing. Gabriel is going to be working inside there. He wants to investigate what sounds like every type of monster. I'm sure we'll be able to lend a hand somehow. Another new character is here. Zinnia has arrived. She ran into the room and kinda knocked me over. Gabriel wasn't happy about that and kinda gave out to her. Dude, it's all good, it really isn't that serious. Zinnia is Marlin's niece, which means Gabriel is her brother. She will also be moving into the guild. I speak with Gabriel inside the monster research wing. He has a quest for me. I have to defeat 20 green slimes and observe them in their natural habitat. I don't know about the whole observing thing, but I can certainly defeat a few of them for you. I take a look around the place before leaving. It's pretty cool. I imagine more people are going to move in and the rooms will start filling up as I complete jobs and missions and quests. I give a slime berry to Marlin and quickly defeat 20 green slimes. I got something called a slime gem while I was doing this. I've never seen this before, so it has to be from the Adventurers Guild Expanded mod. I return to Gabriel and tell him about my adventure today. He's very interested in the slime gem I found. He too has never seen one before. He's going to spend the entire day researching it and will get in contact tomorrow with any information he finds out about it. I take it easy for the remainder of the day. I plant crappie whoppies and go fishing in the cave to make some more progress on the special order to get trash. Gabriel is here on day 20. He did not get any sleep whatsoever last night. He was too busy looking into the slime gem I gave him. The gem has some kind of magic energy inside it. If we can find a way to power up that energy, we might be able to learn more about the slimes. We can use an item called the Slime Soul to potentially power up the slime gem. In order to make a slime soul, I have to combine 10 slime gems with a life essence. Gabriel gives me the crafting recipe for the slime soul and the life essence before leaving. If I want to go any further with the Guild Expanded mod, I'll have to make both of these items. The gold axe has been obtained, wonderful. I've also harvested salal berries, coffee beans, joja veggies, among other crops. This is also the morning where I realized I had asked Robin to build a second barn rather than a coop. I felt very, very silly when I realized what I had done. I would very much like to finish off that special order if I can, so I spend almost the entire day fishing. Here is a look at the 2 crafting recipes Gabriel gave me this morning. The slime soul requires 10 slime gems and a life essence, which we already knew thanks to Gabriel telling us about it. The life essence requires a diamond, a purple mushroom, and a star fruit. Okay, so we have to wait until summer to make that item. Or I could unlock the bus to the desert, then I can buy star fruit in Sandy's shop and plant the seed in the cave here. I can do that because the ground inside the legacy cave functions the same as the greenhouse, so I can plant anything I want inside here. With a heavy heart, I demolish one of the barns. Then I ask Robin to build a coop. And this time I actually do ask her to, build a coop, not a third barn. I buy a drink, which I'm going to give to Shane for his birthday, and I say hello to everybody in the saloon. This is easy friendship points, thanks to the part of the community mod. That mod gives you bonus friendship points for talking to a villager in front of another villager, as well as attending festivals, putting new items in the shipping bin, and completing bundles in the community center. I decide to buy 25 of every crop that's being sold in Joja Mart. I'm not in any rush to complete the shipping collection or make cooking recipes. I'm thinking more along the lines of having items to give to villagers, and I feel like crops are a safe bet. I spend the night planting my crops. I hit level 6 in farming. I have unlocked the crafting recipe for quality sprinklers and the crafting recipe for quality sprinklers. Allow me to explain. So here we are on day 21, and we have the original quality sprinkler in the crafting menu. Iron bar, gold bar, refined quartz. Same as always, no changes. But if we go down to the bottom of the crafting menu, there is a new way to make the quality sprinkler. I need a normal sprinkler, a gold bar, and refined quartz. Pretty cool, right? Instead of not using that original sprinkler anymore, I can upgrade it to a quality one. This is something that I think should be in vanilla Stardew Valley. It gives you more of an incentive to make the normal sprinklers in the first place. I mean, I don't know about you, but I almost always ignore that first sprinkler. Instead, I save my iron bars for quality sprinklers. So the upgrade sprinklers mod has already changed the way I play. I genuinely can't remember the last time I made a normal sprinkler. I was hoping to find a Nautilus shell in the traveling cart, but I did not. I did get a rare seed, however. I used my axe to chop down a tree log, gaining access to the secret woods. This area is a lot bigger than in vanilla Stardew thanks to the Stardew Valley expanded mod. It feels good to just walk around here. It's peaceful, in a way, and you can find new forage items inside here too. So it's a bit of a win-win. I go south where I break another tree log. Now I can access the big forest from the secret woods. On top of that, there's a minecart in the secret woods. Things are getting better and better, they really, really are. I send a gift, or 2, or 3, or 10, before making a total of 14 quality sprinklers. I placed them down on the first floor in the cave. Cauliflower, cucumber, green bean, and a rare seed have all been planted. I sprinkled deluxe speed grow on top of them so they'll grow just a bit faster. I spend the day watering my crops and fishing for trash. Day 22 begins with the routine task of harvesting a wide variety of croppy whoppies. Then it's off to the community garden where I have a conversation with Leah. She has grown green beans and gives me one. Thank you very much. Linus wants me to get 20 pieces of trash. I won't lie, I almost accepted that order again. But thankfully I remembered at the very last moment that I still can't complete it. So I opt for Demetrius's order instead. I have to catch 10 largemouth bass. I finished collecting all 120 pieces of trash yesterday, so Lenny's order has been completed. And I'm pretty sure this is my reward. The town centre in Ridgeside Village has received a bit of a makeover. I gotta say, it looks absolutely sterling. I say hello to Sean and give him a green bean for his birthday. Then I accept a new order. A villager named Pika, who is essentially the chef here in the village, has a request for me. There's a bit of an issue though. I need 10 cherry pluots and 10 mountain plumcots. I'm fairly certain at least one of those items, if not both of them, come from tree saplings, which I can't buy until summer. So unfortunately, I'm locked out of this special order. But hey, I mean, that's what happens when you have the special orders board unlocked from day one. It's to be expected, I suppose. I go north into the area I met Geo in that one time. I introduce myself to both Daya and Kiara before doing a teeny bit of foraging. Then I enter a house I found. Geo is here with Daya. I'll condense this conversation down because it was quite lengthy, but the majority of the conversation consisted of Daya being a bit of a scallywag. Basically, Daya was given a list of jobs for me to do. The seer gave her that list. I guess these jobs are a way of deciding whether I'm worthy of being given more responsibilities. If I get them all done, fantastic, we can take on more difficult jobs in the future. If I fail, well, that wouldn't be good. For anybody involved, I imagine. I need to find 25 mountain mist blooms and a few other items. I've played through the Ridgeside Village mod before, so I know how to get all of these items. Mountain mist blooms, they can only spawn up in the mountains when it's raining. Oh, and there's one monster that drops mountain mist blooms when you defeat it, so that's a second way of getting this item. As for the other items, I think all of them are found in the mountains, but I do know for a fact it has to be raining for most of them to spawn. So how quickly we can get everything we need depends entirely on the weather. It isn't raining today, but I might as well take a walk around the place anyway. I find 2 of the items that Daya wants me to get. The inked fossil and silver fish bones. Then a disaster happens. I tried to eat a salalberry because I was running a bit low on health, but I cannot eat a salalberry because I have been hit with the nauseated debuff. I run around the place trying to avoid enemies while searching for forage items and different goodies. It goes well for around a minute, and then I get knocked out. Now, if I really wanted to, I could have left before being knocked out. Or at least I could have tried to get to the exit, but I got a bit too confident, and I certainly paid the price for it. I was really close to defeating this big monster here, but a bunch of other enemies snuck up on me. This is when I was knocked out. I wake up inside Paula's clinic. I pay her 500 gold to refill my health. Then I go back to the mountains. This wasn't a very sensible choice, but I feel like I'm fully capable of defeating that big serpent monster. It's kinda like I had to prove to myself that I could do it. It drops 7 mountain mist blooms. With that taken care of, I think it's time to reach floor 120 in the mines. Now there isn't a lot of time left today, but I do manage to make it down to floor 108 before the night comes to an end. Garlic has been harvested on day 23 along with the usual crops. I'm at the point where I have at least one item that everybody loves. So as long as I keep sending items to people, friendships won't be an issue. The majority of the day is spent fishing. I've caught 6 largemouth bass by 7 PM. I'm happy with that. I just have to catch 4 more before day 29. Largemouth bass don't spawn after 7 PM, so I return to the mines for the rest of the day. I make it down to floor 110, then floor 115. At this point it's around 1 in the morning. I've got maybe a minute left at the most, so I make 5 staircases and use them to get down to floor 120. The skull key has been obtained. As we begin day 24, I just want to say, shout out to these mixed seeds. Watching them sprout into different crops has been a bit like opening presents on Christmas Day. And while I'm at it, shout out to the Legacy Cave too. It has been so satisfying getting all of these ores and gems. The Flower Festival takes place today. I spend a bit of time interacting with all of the villagers here. There's a new area with the people from Ridgeside Village. Again, that's a nice touch, I like that. I buy the Tub of Flowers crafting recipe and a rare crow. And that is it for today. Oh, and I made almost 50,000 gold from the Crimtane and Demonite bars. I asked Robin to build a shed on day 25. I'm going to turn it into sort of a storage area when it's completed. This is new, this room here in the museum. Interesting. The fishing shenanigans resume for the remainder of the day. A beautiful field of crops is waiting for me on day 26. Flowers, potatoes, kale, so many wonderful items are being harvested. I send my pickaxe to Clinton and buy 5 rare seeds from the travelling cart. I pay a visit to the shop in Mineral Town where I don't buy a single thing. I'm not sure why I came here, to be honest. William is here on the farm. He lets me know that I should go fishing in a place called Shearwater Bridge. I will absolutely go there and do that during these next however many days it takes to achieve perfection in this whole playthrough. I'm not going to do it anytime soon, is what I'm trying to say. I'm too busy for fishing. I enter the shop in Ridgeside Village where I buy Deluxe Speed Grow. Yeah, I won't lie, this is why I went to Mineral Town. I thought Deluxe Speed Grow was being sold over there, but it isn't. So, yeah, there you go. I plant my rare seeds and spend the day chopping down trees. Andy has sent me strawberry seeds on day 27. Thank you, Andrew. It is raining, which is exactly what I've been waiting for. I run around the mountains here in Ridgeside Village, collecting mountain mist blooms and some more of the items that Daya wants me to find. I was even able to defeat the serpent while doing so. I have unfortunate news, however, as I am once again nauseated. I tried my best, but I was knocked out. And I lost all of my salal berries. Come on, why? It took me so long to get that many salal berries. It took me weeks. I needed those. Why? Luckily, I have gold quality salal berries, which should get me through today at least. I return to the mountains, determined to collect more of the items Daya wants. I'm gonna get knocked out. I can feel it. I just know I am. I'm tossing everything into a chest. I am not losing any more items. Also, just like I did with Harvey, can I just point out the absolute audacity of Paula to charge me 1,000 gold to patch me up in the clinic, and then charge me another 500 gold to refill my health? I don't believe it. How rude. I defeat another serpent before finding a spirit in the right side of the area. She gives me the hollowed beer. I wanted to drop off the items I found, but the house is locked. Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna go back to the mountains then. I am very much aware that I am pushing my luck here. In fact, I've been pushing my luck all day. But I really enjoy the adventure, combat, exploring aspect of mods, so I'm having a lot of fun despite the multiple setbacks. I have received the gold pickaxe on day 28, and I've replenished my supply of salal berries. I make my way over to the mines in Mineral Town. There's an iron pickaxe on the floor here, so I thought maybe I need to have at least an iron pickaxe to go into the mines. And I have a gold one now. But no, I can't enter the mines, so I'm lost here. I don't know how to go any further in this place. Maybe I can't. I hope I can, but I don't know. I'm sure we'll find out in the future, but I feel like we just can't go inside here for whatever reason. Annetta is here on the farm. She lost her sketchbook somewhere in the forest and wants me to find it. Oh my goodness, I've just discovered that I can trade my mountain mist blooms for a mist bloom soup. And it gets rid of the nauseated debuff. This right here is exactly what I've been waiting for, thank you. I drop off 6 items, leaving me with just 3 more to obtain. The Entombed Ring and the Golden Skull Coral. If I'm remembering correctly, I have to defeat a certain enemy in the forest to get these 2. The final item is the Lover's Sorrow. I know exactly what I need to do for this one. I get this item from a spirit that appears in the mountains, but it only spawns on days that are a multiple of 3. So day 3, day 6, day 9, day 12, and so on and so forth. Which means the earliest I can get it at this point is the 3rd day of summer. I decide to go after the other 2 items. It takes a while, but eventually the enemy spawns in. This enemy has a lot of health and it does a ton of damage, so I really do need to be careful here. I'm hoping it's going to drop both of the items at the same time, and it does, along with a dinosaur egg. And that, finally, is the end of spring. Let's not waste any time, let's get right into summer. Day 29 begins with the harvesting of Joja berries. Now I'm not going to sell these berries, no. What I am going to do is keep them. Then, when I unlock the crafting recipe for the seed maker, I'm going to make that machine and toss all of them into it. Annetta has a special order for me. She wants me to get 5 things from the beach that she can eat and then give them to her. She's going to use them to make a special dish for the Luau festival. I mean, assuming I can give her fish for this order, then this should be a really easy one. If I can't, then I don't really know what else I can give her. I send gifts to the many, and I cannot stress this enough, many villagers. The important ones, of course, are Marlon and William. I sell a ton of crops, buy the 2nd backpack upgrade, and get insulted by Geo. Okay, rude. I buy a fancy scarf and a leather jacket inside this house here, and drop off 2 more items. Only 1 more remains. I do a bit of foraging up in the mountains. I stumble upon a hidden cave. I remember the last time I played Ridgeside Village, I couldn't figure out how to add items to this shop, so I'm gonna try to do that this time. Olga wants me to bring her 50 tea leaves and 100 coffee beans. The coffee beans I can do, but I'm not sure about the tea leaves. I forgot to go into the sunroom in Caroline's house during spring, so I don't have the crafting recipe for tea leaves, or tea saplings. I think Pierre might sell them now thanks to the shop overhaul mod. That might be an option if he does. In fact, it might be the only option I have. More foraging takes place before I sell a few items at the very last second. With almost 50,000 gold in my bank account, I head over to the community center. I donate a few items and donate 42,500 gold to complete the Vault Room bundles. I donate a few fish, complete the Spring Crops bundle, and make some progress on other bundles. I fixed the broken bridge over at the beach, which unlocks the tide pool area. I spend the remainder of the day fishing. I have something I need to admit on day 30. The caverns in Cape Stardew might just be my favorite thing about this entire playthrough. They're difficult, don't get me wrong, they are very difficult. But the rewards you get in there definitely match the difficulty, which is always nice to see in a game or a mod. It's nice to feel like you're being properly rewarded for the hard work you're putting in and, you know, the difficult obstacles you're overcoming. Also, now that I have the Mist Bloom syrup, I can confidently take on the green ghost monsters. It goes very poorly. I run away from them and go through a doorway. I find myself back in the area I was just in. I think I have to donate a Nautilus shell if I want to go any further. There's no other way around this. I need to get that shell. I wanted to stay inside here regardless of that little revelation, but I got scared. So I ran away for the second time in under a minute. Right now I could really use a pick-me-up. And that is exactly what I get. Annetta shows me a boat belonging to Marlin. I can use it to get from the beach here at Cape Stardew all the way over to the other beach. You know, the one with William's shop, that one, the main one in Pelican Town. Don't mind if I do. Day 31 begins with a visit from Susan. She lives just north of Pelican Town, but she has been trapped there because a boulder had blocked the entrance from that area into Pelican Town. Joja finally destroyed the boulder, so she's only just now able to visit the town. Annetta is also here. She thanks me for the items I gave her and bestows a crafting recipe upon me. Apparently, Pierre will now have a couple new items in stock. I'll have to check that out. Here is the recipe she gave me. Revitality. It's a cooking recipe, I just realized. It's not a crafting recipe. I don't know why I said crafting recipe. Anyway. I don't recognize any of the ingredients needed to make it, but I'm sure I'll have a jolly good time getting my hands on them. I harvest cauliflower and cucumber in the cave, sell some items to Clinton, and ask him to upgrade my pickaxe. With the vault room bundles completed, the bus to the desert has been unlocked. I collect cactus fruit and coconuts and buy starfruit seeds. Ooh, I see a minecart. This is very good for us. This means I won't have to pay 500 gold to use the bus to get here. I plant my starfruit and take a walk around the forest and ridgeside. I was beginning to think the spirit wasn't going to show up today, but it did. And it gave me the last item I needed. I deliver it to the house. The game tells me to return here tomorrow to continue this storyline. It's time to do some fishing for the remainder of the day. I've hit level 9 in farming and unlocked some beautiful crafting recipes. The seed maker, both ways to make the iridium sprinklers, quality fertilizer, and the yarn spooler. The yarn spooler, what? Oh, I remember this. Yeah, it's from the Stardew Valley expanded mod. Okay, I remember it now. It is a stormy day on day 32, so I make lightning rods and place them on the ground. I've made 13 of them, so hopefully at least 10 of them will make a battery pack. I toss Joja berries and Salal berries into a seed maker. The Salal berries will be for energy, and the Joja berries are for, well, how do I put this? You can stop thinking about money if you've got enough of them growing. It is a bit of a relief. No, it's a massive relief when that happens, but it can take quite a while before getting to that point. I return to the house where I find a note on the front door. It tells me to return after 8 p.m. Perfect. On a day where it isn't raining. Oh, not perfect. Okay. I have to wait until tomorrow to go inside then. Alright, okay. I'm gonna spend all day in the big forest in that case. This is my happy place, and I could really do with some happiness right now. More Joja berries have been harvested on day 33. Wonderful, keep them coming please. And I've collected 11 battery packs. Today is already a phenomenal day, I must say. I plant more coffee beans in the cave and bump into Malaya and Kimpoa at the bus stop. Oh, I remember these people. Okay, so they live in the Nightingale Orchard over in Ridgeside Village. Kimpoa is very important because he sells fruit tree saplings in the shop they own together. I need to remember to grab those when the shop opens up for the first time. I'm not sure when that is, but I know it happens during summer, so yeah, I gotta remember that. That's important. It's off to Pierre the Platypus. I take a moment to look at everything he's selling at this point. I'm assuming these cooking, why do I keep doing that? I'm assuming these cooking recipes and the items are the ones that Annetta mentioned. In other news, I've decided to buy the 50 tea leaves Olga wants. I ask Robin to build another shed and skedaddle through the caverns. I swim down to the area that leads to the green ghost monsters, but instead of going left into the room they're in, I go right. I go down a ladder and run as fast as I can through this corridor. The note I found here during spring said that somebody left their treasure behind the door, and I need an iridium pickaxe to get inside there. I didn't have an iridium pickaxe back then, but now I do. So let's do this. Right, so I took a wrong turn somewhere and I ended up in this area. I'm considering this to be a happy accident, however, because it contains some pretty crystals. The bad news is I can't break them, so I think they're just a decoration. I fall down a hole, landing in another new room. I find a ladder, go up it, and find myself in another new room. I really wish I was able to explain this better. I find a hat on the ground and immediately put it on my head. This is mine now. I fall through another hole and end up back in the room with the ladder. Well, that's a bit rude. I didn't want to come back here. I go back up the ladder and break a rock. It gives me a heart diamond. Ooh, I've never seen this before. Hello. This must be one of the gems I can donate to the museum. Remember we found a new room inside there at the bottom? Sweet. I find a celestial crystal. It is worth 2,500 gold. That's even more than a prismatic shard is worth. And every villager loves it. Oh my goodness, this is an incredible gem. I love this already. Thank you for giving me this. I don't really know who I'm thanking. It's like a general thank you to the universe for giving me this crystal. I fell down a hole again. Whoops. But the fire diamond has been obtained. I retrace my steps and eventually find myself in the room with the door. I can't open it. Please, please, please open the door. I have an iridium pickaxe. Please let me in. This isn't funny anymore. I thought this was the end for me, but somehow, some way I managed to defeat all of the enemies. So that could have gone a lot worse. But this now raises the question of how exactly do I get inside that room? The only thing I can think of is donating a nautilus shell. The iridium pickaxe didn't work, so it has to be that, right? Oh, wait, I found a staircase. This could be it. I go down it, and I end up in an area I already found. Alright, well, okay. Kimpois is here on day 34. Is this the cutscene I think it is? Yep. He's opening up his shop. Yeah, I think I need to get a nautilus shell. I can't say for certain, but I feel like I've explored every area in this cavern that's available to me at this point. I can't be sure though, because this place is massive. I don't know. This is a tough one. Now I could wait until winter because that's when the nautilus shell spawns on the beach, but I don't want to make you all wait until then to see what else these caverns have to offer. Luckily, I have a backup. I go to William's shop where I discover that he has taken the day off. Of course he has. Yeah, no, William, your timing could not have been any worse on this one. You're on thin ice. Okay, no you're not. I forgive you. It's okay. I do a bit of work on the farm before heading up to the ridge. I meet a character named Belinda. She refers to me as the heir. She is the seer for the red-tailed lady. Belinda's goal is to find the spirit realm and cleanse the corruption in the forest. In a rather interesting turn of events, Belinda says I am a lot like my grandmother. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that one, please. What sort of magical tomfoolery did my grandmother partake in? Let me know, please. Daya, Geo, and Bliss give artifacts to Belinda. She places them down along with the items I found for Daya. She uses all of these artifacts and her magical powers to open up a portal. Well, she almost opens up a portal. Somebody sealed it at the very last moment. A voice can be heard saying that the portal was unstable. If Belinda had completed it and we had gone through it, that would have been it for us. Belinda recognizes the voice. It's somebody called Ray. Ray pleads with Belinda to listen to her. Belinda does not want to listen to her. Ray then drops a whopper of a statement. She knows of a way to open up a portal safely, one that we can actually use, but she needs me to help her with it. Belinda wants me to meet her here tomorrow so we can find out exactly what Ray's plan is. And that is the first thing I do on day 35. According to Belinda, there are crystals in the mountains here. I am the only person who can give them what they want. If I do so, they will get back their magical abilities. We can then use the crystals to help us in our quest. We can use them to help Belinda in her quest. I'm just happy to be here, to be honest. I don't really have any say in any of this. I'm just here. My job is simple. Find the crystal and donate 30 of any item that is the same color as the crystal. Now, I've already got everything I need to get this done. The difficult part is getting to every crystal. I don't have any Mist Bloom syrup with me, so if I get hit with the nauseated debuff, I'm more than likely going to get knocked out. I've talked a lot about the whole nauseated thing. Maybe I should call this video I played 100% of nauseated Stardew Valley. That might be a more fitting title, I think, at this point. I donate items to all of the crystals without too much hassle, surprisingly enough. The mountain itself speaks when I've completed my task. It tells me to return here tomorrow so we can finally meet. I vaguely remember the difficulty of the storyline here. It went through the roof the last time I got to this point. So I grab 8 Mist Bloom syrups just to be safe. I spend the day moving all of my items into one of the sheds I had built. I also earned 24,000 gold. Bliss is here on the morning of day 36. She tells me the seer, aka Ray, will be waiting for me in the forest after 8 PM. I've harvested my first ancient fruit, but to be honest, Joja berries kinda make ancient fruit obsolete. They act in the same way, in the sense that it keeps growing even after you've harvested it, and it sells for around 200 gold more than ancient fruit. I've decided I want to start decorating the farm this week, so I spend pretty much the entire day chopping down trees, breaking rocks, and clearing away weeds. One other thing I do today is I meet Belinda in the forest. She uses her magic on the artifacts one more time. I follow her into an area left of here where Rayriala has appeared. I want to try to say that again if I can. Rayriala. There we go, that's better. Rayriala is very happy to meet me, which makes sense considering she's mentioned how she was friends with my grandmother. Ray explains how she stopped Belinda from going through with her plan because of somebody named Gabriella. She is a very dangerous person? Entity? We'll go with entity. Gabriella is a very dangerous entity who has corrupted the spirits in the spirit realm. Ray thinks that Belinda isn't ready to deal with Gabriella yet, hence her stopping the portal from being opened. She takes us to an area containing 9 podiums. Belinda recognizes this place immediately. This is where they made their first attempt at cleansing the spirit realm all those years ago with my grandmother. Ray and Belinda met my grandmother when she was very young. They knew right away she would go on to do amazing things. My grandparents lived a happy life, until Gabriella came along and wreaked havoc on these mountains. It was manageable until she found a way to enter the spirit realm. Everything got worse immediately, especially as Belinda and Ray can't enter the spirit realm. Well, they can, but there would be serious repercussions towards anything and anybody who is in any way associated with them. If Ray was to be corrupted, there's no telling the damage that would cause. She is very, very powerful. And if that power was to be used to do bad things, then who knows what would happen. As for Belinda, she has been corrupted before. Ray was the one who saved her. Ray didn't want to risk Belinda getting corrupted again, so it had to be my grandmother. Ray knew she herself couldn't go inside. She didn't want Belinda to risk getting corrupted again, so my grandmother took it upon herself to enter the spirit realm. She was able to weaken the corruption to the point where it was manageable once again. But when my grandmother returned, she was unconscious. Eventually, she moved on. It is time to cleanse the spirit realm once and for all. In order to do so, I must find 9 different relics. Thankfully, I remember how to get every one of them. So, yay! A green bean has been sent to Olga on day 37. I've made sure to give a gift to pretty much everybody for their birthday since, I don't know, maybe halfway through spring? So things are looking pretty good in the friendship department right now. I dig up the first relic at the bus stop right behind the cable car. Relic number 2 is found between a tree and a bench. From here I head left and meet Bliss outside an abandoned greenhouse. She tells me that if I want to save a soul, I should return here at midnight. Interesting. Relic number 3 is on the top floor of the hotel in Richside Village. You have to hit this painting right here with an axe to get this one. Number 4 is at the abandoned house in the southwest. I take a break from relic hunting for a few moments to watch a cutscene involving Zinnia and Vincent. Vincent is playing with a ball all by himself and is a bit upset, because he's lonely, basically. That's why he's not doing too well right now. Zinnia joins him and says that she would be happy to keep him company. She teaches him how to kick the ball a lot further. Then the time comes for Vincent to put this lesson to use. He kicks the ball and it hits me right in the face. I recover from it rather quickly and I decide to join the two of them. We all play with the beach ball for a while and have a very good time together. With that out of the way, I think it's time for us to finally buy a Nautilus shell. We've waited far too long to do this. Like I said before, we could wait until winter for one to spawn naturally, but I've put a lot of time into the caverns at Cape Stardew, and I really don't want to put that on pause and make you all wait another 47 days minimum to see what happens. After donating it, I am teleported to a cavern full of lava. It reminds me of the volcano dungeon on Ginger Island. I was worried I would encounter some impossibly difficult enemies, but that didn't happen surprisingly enough. I use my watering can to make a path leading to a chest. I find the Orb of the Tides. I can use it to make a portal. I can then return to that portal no matter where I am. I make my way up to the second chest in this area and I find the secret cave key. Alright, this has to be for that door I haven't been able to open. I have no idea what else could possibly open that door. Or what else this key could possibly be used for. It has to be that. I head north and enter a second room. I skedaddle up to a chest. I open it and find the Endless Ember Ring. I equip it and ooh, okay, that's actually pretty incredible. It gives me +3 max energy, +4 attack, and +4 defense. Nice. I head north and enter the third lava room. There's a pool of lava leading to the north, so maybe I can use my watering can to make a pathway through that lava, and into another room perhaps? Before I do that, however, I want to explore this area a little bit more. I go left and find yet another room. This one is a lot different. And it has an elevator. All 120 floors are available, so I think it brings me to the mines in Pelican Town. I try it out, and it does. And I also can't use it to get back to the room I was just in. I'm gonna take that as a sign that I should leave the caverns alone for the rest of the day. I'm gonna go back to getting the relics, I think. Relic number 5 is very easy to obtain, but it's also very, very boring to obtain. I have to stand here for 2 in-game hours. That's the entire way to get it. I don't do anything else. Okay, let's do this. The relic fox mask has been acquired. I go fishing in the well beside the mansion to get relic number 6, and in a little pond in front of this kennel to get number 7. I've just realized it's after midnight, so I'm gonna go ahead and enter the abandoned greenhouse. I hear a voice say they don't want to be alone. They plead with me to stay. I fall asleep, so I guess that's it for today? I wasn't really finished, but alright. Vinny has sent me a letter. No, Vinny does not work for Vincent. Vincent has sent me a letter on day 38. He apologizes for hitting me with the beach ball yesterday. He gives me the ball as a way of saying thank you for playing with him yesterday. It's a stormy day, so I'm gonna go ahead and use a rain totem. That should result in there being a storm tomorrow. Or at least it would if the luau didn't take place tomorrow. The rain totem doesn't work if there's a festival on the following day. I only realized this right after using the totem, so yeah, I wasted that one. I meet Bliss outside the greenhouse. Apparently the entire building is trapped between the spirit realm and the physical realm. More importantly, an entity is trapped inside the greenhouse. She refuses to say any more, simply telling me to return here once more after midnight. The traveling cart is here for some reason. I don't think I've seen this before. This might be a new feature, or maybe it's a glitch. I buy a rare seed before skedaddling over to the Nightingale Orchard shop. I find relic number 8 inside here. Then I take a look at everything being sold inside here. I need every one of these trees, so I'm gonna buy them. Unfortunately, I don't have enough money to get all of them right now, but I'll be back to buy the rest of those saplings, believe you me. Richard, the owner of the hotel, would like to create a backup energy reserve for the hotel. I need to bring him 30 battery packs and 50 copper bars. As long as I get a few more stormy days, this shouldn't be an issue. Hopefully, anyway. The copper bars are already taken care of. I've been smelting bars on and off this entire time. I plant my new tree saplings in the cave before spending the majority of the day cleaning up the farm. I return to the greenhouse as instructed. The entity tells me they need my help. The purple man and lady are holding them captive inside here. They gave the entity a challenge. The entity failed to complete it. My job is to complete the challenge for them. In order to do so, I have to collect the following items: 25 mountain mist bloom, 10 sweet gem berries, and 5 rubies. I'm not mad about this. This won't be too bad, I think. I grab the final relic while I'm inside here. I send tea leaves to Basil on day 39. I think I'm gonna stop mentioning me sending birthday presents from this point forward. I don't feel the need to mention it, really. But rest assured, I will not be missing anybody's birthday, alright? Just because I'm not mentioning it doesn't mean I'm not really focusing on it. I harvest a sweet gem berry, collect a bunch of forage in the secret woods, and trade the berry for a star drop. Following that, I move on over to the beach. I toss a gold star cauliflower into the soup, which gets the best reaction from the governor. I have finally got my hands on some star fruit on day 40, and another sweet gem berry, and a banana. Nice. I love how you can find basically any fruit and forage item inside this cave here. It really helps to keep things fresh and makes it even more exciting to come inside here every day. It's a good feature, I think, but it can be a bit overpowered, I will admit. Now, that fox mask relic I got, I need another one. Basically, there's a forage item that can spawn in the forest in the north of Ridgeside on any Sunday. In order for the forage item to even have a chance of spawning, you have to have the relic fox mask in your inventory. If you don't have it, it's not going to spawn. I tried to get another one because the one I currently have is going to be given away very, very soon, but I wasn't able to get one. So that was kind of sad. If I'm remembering correctly, every relic respawns about a week after you first get them, I think? Or maybe it's a month. I'm not sure which one it is. It might be, I think it's a month actually. Actually, never mind. We'll come back to the fox mask relic thing in the future. We don't have to worry about that right now. I place all of the relics on the podiums. Oh, just in case you play through this mod yourself, each relic has to go on a specific podium. You can tell when you've put it on the right one when the eyes on the front of the podium start glowing. That's the sign, basically, that you've done it correctly. With every podium activated, the squad shows up. Ray and Belinda create a portal to the spirit realm. The final part of this quest has begun. Belinda wants to go inside, but Ray says no, of course. They can't go in. There is only one person who can enter the spirit realm and not be corrupted by it. And that person is Vincent. No, it's me. It's me. It's not Vincent. I don't know why yeah, it's me. Of course it is. I might cut this out. I regret trying to make a joke there. That didn't work. I'm not funny. I'm gonna do some self-reflecting for a moment. Excuse me. Right, I'm back, and I haven't changed a bit. So let's go ahead and find purple flames and extinguish them, because that is how we cleanse the corruption. This part can be very confusing, so I'll try to keep it simple. You can touch a green crystal to be teleported to a different green crystal. You keep doing that until you find a purple flame. You then extinguish the flame before using the crystals to teleport to the second flame. and then you find a third one, and so on and so forth until all 5 have been extinguished. Oh, I should have mentioned, these flames that I'm talking about, these are Gabriella's source of power. It's how she put a curse on the entire area. So they're very important to her, to say the least. I'm gonna be completely honest here. I really did try to do this myself, but I got lost and ended up being very confused multiple times. In the end, I ended up using a map I found on the wiki page for the Ridgeside Village mod to get to every flame. I'm a little ashamed of how I did this, but I'm also very relieved to finally get this done. Upon extinguishing the 5th flame, Gabriella can be heard in the distance. Her power has weakened dramatically. In fact, it has weakened so much that the corruption has finally been cleansed. The spirits have been freed and can now roam the spirit realm safely. And I can too, because they won't attack me anymore. The monsters in the forest up in the north, they're still going to be there, but that's okay. Also, north of the north? How do I put this? Basically at the far north of the forest, you can find a staircase. And if you go up it, you go even further north, and a house can be found within that area. An old couple lived there, but unfortunately when the corruption began spreading, it closed that area off from the rest of the forest. Actually, no, not just the forest, but from the rest of the entire world. That's a bit of a sad story to tell after such a monumental victory, isn't it? But I suppose you have to take the bad with the good. As for the whole storyline with Belinda, Ray, the others, the spirit realm, yeah, that's finished. We've officially completed the main storyline in the Ridgeside Village mod. It wasn't easy, but it was somehow even more fun than I remember it being. I think the next area I'm gonna focus on will be the caverns in Cape Stardew. I've spent way too much time on them already. Let's see if we can wrap things up there, if that's even possible to do. And so off I go to Cape Stardew on day 41. I don't go into the caverns, however, no, instead I find an abandoned cabin beside Annetta's house. I go inside and find a piece of paper on the table. I need 3 hardwood, 10 granite, 4 wooden floors, 10 fiber, and 25 wood. The only difficult part of this is the granite. I guess all I can do is hope I get 1 granite from a geode, and then pop it into a crystallarium. It's going to take a bit of time, but I don't see this being very difficult. I enter an area above the cabin and find a little forest. There is a Junimo here. They want 2 maple syrup. That reminds me, I need to work on my farm soon. I want to make it look at least slightly aesthetically pleasing if I can, as well as planting crops and making a tree farm so I can get oak resin, maple syrup, and pine tar. For now, I return to a place that I'm sure we are all very familiar with, the caverns. Oh, okay, so I can't go any further north in the last lava room. I think we might be done with this part of the caverns then. I don't know about you, but I can only think of one other place we can go to right now. I enter the room with the door that's always been locked up until now, and a cutscene plays. We have to be on the right track. This hasn't happened before. This cutscene is new. I'm so excited. Here we go. Let's do this. I use the key I found to unlock the door and head inside. I defeat a good few monsters before opening a chest in front of me. It contains the Shadow Strike Blade. It absolutely decimates the enemies with a level of precision that I have not seen in quite some time. I think we're good as far as combat goes for the rest of this playthrough. Also, I didn't use my Iridium pickaxe, so either you have to have one just to activate the cutscene where you unlock the door, or you don't actually need one. At least not for this, but then what is the Iridium pickaxe used for? I'm tremendously confused right now. A short while later, I find myself in the room with the colourful crystals. I spend the remainder of the evening inside here. This weapon is incredible, and I'm getting some of the new gems which will sell for a decent chunk of money. Level 10 in farming has been reached, so crops now grow 10% faster. I bring battery packs and copper bars to the hotel on day 42. Order completed. Nice. And I bring tea leaves and coffee beans to Olga's house. Order number 2 completed. I buy the final sapling being sold in the Nightingale Orchard shop. Then I donate 4 of the gems from the Cape Stardew mod to the museum. There are 2 more remaining, the Lunar Crystal Shard and the Pretty Stone. I can now talk to the dwarf over in the mines. When it comes to the crop of choice for summer, as in the main one I'll be planting and harvesting, there isn't one. I'm buying 999 mixed seeds instead. Sure, I could make a lot more money focusing on melons or blueberries, but this should be a lot more fun. The blue diamond from Cape Stardew sells for 5,000 gold. That is ridiculous, in the best way possible, of course. I'm gonna toss it into a crystallarium. Well, no, that being said, the celestial crystal sells for 2,500 gold, but that's not the main appeal of it. Every single villager loves that item. Yeah, never mind. I'm gonna replace the blue diamond with the celestial crystal. Quality and iridium sprinklers have been made, and I've bought the crafting recipes for a couple of different floors and pathways, along with 20 tappers and kegs. Finally, to round off my shopping spree, I ask Robin to build a silo. I remove all of the crops that are currently growing. It sucks getting rid of the Joja berries, salal berries, and coffee beans, but I want to have as much room to work with as possible. Out of curiosity, I spawned in the Eye of Cthulhu. I want to see how good my new weapon really is. It's pretty good. It took less than 10 seconds to defeat the Eye with this weapon, so yeah, there you go. Anywhomst, I am gonna spend the rest of the evening sprucing up the farm. It is day 43 and I am not happy with how things are looking here on the farm. I'm gonna start fresh. Yeah, I'm gonna take away the fences and really think about how to do this. We do have a few letters to read, so let's go ahead and do that, shall we? Olga has sent me the cooking recipe for a matcha latte, thank you. Richard is very grateful for the battery packs and copper bars. We can now stay in his hotel free of charge. Thank you, as well. Marlon has been working on the mine track leading to Cape Stardew, so I should be able to get down there using the minecart. There's also a new location called Sea Cave Secrets. I go there and I get 21 cherry bombs by destroying barrels. I'll come back here tomorrow and take a better look around the place. I'm going to spend the rest of the day continuing to work on the farm. Here is a look at what I have done as we begin day 44. I have 1 area for crops and 3 areas for tree farms. 1 for oak, 1 for pine, and 1 for maple. I'm nowhere near finished yet, but I'm a lot more happy with how it looks. Once again, I'm gonna spend the entire day working on it. Day 45 is spent working on the farm too. And here we are on day 46. I have multiple areas for crops. They're all different sizes and contain different types of sprinklers. That's because I wanted to use all of the sprinklers I have, rather than convert them all into iridium sprinklers. This is a lot different from how I normally design my farm. I'm not used to it, but I gotta say I'm loving how this is looking. At least for the time being, I'm satisfied to leave it this way. But I will have to change the layout of the lightning rods and the barn and the coop in the future, so there's definitely more work to be done. 5 sweet gem berries have been harvested and tossed into a seed maker. I have to collect 10 of them for the entity in the greenhouse, so I would rather not fall behind on that quest. I harvest coffee beans, plant more sweet gem berries, and place 20 kegs into a shed. I put coffee beans into a chest to begin making coffee. I spend the day in the forest collecting mountain mist blooms. This was a very easy thing to do because of the new weapon. I make a life essence and an iridium band. The life essence is from the Adventurers Guild Expanded mod. I feel like it's been a while since I last mentioned that item, so I wanted to give a bit of a reminder as to where it's from. The first crop of the summer has been harvested on day 47, and I've collected more battery packs. I buy 20 kegs and tappers from Robin along with 5 bee houses. And I might as well ask her to upgrade the coop while I'm here. Clinton wants me to defeat 50 grubs, The reward for this order is the crafting recipe for the Geode Crusher, a crafting recipe which I would very much like to get my hands on. I use the minecart to get to the sea cavern. I go through an entrance at the bottom and I'm here. If I go to the bottom left, I'll be heading towards the room with the green ghost monsters. Yeah, okay, alright, I know where I am now. Before I do anything inside here though, I want to explore the road to the left of Anetta's house. I feel like I've missed something important over there. Yeah, okay, here we go. There's a sign saying that the old mines are just north of here. I can't find the entrance though, I don't know where to go. Oh wait, no, I found it, we're good, never mind. A Junimo appears and says hello to me. Hi. It enters the mines, so I follow it and wind up in a little cave. I interact with the minecart on the right and find a ring. I use the minecart to get to another new area. This mod is massive, it really is. I wasn't expecting there to be this much content when I first came here back in spring. We have been finding room after room after room, filled with monsters and rings and all types of goodies. I find the mummified frog and mummified bat. I can donate these items to the field office over on Ginger Island. I wasn't expecting to get them this early, but I mean, hey, I certainly won't complain about getting them. I make my way through the dinosaur area. That's what I'm calling this part of the map. I'm now in a place with a river flowing through it. I'm finding ores, gems, and even more monsters. I go swimming and eventually end up on a platform in the south of this area. I step into a circle and get teleported to yet another new location. I open a chest and get the Wither Hollow Sword. It seems to do around the same amount of damage as the other sword I have, but it doesn't swing as fast. So I'm gonna stick with the one I'm currently using. There were 3 of these swords in here for some reason. I have no idea why, but again, I certainly won't complain. I do a bit more swimming before being bamboozled by a chest. It attacks me out of nowhere. I defeat it and get a bomb. Down in the bottom left of the area, I swim through an opening and wait a minute, I remember this place. It's the cliff cave thing I found all the way back in spring. Remember I jumped off the boardwalk and I swam to the left? This is definitely the same area. This is really cool. I like how everything is connected. It was massively confusing at the beginning and it still is a bit confusing. But this entire cavern is amazing. I can't even imagine how much time it took to make this entire area. Seriously, major props to the person who made this mod. You did a fantastic job here. I buy butternut squash seeds on day 48 before using a warp totem to get to the cavern. I accidentally made a discovery while I was here. I was too lazy to hit the crab monsters with a pickaxe so they would move and I could actually, fight them. So I used a bomb to destroy their shells. In doing so, the wall behind me crumbled, revealing a hidden pathway. I go inside and find a ton of mushrooms along with a chest. It contains the Sky Oak Ring, plus 3 luck, plus 3 defense, and plus 3 speed. This might just be my favorite one so far. Right, okay, I wasn't sure about the ring I found in the minecart, in regards to being able to get that on day 1 basically. But I firmly believe I could have gotten this ring right here on day 1. No, I couldn't. Wait, never mind. It would have to be day 6, because you need to enter the Pelican Town mines first. Okay, so day 6, I could have gotten this ring. Literally, all you have to do is just put a bomb down. Also, all 3 of these rings work at the same time. I was a bit nervous that I would only get the effects of 1 ring at a time, but no, I can wear all 3 and get all 3 effects. Also, I forget if I mentioned this during spring, but I'm using a mod that lets me equip 6 rings at one time. I was thinking I could equip all of the rings you get for doing the monster eradication goals at some point. I wasn't expecting to find the 3 strongest rings I've ever seen, and then be able to equip all 3 of them at the same time. I feel ridiculously powerful right now, I won't lie to you. This really does boost my dopamine levels. I have enough gems to make the slime souls, so I do. I'll pay a visit to Gabriel later today and show it to him. After defeating every green ghost monster, I can definitively say that there's nothing else in this room. Good to know. I find a prismatic shard in the crystal room and I finally spot a pathway at the bottom. I go down it, and at this point I shouldn't be surprised to find the new area, but I am. There's so much going on here. I'm genuinely amazed at how big this mod is. I donate 5 wood, an iridium bar, a piece of hardwood and 5 stone to repair the broken bridge. I walk the entire way along the bridge. Well, no, I didn't walk across it. I zoomed across the bridge. The Heelys combined with a crab cake and the ring I found? How do I describe it? It has done wonders for my movement speed. Oh, look at that. Jelly. That is so cute. Jelly says they sensed my arrival. Something about me has resonated with the energies of this cavern. Me unlocking the mysteries of the cavern may have stirred an ancient presence. Jelly warns me that the spirits are not happy about me being inside the cavern. They tell me to proceed with caution. Jelly does something to the entrance of the cavern. I think they might have added a teleportation circle that I can use to get from here to the entrance of the place, and vice versa. There's a chest here, but I can't open it. I'm thinking it's just a decoration, like the one beside the dwarf in the mines, so I don't think I'll ever be able to open it. Day 49 begins with a letter from the Adventurers Guild. A team of adventurers recently went to the caverns. While they were there, they discovered the work I had done to fix the bridge. They have sent me a ring as a thank you. Plus 4 max energy, plus 5 attack, plus 3 magnetic radius, and plus 4 defense. That Cape Stardew mod has basically set me up for the rest of this playthrough. 4 amazing rings, a very strong weapon, and the celestial crystal which I can toss into a crystallarium. That's an easy gift for everybody. Thank you so much, Cape Stardew, for everything you have done for me. I spend a bit of time in the mines working on Clinton's order. I take a break to sell the gems I found in the caverns. Then I visit Robin. 20 more kegs and tappers have been purchased and the barn has been upgraded. I enter the Adventurers Guild where somebody named Daniel has shown up. He is Zinnia's father and Marlin's brother. Daniel blames Marlin for his wife's passing. He tells Zinnia to get her things. They're leaving, both of them. I enter the building just in time to hear Zinnia tell Daniel that she isn't going. Daniel says she isn't mature enough to be here. Yeah, he's basically telling her to do exactly what he says. He goes on to say that what she's doing is dangerous and he doesn't want her to meet the same fate that her mother did. On the one hand, yeah, sure, I can understand Daniel wanting to keep his daughter safe. But on the other hand, you need to take a step back. There's a big difference between protecting your daughter and controlling your daughter. Daniel right now is firmly in the category of, you need to do exactly what I tell you simply because I'm your father. That's not how it works. No. The way I see it, Daniel hasn't made the transition from having a child to having an adult daughter. At this point in her life, the only acceptable thing that Daniel should be saying to her right now is, what you're doing is dangerous and I would rather you don't do it, but I'm not going to tell you what to do. If this is what you want, then go for it. Just please be careful. And that's it. That's all he should have said. None of this, I'm your father so you need to do exactly what I tell you to do, whenever I tell you to do it. No, who do you think you are? Let your daughter live her life. You have been able to live your life the way you've wanted to for as long as you can remember, more than likely. So why are you trying to prevent your daughter from doing the exact same thing? It's incredibly selfish of you. Thankfully, Daniel seems to have had a change of heart. He apologizes for what he said and how he said it. He tells Zinnia that she can stay here in Pelican Town, but he goes even further. He believes that she is a talented and smart person who can achieve great things in life. He really does hope that she can find her true purpose here in Pelican Town. That Right there is a good father. Daniel just made the transition I mentioned. He accepted that he doesn't have a child anymore. He has an adult daughter. Good stuff. I walk in on Gabriel, who is fast asleep. He mumbles something about having to protect Mum. Right, okay, we'll deal with that another time. I'm here for a different reason. I show him the slime soul I made. He puts it into a soul incubator. Nothing happens. Then Zinnia comes along. She has iridium ore with her that Gabriel asked her to get. Apparently, it was very easy for her to get the ore. All she had to do was go talk to somebody named, oh no, Clint, and he got it for her. Oh, Zinnia, no. I hope this doesn't turn into an Emily situation with Clinton. Anyway, let's move on. The iridium ore powers up the soul incubator and a slime comes out of it. Zinnia thinks the slime is adorable. Gabriel shouts at her to get back because it's going to hurt her. Zinnia does not see things the same way. She believes the monster is afraid. Gabriel once again tells her to get back. He then says, "Do you even care about what happened to Mom?" And I now hate Gabriel. That is such a disgusting thing to say. He somehow manages to make things even worse. He keeps getting more and more angry with Zinnia, and now he's talking about wanting to keep the slime captive and do experiments on it. They ask me what I think we should do. There is no way we are putting that slime in any danger. Gabriel reluctantly agrees. Gabriel, who is still very much treating his sister like garbage, very arrogantly demands to know what Zinnia's plan is. She wants Silly to be as comfortable as possible. Zinnia says that she's going to have a lovely room built for Silly. Silly is the name she gave it, by the way. Also, Gabriel needs to take notes from his father. I can't even begin to explain how much I do not like the way Gabriel is talking to Zinnia right now. My job is to visit the wizard. I need to find out if he has anything that could help me communicate with Silly. I go upstairs and there's nothing here. So I turn around and go back down the stairs. I don't think this was supposed to happen. The room is already built. The room for Silly, I mean. That was quick. It looks nice though, I like it. The wizard gives me a potion. I drink it and I can now communicate with Silly. Well, that was easy. The wizard also put a charm into the potion. Whenever I defeat a slime, it won't actually be defeated. Their soul will be taken away to their home. Then they will be reborn. He did this to help Silly feel more comfortable and to put an end to the battle between me and the slimes. I place tappers on trees and accept an order from somebody in Richside Village. I apologize, I'm not too familiar with some of these people. They want me to bring 20 bug steaks to Dr. Aguiar. I have enough bug meat to make 7 of them, thanks to the grubs I defeated for Clinton, so I have a bit of a head start on this one. I talked to the dwarf over in the mines. They're selling different gems and artifacts. Again, thanks to the shop overhaul mod. Zinnia is here on day 50, and she has a box with her. Inside the box is none other than Silly. They let me know that Silly's room is ready, and that's all. They have to leave rather quickly because Gabriel won't be happy if he knows they've left the Adventurers Guild. Zinnia hopes that someday we'll be able to show the entire town that Silly really isn't dangerous. The first Joja berry harvest inside the cave takes place. My supply of coffee has gone through the roof thanks to these coffee beans. I'm probably going to sell any coffee I make, on account of me having the Heelys and the ring that gives me a speed boost. I don't really need coffee at this point. The crafting recipe for the geode crusher has been received. I am gonna make 3 of them immediately. I put all of my geodes into a chest beside them so the machines can crack them all open. I never thought I would say this, but I really hope I get granite from them, more than anything else. I buy 25 of the summer flower seeds and butternut squash seeds. William wants me to gather 100 bug meat. I accept it, then I realize what exactly this means for me. I have to get 200 bug meat. 100 for William, and another 100 to make 10 bug sticks for Dr. Aguiar. I sell Crimtane and Demonite bars to Clinton and buy the rest of the tree saplings. My shopping spree continues as I buy 20 iron bars, 100 iron ore, and 25 coal. I throw my ores into the furnace chest. Thank you for the assistance chest anywhere mod. I plant my trees and pay a visit to Gabriel and Silly. Silly tells me they like me and Zinnia. They do not like Gabriel. Not one bit. Now I could lie and say, oh don't worry Gabriel, Silly just wants food or water or something. But no, I'm not doing that. Gabriel needs to know that he can't say something hurtful or mean or disrespectful and then act like it doesn't have any impact on someone. He said a lot of hurtful things, and this is the consequence. Similar to his father, Gabriel finally apologizes for what he said. Silly hesitates for a moment. Then they say they forgive him. Silly goes on to explain how each generation of slime would tell their children about how humans hurt them. They used to be friends with humans, until humans attacked them. And so they would tell each other to be careful around humans. And if they see one, their best option is to attack the human before the human can hurt them again. Silly's parents would have had a lot more information to give us, but they can't because a human hurt them. They're gone. Before I leave, Silly tells Gabriel that he should apologize to Zinnia. He says he will, which is good. Then, as I'm about to leave, he tells me to tell Zinnia that he's sorry. Are you kidding me? Really? My farmer does the smiley face emoji, which makes me think that my farmer is going to tell Zinnia that Gabriel is sorry. I don't want to do that though. If you're truly sorry and you really do understand how you hurt her, you should be apologizing to her yourself. Your apology won't mean anything coming from me, or at least it won't mean as much as it would coming from you. I'm gonna move on because I'm getting frustrated with Gabriel. I spend a bit of time inside the caverns. I didn't do anything new or find a new area or a new weapon or anything like that. No. What I did do was get knocked out. As soon as I wake up, I unlock an achievement called A Distant Shore. That's the achievement for going to Ginger Island for the first time. And sure enough, yeah, here I am on the island. I shouldn't be here yet. I'm gonna go back to Pelican Town. I'm not gonna stay here. The cutscene where William shows me the boat starts playing, and I can now drop off the iridium bars, battery packs, and hardwood for the boat. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna do that either. I haven't actually unlocked Ginger Island, or this room with the boat. Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter. When I leave the room, I can't go back in. The rest of the day is spent inside the cavern. I collect ores, gems, and monster loot. Now, as for anything new, like a weapon or an area or monsters, yeah, I don't find anything new. Maybe I've done everything I can do inside here? We might be finished with this place? Possibly? I don't know. I really can't tell. I toss gems and coffee into the shipping bin before passing out. Oh, and the lava rooms. Monsters from the volcano dungeon spawn inside here. I'm getting cinder shards, taro tubers, journal scraps, some lovely stuff altogether. I can now find mystery boxes, and I earned 41,000 gold. The green rain is here on day 51. I'm gonna spend the entire day collecting as much fiber and moss as I possibly can. Oh, hello. All of my trees have grown. Splendiferous. Gabriel is here on day 52. Ew. Gabriel bought a book from somebody in Zuzu City. It contains information about humans and slimes. He wants me to visit him later so we can discuss this in more detail. A birthday gift has been sent to William, so I imagine I'm going to hit 8 hearts with him within the next 4 days or so. I find a pineapple in the cave that is going right into the seed maker, and I harvest Georgia berries. They are also going into the seed maker. Tomatoes, poppies, hops, and sunflowers have all been harvested. I buy 20 tappers and some stone, and I ask Robin to upgrade the coop for the final time. I place iron bars, battery packs, stone and hardwood into the box in Grandpa's shed. And that is everything Robin needs. Granite has been received from a geode crusher, so I place it in a crystallarium. I then donate many items to the museum. Silly is very happy to see me when I visit the guild. They are even happier to see Zinnia. Gabriel wakes up. It is time to learn about the history between slimes and humans. They didn't bother anybody for a very long time. They had created very intricate ecosystems beneath Stardew Valley where they thrived. After some time, humans discovered them. They were over the moon to have new visitors. They gave the humans a present, a slime heart. This item was created with all of the love they had to offer. It could heal almost any wound. Everything was good, very good. But eventually humans became greedy. They wanted more and more of these hearts and they weren't willing to wait weeks to get one. Eventually humans found a way to make one in minutes. There was one problem, however. In order to do so, they needed residue from the slimes, and so the humans attacked them. Humans weren't afraid of them. They didn't attack them because they were terrified. No, they betrayed them out of greed. After that happened, they never trusted humans ever again. Zinnia thinks we have to show the town how peaceful and kind and caring Silly is. That might just rebuild the bond that we had before. In order to progress any further, I need to improve my friendship with Silly. I'm hoping this means I have to get them to maybe 2 hearts of friendship, but I get the feeling it won't be that easy. It's gonna be 10, I can tell. I spend the remainder of the day collecting bug meat. I finished the day with 104 pieces. I have enough for William, but I have to get 86 more to make the bug sticks. I have 11 of them now. I think I had 10 before, so I've kind of improved on that special order too. Gunther is here on day 53. He thanks me for all of the items I've brought to the museum. He'll be sending me some money tomorrow as an extra special show of appreciation. Robin is here too. She tells me that she's going to begin working on the shed today. It should be ready to use tomorrow. Another cutscene is on the agenda. I watch Marlin entering the sewer. This is why I've been working on his friendship. If I get the 5 hearts of friendship with him, he'll give me the key to the sewer. Now, normally I would have gotten the key from Gunther after donating 60 items to the museum, but the Stardew Valley Expanded mod changes that completely. I bring even more items to the museum and I trade 3 tickets for a peach sapling, mixed seeds and mystery boxes. I am 1 more ticket away from a star drop tea. I bring the bug meat to William, completing his order. I grab the ticket I've earned for doing so and get the tea. I consider giving it to William, but I'm only 19 friendship points away from 8 hearts with him, so there isn't really much point. I give it to Marlin instead. This causes yet another cutscene to play. Marlin has decided that it's time for me to meet Krobus. I head into the sewers with him and introduce myself to Krobus. I very quickly sell a few items to Clinton. I need money so I can get the star drop that Krobus is selling. He is also selling dwarf scrolls, mushrooms and totems. I buy 3 rain totems so I can hopefully cause more stormy days to happen. It's a stormy day today, so now is the perfect time to use one of them. Floor 28 in the mines is a monster only floor. Getting all of the bug meat I need just became a lot easier. I'm gonna stay here and farm this place for the rest of the day. I make lightning rods and collect the final few bits of bug meat. There's a decent bit of time left in the day, so I stop by the special orders board in Ridgeside. Carmen wants me to collect 25 fish from the river in Pelican Town, but I have to use crab pots. I drop off the bug steaks and place my lightning rods on the farm. Maddie has sent me a letter on day 54. Okay, I remember her now. She is the person who works with Mr. Aguiar, or Dr. Aguiar, I forget which one it is. Anyway, I have received 10,000 gold for the bug steaks. I collect battery packs, use a rain totem, grab some pine tar and place more tappers on trees. I talk to William, which bumps me up to 8 hearts of friendship with him, and I grab 22 crab pots. That's 25 in total, thanks to the 3 I received for completing the crab pot bundle in the community center. I placed them in the river in town. I plop a chest beside them and throw bait into it. I'll let these work away for a while and do their thing. I sell things and stuff to Pierre. I buy 2 cooking recipes from him and take a look at Robin's shop. We can have her build the premium coop for us. It's going to be a while before I can get it though. It is very expensive. I have Robin upgrade the barn, do a bit of foraging in the desert, and trade a prismatic shard for the galaxy sword. I have to get the galaxy sword at some point in every playthrough. I enter the Skull Caverinos for the very first time in this playthrough. Wait, okay, now that we're talking about the Skull Caverinos, I'll refer to the Skull Caverns as the Caverinos. The caverns in Cape Stardew will be called, well, the caverns. So we've got the Caverinos here, and the caverns in Cape Stardew. I spend the remainder of the day inside here. I collect fish from the crab pots on day 55, an action made so much easier by the Chest Anywhere mod. Mr. Key has sent me a letter. If I can make it to floor 25, he will send me a mountain of gold. Yeah, I already did that last night, so I'm gonna get the money tomorrow morning. I should get the money tomorrow anyway. The big summer harvest has finally occurred. I've harvested every crop and flower that belongs to summer. I don't need them for anything right now. I'm just having fun with the mixed seeds. William has sent me a letter too. He tells me he wants to show me something inside his shop. I deliver the iridium bars, battery packs and hardwood that are needed to fix the boat. I won't lie, I was a bit confused for a moment. I was kinda sat there thinking, wait a minute, I haven't completed the community center. How is this happening? And then after about a minute, I remembered I have that one mod installed. That's why I'm able to fix the boat and be able to go to Ginger Island without doing the community center. But yeah, I was very confused for a moment. A villager has arrived in Mineral Town. Aja is her name. She decided to leave Zuzu City behind in favor of a brand new life right here in Stardew Valley. She runs off to rent a room in the inn before her dad can track her down, and presumably bring her back to Zuzu City. I'm still really enjoying Mineral Town. It's fun to explore the area and I like all the villagers, but I do have one question. How do I get the villagers at the tills to actually sell items to me? Do I need to increase my friendship with them, or is there a storyline I haven't started yet? Because I really don't know what to do here. I think at this point I've visited every location here, so I don't think I'm missing anything. And that is basically everything I did today. I did earn almost 80,000 gold from Salal berries and Joja veggies. Pretty cool. Finally, we arrived to day 56, the last day of summer. Robin has finished working on the shed. We have a lovely greenhouse upstairs. And downstairs we have space for kegs, preserve jars, any type of machinery really. I buy the crafting recipe for the dehydrator, along with 800 mixed seeds. I'm going to be planting these again in fall, rather than focusing on one crop. Again, I know I could make a lot more money if I focused on one crop like cranberries or pumpkins, but this is more interesting I think. I donate a few items to the museum, then I try to go to the beach, but I can't. The Dance of the Moonlight Jellies is being set up. I was going to use William's boat to get to Ginger Island. Oh well. I meet Clinton up in the bathhouse area. Lewis wants him to destroy a boulder because it's blocking the entrance to the summit. Clinton would appreciate my help. He needs 20 iridium ore and 20 coal. You know what, I don't mind giving those items away, I have plenty of them. I can't remember the last time I did the Joja route. I think it's time. Time to donate a few items to the community center, that is. It feels weird not being in a rush to get this completed. Ginger Island is already unlocked. I don't really have to speed through the whole community center route anymore. I can finally go at my own pace and really take my time with it if I want to. I mean, I could end up getting it done before the end of winter, but it's a bit tricky. The Stardew Valley expanded mod has added a couple of new items to the bundles, so who knows what's gonna happen with that really. Anyway, I buy one of each sprinkler and some butternut squash. I'm gonna work on the greenhouse in the shed, because I have a bit of time before the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies begins. I buy 9 more iridium sprinklers and 25 quality sprinklers. Over in Richside Village, Lenny is talking about how Georgia wants to build a shop here in the village. I believe they're talking about Georgia anyway. Let's keep Georgia confined to Pelican Town, shall we? At least up until we shut it down for good by completing the community center. I buy fertilizer and deluxe speed grow in the shop here and return to the greenhouse. Now I can do my thing. Before the day comes to an end, I head over to the beach for the festival. And that is the end of summer. I've made a lot more progress than I thought I would at this point. But I do think it's entirely because of how much help I'm getting from all of the mods I have installed. I'm talking about the Heelys, Chest Anywhere, Automate, Legacy Farm Cave, and all of the amazing items I found in the caverns in Cape Stardew. I fully expected to be playing through at least 300 days, if not more. But with the way things are going right now, this whole thing might take, I don't know, around 200 days maybe. It depends on the cooking and crafting recipes really. Everything else should be pretty manageable. Then again, there's really only one way to find out. So, let's go. Richard is here on day 57. His hotel will now feature musical entertainment during the seasons of fall and winter. He encourages me to pay a visit when I get the chance. Yeah, I can maybe... No, I'm not going to do that. Right, some of my sprinklers have gone missing. I got a notification telling me that some items have been placed in the lost and found box in Lewis's house. I really hope all of my sprinklers are inside there. This happened on the first day of summer as well. So I believe this is what happened to the ones that went missing during that time too? Maybe? Susan wants me to make 50 quality fertilizer for her. That should be an easy one. I'll do it. It doesn't give a crafting recipe, but I don't mind. I'll help her out. I have very good news as my sprinklers are indeed inside the lost and found box. Not just 1 or 2 or 10 or 20, no, 50 of them. I think it's safe to assume that the ones that went missing on the first day of summer are here too. I wish I'd known about this sooner. Here is what I did with the greenhouse in the shed. I've planted butternut squash, sunflowers, and Georgia berries. When the butternut and sunflowers have been harvested, I'm gonna replace them with Georgia berries. Pika wants me to deliver dishes to 5 people. I talk to him to receive the dishes. Then I forget all about the order and I go to the forest instead. I can now accept orders from Belinda inside this house here. She wants me to defeat 50 Pepper Rex and Viperial monsters. The Viperial is the monster that I defeated back in summer to get 2 artifacts, the Entombed Ring and the Gold Skull Coral I believe they were. I spend the day planting seeds. I collect all of the fish that have accumulated in the crab pots on day 58. Carmen's order has been completed and I have received 5,000 gold. Good doing business with you. I maneuver my way over to the forest in Cape Stardew. I finally have some maple syrup, so I give it to the Junimo here. They do something in the forest. Basically, the entire screen flashed blue a few times. I'm not going to show footage of that happening just in case it hurts anybody's eyes. It kind of hurt mine a little bit. Changing course dramatically once again, I head into William's shop and use his boat to get over to Ginger Island. I collect a walnut, then I remember that I found a banana in the cave at some point. I forget when I got it. But I take it out of a chest and I place it on a podium. 3 more walnuts have been obtained. I then grab my 5th one. Then I guess where the gems go on this puzzle here. Sometimes it can take several minutes. Other times it can take 2 or 3 attempts. I was quite unlucky today. It took around 2 minutes in real life for me to get it right. But it gave me 5 walnuts, so I think it was worth it. Leo immediately introduces himself to me when I enter the treehouse. Normally this wouldn't happen. You have to collect a total of 10 walnuts in order for him to talk to you. But I've already got 10 of them, so yay. I whack a tree to get walnut number 11 before giving one to the parrot. Now that I have access to the north of the island, I collect every walnut I have access to up here. I've got 21 by the time I'm finished. I use 10 of them to unlock the west side of Ginger Island. Now my goal is to get up to 20 walnuts so I can unlock the island farmhouse. Once again, I do basically everything I can do in this area when it comes to walnuts. I even complete the Simon Says game. I tend to leave this one alone during the first few days I come to Ginger Island as it really does stress me out. But I figure I might as well get it out of the way early. After reaching 31 walnuts, I buy the farmhouse. If I pass out now, then I won't wake up in Pelican Town. No, I'll wake up right here on Ginger Island. Day 59 begins with a visit to the dig site. I use 10 walnuts to fix the bridge leading to this location. I use a bomb to destroy a boulder, freeing Professor Snail from the cave he was trapped inside of. I break all of the rocks, collect more walnuts, and head inside the field office. This place is owned by the aforementioned Professor Snail. I answer 2 survey questions and donate all of the artifacts I have. I feel like I'm speeding through this Ginger Island portion. I didn't mean to, it just kinda happened. The next goal is to reach the end of the volcano dungeon. And I've also just realized why I've been speedrunning this section. It's because I've subconsciously been trying to get to this part of the island as quickly as possible. Now you may be asking, why did I do that? Well, that is because we are going to meet a very special character when we reach floor 10 inside here. I sell a few gems to the dwarf on floor 5 and I use my money to buy a cooking recipe, a crafting recipe and mega bombs. From there I make a beeline for floor 10. I get the hot Java ring in a chest on floor 9. This ring is amazing. It gives you a chance to get a coffee or a triple shot espresso when you defeat a monster. Finally, I reach floor 10. Behold, the man, the myth, the third thing, Lance. He is very impressed that I've made it this far. We shall be seeing him again very soon. Little spoiler alert, he plays a bit of a vital role in the Stardew Valley expanded storyline. In other news, we've just gained access to the forge here at the Volcano Dungeon. I combine 2 of the rings I got from the Cape Stardew mod together. Then I do the same thing with the other 2. Honestly, I wasn't sure if they would still work if I combined the 2 of them together. But they do, so yeah. Now we have space for the hot Java ring and an aquamarine ring. That second one increases my chance of getting a critical hit by 10%. It's a placeholder more than anything else really. I'm hoping to get a more powerful ring in the future. I grab a prismatic shard and 2 walnuts before returning to the volcano entrance. Instead of leaving, however, I use my watering can to go left. I go through a doorway leading outside where I find another 2 walnuts. I unlock the island trader and find a minecart on the farm. Okay, this is big. I don't have to spend 1000 gold to get here by boat anymore. No, I can just use the minecart system. Finally, to finish off the day, I read a letter that I received from the Junimo that I gave 2 maple syrup to. They've cleared a space in the forest just for me. I can do anything I want with it. I plant pineapple and taro tubers on day 60. At some point, Caroline is going to ask me to grow 100 of one of these crops. There is a third option, now that I think about it. She could very well ask me to find 100 pieces of ginger, but I hope she doesn't. Regardless, I want to be prepared for whatever one happens. I use the minecart to go all the way from Ginger Island over to Cape Stardew. Isn't that very handy indeed? I do a bit of foraging and I take a look at the area that Junimo cleaned up for me. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do anything here. I mean, it's cool, don't get me wrong, but I already have all of the space I could possibly need for crops. I talk to Annetta and have a gander around her home. Is that Totoro on the shelf there from the Studio Ghibli movie? Neat. Speaking of Annetta, she wants me to bring her some blackberries. That's nice and easy, I can do that. In fact, it's so easy that I can do it right now. Right, I somehow messed up. It turns out the 5 blackberries have to be the same quality. I'm gonna come back and do that one later. Then that's embarrassing. For now, I take a walk around the big forest before harvesting a bunch of crops. Bok choy, wheat and corn. And jojo berries, of course. I restock on cherry bombs in that one cave in Cape Stardew before moving to the other cave in Cape Stardew. I spend the remainder of the night collecting valuable items and defeating the dinosaurs. Belinda wants me to defeat 50 Pepper Rex or Viperials, and for some reason these enemies here count towards that order, so this might be the easiest way of getting that one done. Lance is here on day 61. He compliments my farm and gives me his schedule. Sweet, thank you. A good few sweet gem berries are ready for harvest, which means the challenge that was given to me by the spirit in the greenhouse has finally been completed. After all this time, they can be set free. That being said, I am locked out of the greenhouse right now, so I think I'll have to come back here at midnight to actually complete the challenge. What can you do? I return to the cave with the dinosaurs for the remainder of the day. I earned 65,000 gold from a wide array of items I tossed into the shipping bin. I didn't do it for the money, or well, just for the money. I also did it to get a bit of work done on the shipping collection. Day 62 begins with a letter from Aja. She is from the Mineral Town mod. She has sent me the cooking recipe for harvest apple pie. Except, no, she hasn't sent me the recipe. I didn't unlock the recipe when I read the letter. This is 100% going to be an issue in the future, I can tell. For now, let's do something I tend to do when I face any problem in life. Let's pretend it never happened and forget all about it. Don't apply that to your life, alright? That's terrible advice. Don't actually do what I do, alright? That doesn't work out, believe me. I'm getting a lot of cooking recipes here and I don't really know what... Oh, wait, no, I know what happened. So you get either 2 or 4 friendship points with a villager for each new item added to the shipping collection. I added between 40 and 60 new items yesterday, which means I got at least a full heart of friendship with every single villager. I've made the realization that the Stardew Valley Expanded mod adds 2 new types of tree to the game, the fir tree and the birch tree. So I'm gonna spend the entire day chopping down as many of them as I can. Oh, and Robin teaches me how to make the drum block and the flute block. The tree chopping... Oh, that was bad. Okay, let me try again. The tree chopping continues on day 63. As in, if you're an Irish person, you'll understand how difficult that is to say. I don't need granite anymore, so I've taken them out of the crystallariums and replaced them with celestial crystals. I buy kegs, tappers, and preserve jars and donate everything to that cabin in Cape Stardew. I only needed 3 items. I waited for no reason. I could have done this on day 1. Are you kidding me? The entire time I was waiting for granite, I didn't even need... I'm gonna move on to something else before I get a bit, what's the cool word? Before I crash out, right? That's what the cool people say. Yeah, before I crash out, yeah. I spend the remainder of the day chopping down trees. Day 64 begins with a mysterious letter. In the heart of the cabin where time whispers its secrets, a new chapter begins. Feel the shift in the air, the gentle sigh of transformation. Signed, The Silent Spirit. I can only assume this is about the cabin in Cape Stardew I fixed up yesterday? Okay. I've managed to have like double the amount of people show up on each page of villagers when I interact with the mailbox. There isn't really a reason for me to point that out. I just wanted to let you know that the whole process of sending items has become even more efficient than it already is. I take a look at the cabin at Cape Stardew and yeah, it's a cabin. I'm gonna spend the day fighting dinosaurs. I should get Belinda's order completed today. Day 65 begins with confirmation that I did indeed get her order done yesterday. Belinda tells me to check the inventory in the house next time I drop by. And she gives me 50,000 gold. I harvest all of the sunflowers that I've grown in the greenhouse and I replace them with jojo berries. Then it's off to Robin's where I buy kegs, preserve jars and tappers. Belinda wants me to catch 10 fish. I'll talk about that in more detail later on. For now, let's say hello to Marlon. He can sense that I've been given the Galaxy Sword. I can now buy other Galaxy weapons from him. Zinnia has dressed up as a skeleton for a costume party she's going to. She didn't tell Gabriel about this party or the costume. He somehow thinks an actual skeleton has wandered into the guild and attacks her? How? How do you make that mistake? We learn during this cutscene that Gabriel is dealing with something right now. We aren't told exactly what it is he's dealing with, but he's not doing well right now. Ooh, okay, so he's been having nightmares about the night his mom passed away. He's been having a lot of difficulty separating reality from his nightmares, and it's only getting worse and worse. I tell him there's nothing wrong with him, but he should maybe seek professional help. I hope everything works out for him. As for me, I'm going to spend the rest of the day chopping down trees. Again. Day 66 is a bittersweet day. I'm going to chop down all of the pine and maple trees on the farm before replacing them with fir and birch trees. Here is a look at the updated tree farm on day 67. I'll be placing tappers on the fir and birch trees when they've grown so that we can get birch water and fir wax. I harvest taro tubers on Ginger Island and show 3 crops to a frog. He gives me 15 walnuts for growing a melon, a wheat, and a garlic. I use a rain totem, collect a couple of walnuts by breaking muscle nodes, and dig up a walnut. And another walnut. I use 20 of them to unlock the island resort. 1, 2, 3 more walnuts have been found. Robin and Anetta have orders for me. As much as I want to help Anetta, I'll get a crafting recipe for doing Robin's orders, so I'm gonna do that one. She wants you to collect 1,000 pieces of wood. You can just buy the wood from her shop. For some reason that counts towards the order. I break open golden coconuts and get a walnut, a fossilized skull, and a mango tree sapling. Butternut squash has been harvested in the greenhouse, which means the only thing growing inside here now are the beloved Georgia berries. All of the Richside Village fruit trees have grown inside the cave, so things are looking very good in that department. And look at all of these rocks. Doesn't that just look beautiful? Monster mushrooms, Georgia veggies, and pumpkins have been harvested on day 68. I buy 1,000 wood to complete Robin's order, and I ask her to build a shed. Next up on the agenda is a trip to Ginger Island. I complete the mermaid puzzle for a tasty 5 walnuts. I spend the remainder of the day clearing out the farm here on the island. Day 69 is also spent working on the farm. Here is the result of my hard work on day 70. It isn't the nicest looking farm, but I have used all 3 types of sprinklers, and I've planted literally every single Georgia berry starter that I have, so I'm happy with how it turned out. I donate 2 items to the island field office, earning a mango tree sapling and 3 walnuts. I spend most of the day going through the volcano dungeon, collecting walnuts, cinder shards, and pineapple seeds. Unfortunately, I ran out of water on floor 9. Luckily, I can use a warp totem to get back to the original farm. Then I can use the minecart to reach floor 10 of the volcano dungeon. I combine an iridium band with the hot java ring, and I enchant my sword with a ruby 3 times. This gives it extra damage. If I'm being honest, I was actually trying to increase the speed of the weapon. I should have used an emerald, but I didn't. I used a ruby by accident, but I mean, you know, what can you do? Today keeps getting better as I finally have access to the walnut room. Mr. Key wants me to give 50 loved gifts. I have until the end of tomorrow to get this order finished. Now, normally I wouldn't even bother trying, but at this point we have around 120 villagers in the game, and I'm using the mail services mod, so yeah, this is a really easy order. Day 71 is the dawn of a new week, which means we have even more special orders to accept. I decide to accept the Danger in the Deep quest from Mr. Key. The mines in Pelican Town have received an upgrade, and I have to get to floor 120 all over again. I decide to give it a go. I made it down to floor 15, then I got bored, so I change course completely. I use my key gems to buy 160 magic bait. I sell a few things, buy sweet potato and fairy rose seeds, and grab the iridium fishing rod. I buy bait and a trap bobber while I'm in William's shop, then I proceed to fish. In retrospect, there was no need for me to buy that bobber. I can make one at literally any time because of the chest anywhere mod. The same goes for the cork bobber and bait. Anywhomst, I spend the day fishing here at the beach. My reason for getting magic bait is simple. I want to make as much progress on the fishing collection as I can during the next, I don't know, 2 weeks. If you spend a full day at the beach, then at the mountains, and then at the river, you should have a decent portion of the fishing collection completed by the time you're done. Day 72 is here, and with it comes the Stardew Valley Fair. Also, the audio is gone. I don't know why it's gone, but I checked the rest of the footage and the audio comes back on day 74, so that's good. A furniture catalog is being sold here, I want that. All I need to get it is 9,999 tickets. I also need 2,000 more tickets for the Rare Crow and the Star Drop. I have a plan. Okay, so I was going to do this whole dramatic thing where I explain my plan in great detail and then over the course of 2 minutes I show footage of my plan. I'm not going to do that. It's a bit of a creative risk and I'm not sure I want to take it. Instead, I'm going to make a long story short. I kept betting all of my tickets on the wheel, specifically on the green, rather than the orange, and I won, and won, and won, and won, and won, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I got everything I wanted, so yay. It was only when I bought the catalog that I realized I'm never going to use it. I genuinely don't know why I got this. Anyway, some tasty dishes are being sold here at the fair. I buy basically all of the ones that boost my fishing skill along with lucky lunches. Here is a quick look at the catalog. I mean, yeah, it's cool and it's nice having access to new furniture, but like I said, I don't plan on decorating any of my houses, so I'm not going to be using this. Day 73 is here and I've decided to place a bunch of lightning rods down. Then it's off to the mountains where I spend the entire day fishing. You know, I've contemplated doing this whole thing before. As in doing enough fishing during spring and summer to unlock the iridium fishing rod, but not really doing anything more than that or taking the fishing collection seriously. And then at some point during fall or winter, I would buy a magic bait and try to get as many fish as possible in as small of a time frame as possible. This is the first time I've gone ahead and done that, and I gotta say, I think I prefer this over just steadily fishing the entire time. And I especially prefer it over reaching level 10 in fishing by day 10 or day 14 of spring. I've got food that gives me a fishing boost, I've got the iridium fishing rod, I've got some good bait. Overall, I'm having a far more relaxing time than I usually do while fishing. Eventually I get to the point where the only fish I have to catch up here in the mountains are the legend and the minnow. I shall do that on a day that is not today. For now, I'm going to spend the remainder of the day focusing on the river fish. Okay, now is a good time for me to mention that this right here can happen. I don't remember mentioning this before, but every once in a while, the game gets stuck when I go to sleep and the next day just doesn't begin. I haven't found a way to get past this screen when it happens. The only thing I can do is shut the game down and open it up again, and then play through the entire day all over. I just do the exact same things I did the first time whenever this happens. And it's only happened 2 more times before now, I think. Anywho, there we are on day 74. I donate a ton of fish. The end result is I only have the specialty fish bundle and the ocean fish bundle left to do. I move my crab pots down to the beach before doing a bit of fishing in the secret woods. The wood skip and the grass carp can be found over here. From there I move down to the big forest. I wasn't aware you can catch a butterfish down here. Interesting. I spend the remainder of the day fishing in this location. On day 75 I donate a butterfish, a king salmon and a wood skip. 3 more fish remain. I complete the quality crops bundle, the summer crops bundle and make a bit of progress on the fall crops bundle. The exotic and fall foraging bundles have been finished off as well. The fishing escapades resume at the beach. I sell Joja Berry starters and use my newfound fortune to buy an auto grabber from Marnie. I grab some mayonnaise machines, cheese presses and oil makers before filling up the coop and the barn with all of the different animals. I had to sell even more Joja Berry starters, but it was worth it. Assuming I feed and pet the animals every day, we should get all of the animal products we need within the next 3 weeks. Maybe not a truffle though, that might become a problem. I catch a sandfish and spend the day fishing at the docks on Ginger Island. The Ridgeside Gathering Festival will be taking place today on day 76. I have a bit of free time before it begins, so I head off to the mines. I make it down to floor 25. Then I realize I should probably have some money on me when I go to that festival, just in case. All of the shops in town are closed on account of the Ridgeside gathering happening today, but there is one other shop I can think of that might be open. I make my way through the volcano dungeon, eventually ending up on floor 5. I can sell my gems to the dwarf here, so we're good. It turns out there was no need for me to do any of this because I don't really need anything that's being sold at the festival. I do buy a few dishes, so that's something, right? When the festival has concluded, I return to Ginger Island. I play a game of darts to win 3 more walnuts. I ask Robin to build a pond on day 77. I proceed to spend the entire morning and afternoon fishing. The end result is I've got all of the fish I need to finish off the remaining fishing bundles in the community center. 3 rooms down, 3 more to go. I've officially found my groove when it comes to fishing, so let's keep it going. I spend the remainder of the day fishing in Mineral Town. I add preserve jars to a shed on day 78. I fill them with Georgia berries and Georgia veggies. I make 4 crystallariums, pick up all the others and place them down in a shed. We now have 14 crystals being produced every 3 days. I set my geode crushers up in the same shed as the crystallariums. Then I accept an order from Linus. I'm sure we're all familiar with this order. I have to collect 20 pieces of trash and put them in a dumpster. Mr. Key wants me to give 50 loved gifts. Yup, I can do this one no problem. I use the gems I received to buy even more magic bait. Then I talk to William up in the mountains. He gives me a copper pan which I immediately send to Clinton. I'm gonna bump it up to iridium quality before I do any panning. The remainder of the day is spent fishing in Mineral Town. I did make a bit of time near the end of the day to visit the greenhouse near Ridgeside Village. Bliss appears and tells me I was able to save that soul. It turns out the spirit had been tricked by wicked forces. They trapped her inside the greenhouse and she was stuck there ever since that happened. But now she's finally free, and we have unlocked another greenhouse. I sold a ton of coffee to earn over 70,000 gold. Oh, and I threw an ostrich egg into the shipping bin. I could have kept it and put it into an ostrich incubator in the barn, but I mean, no. Marlin is here on day 79. He tells me to visit the guild when I get a chance. That I shall do, but first, fishing. Today we're in the mines. If I'm being honest, I've been putting off trying to catch the lava eel. Quite frankly, it terrifies me. But I finally went for it and I caught it. Marlin has decided it's time for me to visit lands up in the highlands. The only way we can get there is by using Marlin's boat. But Marlin wants a few items in return for letting me use his boat. Is it just me or does this feel a bit out of character for Marlin? Like, I don't think Marlin is the type of person to say, yeah, I'll do something nice for you, but I want something nice in return before I even do it for you. I understand having to do something to unlock the boat. But this isn't something Marlin would do in my opinion. It doesn't make sense for his character in my mind. But that's just me. Regardless, I knew this was coming, so I prepared for it a long time ago. I give Marlin all of the items he wanted, then I spend the remainder of the day fishing in Ridgeside Village. I begin at the river before moving to the other river. This is fun, I'm enjoying this whole fishing experience. Marlin has paid me a visit on day 80. I can now use his boat. The silver pan has been obtained, so I send it back to be upgraded to gold. One more time and that bad boy will be iridium quality. Every tree I planted in the cave is producing fruit. Lovely stuff. There's a little plot of land at the bottom of the Ginger Island farm and nothing was growing on it, and that annoyed me. So I planted a few mixed seeds. One of the big benefits of Ginger Island is these seeds can sprout into literally any crop in the game. We could get strawberries, melons, blueberries, cranberries, so many different items here. I asked Robin to build a second pond, and that is everything I wanted to do today taken care of. So off we go to the highlands. I watch a cutscene showing me the area. It looks beautiful. We say hello to Lance and have a jolly good time together. I was planning on coming back here immediately after the cutscene ended, but I just remembered something else I want to do, nay, something I need to do. I go fishing in the forest in Ridgeside Village. This is not an easy thing to do. The enemies here have no respect for the art of fishing. They will fly over to you while you're fishing. They will attack you while you're fishing. And worst of all, they won't feel bad about it. I catch many a fish before eventually encountering a legendary fish, the Deep Ridge Angler. The fish itself isn't too difficult. Trying to catch it while being attacked by the monsters I mentioned? That's a different story altogether. Thankfully I'm able to catch it along with the other fish that appear in this location. I only have to catch 2 more fish from the Ridgeside Village mod. They are legendary fish and I am terrified of them. I drop off all of the fish Belinda wants completing her order. I receive 69,000 gold and a very intense feeling of personal satisfaction. Day 81 begins with a letter from Belinda. She tells me to meet her in the Ridge Falls to behold the fruit of her labor. I'm being told to meet with a lot of people lately. The geode crushers have been hard at work. We are very quickly approaching the point where I grow Joja berries exclusively for a season or 2 or 3 or maybe 4. I donate some items to the museum and a persimmon to the community center. I only need 1 more item to finish off the artisan bundle. Right, let's get back to the Highlands. The goal here is pretty simple. Obtain at least 1 each of the monster crop seeds, defeat a big monster on the top of the mountain, and use the key it drops to do something. I'm not going to spoil that one, just in case anybody doesn't know what it does. The problem of getting a truffle for the community center has been solved. One of the enemies here decided to be very kind and drop one for me. I defeat a load of those mushroom enemies and at this point I've got 3 of the 4 monster crop seeds. I was going to go inside but I sort of second guessed myself. I decide to make my way up the mountain instead. I break a boulder and find a bit of a hidden room. It contains diamonds and a lot of them, and a diamond flower. There's a fish I can catch inside here too, but I'm a little burnt out on fishing, so I'll go for that one another time. I scale the mountain and reach the summit. I defeat the enemy up here, securing treasure boxes, bars, and a key. It wasn't a difficult fight, which usually isn't the case. It can be really tough. The difference here is I have a really powerful weapon. I make my way to the entrance of the cave and I place a tent down. The 4th and final monster crop seed has been acquired on day 82. I head left inside this wonderfully dangerous area and find a safe spot to go fishing. After that mini fishing adventure, I head to the top right of the map. From there, I go north and enter a cave. A dwarf has been locked inside a cage. Remember the key I got from that big enemy on the mountain? I can use it to unlock the door to the cage, freeing the dwarf. On a completely different note, I forgot to work on Linus's order. I really do want to get that done. I need the crafting recipe you get for completing it. But for now, more fishing. I get the diamond carp and I skedaddle out of the Highlands. I have Clinton upgrade the pan on day 83. I then talked to Kai and got very confused for a moment. I was wondering why he had a costume on. Then it dawned on me. The Spirits Eve festival takes place tonight. Nice, I love that festival. I spend pretty much the entire day fishing. The only other thing I do is attend the aforementioned festival. I buy the jack-o'-lantern crafting recipe and a rare crow. I donate a truffle to the community center on day 84. The artisan bundle is now done and dusted thanks to a wonderful piece of cheese. Wool and a duck egg have been donated and the fall crops bundle has been taken care of too. I buy all of the crafting recipes Robin is selling. And I might as well get kegs, preserve jars and bee houses while I'm here. After selling Joja berry starters, I find myself back in Robin's. As usual, when I earn tens if not hundreds of thousands of gold, it doesn't last very long. I've decided to invest all of my money in a premium coop. Joja berries have been planted in the greenhouse in Ridgeside Village. I apologize for planting so many of them, but they're kinda sorta my favorite crop in the entire game, including any and all mods. It's very satisfying harvesting hundreds of them at one time. I will branch out and plant hundreds if not thousands of mixed seeds in the future though. With all of that out of the way, it is once again time to do some fishing. This time is different though. I'm trying to get trash. It takes only a couple of minutes for me to get everything I need. In what was a bit of an emotional moment for me, I deposit the trash into the dumpster. Pika wants me to find ingredients for a special order. The bad news is I should have accepted this order 6 days ago. The good news is I still have 8 days to do it. The bad news part 2 is that lava lilies won't appear again until fall of year 2 after today is over. I find a few of them in the forest, then I head up to the summit of this mountain. Wait, is it a forest or a mountain? Or is it both? A morris. A fountain. No, that one doesn't work. There's a farm up here that belongs to me now. This is my reward for helping Belinda and Ray. I'm sure you can guess what I'm going to be planting up here. I spend the night getting started on the layout of this farm. And that is the end of fall. It has taken quite a while, but we're finally approaching the end of the first year. Like always, let's not waste any time. Let's jump right into winter. The iridium pan has been obtained on day 85. Now I wish I could say everything after this was good news, but it isn't. Because Pika is not giving me the special order I wanted. I'm looking for the exotic ingredients order so I can get the cooking recipe for the winter-themed dish. Back at the farm, Yuma has decided to pay a visit. He tells me that Lenny wants to talk to me about something important, so let's go ahead and do that, shall we? The minecart system in the village is currently out of order, and Lenny wants me to help her fix it. Which, in Stardew Valley terms, usually translates to something along the lines of, here are all of the materials I need, go get them. Unsurprisingly, that's what happened here. I need 300 wood, 10 iron bars, and 5 gold bars. Well, the good news is I already have everything I need, so let's drop those items off. With that taken care of, I buy all of the cooking recipes that are being sold in the saloon. Then I make a cookout kit. I use it to make a fried egg, a maki roll, and a candy. All 3 items are donated to complete the chef's bundle in the community center. I sell joja berries and use a small chunk of the money I get from them to upgrade my hoe. To round off the day, I did a bit of work on the shipping collection. I added, maybe like 20 or 30 items to it, and I earned 34,000 gold in the process. Day 86 begins in the secret woods where I collect bearberries. I also unlocked the mastery room at some point. I don't know when exactly that happened. I must have missed the notification popping up and letting me know at some point. Regardless, we're here now and we've unlocked farming and fishing mastery. The iridium scythe will help us harvest our crappie whoppies a lot faster, and the advanced iridium rod will make it even easier to catch all of the remaining fish. Caroline wants me to find and ship 100 pieces of ginger. The wizard wants prismatic jelly. I need to do both of these as they both give a crafting recipe as a reward. Alas, I can only choose one, so I'm gonna go with the wizard, and hopefully Caroline won't hold a grudge. It doesn't even take 1 whole minute for me to find a prismatic slime. I defeat it, earning the magical prismatic jelly. That might just be the shortest amount of time I've ever spent doing that order. The minecart system has received a bit of an update. A number of locations in Richside Village have been added to the list. Over on Ginger Island, Mr. Key wants me to give out 50 loved gifts. As always, this is basically a guaranteed 40 key gems. It's a very handy one for me to get. I spend the remainder of the day working on getting all of the Mineral Town fish. None of them are difficult, which is good. They wouldn't be as hard as the legend or the glacier fish, or even the octopus. I move from the outskirts of Mineral Town to the area right before the entrance. Finally, I end up at the beach where I spend the remainder of the evening. At the end of the night, my game crashes. So I'm gonna have to do today all over again. I won't show the footage of that though, nothing is going to change. I'm going to do the exact same thing for the most part anyway. The copper hoe has been obtained on day 87, and in news that is somehow even better, Zinnia has sent me a letter. She believes she has finally found a place that her mother wanted to find all that time ago. Both Marlon and Clinton are going to help her look for it. She wants me to join them for this adventure. She also specifies that there's no need for me to rush. Even if I don't meet them today, they'll just wait until I'm ready. They won't go without me. I complete the winter foraging bundle, which means yet another room has been finished off. There are only 2 more rooms remaining. I was able to finish off getting all of the Mineral Town fish when I redid day 86. I went for the cod first and got that one out of the way immediately. This was the only fish I had remaining at the end of the original day 86. So yeah, all of the fish from Mineral Town have been caught. After sending my hoe to Clinton, I do a bit of foraging at the beach. Then some more foraging at the summit. Pineapples and a few other crops have been harvested on Ginger Island. Like I said, anything can grow here. We ended up with strawberry, amaranth, artichoke, red cabbage, cauliflower, but wait a minute. Oh my goodness, we got our red cabbage. I genuinely, like if I hadn't planted mixed seeds here, I genuinely don't know if I would have got the red cabbage. There is a literal 0% chance that I would have completed the community center before the end of winter. It's back on the table. We can actually do it. In order to do so, I need a rabbit's foot and a duck feather for the bulletin board, and then any 3 of the following items for the animal bundle: a large milk, a large goat milk, a large brown egg, and a large white egg. I think we can do it. All I have to do is just wait for my animals to produce the items I need. We can genuinely do this. This is good. This is really good. We're back on track. Nice. In the meantime, let's do some fishing. I buy 10 dish of the sea dishes for that beautiful +3 fishing boost. I catch the angler just north of Georgia Mart. Then I catch the legend up in the mountains near Robin's house. Next up is the crimson fish down at the beach. And finally I catch my 4th legendary fish of the day, the glacier fish. Magic bait really is amazing, isn't it? I focus on catching beach fish for the remainder of the day. I buy a few void eggs from Krobus on day 88. That is followed by me catching the 5th legendary fish, the mutant carp. I make a quick trip to the desert where I catch the scorpion carp. Then I spend a large portion of the day fishing over on Ginger Island. I really was all over the place here, but I did catch multiple new fish, so things worked out. At around 7 PM, I decide to focus on a different goal entirely. First, I go after the fossilized spine, and I get it. Then I try to get the fossilized tail. It takes quite a while, but eventually I'm able to get my hands on it. I donate the final 3 artifacts to the field office, earning a couple of rewards. The crafting recipe for the ostrich incubator, 6 golden walnuts, and a banana tree sapling. Day 89 is off to a wonderful beginning as the hoe has been returned to me. I anticipated this and am more than ready to send it right back to have it upgraded once again. I plant my banana tree sapling before meeting Zinnia, Clinton, and Marlin in the mines. Clinton is a bit I don't know, I wouldn't say he's unhappy that I'm here, but I think he maybe thought this was going to be like a date between him and Zinnia. Yeah, I saw that coming. I just knew I knew he was going to be Clinton, if that makes sense. Zinnia tells Marlin and Clinton to stand guard and explore the area by themselves, but she wants me to accompany her. We find a very, very specific rock, the exact rock she has been looking for. She borrows Clinton's pickaxe and we both hit the rock at the same time. It breaks, revealing a staircase. Clinton appears to be very upset at this point that he isn't the one doing all of these things with Zinnia. Clinton, you don't have anything to worry about. Like, have you watched any of my videos? I haven't romanced anyone in this game in over 2 years. I literally always ask Krobus to be my roommate. You have nothing to worry about, Clinton. Like, I'm a non-factor when it comes to the romance element of a villager's life. I'm not interested. I mean, he would have known that already if he was, subscribed to my YouTube channel. Zinnia thanks me for helping her find this place. More importantly, she also tells me that she knows what she wants to do with her life now. She wants to explore all of the hidden, magical areas in this cave system and write about them. She wants to document the curiosities and the wonders and the magical elements of this valley. That was a fun cutscene. I really enjoyed that. In fact, I enjoyed all of Zinnia's storyline so far. Another cutscene is on the horizon now. This is a rather short one. The dwarf I freed from the cave in the highlands has opened a shop in the mountains here. The items they are selling are really unique, but I don't think I'm going to buy any of them. I do a bit of fishing and catch the fiber goby, followed by the highlands bass. If there's one thing I know about this place, it's that you have to be pretty careful while you're fishing here. If you don't use fences to create a barricade around yourself, then the monsters can and will attack you while you're fishing. Day 90 has arrived. I've decided to do Mr. Key's order in the most lazy way possible, by using celestial crystals. Literally every villager loves them, so I don't have to use the Lookup Anything mod to find dozens of different items that everybody loves. All 4 items I need for the animal bundle have been produced, lovely stuff. I dropped them off, leaving us with one final area to do. All I need is a duck feather and a rabbit's foot. The gold hoe has been obtained on day 91. With this wonderful tool in my hands, I can finally begin working on the farm in Ridgeside Village. And that is what I shall be doing for the entire day. The Festival of Ice takes place on day 92. I grab a rare crow and a cooking recipe, and yeah, that's about it really. I spent both day 93 and 94 working on the farm in Ridgeside Village. Here is the result of that work as we begin day 95. Unfortunately, I can't make use of the farm right now. The only thing I can grow here during winter is powder melon, so nothing I can do really. I accept an order from Caroline. She wants me to harvest and ship 100 pineapples. This is probably the worst of the 3 options for this order, if I'm being honest. The other 2 are ginger and taro tubers. They're a lot easier to do than this one. I mean, I know of a few methods to get pineapple seeds, but I'm not 100% certain that we can get this done. It's going to be tight. I buy Deluxe Speed Grow and harvest 2 pineapples. I toss them into a seed maker. I trade magma caps for 6 pineapple seeds at the island trader. So now I've got 21 of them in total, plus however many I get from the seed maker. I consume a monster musk and run through the volcano dungeon. The main goal is to get pineapple seeds, but I'm also getting cinder shards and walnuts. I sell gems to the dwarf on floor 5 so I can get mega bombs, just to speed up the whole process of getting through the volcano dungeon. By the time I reach floor 9, I've got a total of 26 seeds. After a trip to the island trader, I've got a total of 32 pineapple seeds. Not bad. I think I can work with this. I spend the day replacing Joja berries with the pineapples. I also earn over 300,000 gold from Joja berry starters. Let me talk to you. It's been a while since I've done that, so I figured I might as well throw it in here. Hello. Okay, let's talk. So I finished editing the entire video. Literally everything else is done. And then I realized at the very end that day 96 is gone. Yeah, I don't know what happened to it, but it isn't there anymore. So I figured I would pop in here and let you all know what exactly I did on that day. I spent the entire day in the volcano dungeon and I got around 10 pineapple seeds. No, it was 10. I didn't get around 10, I got exactly 10. I don't know why I said around. Anyway, yeah, that's all I did. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. I accept an order from Mr. Key on day 97. He wants 4 prismatic shards. This is one of those orders that you accept and then you sort of forget about until you realize you've got the items you need a couple days later or a couple of weeks later. A rabbit's foot and a duck feather have been produced, so off I go to the community center where I finish off the remaining 2 bundles. It took quite some time, but we've managed to get the community center completed. Lovely jubbly. There's no time for celebrating, however, as there is still a lot of work to do. Now that the premium coop has been built, I have to move all of the animals in the original coop to the premium one. Following that, I get rid of the coop. Not the premium one, the original one. That's the one I got rid of, not the premium one. I just wanted to make that very clear. I didn't make a mistake here, don't worry. And I ask Robin to build a premium barn. I buy kegs and preserve jars along with a few geese from Marnie. I don't think I mentioned, the premium barn and coop are from the Stardew Valley expanded mod. You unlock the ability to buy geese when you buy the premium coop. I load up on hay and return to a place I am all too familiar with, the volcano dungeon. Lewis has sent me a letter on day 98. Basically, I've received a decent amount of friendship points with the villagers for completing the bulletin board bundles in the community center. Then, surprise surprise, I find myself in the volcano dungeon. I've just gotten my second pineapple seed of the day, and I think that should be enough. There is no room for error here though. If I've made a mistake, no matter how small that mistake might be while counting the pineapples and trying to figure out when they'll all grow, I can't save this. Like, genuinely, I won't know if I'm going to complete this order until the very last day of winter. We're really going down to the wire on this one. Let's not dwell on that for too long though, or I will become very nervous. Luckily, I have found a distraction in the form of the wizard. He wants me to infiltrate the home of the witch so that I can steal back the ink she stole from him. I talk to Krobus, who very kindly opens up the entrance to the mutant bug lair. I quickly make my way through the area and grab the Dark Talisman. Now, as much as I want to return to the mountains and open up the door to the witch's house using this item, I cannot, because I have to go fishing. Okay, now I'm ready. I step on the magical teleportation circle and find myself in a brand new area, courtesy of the Stardew Valley expanded mod. This place can be a bit difficult to navigate when you first come here. We don't have anything to worry about, however, because I've already played through the mod, so I know how to get through this little, this maze of sorts. The problem is, I zoned out, and I ran into a big green ghost, and I got knocked out. Yeah, that was humbling. Learning absolutely nothing from that experience, I returned to the Forbidden Maze. That's what it's called, by the way, the Forbidden Maze. I spend a lot more time than I should have defeating monsters and collecting loot. Eventually, I find myself at the teleportation circle that I can use to get out of here. Before I do so, I have another round of fishing to do. This is probably the most dangerous area to go fishing in. I had an even tougher time here than up in Ridgeside Village. Using nothing but complete sheer willpower, I get the fish I need and teleport to the witch's swamp. I give a void mayonnaise to the goblin henchman. He runs away to find a nice quiet area where he can devour that tasty, I guess, item in peace. To the surprise of nobody, I'm sure, I have to do a little bit of fishing before I go any further. Realistically, I could have come back here at a later date and done all of the fishing I've done today. I would rather get them out of the way now though. I grab the wizard's ink and I give it to the wizard. We can now buy the gold clock, Junimo huts, and obelisks from a shop here in East Tower. A new item has been added to the shop here, the Ridgeside Village obelisk. Something is happening in the forest on day 99, interesting. The goblin henchman is very unhappy with me. The witch fired him. Because I distracted him with void mayonnaise, so technically it's my fault that he got fired. He's demanding that I visit him so we can talk. I don't quite feel safe going to visit him, but I'm going to because I like the character of the goblin henchman. Georgia berries. Mr. Key wants me to give 50 loved gifts. Yeah, okay, I'll do this one again. I plant all 4 monster crops on the farm before heading down to the south of the forest. I traverse through a little maze and end up in an area with a few Junimo huts. This is a magical location known as the Junimo Woods. All of the new artifacts that were added by the expanded mod can be bought in one of the shops here. I want to clarify something. The shop overhaul mod doesn't make any changes here. Literally all of the items you're seeing right now are sold by the Junimos here. You don't need that mod for this to happen. I catch a glowfish and a meteor carp, then I discover another new area. You can find a pathway in the bottom right of the big forest. That pathway leads you to an area called Sprite Spring. I swim up to a hidden cave where I find mushrooms and ancient fruit. To finish off the day, I attend the Night Market Festival, mainly because I need to catch 3 fish here, but also because I love the vibe here. It's very relaxing. It is time for me to invest in more seed makers on day 100. I want to spend as little time as possible getting all the money I need for the gold clock, so I want the production of Joja Berry starters to be as efficient as possible. Speaking of Joja Berry starters, I sell 1,900 of them to earn a whopping 1.9 million gold. I buy 10 iridium sprinklers, the items Annetta added to Pierre's shop, and a bunch of cooking ingredients. I spend the remainder of the day replacing coffee beans with Joja berry starters. I've said Joja berry starters so many times during this playthrough. I think that might be a sign. If I ever do a playthrough of Stardew Valley Expanded again, I won't use Joja berries in that one. What have I done? That's not going to be good for me. Day 101 begins with a visit from Zinnia. Silly is ready to meet the entire town. Okay, right, this makes sense because I checked my friendship with Silly last night out of curiosity and I have 10 hearts of friendship with her now. So I assume that's how you get to this part of the story? The wizard wants to teach me magic. Neat. Now that the premium barn has been built, I have the slightly tedious job of moving all of the barn animals inside it. Once I've got that taken care of, I ask Robin to upgrade the house before meeting Silly, Zinnia, and Gabriel in the town centre. It takes a while for any one of us to explain why we've gathered everybody here today. Understandably so. I mean, we're about to try to explain to an entire town of people how we found a slime that is friendly. And on top of that, we're also going to try to convince the town that we should all be friends with every single slime from now on. Oof. Zinnia is struggling a lot to get any words out, but Gabriel steps in to help her. He explains the history between them and humans, how we were friendly with them in the past, and how they helped us and trusted us. But then our greed got the better of us and we attacked them. Zinnia takes over and reveals Silly. There's a bit of a hullabaloo from the villagers when they first see Silly. Silly apologizes for the long-standing battle that's been happening with slimes and humans. She says that all she wants is to be friends with everybody here and for everybody to move on from the complicated past between us. Pretty much everybody is on board. They accept Silly into the town with zero hesitation. The camera pans up and we see a group of slimes up near the community center. It appears Silly isn't the only one who has forgiven humans and wants to be friends with us. The entire slime population wants the exact same thing. Silly has a present for me. She grew a slime heart, all by herself. She gives me the seeds for one, and Pierre says he's going to sell the seeds for them too. I wasn't really sure what to expect from the Adventurers Guild Expanded mod, but I've really enjoyed this whole storyline. I feel like the outcome would have been a lot different, and not in a good way if I had taken Gabriel's side back when he wanted to keep fighting slimes basically. So I'm happy I chose Zinnia and her storyline. I'll talk in more detail about the mod when we come to the end of the playthrough. For now, let me just say that was a really wholesome ending to a fun adventure. I grab all of the cooking recipes that are being sold in Pika's restaurant, and that is all for today. Day 102 begins and ends in the Skull Caverinos. I drank a monster musk before coming in, and the end result of that is me making a lot of progress on the monster eradication goals. And I collected hundreds of ores while I was here. The Queen of Sauce cookbook is being sold on day 103, so I buy it. I've been waiting quite a while for this one to show up. Once again, it's off to the Caverinos for the entire day. I find a prismatic shard, which is the fourth one I needed for Mr. Key's order. I harvest 42 pineapples to begin day 104. I should be able to get a second harvest from these specific ones one more time before winter ends, so that's another 42 guaranteed. And I have another 18, 19, maybe 20 of them growing, which also should be ready before the end of winter. I hope so. After delivering the 4 prismatic shards to Mr. Key, I enter the mines. It took the entire day, but I was able to finish off the dust sprite goal. I wanted to grab the burglar ring you get as a reward for completing that goal, so I made a beeline for the Adventurers Guild. A warrior by the name of Alicia is here. She is a talented sniper. Alicia is a really cool character in my opinion. I hope at some point the Stardew Valley Expanded mod fleshes out her character a bit more. Maybe give us a storyline centered around her in the future, maybe? Things take a dramatic turn for the worse as the next cutscene is anything but lighthearted. Gabriel is having a nightmare and he can't wake up. The wizard knows of only one way to wake him up. He can cast a spell to transport somebody into Gabriel's nightmare. It is a very dangerous spell and could easily go terribly wrong, so I volunteer myself immediately. The wizard does his whole magic thingy and puts me in Gabriel's nightmare. It's obvious immediately that his nightmare is about the day that his mother passed away. It happened because she was protecting Gabriel. He was a child and he was in danger. She sacrificed herself to save him. Gabriel blames himself for what happened. I tell him it isn't his fault, and I wasn't saying that just for the sake of saying it. I don't exactly know what happened, but he was just a kid. Gabriel forgives himself, which is one of the most powerful things you can do in a situation like this. So, I guess I'm proud of him. Gabriel promises to maybe tell me what actually happened that day with his mom. He says he's going to try to forgive himself for the mistakes that he's made. He also realizes how upset Zinnia was when he was having the nightmare, so he's going to talk to Harvey and ask for help in that area too. I grab all of the rewards I've earned from doing the monster eradication goals and I buy 4 iridium bands. As fast as I possibly can, I use the minecart to get to floor 10 in the volcano. Then I combine all of my rings together. And I made 1.6 million gold. Sweet. The wizard teaches me how to make teleportation circles on day 105. And what better way for me to practice what I've learned than by putting it to use? I meet the wizard in the backwoods behind my farm. I then follow him up the steps into an area called the Nexus. All of the teleportation circles I create in the future can be found here. The wizard helps me set up my first one, linking the Nexus to his tower. The remainder of the day is spent in the Caverinos. I complete the Serpent eradication goal while I'm inside here. I think I only have the Magma Sprite eradication goal left to do. I'm not 100% certain, but I'm fairly confident in saying that. I pay a visit to Marlin, who helps me create a teleportation circle linking the Adventurers Guild to my Nexus. I'm on a bit of a roll right now, so I keep the whole magic thing going. I create another circle down in Sprite Spring and one more down in the Junimo Woods. I begin day 106 by making another teleportation circle right here on the farm. Gunther has an order for me. He wants me to bring him 100 bones. I initially went over to the mines to defeat skeletons for the bones, but then I got an idea. I buy a couple of mega bombs from the dwarf and head over to Ginger Island. I harvest a few pineapples and throw them into the shipping bin. Then I do what I actually came here to do. I place bombs at the dig site to blow up all of the rocks. I receive over 30 bones by doing this. Not quite enough to complete Gunther's order, but it was certainly a lovely boost. I return to the mines to gather the remainder of them. It doesn't take very long at all thanks to a combination of the monster musk and the burglar ring. Before I know it, I'm down in the museum handing the bones over. On the topic of special orders, Mr. Key wants me to reach level 100 in the upgraded Skull Caverns. I might as well use my key gems to buy some crafting recipes while I'm here. The shopping spree continues in the desert as I buy 225 starfruit seeds and a cooking recipe. I spend the day planting my starfruit. I ask Robin to upgrade my house on day 107. I wanted to destroy the barn and move a couple of buildings around, but I can't because Robin goes to gym class on Tuesday. So I got here just in time to ask her to upgrade the house, but I can't do anything else here. I thought I was out of luck until I remembered that you can do so in the Wizard's Tower. I head over to the Forbidden Maze where I formally introduce myself to the Goblin Henchman. Hello, I'm sorry for getting you fired. He gives me a request. Well, no, it's not a request. I kind of have to do this because of what I did to him. I have to bring him swamp flowers and different types of mushrooms. He's going to give these items to the witch and hopefully she'll give him his job back as a token of gratitude for these items. I already have a decent amount of them, so it doesn't take too long for me to get the remaining items that I need. I drop them off, completing the goblin's order. When you enter the water here in Sprite Spring, one of your skills gets a boost. It's entirely random. Today my combat was boosted. I got +3 attack. I want to mention that now because I'm going to try to get the fishing boost every day if I can. Speaking of fishing, the remainder of the day is spent fishing on Ginger Island. The goblin is here on day 108. He thanks me for giving him all of the flowers and mushrooms. The witch didn't give him his job back though. The good news, no, the phenomenal news is the goblin wants to be my friend. I buy magic bait from a Junimo hut. I never want to run out of this stuff. It's making the whole fishing thing a lot easier for me. I was hoping the wolf snapper would appear, but it didn't, and I got bored, so I decided to make butter instead. Yeah, I don't know why that was my backup plan, it just kinda was. I place a battery pack into the box in the tunnel. Then I place a rainbow shell into the box at the railroad, followed by 10 beets into the fridge in Lewis's house. And finally I put a solar essence into the mouth of the skeleton all the way down here at the bottom of the desert. I buy a rare crow from the dwarf, grab the casino membership card from the pile of wood beside my house and enter the casino. My goal was to win enough key coins to buy the rare crow, but I was having no luck whatsoever, so in the end I decided to just buy all of the coins instead. It was definitely worth it, as the crafting recipe for the deluxe scarecrow has been received on day 109. Today was a bit of a lazy day on account of the Feast of the Winter Star Festival taking place. I had some wonderful conversations with the lovely people of Pelican Town, and I gave a fairy rose to Jazz. Jody then gave me a poppy seed muffin. Thank you. Day 110 begins with the realization that I've completed all 5 levels of mastery. It turns out it's rather easy to get it done when you're harvesting hundreds of Joja berries every single week. After grabbing the final 3 mastery rewards, I accept an order from Pika. The first 2 items are fine. They're both fish, which are easy to get. In fact, I think I already have all 6 of them. The problem is the 20 Sierra Wintergreen and the 20 Frost Clump berries. I have 12 Wintergreen and 5 Clump berries. I'm going to try to bump those up to 20 each before winter ends, but it isn't very likely. I meet Belinda in the west of the forest here in Ridgeside. She shows me a brand new area. This is the reward for catching all of the fish she asked me to get during fall, I think it was. I'm sorry, the days are kind of blending together now. It's getting difficult for me to remember exactly when certain things happened. Regardless, we are in a very special area. All of the fish I deliver to her can be caught here anytime regardless of the season. I've got 17 wintergreen and 6 clump berries. Things really aren't looking good in the frost clump berry department. I'm not getting this one done. I buy mini fridges and a workbench on day 111. I'm gonna start throwing all of the ingredients I have for cooking recipes into fridges. After I've done that, I'm going to make all of the dishes I can at this point, which ends up being a bit more than I thought it would. So that was a pleasant surprise. I've also done the same thing for crafting recipes. I've taken all of the materials I have and put them into a chest. Well, no, it wasn't a chest, it was multiple, but you get the point. There's a very handy mod called Stardew Progress. It lets me see what ingredients I still need. Again, surprisingly enough, I've got most of the crafting ingredients already. One thing I am missing though is the swamp flowers. So I spend the remainder of the day in the Forbidden Maze getting a bunch of them. And finally we arrive to day 112, the very last day of winter. I begin by harvesting my pineapples. I can tell that I've harvested enough pineapples for Caroline's order because the ding noise played while I was harvesting them, so I should complete the order when I go to sleep tonight. I craft as many items as I can before taking a look at the list of dishes in the menu. I'm not doing too bad here, I think. I still have to unlock, I don't know, 20, maybe 30 recipes, but I get the feeling I'll unlock most of them naturally as I increase my remaining friendships. As for the crafting recipes, I'm doing even better in this area. I don't think we'll encounter any issues here. I plant 3 mystic tree seeds, sprinkling fertilizer on them as I do. I wander aimlessly around Mineral Town before stumbling into the shop. Hold on, all of these items, the miso, the salted butter, the curry powder, they're all in the list of cooking recipes. And so is the daily special here in the Moonlight Inn. I feel like I would have been able to buy the recipes for these dishes if I was actually able to make them. I'm gonna operate under the assumption that I can't actually cook them, even though they're listed as a cooking recipe. I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but this has happened before in 1 or 2 other mods. And I remember everything worked out fine, and this was the case in those mods. Oh yeah, look, there's more dishes being sold here too. I think we're okay. I'm choosing to believe that most of the Mineral Town dishes can't be unlocked, so I'm not worried about that whatsoever. What I am worried about is the sapling being sold by 1. I only have 3 1 tickets, and I need 15 for that sapling. And based on the shipping collection, there's another 2 saplings. Right, I think I've spent more than enough time talking about the first year. So as myself and what looks like every single villager in the entire game gathers here in Ridgeside Village to bid adieu to what was a beautiful first year, I just want to say thank you so much for sticking around for this long, especially with how long this video is. I hope you've enjoyed watching me explore all of these mods, big and small, during the last 112 days. Now I don't know about you, but I am very excited to see what happens during the next 112 days and beyond as we inch closer and closer to achieving 100% completion. So, let's see what happens. Mr. Kent is here on day 113, welcome to town, and Kim Paw is here too. He lets me know that new items have been added to his shop over in the Nightingale Orchard. I assume he's referring to fruit tree saplings, so I'll definitely have to pop in at some point and buy them. Over in Ridgeside Village, Maeve wants me to bring her eggs, wool and milk. This wasn't the order I was looking for. I really wanted Pika to show up here, so I can get the cooking recipe for the spring dish. I take all of the eggs, milk and wool that I have and I drop them off, but it isn't enough, so I'll have to check my coop and barn from time to time to get the rest of them. Tort's birthday is today, so I deliver his gift to him in person. Despite not getting an order from Pika today, there's still a chance to get it during spring, so I'm going to be doing a lot of foraging when I have any free time just to be prepared. I buy the 2 new fruit tree saplings from Kimpaw and resume my foraging escapades over in Mineral Town. So when it comes to 1 tickets, I can get them by digging up artifact spots. Now I could spend ages doing this normally, but I've just had an idea. I'm going to make a treasure totem when I get Mystic Syrup. I can use them to summon artifact spots and maybe potentially get 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 tickets with each totem. I begin day 114 by making a few dishes. All of them are from Mineral Town. Speaking of dishes, I plant tea saplings as I need to get tea leaves and green tea for cooking recipes. Mr. Key wants 100 each of different coloured items. This one is a bit of a walk in the park, if I'm being honest. I already have everything I need, so a tasty 35 key gems have been added to my collection. Naomi has come to town. I think I can get 1 cooking recipe by working on her friendship. And again, I'm not 100% certain, but I think a shop opens up in the hotel in Ridgeside Village now that she's come to town. I enter the secret woods while having maple syrup in my inventory. This allows me to meet the bear. They have a shop in the big forest where I can buy another 2 cooking recipes. Yeah, we're approaching the cleanup portion of the playthrough. This is where I focus on unlocking all of the remaining cooking and crafting recipes. It can get a bit boring, so I'll do my best not to draw it out. Naomi is here on the farm on day 115. She notifies me that a cafe has opened up in the hotel. Yes, that is what I was talking about yesterday when I said that a new shop opens up in the hotel. This is what I was talking about, the cafe. I spend 10 walnuts to unlock the fast travel system here on Ginger Island. That was the last item I can spend my walnuts on, so I can now trade my remaining walnuts for key gems. I decide to buy Pierre's missing stock list. I can now buy every single seed from his shop regardless of the season I'm in. It is very handy. Nobody is at the till here in the cafe and the hotel. Thankfully, the creator of the Ridgeside Village mod was kind enough to offer an alternative way of buying the cooking recipes. If I simply interact with the catalog here, I can open up the shop and buy all of the recipes. Another thing I can do inside this hotel is organize a party for a villager's birthday. I choose to have a party for Kent. He's only just come to town, so I want to make as much progress as possible on his friendship as quickly as possible. I make a couple of dishes, go foraging at the summit, and grab 2 prize tickets at the special orders board. I trade all 6 of them and receive the Friendship 101 book. Maybe I should have done this sooner now that I think about it. You see, this book right here increases the amount of friendship points you earn with a villager, so it would have been very handy. Susan wants quality fertilizer. I won't get a crafting recipe for doing this order, but that stuff is easy to make, so I might as well get this order done. At the bulletin board, Marnie wants Grumpleton orange chicken, which reminds me of something important. I need to watch all of Sophia's cutscenes. This person right here is the reason why I need to do that. Her name is Scarlet, and she only becomes an official villager when you watch Sophia's 8-heart cutscene. And you have to complete the community center, which I've already done. Or you can do the whole Joja thing if you want to do it that way, but like we did the community center, so we're good. I've talked about Sophia in all 3 playthroughs I've done that included the Stardew Expanded mod, but I'm gonna do it again here, just in case anybody is unfamiliar with her and her backstory. Sophia is not doing very well. She has good days and bad days, but the bad days they're pretty rough. That much is made very clear from the get-go. She's still healing from something that we don't really know about yet, but we shall find out what that is very, very soon. I use a rain totem as it has to be raining in order to activate the next cutscene involving Sophia. I make quality fertilizer and pay a visit to Annetta. She wants me to bring her 2 starfruit, as she's been intrigued by this fruit ever since she arrived here. Well, luckily for you, Annetta, I happened to grow a few of them during summer of last year, so I can definitely do this one for you. She also wants items in hues of yellow or gold. A gold bar maybe, will that do the job? I went to give her 2 starfruit, but it turns out a starfruit counts as the yellow or gold item. Not to worry, I have more, so this isn't the end of the world. I give her 2 more starfruit to complete the job she gave me. They tell me that they spoke with Marnie, and how did that conversation go? Hold on a minute, I wish we could have seen that. Like, how does a bear just walk in and talk to Marnie? Like, I want to see Marnie's reaction to that. Anyway, the result of that conversation is that we can now add bears to the barn. I buy the animal catalog, which allows me to use Marnie's shop whenever she isn't there. Then I add bears and camels to the barn, both of which come from the Stardew Valley Expanded mod. I complete enough jobs to earn a prize ticket, then I spend the remainder of the day foraging. Joja Mart has been struck by lightning, interesting. Annetta has sent me a lovely painting on day 116, thank you very much. The moment has come for Gabriel to tell us all about the day he lost his mother. Years ago, Daisy, who is his mother, went off to explore the mines, which is something she did from time to time back then. She tells Gabriel, who was just a kid at the time, to go into the guild and stay there with Gil, but he didn't. He decided that today was going to be the day that he too explores the mines. So he snuck inside and went down a staircase. A few moments later, a serpent appeared. It dove towards him and he did the only thing he could think of. He called out for his mother to help him. Daisy heard his cry and she came down into the mines. She was ready to battle the serpent, only she didn't have her sword with her. The serpent attacked, and it was already over. Later on that day, Gabriel's father, Daniel, was waiting outside the mines with Gabriel. Marlon came running over, brought Daniel into the mines, and showed him what happened to Daisy. So Zinnia and Marlon finally know the truth about what happened to Daisy. They can see how much this has been affecting Gabriel for pretty much his entire life since it happened, and they tell him it's okay. He was just a kid, there was nothing he could have done. More importantly, they tell him it wasn't his fault. The cutscene ends with the spirit of Daisy watching over us. She's proud of Gabriel for finally forgiving himself for what happened on that one day. And that is what I assume to be the final cutscene in the Adventurers Guild Expanded mod. That got me a bit emotional there, I won't lie. I'm glad I included that mod now that I've played through the entire thing and seen the resolution, I suppose, of the entire story. I head over to the hotel in Richside Village to attend the party I organised for Kent. I did this mainly for the friendship points. But I also think Kent is a cool villager, so I would have done it either way even if I didn't get any friendship points for this. No, I'm lying. I wouldn't have done this if it didn't give me friendship points with him. I wouldn't. Let's move on. Gabriel is here, and he gives me the crafting recipe for the Fire Slime Soul, the Frozen Slime Soul, and the True Slime Energy. Beautiful. I've been waiting to get my hands on these crafting recipes. Next up is a cutscene featuring Sophia. She's all by herself at the graveyard looking awfully sad. I pay her a visit, but she isn't really in the mood to talk. Right as I'm about to leave her house, she tells me to wait, so I think she's changed her mind. We watch TV to cheer her up. I have received multiple cooking recipes on day 117 thanks to the work I've done on my friendships. I harvest starfruit over on Ginger Island, and I get all of the walnuts you can obtain by harvesting crops over here while doing so. Nice. I talk to Birdie to begin her quest. She gives me an item. My job is to trade this item for another item, then trade that one for another one, and that keeps going until somebody gives me the pirate's locket. And so off I go. Kent, Gustavo, Sandy, George, the wizard, and William. I give the locket to Birdie to complete her quest. I receive the crafting recipe for fairy dust and 5 golden walnuts. I spend the remainder of the day working on the farm here in Ridgeside Village. I begin day 118 by visiting Sophia. She's hard at work, checking on the wine she's been aging in her basement. The reason why she's struggling so much right now is because her parents were involved in a car crash, and they didn't make it. They moved on, if you get what I'm saying. Ever since then, things haven't been good for Sophia. There's been more bad days than good days. Recently though, she's been getting better, slowly but surely getting better. After bringing quality fertilizer to Susan, I complete a few jobs to earn 2 prize tickets. I've decided to mention the jobs thing again simply because I'm trying to get a star drop tea, and I do. I give the tea to Krobus to bump him up to 10 hearts of friendship. I buy a cooking recipe from him and partake in a little shopping spree in the desert. I get the Void Ghost Pendant, gold carrot seeds, and Uva Ursi. That last one is a forage item from Cape Stardew. I've no idea why it's being sold at the merchant here, but I mean, I'll take it. I trade Omni Geodes for artifact troves before giving the Void Ghost Pendant to Krobus. He is now officially my roommate. Yeah, like I said a while ago, Clinton really has nothing to worry about. I'm always going to ask Krobus to move in with me. That won't change ever. I donate many artifacts to the museum, then I open up all of my artifact troves. Even more artifacts are donated. The remainder of the day is spent foraging. I make the following items to begin day 119. A cask, fairy dust, a solar panel, the fire and frozen slime souls, and true slime energy. Oh, and a Mineral Town warp totem as well. It's been a while since I've seen Jelly, so off I go to their home in Cape Stardew. They warn me that the creatures of the cavern have been stirring up trouble lately. They ask me to defeat 3 of these monsters. Oh, I still have to get the 2 crafting recipes that Jelly has for sale. I forgot about those. I can get them whenever. There's no rush. I spent so much time trying to find the monsters Jelly was talking about, like almost an embarrassing amount of time. It turns out the monsters they were talking about are the dinosaurs. On the bright side, I've just noticed an area that I completely missed every single time I came in here before. And boy am I glad I noticed it today, because I spy a gem that I need for the museum. The lunar crystal shard has been obtained, which means I only need 1 more mineral from Cape Stardew. I tell Jelly about the monsters I defeated, they thank me and give me 1,000 gold for my services. Then they ask me if they can have one of the lunar crystal shards that I found. I have a lot more than I need, so I don't mind giving one away, especially to Jelly. I donate the shard and go foraging for the remainder of the evening. Day 120 begins with a letter from Jelly. They want to give me something as a token of their gratitude. Please, 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 please let it be that final gem I need for the museum. Please just give me that 1 mineral. I collect a few bits and bobs around Mineral Town before accepting an order from Pika. I've over-prepared for this one if I'm being honest. But I suppose it's better to over-prepare than it is to under-prepare, right? Long story short, it will not take very long at all for me to get the items I need for Pika's order. Especially considering the only thing I need is 1 fish. Yeah. I drop everything off, completing the first of Pika's 4 orders. 1 cooking recipe has been obtained. 3 more remain. From Pika, I mean. There's quite a bit more than 3 recipes left to unlock overall. I meet Anetta at the beach. She can sense that Jelly is close by, but she doesn't know exactly who or what they are. I don't outright tell her about Jelly, but I do give her a bit of a hint that there's a spirit, I suppose, in the waters here. Annetta has a rather tame reaction to what I tell her, so, you know, fair play to her for that. She also just found the cabin that I donated items to, and she somehow immediately knows that I had something to do with it being fixed. I gotta say, Annetta is an interesting critter, that's for true. In other news, I have found the gift Jelly has for me. Not just one pretty stone, but 5 of them. It looks like my wish came true because this is the final gem from Cape Stardew that I need. The pretty stone has been donated. I think Mr. Key knows how easy it is for me to give items to villagers, because he's given me the order to give 50 loved gifts for the 4th time, I believe. Lance's birthday is today, so I sent him a monster mushroom. I also give him the monster crops he wants as we begin day 121. I pay a visit to his home in the Highlands. He creates a magical barrier that makes us invisible to all of the monsters here. This allows us to go on a bit of a field trip around the area. It was a whimsical experience, I must admit. I use a rain totem to ensure it rains here tomorrow before spending the entire day foraging. I also earn 1.4 million gold. Lance is here on the farm on day 122. We've been seeing a lot of Lance lately. He tells me to meet him on Ginger Island as soon as I can. And I will after I take care of something else first. Because it's raining, the green mushroom monster should spawn right here in the Highlands. And it does. I defeat it to get the green mushroom I need for the shipping collection. Then I meet Lance over on the island. He takes me to an area called the Fable Reef. The members of the first guild live here. Lance shows them all of the monster crops that I grew and then brought to him. They are astonished upon seeing these crops. I feel like I've done a good job here. I feel oddly proud of myself for growing those monster crops. The wizard knocks on my door on day 123. He tells me I can use a teleportation circle in his tower to visit the Fable Reef whenever I please. And I'm gonna take advantage of that right now, because with a new area comes new forage items and new fish. After picking up a shark tooth and a golden ocean flower, I catch a legendary fish, the turret fish. The thing with fishing at this point is if you have the trap bobber and the cork bobber equipped, the fish catch themselves. You don't really have to move the bar all that much. I place tappers on 2 mystic trees on the morning of day 124. Then I use fairy dust to produce 8 mystic syrup right away. My first destination is the Adventurers Guild. I use a totem to create artifact spots, which gets me the boomerang, the rusty shield, and amber. Following that, I move down to the area east of the museum where I get the old coin and the faded button. North of Georgia Mart, I dig up a strange doll and I find another one over in the desert. I donate everything I got to the museum. All that remains is 2 more artifacts. The Egg Festival takes place on day 125. Now, I could have taken part in the egg hunt, but I decided to be nice and let somebody else win it this year. I leave before it even begins. I also want to take this moment to say that I can feel myself getting sick. Like, I think I'm getting a cold, which isn't good because I need my voice. I can't have it fail me right now. And I think it started a lot sooner than this, if I'm being honest. So apologies if you noticed a change in my voice and it kind of took away from the video. I hope I get better soon. I do nothing on day 126. I trade walnuts for key gems on day 127, and I get the crafting recipe for Bluegrass Starter. If I can get 26 more key gems, I'll be able to get the last recipe in this room. Mr. Key wants me to ship 100,000 gold worth of freshly cooked items. There's a very convenient way to do this order. If you have enough money, you can buy coffee from the saloon and turn all of them into triple shot espressos. I think you need 223 espressos to earn 100,000 gold. That is exactly what I'll be doing for this one. I use a treasure totem at the beach in Mineral Town. I get 5 1 tickets for doing so. The second totem provides me with 8 more tickets. I now have enough to get the saplings, so I do. The Desert Festival takes place today and on the 16th and 17th days of spring. I took a look around and there doesn't seem to be anything new here. As in the mods I have installed, none of them add anything to this festival. So I'm gonna spend the rest of today, as well as day 128 and day 129, just harvesting Joja berries, as well as doing a bit of foraging and talking to the villagers. Right, I have a bit of bad news as we begin day 130. The gameplay audio is gone again. I don't know why. Thankfully, we have a cutscene to offset the negative vibes that have been created. And surprisingly enough, I've never seen this one. Like, genuinely, I didn't see this when I played Ridgeside Village before. I meet somebody named Peepo in the Ridgeside Village, over by the greenhouse that I own. They are accompanied by a Junimo called Little Acorn. Like Lil, Lil Acorn. That would be my stage name if I was an artist. I should have called my YouTube channel Little Acorn. I like that name, that's cool. They're searching for somebody, and Acorn thought that he sensed her in this forest a while ago. They're disappointed when I tell them that I haven't seen anybody around, but I promise to keep an eye out for them. While I'm in Ridgeside Village, I might as well pay a visit to Dr. Aguiar. I walk into his house and catch him using magic to do his laundry. He's not happy at all that I trespassed. I mean, let's not sugarcoat it, that's exactly what I did. I trespassed, so his reaction is understandable in my eyes. He calms down when he realizes that I too have an understanding of magic, and within moments he tells me about a top secret project that he's working on. He's researching a magical power that's coming from below the village. And that's all he's willing to tell me for now, so I guess we're playing a bit of a waiting game to find out what exactly is going on here. I tried to get the last 2 artifacts I need by using treasure totems in the desert, but I do not. I feel like it's going to take a while before I get these 2 artifacts. I remember them being pretty difficult. Wait a minute. I can just buy them in the Junimo Woods. Wait a minute, one of the Junimos there sells them. I handed over 64,000 gold for the 2 of these items, but I think it was worth it. After grabbing all of the Joja berry starters that have been produced, I donate the final 2 items to the museum. A star drop has been obtained. Lovely stuff. I sell all of my Joja berries, bumping me up to 11 million gold. Let's not waste any time. Let's buy the golden clock. I gotta say, I feel so much relief right now. I always feel like, I don't know how many of you do this, but like, you know how you can have a video playing for background noise? Well, when I'm playing Stardew Valley, the background noise is a little voice in my head telling me that I need 10 million gold for the golden clock. That voice kicks in on day 1, and it stays there all the way up until I get that golden clock. It is horrible, it really is. But finally, that voice has been silenced. Mr. Key has sent me the golden piggy bank on day 131. This absolute travesty of an item is the biggest scallywag of all time. If you put it on the ground, you can put money into it. That's it. That's all you can do. You can't even take the money back out. Once you put it in, it's gone. You're never seeing that money ever again. Oh, it's this one. Okay, I want to give a heads up before I start talking about this next cutscene. It involves somebody losing their dog. I know from experience how difficult that can be to go through. So I just want to let you all know that I'm going to be talking about this topic for around a minute, I would imagine. So for the cutscene that's going to happen right now, and for any cutscene that's related to this in the future, if there is any, I'll put like a bit of text right next to the day in the bottom left saying that we're talking about this cutscene right now, just so you know. So Kenneth from Ridgeside Village has created a robot in the shape of a dog. And at first I was thinking, alright, that's kind of cool. But then the robot falls apart and we realize why he made the robot. He lost his dog years ago and he's been trying to revive him ever since. And the way he's doing that is by creating a robot version of his dog. His dog was all he ever had and he lost him 6 years ago. Ever since that happened, Kenneth has been just completely obsessed with making this robot. I tell Kenneth that I think he should move on. This isn't healthy anymore. Even now, I still think about my dog, and I lost him, it was 6 years ago, too. Wow. It can be tough. Like, it's not like losing a best friend. It's exactly that. You are losing a best friend. It is losing a best friend. But after a certain point, I started remembering all of the good times rather than focusing on the fact that he isn't here anymore. And I think for the sake of Kenneth, he needs to start doing the same thing. This is a bad time to move on to a new cutscene, but I meet the wizard and Dr. Aguiar to discuss the magical power below the village. This whole thing began many years ago, and as of right now, it isn't strong enough to pose a threat. What it is doing is increasing the number of monsters in the mines. It caused all of the monsters in the Skull Caverns to reawaken for the first time in centuries. And worst of all, sometimes it even wakes Dr. Aguiar up during the night. Alright, I've heard enough, I will help you, don't worry. They ask me for my help in dealing with this magic. I say yes and agree to a future meeting where we can discuss the matter further. I meet Silly and Zinnia in town on day 132. Silly initially is visibly upset, but she cheers up when she sees me. According to Zinnia, Silly has been sad for the last few days and she doesn't really know why. Silly then tells me that she wants to move to my farm. Zinnia and I both think that is a fantastic idea. We begin talking about building a room for Silly beneath my house. Robin very conveniently happens to be listening to our conversation at that very moment, and she offers to help. All she needs is 100 hardwood. I chop down a few stumps and logs to get hardwood, pick up forage items at the summit, and talk to Dr. Aguiar. He takes me to what he believes is the source of the magic. We go underground and yep, here we are. Dr. Aguiar has no idea how these trees are able to grow down here. They simply shouldn't be able to. If nothing is done about these trees, then the entire village is going to be destroyed. It's not a maybe, it's going to happen. Now we can't do anything about it at the moment, but he's going to figure out a way to destroy those trees and prevent the village from being wiped out. I find something in this house? That is terrifying. I gotta say, I don't like that. That looks scary. They tell me to return here tomorrow night so they can properly introduce themselves to me. I go inside the house and they properly introduce themselves to me. Alright, I guess I don't have to wait until tomorrow? A girl called Andrea sort of spawns in. She is an elf. She can shapeshift and stuff. Andrea tells me about how she had an old friend back in the day. He told her that if anybody can find her, especially given her ability to shapeshift, then she should become friends with them. Hence, her introducing herself to me right now. Andrea challenges me to a daily game of hide and seek. If I can find her, she'll give me an item. I do nothing on day 133. I was feeling lazy. Dr. Aguiar is here on day 134. He has found a way to destroy the magic and save the entire village. I accompany him to the underground area we found. He uses a magical spell to destroy the trees. If we want to make sure that the trees don't grow here again, then we have to grow something else inside here, which means I have a choice to make: flowers or fruit. This is a very easy choice. It can be very difficult and take a lot of time to find the foxbloom flower, unless you choose the flowers option here. By doing so, there's a pretty decent chance to find it down here. And that is the end of the tale of Dr. Aguiar and his quest to save the village. I harvest tea leaves and go down into the magical area. There's nothing here yet. I don't know what I was expecting really, it's way too soon for any flowers to spawn. I collect hardwood and that is it for today. I talked to Zane on day 135. You are new. New to this playthrough anyway, he's only recently come to Ridgeside Village. I have accepted my final order from Mr. Key. 100 each of different colored items have been handed over and the crafting recipe for the hopper has been obtained. Annetta talks to me about how she can't stop thinking about jelly. The hint I gave her about a spirit in the cavern, that alone was enough to open her eyes to the beauty and the serenity of the ocean. She wants to explore new wonders and dreams of meeting the spirit, embracing the ocean and uncovering the hidden wonders of this world. The Flower Festival takes place on day 136. Just like the Desert Festival, there's nothing new here, so I don't really do anything. I meet Peepo and Little Acorn again on day 137. This time, somebody new is with them. Her name is Sari and she is an elf. She is also Peepo's mother. They've come here to find somebody. They've gone from town to town trying to find them with no luck whatsoever so far. She believes that I know where this person is, and I believe I do too. Right at that very moment, Andrea shows up, and suddenly everything begins to make sense. Sari addresses her as Princess Andrea. We move into Andrea's home to continue the conversation. The three of them, along with other teams, were given the task of finding Andrea. You see, when she was a baby, she was stolen from their kingdom by humans. Andrea shouts at Sari to stop talking, and I don't really blame her, to be honest. This is life-changing information right here. She's basically being told that the place she thinks is her home isn't actually her home at all. At least, not her original home. And the only friend she has ever had might be a bad person. She refuses to believe this. She is adamant that her friend Arthur was kind and caring and he was the only thing that she ever had. Even if Sari is telling the truth, Andrea doesn't want to leave. Acorn can see that Andrea is getting really sad, so he gives her a hug. That is really sweet. You know what? I'm starting the official Little Acorn fan club. Entry is free, and the only rule is to be kind to Little Acorn and Andrea and each other. Andrea still doesn't know what to do. Maybe she'll leave, maybe she'll stay here. She doesn't know. This is a lot of information to take in. Sari and Peepo are very understanding of this. They'll stay here and keep her company no matter what choice she makes in the end. I sell Joja berries because, well, of course I do. And I buy all 5 obelisks. And with that, I finally have the freedom to plant as many mixed seeds as I want. After all this time, I don't have to worry about money anymore. I spend day 138 frolicking around Richside Village. Something is happening down in the big forest on day 139. I go down there and enter the abandoned farmhouse. I can hear a Junimo somewhere, but I can't find them. What I do find is a golden scroll. I bring it to the wizard where he calls upon a witch named Kamala. She deciphers the scroll within seconds, which by itself is impressive. What makes it even more impressive is the fact that the wizard couldn't make heads nor tails of it. She tells me that a Junimo lives in the abandoned farmhouse in the big forest. If I want to meet them, I have to bring them 200 starfruit. So I do. Lenny wanted to have the community greenhouse in Richside Village repaired, and she asked me to get materials so she can do so. I legitimately forgot all about that until right now, so I bring her the iron bars, hardwood, and stone she requested. I also gave Robin the 100 hardwood she needs to build a house for Silly. It turns out Robin works very fast because Silly's house has already been built on day 140. She goes through a trapdoor on the porch of my house to get down to a new area. I'll follow her down in a moment. I want to read a letter I received first. Maeve, the person who wanted all of the wool, eggs, and milk, would like for me to visit her. She has a reward for me, or a token of her trust, as she puts it. Lenny lets me know that the community greenhouse is up and running again. She wants me to come to the village so I can attend the grand reopening. I am going to be a busy bee today. Here is Silly's new house, and I gotta say, it looks sterling. Silly already feels right at home inside here, which it warms my heart, it really does. I'm glad to see Silly be this happy. A Junimo called Apples has appeared in the abandoned farmhouse. They are very excited to see me. I can begin working on my friendship with them from tomorrow onwards. I attend the reopening of the community greenhouse in Richside Village. There's not much to say here. It's a greenhouse, and it was open, and then it wasn't open, but now it's open again. That's about it, really. Maeve tells me about the reward for completing her order. I can call her most trusted bank and request a loan of 500,000 gold. I can repay the loan any time I like, which is nice. The catch, however, is that I must pay it all back in one go. But that isn't all. Until I return the 500,000 gold, they're going to take 10% of all the money I make from throwing items into the shipping bin. Luckily for me, I don't have to deal with any of that, because I don't need money anymore. And that is the end of our second spring. Day 141 is the dawn of a brand new season, which means we have quite a bit of foraging to do. I start off in Mineral Town mainly because I tend to get all of the forage I need within a couple of days of walking around this place. A second fruit tree sapling is being sold by 1. I need tickets, so I use the same tactic I did during spring. Treasure totems. It works like a charm, and I have the sapling in my possession in no time at all. The foraging adventure continues unexpectedly up on the Ridgeside Village farm. Unexpectedly because I didn't think forage would spawn up here for some reason, but it does, so yay. Pika has an order for me, but it isn't the exotic ingredients for summer, which is a bit of a shame. That being said, I do have 3 more opportunities to get it, so I'm not too bothered by this right now. Naomi has sent me a cooking recipe on day 142, thank you. And Leo has too. I give a starfruit to apples and create a teleportation circle in their house. I collect items at the summit, buy 25 red cabbage seeds and make a few dishes. I buy a few slime heart seeds along with 8,000 mixed seeds. Well, almost 8,000, give or take a few. I'm gonna spend the rest of the day planting these seeds in all of the greenhouses I have. Kamala takes me to a brand new area on day 143, the Crimson Badlands. This right here is a very dangerous area, a place beset by both miracles and curses. It's been added to my Nexus so I can come here anytime I want. Like right now, for example. I'm feeling rather confident because of the weapon I have. I shouldn't have too many issues with the monsters here. I run around collecting void souls, swirl stones, void pebbles, and defeating dozens of enemies. Then, what I like to call the boss monster of the Badlands appears. It is a giant serpent, and as comfortable as I may feel with my weapon, now more than ever I really need to be careful. It only takes 2 hits from this enemy to knock me out. I play it safe, and I eventually defeat this behemoth of an enemy. Our work here isn't quite done, however. I head left where I defeat at least 20 mummies. I go inside the cave they were guarding where I find multiple treasure chests. I also use a prismatic shard to open up the chest inside here. I receive the Galaxy Slingshot for doing so. This weapon reminds me of the battles I had with the Eye of Cthulhu during year 1. Wow, that feels like forever ago now. Why am I getting nostalgic over this? This is a bit emotional for me and I don't quite know why. After leaving the Badlands, I show the Void Shard I got to Marlin. The big serpent dropped it when I defeated it. We go to the wizard and show him the item. He senses a powerful void energy emanating from me the moment I walk through the door. I give him the Void Shard and he does some magic on it. Then the shard disappears. I needed that for the shipping collection. That's not cool. Why would you do that? I needed that. Oh man, I'm gonna have to get another one now, and they can be kinda tricky to get. Anyway, according to the wizard, the shard, I really wanted to keep that item. That sucks. The shard isn't natural, according to the wizard. It was made by somebody or something with the intent of corrupting monsters. That line right there makes me really interested in seeing if a future Stardew Valley Expanded update explores that void shard even more. Who or what created it? And what was their end goal? I think that I don't know. I spend the rest of the day planting mixed seeds on the farm. Marlin is here on day 144. He will be holding a super duper important meeting at midnight and wants me to attend. I'm going to be honest, I did nothing on day 145, or 146, or 147, and maybe also on day 148. I don't know. I don't have an excuse, I just got lazy. Kiwi is here on the farm on day 149. That wasn't a thing before. That must be a new feature of the Ridgeside Village mod. I collect a few void souls in the Badlands and I battle the serpents once again. Plural. Yeah, there were many serpents. I'm pretty sure they have reduced health when more than one of them spawns, so it's a bit easier to defeat them than just one of them spawning in. There is a drawback though. They either don't drop the Void Shard at all, or the chance of them dropping it is severely reduced. Long story short, I wasn't able to get one today. I pay a visit to Sophia and help her tidy up her parents' room. She's going to send me something special in the mail tomorrow as a thank you. Ooh, please, maybe let it be a PSP and a copy of Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories, maybe, please? That was the first game I ever played on the PSP like 17 years ago, I think. I need to get myself a PSP so I can play that game again. I used to love it. That might be my favorite video game of all time. I do a bit of foraging and check on my fruit trees before attending the meeting that Marlin has organized. 3 legendary monsters have been spotted in 3 different locations. A purple mushroom in the Forbidden Maze, or the Marshlands as Marlin calls it. A golden slime in the Highlands, and a diamond sand scorpion in the Crimson Badlands. My job is to defeat all 3 of them and bring Marlin the legendary item that each one of them drop. Not wanting to waste any time, I go after the golden slime as soon as day 150 begins. It doesn't take very long to find it, and I suspect the monster musk had something to do with that. I defeat it, obtaining the golden slime egg. Next, we have the diamond scorpion. A large number of serpents decided to spawn while I was looking for it, which made things a bit more complicated. So complicated, in fact, that I ran away. I find the purple mushroom crab very quickly. I defeat it with no hassle, obtaining the mega purple mushroom. I go fishing in the Badlands on day 151. Things got very scary near the end when a serpent decided to fly over to me. Luckily, I had enough time to catch the fish. Then I made sure that the serpent gets referred to in the past tense from this point forward. The luau takes place today. I considered skipping it, but I decided not to. And I'm really glad I didn't skip it, because the cooking recipe for the ice cream sundae is being sold. And I got some bonus friendship points with the villagers by throwing a gold star artichoke into the soup. I return to the Badlands right after the festival, where I have enough time to find the diamond scorpion. I do not have enough time to defeat the diamond scorpion though. I go back to the Highlands on day 152 and defeat the golden slime again. You see, I need to get one of each legendary item to give to Marlin, but I also have to put all 3 of them into the shipping bin, which means I need to defeat all 3 of them twice. I want to give a personal shout out to the purple mushroom crab. That enemy appeared so quickly. It was very kind to me. The second mega purple mushroom has been acquired. I find the diamond scorpion in the Badlands and I actually defeat it this time. It drops the magic lamp. My game froze at the worst possible time too, literally right as I defeated the diamond scorpion. I was very worried that the game was going to crash here, but it was fine, so that was lucky. I give all 3 items to Marlin, completing that mission. Isaac is knocking on my door on day 153. There is a reward waiting for me at the outpost in the Badlands. I spend some time fishing down in the forest to clean up the remaining fish I have to get in this area. Flowers have begun growing in the magic area. No sign of a foxbloom though, so I'll keep an eye out for that one. As for the reward that was waiting for me in the Badlands, there are 2 of them. First, we have a heavy shield. It gives me 35 defense when I'm holding it. The second is the monster splitter. It does between 850 and 1000 damage. Right, first things first. How about we enchant this weapon with 3 emeralds? I buy armor elixirs from Alicia and I take the new weapon for a spin. It's very good. I'm able to defeat the diamond scorpion in very little time thanks to this new weapon. The wolf snapper has been caught on day 154. This is the second legendary fish included in the Stardew Valley expanded mod. The first was the turret fish over on the Fable Reef. The final cutscene involving Sophia has arrived. We see her walking through town looking the happiest she has ever been. You know, I don't know what makes me happier. Knowing that Scarlet will become an official villager tomorrow, or seeing somebody heal from things they don't really talk about. Yeah, no, it's the second one, for sure. Speaking of things that make me happy, I have caught one of the 3 legendary fish in Ridgeside Village, the waterfall snakehead. As we begin day 155, I think it's time to condense the remaining days of summer down into one segment. The following things happened during day 155 through 168. I collect forage in Ridgeside to prepare for Pika's order. Scarlet tells me she's going to be visiting the town a lot more often. Annetta wants me to get 5 different items. an item with the essence of the sea, a delightful harvest medley, an item with the essence of nature, an item which shows I've mastered the art of bread, and a sweet symphony. It took a bit of trial and error, but I was eventually able to complete her order. Krobus gives me a star drop for reaching 12.5 hearts of friendship with him, and I go searching for any new areas in Cape Stardew, or anything that I may have missed. I'm specifically looking for 2 items, the gold pocket watch and the legacy aged rum. Both of them are required for the shipping collection, but I have no idea where to find them. Pika has finally given me the exotic ingredients special order. That is a relief. I received the recipe for the Highland blueberry pie, and we're actually closing in on unlocking all of the recipes. And that is it for summer. So let's move on to fall, where I'm going to do the exact same thing. Day 169 through day 196 are spent doing the following things: collecting forage in Ridgeside Village and accepting an order from Dr. Aguiar. He wants 30 geodes, and that's it. Yeah, this is a very handy quest, but that isn't why I accepted it. The reward is the crafting recipe for the Ridgeside Village Warp Totem, which I need. More foraging takes place. I make all of the most recent cooking recipes that I've unlocked, and I have an interesting conversation with Kamala over on Shearwater Bridge. She uses her magic to add a new fish to the water here, but that is a story for the future. I buy 30 geodes from Clinton and deliver them to Dr. Aguiar. Order complete. Many flowers have appeared in the magic area thing in Ridgeside Village. I don't know how to I don't know what to call this area. I'm gonna keep calling it the magic area. One of them is a fox bloom. That just saved me from spending countless months in-game searching for it up in the Ridgeside Village forest. That is such a relief. A third fruit tree sapling is being sold by 1. I utilize the tried and true tactic of using a treasure totem to create artifact spots. Within a minute or so, I have all of the tickets I need. The third and final fruit tree sapling has been purchased. I catch the kitty fish at Shearwater Bridge. This is the fish Kamala added to the water here. To round off the fishing expedition, I catch the sockeye salmon. The third and final legendary fish in the Ridgeside Village mod has been caught. It is also the very last fish I had to get. I received 2 wonderful items in the mail: the crafting recipe for the Ridgeside Warp Totem and the 7th Star Drop. Things get even better when I find a golden goose egg in my coop. I go foraging in Mineral Town, receive a cooking recipe from Scarlet, and check out the improvements Apples made to their home. It looks sensational, Apples, well done. Pika has an order for me. I've done a lot of prep work for this one, as always, so this is going to be a walk in the park. You know what they say when it comes to prep work, right? Fail to prepare, prepare to fail. I don't want to fail. That would be very sad. I sell the last of my Georgia berry starters, officially saying goodbye to this wonderful, wonderful crop. Just in time too, because I can take the money I got from them and use it to buy 4,000 star tokens at the Stardew Valley Fair. I trade them for a prize ticket and the cooking recipe for the prismatic pop. Then, the single best discovery in this entire playthrough happens. I find a secret area in Cape Stardew. I took a right past the entrance to the cave, walked up a bit, and was brought to a little area. I then went left and found a hidden cave. At first, it didn't look like there was much inside here, but then I spotted a boulder. So I broke that and went down a newly revealed pathway. I noticed not just one chest, but 2 of them. I open the first and get the gold pocket watch. Nice. I find a weapon in the second chest. Beside the chest lies a note. What voice did I use for this character? February 3rd, 1800 and something. I return to this cavern where past and present collide. An eerie presence lingers here, stirring memories of the choices I've made. The name Captain Siren carries the weight of me past. Can redemption be found? But the sea calls, and I must sail once more. Signed, Captain Siren. My voice is already sore. That might have been a mistake to keep doing that voice, but anyway, we'll move on. I break open a crate and find legacy aged rum. That and the gold pocket watch are going right into the shipping bin. And so we move on to winter. The following happened during day 197 through day 224. Susan sends me the cooking recipe for the gingerbread man, and Pika has given me the exotic ingredients special order. I head over to the cliff cave thing in the southwest of Cape Stardew. I knew beach strawberries spawn here, but what I didn't know is that frozen beach strawberries spawn here during winter, which just so happens to be the last item I need from the Cape Stardew mod, in terms of the shipping collection that is. I collect the remainder of the forage items I need in Mineral Town for the shipping collection, and I donate everything needed for the bundle in Joja Mart. A theater will open up here tomorrow. I visit the henchman and have a lovely conversation with him. He teaches me how to make a marsh tonic. I craft it and discover that that was the final item I had to make. Let's take a look at the perfection tracker, shall we? I have to ship one more item, cook 2 more dishes, and max out 1 more friendship. I can use the Lookup Anything mod to find out the name of the item I have to ship. It is called the Zinnia. I mean, that has to come from the Adventurers Guild Expanded mod, right? There is no way it comes from anywhere else. I assume Zinnia is going to be the one who gives it to me, but we'll find out. The 2 dishes I have to make are the glazed pear and the harvest apple pie. The glazed pear won't be an issue. It's associated with the 1 friendship that I have left. A new villager is going to come to town during spring of year 3, and I can get that recipe by reaching 3 hearts of friendship with that person. Now, the apple pie, however, is a problem. You're supposed to get it from Aja. She's a villager from the Mineral Town mod. She did send me the letter which contains the recipe. The problem is, the letter didn't contain the recipe. I read the letter where she explicitly says that she's sending me the recipe in the letter, and it just didn't unlock. I don't think I can fix this. At least, I can't fix it in a way that will result in me unlocking the recipe and be able to cook the dish. What I can do is I can use a handy little mod to work around the issue. And yeah, that's it. We have done 99% of the things there is to do in every single mod I have installed. All that remains is to get the zinnia flour, max out 1 friendship, and cook 1 more dish. In order to prepare for the last villager, I focus heavily on completing jobs during winter. I want to get as many prize tickets as possible so I can get 2, maybe even 3 star drop teas before they arrive. And that is exactly what I did. The result of that is me beginning day 225, aka the first day of spring in year 3, with 14 tickets. Oh, make that 15, lovely. I trade them all in, earning a delicious 2 star drop teas. Once again, I'm gonna condense the remaining days down into a 1 single segment. Here is everything that happened from day 225 through day... Actually, no, I'm not going to spoil what day we finish on. Zinnia has sent me the Zinnia flower. Alright, that was easy, thank you. The wizard tells me that the Ministry of Magic has assigned a new pupil to him. Their name is Morgan, and they will be arriving tomorrow. Splendiferous. I buy 14 movie tickets before introducing myself to Morgan. I give them an Iridium quality Uva Ursi, 2 star drop teas, and an invitation to the newly built theater. Before I even leave the wizard's tower, I've got close to 3 hearts of friendship with Morgan. Then I reach 3 hearts of friendship with them after watching a movie with them and buying them a snack that they love. The cooking recipe for the glazed pear has been unlocked. I cook the dish, leaving me with just Morgan's friendship to work on. I continue giving crystals to Morgan and inviting them to the cinema. On the first day of summer in year 3, aka day 253, I have reached maximum friendship with Morgan. All I have to do to achieve 100% completion is cook a dish that I literally cannot unlock. Thankfully, I can use a mod called Perfection Tweaker to save the playthrough. It lets me change what I need to do in order to achieve perfection. Everything else has been left at the correct value. All I did was decrease the amount of dishes I have to cook by 1. And so on day 254, we have achieved 100% completion in super modded Stardew Valley. I head up to the summit on day 255 to say goodbye to this wonderful adventure that we've been on. Before I started the playthrough, I really did think I had found a perfect balance of expansion mods and mods that would help me out a little bit or speed things up a tiny bit. And they did help me out, and they did speed things up just a lot more than I thought they would. I didn't think I would be finished in 255 days. I really didn't. I was expecting to reach at least 300, if not 400 days. But, you know, we live and we learn. I think the biggest benefit of using all of these mods is I never felt bored or stressed out. The overall vibe, I guess you would say, felt pretty relaxed all the time. And there was something to do on pretty much a daily basis. Now, let's talk about the expansion mods. I want to get two of them out of the way right off the bat. Stardew Valley Expanded and Ridgeside Village. 10 out of 10. They are very fun to play through and they add a lot of new content to the game. I would highly recommend doing a playthrough with them installed, whether it's one or the other or even both at the same time. Adventurers Guild Expanded. This one surprised me. I thought there would be more of a focus on combat, though I did choose Zinnia's storyline, which seems to be the pacifist way of doing it, I suppose. I assume Gabriel's storyline would have focused more on combat. Make no mistake about it though, I love this mod. I thought the story about the history of slimes and their relationship with humans from the beginning up until now was very well done. Silly, Gabriel, Zinnia, and Gabriel are all fantastic characters, very three-dimensional, which is good. It's one thing to make a character that's basically perfect from the beginning, but it's another thing entirely to make a more complex character. Especially a character like Gabriel, where he does and says things at the beginning that make you think, yeah, I'm not fond of this person at all. But then you learn more about them and suddenly things begin to make a lot more sense. That isn't me trying to excuse the way he treated Zinnia at the beginning, by the way. There's no justifying that. What I am saying is that I love the character development of Gabriel. And Daniel too. He was very similar to Gabriel in the way he spoke to Zinnia. But then you learn what happened to Daisy and you can understand why they're protective of Zinnia. But at the same time, you're hoping that they learn to give Zinnia more freedom and to allow her to explore the world and become the person that she wants to be. And they did, which makes for a satisfying conclusion to those two character arcs in my opinion. Oh, and Zinnia and Silly, they were my favorite part of the mod by far. They are two wonderful characters. Return to Mineral Town. So, there were only a few cutscenes, you couldn't go into the mines, and there wasn't like a big overall storyline. I've thought about it quite a bit, and at this point I'm of the opinion that yeah, all of those things would have been fun, but the mod doesn't need them. Mineral Town, at least the way I see it, isn't trying to be this massive expansion mod like Stardew Valley Expanded or Ridgeside Village. Well, that's not what it's trying to be right now, but that could change with future updates, who knows. The things it does do, it does them very well. Besides that one cooking recipe that I wasn't able to unlock, but you know, it happens, it's okay. I had fun exploring the town of Mineral, and that's coming from someone who never played a Harvest Moon game. The forage items weren't difficult to find, the fish weren't infuriating to catch, and the characters had substance to them. They show their personalities through dialogue boxes rather than through cutscenes. I enjoyed it. I did. And finally we have Cape Stardew. I don't know what to say about this mod. It just like, it was missing something, you know? It was missing being part of every single playthrough of Stardew Valley I have ever done or will do in the future because I love this mod. This mod is amazing. It just works. I could ramble for an hour about Anetta and Jelly and the caverns and the ability to go swimming and the weapons and the rings, and I might, but I won't. Before I made this video, the Stardew Valley Druid mod was my favorite expansion mod. I'm putting Cape Stardew right up there beside it. I might even do a playthrough in the future where I just use the Cape Stardew mod by itself. Maybe. That just about covers everything I wanted to say, so I think it's time to wrap this playthrough up. I want to give a big thank you to everybody who made all of the mods I used in this video. It was a pleasure to play through the game with them. It really, really was. So, thank you.
So, how is everybody feeling? Are we all good? Good. Or, well, I hope things improve if you're not feeling good. It'll be okay. As the old saying goes, this too shall pass. Moving on to the final playthrough of this video. We are going back to basics with a vanilla playthrough. Now, the original point of this playthrough was to see how well I could do without using any mods. Basically, I wanted to know if all of the time I've spent playing modded Stardew Valley would come in handy. This ended up being a very humbling experience. Allow me to show you all exactly what I mean.
Day 1 begins as it pretty much always does. I open the box of parsnips and clear away the weeds in front of the house. I also make sure to place the bed beside the door of the house, just in case. I chop down a few trees to get the 50 wood I need to make a chest before planting my parsnips. A humble beginning to the journey of establishing a thriving metropolis here on the farm. I find a horseradish and a leek, say hello to Linus, and find a second horseradish. The foraging escapades resume near the community center as I find 2 daffodils. I make sure to clear away the weeds beside the center before entering the town center. I introduce myself to the wonderful trash can community and step inside the shop owned by Abigail's father. I've decided I don't like Pierre again. I took a break from being anti-Pierre for a while, but his general aura is not good right now. Moving away from the man with questionable business practices, I spend my money on 1 potato, cauliflower and green bean seed, along with 4 kale seeds. Like I said a few moments ago, humble beginnings. I introduce myself to many more villagers, reminding myself over and over again to work on my friendships as much as possible during spring as I do. Now I may be optimistic, but I'm not naive. Well, I'm not very naive anyway. I am well aware that I am going to completely forget all about these villagers during the next 28 days. However, I'm simply going to live in blissful ignorance until I'm forced to confront my lack of attention towards my friendships. Until that happens, we're all good. I hit level 1 in foraging just before stepping foot on the sandy shores of the beach, so I'm already considering today to be a massive success. By the time I reach the forest, I've introduced myself to 16 of the 28 villagers. That's actually really good for me. I'm feeling oddly proud of myself right now. I take a break from gallivanting around to plant my seeds. Then I return to the forest where I find a disappointing number of spring onions. 0. The number is 0. I do find a daffodil though, so we've already got everything we need for the spring foraging bundle. Oh wait, hang on. I've just found 5 spring onions. I bid adieu to even more weeds on the farm, receiving 4 mixed seeds as I do. I plant them and head to bed, saying goodbye to what was possibly the best first day I've ever had. Day 2 begins with the watering of my crops. I've made a promise to myself that I'm going to water my crops first thing every morning. Truthfully, I have a habit of leaving the farm without doing so, then returning at around midnight to water everything. And it never goes well, ever. So I shall not be doing that here. I say good morning to the trash cans as I make my way to the beach. After receiving the fishing rod from William, I catch the first fish of this playthrough, the herring. This is followed by copious amounts of halibut and sardine, and more herring of course. My goal for today is pretty simple. Fish. Yeah, that's it. Now I know what you're thinking, and I agree. This is absolutely groundbreaking gameplay right here. Absolutely riveting stuff. I'm going to be doing something that I don't do very often. You see, I usually have quite a few other things to do on any given day, especially during the beginning of the playthrough, but not here. So I'm going to be following the meta for Stardew Valley. Now the meta, for anybody who might not be aware, is to spend basically all of day 2 fishing. I should be able to reach level 2 in fishing today, and more importantly, earn enough gold to buy the fiberglass rod on day 3. That's the goal anyway. Things go very well, until I catch a sardine while having a full inventory. This had a disastrous effect on my vibes. Aside from that though, I'm rather happy with how the fishing shenanigans went today, especially as I did indeed reach level 2, and I earned 665 gold. That's on top of the 660 gold I made earlier in the day. Leeks, dandelions and daffodils seem to be having a convention of sorts at the bus stop on day 3. I very rudely, if I'm being honest, interrupt their meeting and swipe every last one of them. I hit level 3 in fishing, sell a few fish, and even more fish, which earns me enough money to get the fiberglass rod. We've now entered part 2 of the meta. I position myself at the river in town, cast my rod, and wait anxiously for a catfish to appear. It doesn't take long for one to pop up, and I fail to catch it. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Now it probably doesn't have to be said, but failing to catch a catfish is not part of the meta. I've already messed up. In a moment not unlike The Undertaker losing at WrestleMania 30, I come so very close to catching the second catfish that appeared. Unfortunately, it escaped, leaving me empty-handed and questioning my fishing abilities. I recover very quickly, casting all doubt from my mind as I battle a catfish for the 3rd time. I emerge victorious, which is awful news for the local catfish population. Now that I know I'm capable of catching it, my brain does this, like, autopilot thing. I don't really know how to describe it. I guess subconsciously I've picked up on the movement of the catfish. So whenever a catfish pops up again, it's very easy for my brain to latch onto it and catch it. The point I'm trying to make here is the probability of me catching any and all catfish that pop up has rose from 2% to about 97.5%. We're in a good position, is what I'm trying to say. I know I'm describing this whole thing in a really over-the-top manner, but all I've been doing for the last 2 days is fishing, so I'm trying to add a bit of flair to it. While that, and I'm also rambling on purpose so I can show footage of me catching 10 catfish today. I was very proud of myself and I wanted to show off a little. Please indulge me, I would appreciate it. I returned to my farm at around 9 PM to throw 29 fish into a chest. I catch an eel at the beach before skedaddling back to the river for the remainder of the night. Level 5 in fishing has been reached, so fish are now worth 25% more gold. After watering all of my crops on the morning of day 4, I make 30 spring seeds. I maybe should have saved one of each spring forage item for the community center, but we've been having pretty decent luck, so I feel like we'll get all 4 of them again before the day is over. If not the end of the day, then the end of the week at the latest. In fact, I already have everything except a daffodil. I find a field snack in a trash can, thank you. I sell my spring seeds to Abigail's father and my fish to William for a total of almost 4,000 gold. I receive a second field snack from a very kind trash can, thank you. I collect spring onions and a daffodil in the forest, and I buy 5 salads and the backpack upgrade. I buy 2 parsnip seeds and spend the remainder of my money on kale seeds. I then plant and water every single seed I have. I chop down a couple of trees and spend the night fishing at the mountain lake. I hit level 2 in foraging. Sensational. I adopt a cat on the dawn of day 5. I decide to name it Kaiba in honor of the greatest CEO that has ever lived. That's a cheeky little Yu-Gi-Oh reference right there. Still my favorite anime of all time. Nothing is ever going to beat that one. In my opinion, anyway. I harvest my parsnips and read a letter from Mom. She sent me cookies, which I very much appreciate. The traveling cart is selling a rare seed. As tempting as it is to buy it, I'm not really in any rush. And I can't plant rare seeds until fall, so I'm happy to take a rain check on this one. After watering my crops, I meet Mayor Lewis outside the community center. I'm sure we all know the story by now, but just in case anybody is unaware, I'll talk about it anyway. The community center has been abandoned and Lewis is very upset about it. Luckily for him, I shall be doing the community center route. Georgia Mart will not be getting a single cent from me in this entire playthrough. Unless it's Wednesday and I need seeds. Then yeah, I'll probably give them my money at that point. But outside of that, no Georgia. I take a look at the golden scroll in the center, then it's off to the mines. I meet Marlin, a seasoned warrior. Dare I even say he is a veteran in the world of monsters and curiosities. Marlin is well aware of the dangers of exploring this mine system. He warns me to be careful, before giving me the absolute worst weapon he has. Marlin, I'm holding you personally responsible if anything happens to me inside there. And that is for true, the whole true, and nothing but the true. I'm just kidding, Marlin is fantastic. My plan for today is relatively straightforward. I want to get to floor 15 as quickly as possible. Then I'm going to use the elevator to go back to that floor, defeat all of the bugs, return to the surface, go back to floor 15, defeat all of the bugs again, and so on and so forth. I want to replace the rusty actually I got the wooden club on floor 5, so forget about the rusty sword. What I actually want to do is replace the wood club with the insect head weapon before day 7. Yeah, day 7. You have to defeat 80 bug monsters in order to get that weapon, which is quite a bit. But it's also pretty easy to get it done if you focus exclusively on that enemy for, around 2 days, maybe even a full day at the most. I make it down to floor 15 at around 6:30 PM. I collected a bunch of copper ore and I even found a glow ring along the way, so I'm feeling marvelous right now. I do exactly what I said I would, for maybe a minute. Then I found a ladder and went down to floor 16. I considered going back to floor 15, but I'm finding a lot of copper ore and there are plenty of bugs, so I'm gonna keep going. I find the Stardew Valley Almanac book on floor 18. I stumble down into floor 20 where I find the steel small sword in a chest. Alright. Now I'm actually going to farm floor 15. I don't know for certain, but I would be very surprised if I defeated any less than 50 bugs today. I hit level 1 in mining and combat, and level 2 in farming. Sweet. The most universally beloved character in all of Stardew Valley has graced us with his presence on day 6. I'm talking about Clinton, of course. But you already knew that, didn't you? The most universally beloved character? I'm curious, how is everybody feeling about Clinton becoming a romance candidate in the next update? The discourse surrounding Clinton is legitimately the most divided I have ever seen the Stardew Valley community. I don't really care, but that's only because I always have Krobus move in with me, so it genuinely has no effect on me. But I'm curious as to what everybody else thinks about it. He gives me the crafting recipe for the furnace. Thank you. Marlin and the wizard have sent me some very important letters. Marlin has challenged me to defeat 10 slimes. After doing so, I will be made an official member of the Adventurers Guild. The wizard wants me to visit him so we can talk about the golden scroll in the community center. As much respect as I have for Marlin, I'm afraid the wizard takes priority here. I make sure to water all of my crops before leaving, at which point I talk business with the wizard. He teaches me the language of magical creatures called Junimos. Our mission to repair the community center has officially begun. Demetrius wants me to defeat 2 rock crabs. Considering who I am as a person, I can almost guarantee I will defeat 2 of them within a couple of minutes of entering the mines today. But then I'll forget to talk to Demetrius so I can actually complete his quest and get my money. I don't want that to happen, but it's going to, and I'm okay with that. I complete the spring foraging bundle, which earns me 30 spring seeds. The pantry and fishing rooms have also opened up. I make 2 furnaces so I can start smelting copper ore, then away I go to floor 15. I wish I could say I actually stayed on floor 15, but I didn't. I went down to floor 16 pretty much immediately. I'm considering this to be a happy little accident though, because there were quite a few bugs on this floor. I continue frolicking around floor 15 over and over again, making sure to keep my furnaces stocked with copper ore while doing so. I may or may not have made another detour into floor 16, but again this ended up being a good thing. I finished off the quest Marlon gave me, which I'm sure has made him very happy, and it certainly has made me very happy because we now have access to the Adventurers Guild. It takes a bit of time, but I eventually defeat bug number 80, and I did so on floor 17, not 15. I'm realizing now how terrible I am at resisting the temptation to go down any ladder I see. I did find an ancient seed though, so I think that justifies the choices I made today. I pay a visit to Marlon and Gil in the guild and grab the insect head. Now that I have a weapon that can do more than simply tickle the enemies in the mines, I can continue onwards towards floor 40. I wasn't able to make it all the way there tonight. I did reach floor 35 though, so I'm happy with that. I harvest potatoes and kale on day 7 while watering my crops. I don't think there's a need for me to mention watering my crops anymore. You can assume I'm doing it every day. I toss many items into the shipping bin and make a few donations to the museum. I receive 250 gold, an ancient seed, and cauliflower seeds. Oh, and the crafting recipe for ancient seeds. I collect a few clams at the beach and deliver many items to the fish tank in the community center. A potato, a parsnip, and a cave carrot have also been donated. I spend the remainder of the day inside the mines. I wasn't sure if I had maybe wasted my time going after all of those bugs to get the insect head, but getting to floor 40 was really easy because of it, so I feel like I made the right choice. I suppose the best thing we could do right now is collect as much iron ore as we can get our hands on. I want to make basic sprinklers, so I kinda have to get iron ore actually, now that I think about it. I pass out on floor 53. I earn over 3,000 gold from the items I tossed into the shipping bin. Shane wants a largemouth bass on day 8, which reminds me actually. I did indeed complete the order Demetrius gave me, and I did indeed also forget to talk to him and get my money. I would be disappointed in myself if I was in any way, shape or form surprised, but I'm not. So, yeah. I maneuver my furnaces down beside the mountain lake. I plant ancient and cauliflower seeds and hand my pickaxe over to Clinton. Upgrade that to copper, please. I spend my money on kale and go fishing for the remainder of the day. I've got my furnaces working away beside me. The level of productivity right now is at an all-time high. I've hit level 6 in fishing, which isn't too bad for day 8. Well, for me it isn't bad anyway. I donate a largemouth bass and a winter root to the center on day 9. I say hello to a trash can in front of Lewis. He doesn't seem impressed. Clams, cockles, and oysters greet me when I step foot on the sandy shores of the beach. Unfortunately, that's the end of the good news when it comes to the beach. William has decided he doesn't want to work today. I won't lie, that is incredibly inconvenient. I donate a cockle and an oyster to the center and once again spend the day fishing. I run back to the farm just after midnight so I can throw some fishy wishies into the bin. Over 7,000 gold has been added to my bank account. Day number 10 is already a beautiful day as kale is ready for harvest. As tempting as it is to sell this stuff, I shan't be doing that. My copper pickaxe is ready, so I'm going to use it for energy in the mines instead. Speaking of the mines, I head inside and I go, oops. I seem to have left my furnaces at the lake. There we go. Much better. With my shiny new pickaxe and the insect head at my disposal, I make it down to floor 61 with no issues. That is shortly followed by floor 62, then floor 63, then floor 64. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. It was a bit of a close call, but I stumbled onto floor 75 right as the day came to an end. That alone is absolutely sterling. What makes it even better is I got the Monster Compendium book too. A parsnip, a green bean, and a couple of carrots are ready on day 11. Today is a rainy day, so we're going back to the meta. That's right, we are going to spend the entire day going after catfish. I chop down a tree or two, buy 258 wood from Robin, and use all 300 pieces of wood to fix the broken bridge at the beach. That was a long sentence. I did this for one very important reason. You can find sea urchin and coral over here. I need both of those items to make a bait maker. I throw a catfish into the bait maker to make catfish bait. Shocking, I know. I'm going to let footage of me catching an absolutely How many times have I said the word absolutely so far? Also, how many times have I interrupted myself or gotten sidetracked by something that is in no way, shape or form important? That happens a lot, I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm going to let footage of me catching an absolutely ludicrous amount of catfish play in the background while I talk about something pretty important. I'm facing somewhat of a dilemma right now. I can either work towards getting 42,500 gold, so I can complete the vault room in the community center. That way I can use the bus to get to the desert in time for the desert festival, which takes place on days 15, 16, and 17. You can trade calico eggs for strawberry seeds at this festival. So I'd basically be spending the entire time in the Skull Caverns in order to get enough calico eggs for, we'll say, 100 strawberry seeds. Or we can go with option 2. Whatever amount of money I have by day 13, I'll spend all of it on strawberry seeds at the Egg Festival. Both of them are good options, I think. If I go with option 2, then it won't be anywhere near as stressful. I won't be under as much pressure to earn as much gold as possible during the next, 2 or 3 days. I'm gonna go with option 2, I think. By the time today comes to an end, I have a whopping 26 catfish in my inventory. Between these fish, the Monster Compendium book, and I don't know, a few other bits and bobs, I should have around 15,000 gold for strawberry seeds. Yeah, forget about the vault room bundles. I'm gonna go for the Egg Festival option. Thank you for listening to me think out loud. That's pretty much what my videos are. You're basically listening to me thinking out loud in these videos. How have I never realized that before? Let's get back on track with day 12. Lewis has sent me a letter to remind me that the Egg Festival takes place tomorrow. I steamrolled through the enemies in the mines, making it to floor 80 very quickly. I collect enough gold ore to make a gold bar, and I find a fire quartz, so I'm already happy to call it a day. These are the final 2 items I need for the boiler room in the community center, and I'm kinda scared of the enemies on floor 80 and above, so I'm gonna spend the remainder of the day collecting copper ore. I sell all of my catfish for 8,000 gold. Demetrius is here on day 13. I ask him to add a mushroom producing thing to the cave on the farm. I don't know how it works. All I know is that mushrooms are gonna start growing in the cave from now on. I should probably ask him for more information. It sounds interesting. We have a little bit of time before the festival begins, so off I go to the mines. I grab all of the items that are needed for the boiler room and I move my furnaces to the farm. I spend a few minutes chopping down trees before finally heading into town for the festival. I spend all of my money on strawberry seeds, 170 of them. The egg hunt begins and then it ends. There's not much I can say about this. I won, and I got a straw hat as a reward. Back on the farm, I continue smelting iron bars and make 20 sprinklers. These will cover 80 crops. Considering I bought 170 seeds, that's less than half of them, but it's good enough for now. Day 14 is a rainy day, which means I should be going after catfish again. But I won't be doing that. I'm going to be a very busy bee on the farm today, so fishing is pretty low on the list of priorities right now. I know the way I'm planting my strawberries looks a bit weird, but I want to be able to place a sprinkler in, like, the center of a group of 4 seeds in the future. Please tell me that made sense. I don't know how to explain that better. I donate a green bean and a cauliflower to the center. I receive 20 speed grow and the boiler room bundles have opened up. And they've just been completed. I spend the remainder of the day collecting copper ore. Level 5 in mining has been obtained, so I choose the miner perk. I sprinkle speed grow on the ancient seeds and strawberry seeds on day 15. I know I said I wasn't going to mention me watering my crops anymore, but I felt like I should let you all know that I'm not tired of watering them yet. Normally I get sick of watering my crops by day 5. I gotta say, there is a feeling of serenity and peacefulness on the farm right now. My mood improves even more when I discover that it is salmonberry season. I donate a ghost fish, a yam, and 99 stone. The remainder of the day is spent collecting copper and iron ore. Kale has been harvested on the morning of day 16. I place 11 sprinklers down on the farm, the level of dopamine in my body increasing dramatically with each one I place. If I can make 14 more sprinklers, that should be enough for me to cover the rest of my crops. And so, surprise surprise, it's off to the mines we go. I make 7 sprinklers and plop them down before going to bed. I harvest carrots on the morning of day 17. I grab the copper bars that have finished smelting in the mines and use them to make 5 sprinklers. I make another 2 of them a short while later. I breathe a massive sigh of relief as I place the final one on the ground. Aside from the ancient seeds and cauliflower, every single crop is going to be watered automatically every morning. I spend the majority of the day chopping down trees. Usually I wait until summer or even fall to make a tree farm, but I think the sooner we make one, the better. I plant around 30 oak tree saplings as well as a few maple trees. I have an update when it comes to our skills. We've hit level 6 in mining and level 4 in foraging. I've thought of a new goal I want to achieve as we begin day 18. I have to get a bone sword before I go any further in the mines. Okay, I got one. Nice. The insect head would probably be fine for floors 80 through 90, but the enemies here are really tough, so the bone sword makes me feel a bit safer. I make it down to floor 90 where I find the obsidian edge in a chest. Yeah, the bone sword didn't last very long, but it definitely served its purpose. So thank you, bone sword. Floor 93 is a monster-only floor. That is not very chill. I overcome this massive obstacle and continue on my path to floor 100. I find a star drop in a chest. When I was making my character, for my favorite thing I wrote mods with a sad face. I really did believe that I would have a miserable time without automate and mail services and, well, everything really. But I've been having so much fun with vanilla Stardew Valley, so you can ignore the sad face. It doesn't apply at all here. Floor 108 is another monster-only floor, so I say goodbye to any hope of reaching floor 110 today. It turns out, I was completely wrong. I defeat the final enemy to get down to floor 109. Then I break a rock and find a ladder, bringing me down to floor 110. Never before have I been so happy to be so wrong. We only have 10 floors left in the mines, so I feel like we can reach the bottom on day 19. I find a diamond on floor 111, a sign of good things to come in the future, I hope. I find another on floor 114 and very smoothly make my way down to the final floor. The skull key has been obtained. I don't know when I'm going to use it, but I'm happy just to have it. I deliver many gems and artifacts to the museum, sell some items to Clinton, and give him my axe. I sell a single copper bar and use basically all of my money to have a coop built on the farm. I have a few things in mind that I want to achieve before day 29. I want to upgrade my axe and my pickaxe to iron quality, and I want to have a coop, a barn, and a pond on the farm. I mean, the coop is taken care of, so here's hoping I can get the rest of those done too. I wanted to catch an ice pip, but I kept getting ghostfish. I mean, I guess I can eat them for energy during the next week or so, but I also got really annoyed with the ice pip not spawning, so I had to take a break from fishing. I toss gold ore into furnaces and go back to fishing. I catch even more ghost fish. I find the Jewels of the Sea book in a chest. With very little time left in the day, I finally catch an ice pip. And another ghost fish, because of course I do. I decide to go back to floor 60 on day 20. I make ice pip bait, attach it to my rod, and use it to catch a ghost fish. Nah, I'm kidding. I got an ice pip. Then I actually did catch a ghost fish. That might have been karma. My plan was to keep making ice pip bait and spend the day catching ice pips. There's a problem with that plan though. I can already tell that I'm nowhere near ready to catch more than one of those fish in a single day. Mentally and emotionally, psychologically too actually, I'm not ready. I go to floor 20 where I focus on stonefish instead. Things were going pretty well. I caught a stonefish, made bait, and used it to catch more stonefish. The problem is, I got 6 bait from one stonefish. All I got from the next 6 catches was a ghostfish and trash. No stonefish. I don't think it's worth continuing this. I still have to get a sardine for the center, so I relocate to the beach where I spend the remainder of the day fishing. I toss all of my fish except for the sardine and then ice pip into the shipping bin. Day 21 begins with the harvesting of cauliflower. We have our first strawberry harvest. Well, it's more like a prequel. The actual big harvest will be taking place tomorrow, I think. Only a few of them are ready today because of the speed grow. I donate a purple mushroom, a frozen geode, a chub, a red mushroom, a sardine, another red and purple mushroom, and a crystal fruit to the community center. I sell a few crops and buy 100 parsnip seeds. I feel like I'm going to hit level 6 in farming tomorrow after harvesting all of the strawberries. Just to be prepared for quality sprinklers, I'm gonna grab my iron and gold bars from the mines. I hand my axe over to Clinton and then I go back to the mines. I spend pretty much the entire day inside here. I move my furnaces from the mines to the farm just before the day comes to an end. Speaking of the farming skill, I have hit level 6 on day 22. Now the bad news is I won't unlock the crafting recipe for quality sprinklers until I go to bed tonight. That's okay though, there's no rush. I sell all of my strawberries and buy a bunch of different spring seeds. I buy some wood from Robin and ask her to build a barn on the farm. I sell some ghost fish to William and I do not buy the iridium fishing rod. I knew it was 7,500 gold. I think I just wasn't paying attention to how much money I have, I mean. I sell a couple of things to Clinton and an ice pip to William so I can afford the rod and 2 cork bobbers. As tempting as it is for me to ramble about anything really, I suppose, so I can have another catfish catching montage playing in the background, I won't. Spring has already gone on for long enough, so I really don't want to add any more to it. Any more than I need to anyway. Today has been a good day. I got the crafting recipe for quality sprinklers, I hit level 9 in fishing, and I earned about 7,000 gold. I make 15 quality sprinklers to begin day 23. I toss a few quartz into a furnace so I'll be able to make 5 more very soon. I plant around 90 parsnip seeds. At which point I realize I haven't upgraded my pickaxe to iron quality yet. Off I go to Clinton's. I collect my axe from him, smelt a few bars, and hand over my pickaxe. I plant the remainder of my parsnip seeds and chop down a tree log in the forest. I now have access to the secret woods. I pick up a moral and catch the wood skip. I take a moment to admire my farm on day 24. Don't get me wrong, it looks atrocious. It does, however, feel incredibly satisfying having all of these sprinklers. The flower festival takes place today. While I am waiting for it to begin, I chop down some trees. Then I attend the event where I buy a rare crow and the tub of flowers crafting recipe. The second, smaller strawberry harvest occurs on day 25. One quick visit to the mines later and I've got all the coal I need to smelt some copper bars. I hand them over to Clinton along with my hoe. I ask Marnie to add 4 chickens to the coop. I name them Tommy, Ken, and Kent. I finish off the construction bundle and spend the day fishing. Day 26 is a rainy day, which means we have some fishing to do. But we're not going after catfish, no. I have a different plan for today. I sell my strawberries, find a mussel on the beach, and sell some fish. I buy a trout soup and 2 cork bobbers. The donation of the mussel I found finishes off the crab pot bundle. I make my way up to the mountain lake. I cast my rod into the water, and I wait, and wait, and oh, here it is. The legend appears and it demolishes me. My second attempt was somehow far worse than my first attempt. I don't know how I managed that, but I did. Third time is the charm, however, as I managed to catch it after a lengthy battle. I really didn't think I would be doing this much fishing, but I'm actually enjoying it. It's relaxing, in a weird, confusing, sometimes painful kind of way. Would any of you be surprised if I said I spent the entirety of day 27 fishing? Because that's what I did. I'm facing a bit of a conundrum right now, if I'm being honest. I don't know whether to sell the legend or keep it and ask Robin to build a pond. I have to build a pond. Never mind, I know what I'm doing. There are many parsnips to be harvested as we begin day 28. I donate a sunfish, a wood skip, a parsnip, and 5 more, and I sell my parsnips and fish. I won't lie, I legitimately contemplated selling the legend, but I've got 46,000 gold right now. I really only wanted 40,000 gold for blueberries in summer, so I'm good. Everything is gravy right now. I asked Robin to build a pond before turning my attention to the final 2 fish, the lava eel and the goby. Full transparency, I'm surprised by how well spring has gone. I don't know how I managed to do this. We've made 133,000 gold. Our skills are looking pretty good. You can ignore the level 11 in fishing, by the way. I get a +1 boost from the trout soup. I'm actually level 10, not level 11. Combat and farming are level 6, mining is level 7, and foraging is level 4. That last one could be better, but, you know, pretty good all around. When it comes to the area of friendships, I don't want to talk about it. I don't think I've given a single gift to anybody. This is going to be an issue in the future. Oh well. We have an iron axe and pickaxe and a copper hoe. We've got a barn, a coop, and a pond. And we have enough sprinklers to cover at least 250 crops. We've laid the perfect groundwork for an amazing summer. Speaking of which, let's get started. Mother has sent me a cake on day 29. Not a bad way to start summer. I clear away the remains of the crops from spring and plant a few coffee beans. I buy a grand total of 500 blueberry seeds. I already know what my goal for summer is. It's pretty simple. I want to have 120,000 gold heading into fall, so I really do need to make the most out of every single day. After donating a few artifacts, I went back to the farm to retrieve all of my geodes. I received the copper hoe from Clinton, sell a few items, and use the last of my money to crack every geode open. I get the achievement for donating 40 items, so you know, that's good. I crack open the rest of my geodes, selling a few bits and bobs while I do. With the museum looking much better than it did during spring and a few gold bars smelting, I turn my attention to the farm. I spend the remainder of the day planting all of my seeds and continuing to smelt gold and iron bars. Unfortunately, I didn't get all of the seeds planted, but I did get around 350 of them down. I hit level 5 in foraging, so I choose the forager perk. I tossed the legend into a pond to begin day 30. We might get lucky and receive legend row tomorrow morning. We could really use some money right now. I chop down a few trees and plant the remainder of my blueberry seeds. I'm going to need as much time as possible every day to focus on, well, everything that isn't watering crops. So I'm gonna have to make another 20 quality sprinklers minimum. With that in mind, I spend the day in the mines. The main item here isn't iron ore. I mean, I'm still collecting every ore I come across, don't get me wrong. But no, coal is what's really important here. I know you can buy coal from Clinton, but it would be really expensive and I just don't have the money right now. I finished the day with 5 iron bars, 5 more iron bars being smelted, and 46 iron ore in my inventory. Combining all of that together gives us 19 iron bars. There was an earthquake during the night? Interesting. I find a spiceberry at the bus stop on the morning of day 31. The iron ore scavenging session resumes. It doesn't last too long though, as I've already got all of the ore I need by 8 in the morning. I make another furnace before turning my attention to gold ore. My tactic for getting ore is pretty simple, but it actually works out really well most of the time. I take the elevator down to an even number floor. For example, if I want gold ore, then I start off on floor 80 or floor 90. Then I go down to floor 81 or 91. A lot of the time, at least one chunk of gold ore is waiting for me. If I find a ladder within a few seconds, I go down it. If I don't, no big deal. I return to the surface and do the same thing again. This method of mine worked so well today that coal immediately became a massive bottleneck. I need coal, basically, and a lot of it. So I return to the icy floors in search of that frustratingly valuable resource. After a bit of time, I've got enough resources to make 3 quality sprinklers. I have 22 iron bars, 9 gold bars, and 7 more gold bars being smelted. The problem is, I forgot to make refined quartz. Whoops. The legend has produced 2 row. Don't mind if I do. I place my 3 sprinklers, water my crops, and make 3 more sprinklers. 3 more pieces of legend row have been produced on day 32. Beautiful, thank you. I sell 2 of them. Then the fish smoker crafting recipe catches my eye. I sell the remaining 3 immediately and buy the recipe. Some quartz is ready in the mines, which means I can finally make 11 sprinklers. And 2 preserve jars. Row is worth twice as much if you toss it into a preserve jar. So in a way I missed out on 12,000 gold by selling the row. But I needed the money, so it is what it is. I finish off the summer foraging bundle and receive 30 summer seeds as a reward. I planted a few coffee beans at the bottom of the farm, so I place a sprinkler down to cover them. And with that, every crop is being covered by sprinklers, which means I can focus on things other than farming for the foreseeable future. The first order of business is to catch the crimson fish. I was feeling rather confident because of my victory against the legend. Maybe too confident. the crimson fish destroyed me when it showed up for the first time. Now that may have been a humbling experience, but it gave me all the motivation I needed to catch it when it showed up again. I want to talk about a little fish known as the super cucumber. If you chose the perk that adds 50% more to the value of fish, a gold star cucumber sells for 560 gold. If you toss it into a smoker, that becomes 1100 gold. It also isn't too difficult to catch. If you know what its movement strategy is, then you should be fine. As soon as the minigame begins, it goes upwards really quickly. After around 1 second, it goes back down. From there, it alternates between going up and down. Once you get that pattern down, it's pretty easy to catch it. The only drawback is it only spawns between 6 PM and 2 AM. I did a bit of research into the other fish that spawn during summer. The second most valuable one is the sturgeon. Now that one spawns between the hours of 6 AM and 7 PM, which is perfect. We can focus on sturgeon until 6 PM, then run down to the beach and focus on cucumber. I think we have a solid plan here. A single piece of Legend Row has been acquired on day 33. I mean, one is good, but I want more, please. I do a bit of fishing at the beach to get a tuna and a red snapper for the community center. Then I buy the training rod and a couple of cork bobbers from William. I want to make 2 smokers, and I may have eaten all of my sea jelly during spring. That wasn't the smartest choice I've ever made. If you use a training rod at the beach during summer, you're limited to catching trash, seaweed, and jelly. And red snapper, apparently. This complicates things. That fish only spawns when it's raining, so I'm gonna wait until tomorrow to go for sea jelly. I don't really know what to do today now. Wait, yeah I do. I catch a sturgeon and toss it into the bait maker. Okay, we've got bait. Let's see how effective my plan really is. It's pretty effective. I end up having 14 sturgeon in my inventory by the time 7 PM rolls around. I donate a tuna, a red snapper, and a sturgeon to the center before settling down at the beach. As I watch cucumber after cucumber after cucumber be yoinked out of the ocean, I can't stop myself from thinking about all of the wonderful things I'll be able to buy with the money I will be making in the very near future. As long as I keep making cucumber bait and sturgeon bait, we essentially have an unlimited source of income. Granted, I will need a lot of coal in order to smoke all of the fish. I'm not going to worry about that right now though. That is a problem for another day. At long last, I head to bed feeling very proud of how today went. Day 34 is Sea Jelly Day. I'm not looking forward to this. I need 2 of them. Minimum 2. When I get the if I get the second one, I'll spend another minute trying to get a third one. If I get it, fantastic, I have 3 smokers. Maybe it's just me, but sometimes it feels like the game knows when you're looking for a specific item, and it just doesn't give you that item. For whatever reason, it decided to go completely out of its way to make sure it becomes impossible for you to get it. Like right now, for example. I found 4 or 5 sea jelly during spring without even realizing. But I can already tell that the game isn't going to make it easy for me to get even 1 jelly today. Everything became even worse when the octopus showed up and I spent 90 seconds in a state of complete panic. I had to use every single ounce of willpower in my body to defeat it. I did it, but it was the single worst experience of this entire playthrough so far. Then, as if the universe was attempting to apologize to me for what it just put me through, I get a sea jelly, then a second, then a third. Apology accepted. I make 3 smokers, buy some coal, and toss a load of fish into the shipping bin. I donate a tilapia to the center and use a warp totem to teleport to the beach. And here is where I spend the remainder of the day. Today was tough. Very, very tough. But we did it. We got through it. And we have everything we need to make the most of summer. Coffee and ancient fruit have been harvested on day 35. Not a lot of either one of them, but it's nice to get even one of these wonderful items. I want to upgrade my pickaxe to gold quality. Or my axe. I'm not sure which one. Either way, I have to get gold ore in order to do so. I sell 7 smoked sturgeon, 22 super cucumber, and 1 lava eel to earn a delicious 34,000 gold. I really wanted to buy hundreds of seeds, but I don't really need them, so I buy 75 coal instead. I toss gold ore into furnaces, buy a full stack of wood from Robin, and ask her to upgrade the barn. It is time to go fishing once again. I'm trying to show as much footage of me fishing as possible, just so you can see how busted the bait maker is. Whether it's catfish or sturgeon or super cucumber, that machine works so well that it's almost broken. Not that I'm complaining, please don't nerf the bait maker. Concerned ape, don't do it. Please, you already took the tea saplings from me. Don't take the bait maker from me too. Please. I'm gonna dial back how much of the fishing footage I show. Nothing changes. It's pretty much the same experience every time, so you won't be missing out on very much. I earn a delicious 9,000 gold. 1 cucumber, 9 sturgeon. Smoked, of course. That's all it took for 9,000 gold. Like I said, busted. Day 36 is when the grind truly begins. I spend a bit of time at the mountain lake before visiting Clinton and asking him to upgrade my pickaxe. The sturgeon catching adventure continues until around 6 PM. I was making sure to smoke all of the fish I was catching, and more importantly, I tossed one of them into the bait maker every once in a while so I wouldn't run out of bait. Then I moved down to the beach where I remain until midnight. If I'm being honest, I messed up. I used up all of my cucumber bait, and somehow I went the entire night not catching a single one. Despite that, however, I still made 24,000 gold. I begin day 37 by waiting for Robin to get out of bed so I can ask her to upgrade my coop. I spend the remainder of the day chopping down trees, breaking rocks, and clearing away all of the weeds. I also move my furnaces to the farm so I can make bars while I was doing everything I just mentioned. I continue chopping down trees and, in general, cleaning up the farm on the morning of day 38. I place a charcoal kiln beside my furnaces. You can use this machine to turn 10 pieces of wood into 1 piece of coal. It isn't much. Yeah, no, it isn't much. I retrieve my pickaxe and go on a copper ore scavenging hunt. I make 5 more kilns a short while later. That's a lot better. I'm not going to think about how much wood I'm using every time. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to get sad. I continue collecting and smelting copper ore for the remainder of the day. I make 14 tappers on day 39 and put them on oak trees. The luau takes place today, which is amazing news for me because it means I get to do absolutely nothing. More importantly, I don't feel bad for doing nothing on this day. I toss a gold quality cauliflower into the soup. The governor loves it. I am ready to admit something on day 40. When I caught the legend back in spring, for the briefest of moments I really did consider selling it. I'm ashamed of that. It may have only been a couple of seconds of weakness, but I'm not proud of it. The roe it produces is a very easy way to get a few thousand gold every couple of days. I plant many a tree sapling, making my farm look even worse in the process. I asked Robin to build a second pond, and that is it for today. I've made a harrowing discovery on day 41. I thought I gave my axe to Clinton 2 days ago. Clearly I didn't, because I just found it in a chest. This will not do. I sell roe and hand my axe over to Clinton. I spend the day fishing at the river in the forest. I wanted to catch a dorado. I didn't. Maybe it's on holiday or something, I don't know. It didn't show up today, is what I'm trying to say. I was very sad about this. I'm glad I planted all of those tree seeds when I did, because the green rain is here on day 42. The rain makes a lot of the trees in the valley grow, including the ones on my farm. Things get even better when I realize it is time for the first blueberry harvest of the season. I gather all of the moss and fiber that I can find on the farm. Then I do something that I don't think I've ever done during the Green Rain event. I go to the mines. I need some gold ore so I can make mega bombs. You'll find out why very soon, I promise. Abigail's father has decided to take the day off so he can, be with his family during this terrifying weather or whatever. Inconvenient. I spend the day collecting as much fiber and moss as I can get my hands on. This is why I made the mega bombs. There's a tree that drops fiddlehead ferns when you chop it down. I don't have my axe, so I can't do it the traditional way, we'll call it. What I can do is use all of the bombs I made to destroy it, and get the fiddlehead ferns that way. The very first aged legend roe has been acquired on day 43, and our second blueberry harvest takes place. I sell both of these items, earning me a little under 100,000 gold. I buy all of the summer crop seeds just to have them. Those 100 melons are important actually. I need 5 gold star melons for the community center. I forgot the name of the place for a second there. That's never happened before. I retrieve my axe from Clinton and buy 250 copper and iron ore. I grab my furnaces in the mines, buy a bunch of wood from Robin, sell some shad to William, and ask Robin to upgrade the coop. I plant even more tree saplings, place tappers on oak trees, and chop down even more trees. I make tree fertilizer on the morning of day 44. I made more tappers, put them on trees, tossed ores into furnaces, and covered more saplings and fertilizer. I plant all of my melon seeds along with a pepper and a tomato seed. And, yeah, that's it. Day 45. I chop down more trees and finish putting tappers on all of the oak trees that have grown. I put one on a maple tree too, just because. I head over to the mines to get gold ore for quality sprinkler purposes. I round off the day with a tree chopping session in the forest. Day 46 is when things begin to feel a bit repetitive. I load my charcoal kilns with wood and my furnaces with ore. I collect roe and aged roe. Then I gather a tiny bit more gold ore. But hey, just because something is repetitive doesn't mean it's bad. A lot of good things are repetitive. We're still being productive, so yeah. After harvesting a field of blueberries, I finally don't make quality sprinklers. I forgot about the refined quartz. I keep doing that. Back to the furnaces we go. While I'm waiting, I sell the blueberries I harvested and have my heart broken inside Robin's shop. She isn't here. I decide to buy the price catalog to cheer myself up. Then I become even happier when I see that it's already time to collect 14 oak resin. I make 11 kegs, which might have been a waste of resources at this point. I can make coffee? That's about it really. I make 7 sprinklers and 3 more sprinklers to cover the entire patch of melons. Level 10 in farming has finally been reached. I choose the perk that makes our crops grow 10% faster. Day 47. Blueberries, bars, coffee, sprinklers. Backpack upgrade number 2 has been acquired. I buy 5 whole stacks of wood and 350 stone. The barn has been upgraded for the 3rd and final time. I make a seed maker and toss an ancient fruit into it. To finish off the day, I plant a few seeds. Day 48. I want to sincerely thank the past version of myself who decided to keep the legend and put it in a pond, and most importantly, not sell it. The Trout Derby is taking place today. I initially planned on spending the entire day here, until I caught around 20 rainbow trout, and I only got 3 golden tags. So I trade them in for a tent kit, espressos, and a quality sprinkler. I catch a puffer fish, which I believe is the final summer fish I have to catch. If I unlock the bus to the desert, I'll be able to catch the sandfish and the scorpion carp, which I think I want to do before the end of summer. Quelle surprise! I spend the day in the mines gathering ore. I am realizing now on day 49 that I maybe should have made more preserve jars. I would have been more efficient with making aged roe if I had. So many things to do, so little time. The item at the tippy top of the list of things for me to do is get more ore, and ask Robin to build a silo for me, but gathering ore is definitely number 1. My favorite time of the week, the massive blueberry harvest session, takes place on day 50. I collect oak resin, sell my blueberries, and spend 42,500 gold to complete the vault room in the center. This should maybe, hopefully, please give me something new to do. Although I have been finding a sort of odd, serene comfort in the routine we've established during summer. It really has been a nice, peaceful time. Day 51 should be a big day for us. I bought salads in the saloon yesterday, and I'm probably going to eat a lot of them during our visit to the desert today. More specifically, to the Skull Caverns. After taking care of my blueberry harvesting and oak resin collection duties, I waste no time at all in entering these perilous caverns. I collect ores, gems, and artifacts. I wish I could say I found a prismatic shard, but I did not, so I cannot. I'm using a pretty simple tactic here. Any gold ore I find is being turned into mega bombs. Yeah, that's the entire tactic. I pass out on floor 51. We can now find mystery boxes. We have received a letter from Mr. Key on day 52. If I can make it past floor 25 in the Skull Caverns, he'll send me a mountain of gold. I did that yesterday, so I shall be receiving my money in the mail tomorrow. I pop a dinosaur egg into an incubator, throw iridium ore into furnaces, and make 4 preserve jars. I need a bottle of wine for the community center, so I toss a salmonberry into a keg. I crack open many a geode and donate everything I can to the museum. A piece of cloth and oak resin have been donated to the community center. The exotic foraging bundle is done and dusted. I spend quite a bit of gold on quite a few new animals. Mr. Key has sent me 10,000 gold on day 53. I buy an apple and pomegranate sapling and place a lightning rod down. I buy 50 pieces of coal before returning to my happy place, the lake up at the mountain. I did say at the beginning of summer that I want to have 120,000 gold heading into fall. I have 237. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We are going to be doing a monumental amount of fishing all the way up until the end of day 56. And we start right now. I go fishing for sturgeon until 7 PM. Then I move down to the beach. I focus on super cucumber for the remainder of the night. Day 54 begins with a battery pack. Lovely. I plant both of the fruit tree saplings I bought yesterday, harvest all of the blueberries, and sell enough of them to make 5,000 gold. I buy 11 copper ore and 60 hay, pop the ore into furnaces, and use the hay to feed my animals. I grab a maple syrup and toss the remaining hay into the silo. I hand my watering can over to Clinton before spending the day fishing. Emily is here on day 55. She tells me I can use the sewing machine inside her house. I don't think I will, but thank you anyway. I participate in the final blueberry harvest session of the summer. A tomato and a pepper have also been harvested. I make a bee house and place it down so I can get honey for the community center. Jelly, a tomato, and a blueberry have all been donated. Even more fishing. And finally we arrive to day 56, the last day of summer. I harvest melons, which I truthfully forgot were growing. We should earn a pretty penny from these. I also have over 40 smoked fish and 1,000 blueberries all ready to be tossed into the shipping bin. I plant 10 corn seeds and say hello to my animals. I throw the items I mentioned into the shipping bin. I go fishing for sturgeon and cucumbers. I don't want to know how many times I've said the words sturgeon and cucumber during these last 28 days. It must have been so many times. 30 each minimum. Also, I lied. I've decided not to do any fishing today. I can't be bothered. I donate a regular quality melon and 5 gold star melons, finishing off the summer crops bundle as I do. I plant a few more ancient seeds before saying goodbye to what has been a wonderful summer. I earn a delicious 177,000 gold. A duck egg has been acquired on day 57. I buy 5 pumpkin and 2 eggplant seeds for donation purposes, along with 500 cranberry seeds. We should be able to harvest these at least 5 times, and get around 60,000 gold from each harvest. I retrieve my watering can, buy some coal and gold ore, and ask Robin to upgrade the house. I find a hazelnut, make a few quality sprinklers, and get started on planting all of my seeds. Cranberry, wheat, broccoli, eggplant mixed, and flower seeds are all going down. At some point I'll probably buy 50 pumpkin and fairy rose seeds. They would make for really good gifts, and I really need to start working on my friendships soon. For now, I am happy to report that every single crop is being covered by sprinklers. I know I invested a lot of time into gathering the resources to make the sprinklers, but I feel like it was worth it. Oh, and sunflowers too. I decided to buy and plant 10 of them, simply because they too make for good gifts. Before the day comes to an end, I toss some items into the shipping bin. I earn a tasty 25,000 gold. I say hello to my animals on day 58. I gotta make sure they're feeling good if I want to complete the community center before the first year is done. So that I shall do. After making a couple of cork bobbers, I head into town. The special orders board has been built, which should give us something new to do every week. Demetrius wants me to catch 10 albacore. I catch legendary fish number 3 in this playthrough, the angler fish. I sell a couple of bars to Clinton, give him my pickaxe, and do a bit more fishing at the river in town. I catch a salmon and a tiger trout before moving over to the desert. The scorpion carp is a really tough one. I would put it 1 level below the octopus. Talking about the octopus, I genuinely believe that fish is the most difficult one to catch. Even more so than the legend. Maybe even the glacier fish too. After catching both of the fish that can be caught in the desert, I pick up a few coconuts and cactus fruit. I also buy a few beet seeds. Another shopping spree is on the agenda as I buy 7 crab pots from William. I decide to go on a bit of a foraging run throughout the forest. I find a blackberry and a mushroom, leaving me with only a wild plum to obtain. I collect roe from a preserve jar, grab a few more crab pots from a chest, and add them to the ones I placed in town. I settle down at the beach for a nice relaxing night of fishing. Demetrius's order has been completed in no time at all. mainly because of the bait maker. I receive 1,120 gold for doing so. And I'll get the crafting recipe for the computers sent to me in the mail tomorrow morning. I want to buy an auto grabber. That's what I'm thinking on day 59. Specifically for the barn, so I won't have to use a pail to collect all of the milk. After planting my beets, that is exactly what I do. I also buy some hay, which I throw into the silo. Today is going to be a big donation day. It begins in Clinton's, where I crack open many a geode. I deliver everything I can to the museum. I grab the translation guide, a rare crow, and a few seeds, find a wild plum, and plant the pumpkin seeds I picked up at the museum. A snail has been produced by the crab pots. I do have to get a periwinkle and a crayfish before I move these pots down to the beach, however. I catch a walleye and donate it to the community center, along with a tiger trout and a sandfish. The fishing room has been completed. 3 rooms down, 3 more to go. A bottle of wine, a duck egg, and wool have all been delivered to the pantry room. And I donate all 4 foraging items. I catch a midnight carp literally 1 second before passing out. I harvest wheat and hay on the morning of day 60. Milk and goat milk have begun to appear. They aren't large milk, so I can't donate them. But what I can do is make a cheese press and turn them into, well, cheese, which I can donate to the community center. I have more oak resin than I know what to do with. I debated making more kegs, but they wouldn't really be worth it right now. We don't have anything to toss into them. I place tappers on 2 oak trees and a maple tree, collect my iridium pickaxe, and put bait into my crab pots. I sell Legend Row, grab ores and geodes from my chest in the mines, and talk to the dwarf for the first time. The reality of not doing any work on my friendships is really beginning to get to me. I need to make even a tiny bit of progress on my friendships, or I'm gonna start panicking. This won't be good. I buy the crafting recipe for a Mackie roll and spend the rest of my money on coffee. I enter the mushroom cave for the first time. I should have picked fruit. I feel like I made a mistake. I would have had the artisan bundle completed by now if I had. Oh well. I collect hardwood in the secret woods and make cheese presses and quality sprinklers. Eggplants are ready on day 61. No sign of a large egg from our chickens yet, but I'm sure it'll show up soon. A crayfish has been produced by the crab pot. Lovely. I want to talk about the whole friendship thing for a bit while I go through the skull caverns. I have 2 ideas on how to approach it. The first, I could put a chest in every villager's house and fill each chest with items that every villager in that house loves. Some of them will be easy. Gold bars, pumpkins, snails, fairy roses. Basically things I already have or can get really easily. But there are a lot of villagers who love dishes or crops that I can't grow right now. So it wouldn't be very effective. Which brings me to option 2. Now, this one is a lot easier. That is, after I've done all of the work required to actually make this happen. Basically, I would buy 2 or 3 more coops, then I would fully upgrade all of them, and fill them with rabbits. Rabbits produce a rabbit's foot. Every single villager except Penny loves this item. So it would make friendships a lot easier. But there is a problem. In order to buy and fully upgrade a single coop, 34,000 gold. 12 rabbits, 96,000 gold. In total, that's 130,000 gold for 1 coop. It also takes a bit of time for rabbits to even begin producing the rabbit's foot. I'm gonna go with the first option, for now. There is a very high chance that I'll eventually swap over to the second option. My adventure in the Skull Cavern went pretty well. I passed out on floor 94. A truffle has been found on day 62. I make mega bombs, sell a few salads so I can afford a bus ticket, and swap Omni geodes for desert warp totems and artifact troves. I spend the remainder of the day in the Skull Caverns. I make it all the way down to floor 100. Unfortunately, it isn't winter, which means I don't have the magnifying glass, which in turn means I can't get secret notes. In order for Mr. Key to appear on floor 100, you have to read a specific one of those notes. The point I'm trying to make here is Mr. Key isn't here. I got 3 rain totems instead, which I feel is a fair compromise. Cranberries have been harvested on day 63. Ancient seeds are being planted, and I'm making lightning rods. Today is already a phenomenal day. I sell all of my cranberries for a whopping 94,000 gold. So I buy pumpkin, fairy rose and sunflower seeds while I'm in the shop. I buy 100 coal and iron ore and give my axe to Clinton. I crack open geodes and artifact troves. We've absolutely donated more than 60 items at this point, so we should receive the key to the sewer tomorrow morning. I meet William up in the mountain. He gives me the copper pan for completing the fishing room in the community center. I decide to buy rice, salads, and coffee. I cook a fried egg and a Mackie roll before planting fairy rose, pumpkin, sunflower, and amaranth seeds. Gunther is here on day 64. I don't know what I'm more excited about, receiving the key to the sewer, or seeing all of those lovely battery packs ready to collect in the background. Broccoli, sunflowers, and beets are all harvested, and I make 5 more lightning rods. The dinosaur egg has hatched. I call it Trevor. I donate a maple syrup, a truffle, a Mackie roll, a fried egg, hay, wheat, a sunflower, regular cheese, and goat cheese to the community center. Robin has an order for me. She wants me to collect 1,000 pieces of stone. There's a very easy way to get this done. You can buy all of the stone from her shop. Is it a lazy way of doing this order? Yeah, but it's also what I'm probably going to do. The remainder of the day is spent walking around town putting a chest in everybody's house. If I have items that the villagers in a house love, then I put them in the chest. If I don't, I guess they're not getting anything for a while. To be honest, I'm already getting tired of doing this. And I haven't even started actually giving items to people. I'm gonna go with the rabbit's foot idea. I'm not putting myself through this. I can't do it. I'm sorry. If anybody out there is watching this, and you're able to, give each villager a different item, rather than just give rabbit's foot to everybody, I want you to know that you're a stronger person than I am. I'm a weak man in your dojo of courage and bravery. I can't do what you do. I harvest fall forage on day 65. I make 50 fall seeds and find a large egg and a large brown egg in the coop. I visit Clinton to get my iridium axe, pick up all the forage I can find on my way back to the farm, and use the forage I've already found to make 30 more seeds. I plant mahogany tree seeds for some easy hardwood in the future, and I plant my fall seeds too. The day ends with a trip to the secret woods for even more hardwood. Iridium bars, aged roe, and truffles are all acquired on the morning of day 66. I say hello to my animals before using a warp totem to get to the desert. I've decided to use an ancient tactic known as reverse psychology. Basically, I'm not using bombs or drinking coffee. I'm simply walking around the caverns. I'm taking my time and I'm trying to be as nonchalant as possible. Why am I doing this, you might say? That is a good question. I'm trying to make the Skull Caverns believe that I'm only here to pass the time. Nothing else. I don't want gems. I don't want ores. I don't want anything. I especially do not want a prismatic shard. If we apply the basic rules of Stardew Valley, the game should realize that I'm no longer going after a specific item, the prismatic shard. Then and only then will I get the item I want. After 14 minutes of casually walking through the caverns, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I got a prismatic shard. It worked. I've said this before. If the game realizes that you're trying to get a specific item, it's going to be a long time before you get that item. I trade the prismatic shard for the galaxy sword before calling it a day. Fairy roses have been harvested on day 67. I craft an oil maker, sell a few items, and ask Robin to build a coop. This is the first rabbit coop. This could be the biggest waste of money I ever experienced in my entire life, but I'm not gonna think about that. This has to work. Please work. I move my crab pots to the beach, fill them with bait, and plant mixed and ancient seeds. I grab a truffle oil that was produced by an oil maker, and skedaddle over to the community center. I donate the oil, an eggplant, 2 large eggs, and a large milk. Day 68 begins with a massive cranberry harvest. Pumpkins and corn are ready too. I give my pan to Clinton, sell a few cranberries, and use my money to buy the Combat Quarterly book. I then trade it for a monster musk. I donate 5 gold corn, a normal corn, and a pumpkin to finish off the crops room. Only 2 more rooms left to go. I sell a few more cranberries and use the money I get to buy a star drop from Krobus and a void egg. I crack open artifact troves, donate 1 item to the museum, and check out the traveling cart. No red cabbage. Sad times. I return to the sewer to catch the mutant carp. Only 1 more legendary fish remains, the glacier fish. I toss a void egg into the incubator before the day comes to an end. I make 5 iridium sprinklers to begin day 69. We have finally unlocked the greenhouse, which means I can plant all of the seeds I bought during spring and summer. I spend the remainder of the day in the Skull Caverns. Sunflower, pumpkin, and broccoli have all been harvested on day 70. I want to make an iridium band, but I need 50 void and solar essence for it. I'm gonna try to get that item soon. I want one. The achievement for earning a total of 1 million gold has been unlocked. I buy 1 each of the fruit tree saplings, all of the cooking recipes, and 10 coffee. I retrieve my pan from Clinton and ask him to upgrade it again. I crack open 3 artifact troves, make a donation to the museum, and pick up a rare crow and a triple shot espresso. I buy the rest of the stone I need for Robin's order and ask her to upgrade the coop. I go through the mines to get solar and void essence. I managed to get all of the void essence with no issues whatsoever. The solar essence is a different story altogether though. I'm gonna have to get the burglar ring or this is gonna take way too long. On the bright side, one of the bats I defeated dropped a prismatic shard. There we go again. The game knew I wasn't actively searching for one, so it gave me one. I earned 19,000 gold from the items I threw into the shipping bin. Robin has sent me the crafting recipe for the stone chest on day 71. I find a rabbit's foot and a dinosaur egg in the coop before harvesting all of the fall forage that has grown. I make and then plant 120 fall seeds. After buying salads, I spend the day in the Caverinos. The Stardew Valley Fair takes place on day 72. I earn 4 star tokens by getting the best and worst result on the hammer swing strength game thing. I don't know what it is, but I did it twice. Each. I come first place in the Grange display competition, earning a tasty 1,000 tokens. I did the fishing game while Lewis was judging my stall to get another 840 tokens. I decide to bet all of my tokens on green. Now, assuming it lands on green, we're good. Like, we don't have to bother with the fair anymore. We'll have enough tokens for the rare crow, the star drop, and hey, the wheel landed on orange. Of course it did. Why wouldn't it? I earned 204 tokens by playing the slingshot game. I bet all of them on green, and this time I actually win. I bet all of my tokens on green again, and it lands on orange. I see what's happening here. I earn over 700 tokens from the fishing game. I bet them all on green and win. I do it again, and we're back to square one. I earn 696 tokens, then 756, then 780, then 708, and another 780. That took quite a while. I didn't enjoy today. It wasn't very fun for me. I buy a rare crow, a star drop, and 100 pieces of hay. Evelyn is here on day 73. She gives me a garden pot. Thank you. I harvest fairy roses, collect my gold pan from Clinton, and donate a prismatic shard and a dinosaur egg to the museum. I head to Robin's and ask her to upgrade the coop for the final time. The wizard has 2 orders for me. I, of course, go for the prismatic jelly order. I crack open some geodes, bring 1 item to Gunther, and head to the mines. 2 amazing things happened while I was here. I complete the Dougie eradication goal, and I find prismatic jelly. The wizard's order has been completed on day 74. I won't receive the crafting recipe for Monster Musk until tomorrow morning, so I won't be going to the Skull Caverns today. Oh well. I sell a variety of crops and hand my pan to Clinton for one final time. Robin isn't in her shop, which makes a lot of sense considering she's currently on my farm working on the coop. I spend the rest of the day chopping down trees and planting more saplings in their place. The crafting recipe for Monster Musk has indeed been received on day 75. I make a mountain warp totem, head to Marnie's, and add 12 rabbits to the coop. Well, I thought I bought 12 of them. I only bought 11 of them. It isn't a big deal though. I can easily buy another one tomorrow. I ask Robin to build another coop and sell some of my wood to reach 8,000 gold. I use a farm warp totem, throw everything I don't need into a chest, and use my 3rd totem of the day. One of the mummies I defeated dropped a lucky ring. The rest of my time in the Skull Caverns went pretty much the same way it usually does, except with one small difference. I got knocked out. The good news is the Monster Musk is still active. I'm not gonna let it go to waste, so off I go to the mines for the remainder of the night. I say good morning to all of my rabbits on day 76. Tulips, potatoes, radish, kale, and blue jazz are ready in the greenhouse. Lovely stuff. I plant summer seeds, tomatoes, poppies, green beans, and rice shoots in their place. I collect my iridium pan, sell iridium bars, and buy 6 coffee. Then I buy the 12th and final rabbit for the first rabbit coop. Here are the eradication goals. I need to defeat 154 dust sprites, 23 bats, 12 skeletons, and 8 rock crabs. There are other ones, but these are the ones I'm almost finished with. I decide to start with the skeletons, getting that one done in only a couple of minutes. After harvesting forage on day 77, I make 400 fall seeds. Then I spend the entire day planting all of them. I make 6 mayonnaise machines before going to bed. And I earn 30,000 gold. Cranberries are ready on day 78, which means we are about to earn another 90,000 gold. I buy salads and coffee before accepting an order from William. He wants 100 pieces of bug meat. I bring my watering can to Clinton, buy all of the crafting recipes Robin has for sale, and ask her to upgrade the coop. I complete the bat eradication goal pretty much as soon as I enter the mines, which is a good sign of things to come. At least I hope it is. Level 10 in combat has been achieved, leaving me with one final skill to work on. I'm level 8 in foraging, which isn't too bad. I did reach level 8 before chopping down a bunch of trees, so maybe I'm already close to level 9. I don't know. I finish off the Dust Sprite eradication goal, earning the oh so valuable burglar ring. I want to get the Shadow Guy goal done before I go to the caverns again. I wasn't able to do it tonight, but that's okay. An Iridium band has been created on day 79. One of the Shadow Guys I defeated dropped a prismatic shard. I feel like that's the universe's way of letting me know that I made the right choice, going after the Shadow Guys rather than going to the caverns, I mean. I take a break from the mines to trade 10 Iridium bars for the Desert Warp Totem crafting recipe. I return to my monster battling escapades and complete the Rock Crab goal. Again, I wasn't able to finish off the Shadow Guy goal, but we have to be really close at this point. I harvest cauliflower on day 80 and I plant radish, pepper and summer spangle in their place. The second rabbit coop has been upgraded for the final time. I shall fill this one with rabbits too as soon as I have enough money. Over in the mines, a slime drops the Holy Blade. This is a very handy weapon. It can be used to defeat mummies without using any bombs. Very convenient. I managed to complete the Shadow Guy eradication goal at around midday. Next I turn my attention to William's order. I fly through this order. I buy coffee and deliver the bug meat to William. Day 81 begins with a rabbit's foot. The coop full of rabbits is already producing rabbit's foot. Rabbit's feet? Rabbit's foot? Rabbit's feet? Which one is it? It appears my very expensive idea might just pay off after all. I grab my watering can and hand it back to Clinton. I spend the day in the Skull Caverns. I didn't get any of the monster eradication goals done, but I do feel like I've made a lot of progress on the serpents and mummies and Pepper Rex, basically every monster. So, yeah. The traveling cart is finally selling red cabbage seeds on day 82. I harvest poppies and summer forage, plant my red cabbage, and spend the day working on the shipping collection. I actually did quite a bit of work in this area. I made dehydrators so I could make dried fruit and raisins. I threw wheat and other things into kegs to make a number of different drinks. Sturgeon roe, fruit, and vegetables were thrown into preserve jars to make caviar, pickles, and jam, respectively. And I even had enough time to ask Robin to build a shed on the farm. I buy rhubarb and starfruit seeds before meeting William at the beach. He gives me the crafting recipe for the quality bobber. I donate a poppy, a rabbit's foot, and a duck feather. We are so close to completing the community center. Day 83 began beautifully, but very quickly became a heartbreaking day. Allow me to explain. The pomegranate tree has fully grown, so not only do I have another item I need for the community center, but I'll also get the third apple I need tomorrow. In a bittersweet moment, I harvest all of the cranberries for the final time. I pick up all of the fall forage, hitting level 9 in foraging as I do. I make 1,000 fall seeds. I'm gonna hold on to 90 of them, just in case. My plan for today was to sell the rest of the fall seeds and my cranberries for 2 reasons. Reason number 1. I want to add 12 rabbits to the second rabbit coop. Reason number 2. I wanted to make sure I would have enough money for the rare crow and the jack-o'-lantern crafting recipe being sold at the Spirits Eve festival. The problem is, I can't go into town because of that festival taking place tonight. I don't know if the 6,700 gold I have is enough for both of those items. I really hope it is. No, it isn't. I can only afford one of them. I went to bed feeling very upset with how today went. I did earn 144,000 gold though, so that made me feel a bit better. After an unfathomable amount of time spent smelting, chopping down trees, gathering ore, defeating monsters, harvesting cranberries, and buying rabbits, we have finally made it to day 84. The day begins with the final apple I need, and I harvest rice and peppers. Things get even better when I spy with my little eye a red cabbage being sold at the travelling cart. Yoink! I grab a rare seed too. 12 rabbits have been added to the second coop. In total, we have 29 rabbits. Not too bad. I buy 200 hay, paying absolutely zero attention to the fact that, at least right now, I'm heading into winter with 5,000 gold. 15 iridium bars have been tossed into the shipping bin to offset some of the financial damage I've taken. A red cabbage, a pomegranate, and 3 apples have been donated. We only need 3 more items. A nautilus shell, a snow yam, and a crocus. It is entirely possible for us to get all 3 of those items tomorrow. Will we be able to complete the community center on day 85? Let's find out. I've made a realization as we begin day 85. We've entered the portion of the playthrough where things could go very, very wrong. Strawberries, blueberries, cranberries... Okay, I'm noticing a bit of a trend actually with the main crops I chose. Anyway, I can't plant anything like that for the next 28 days. Literally all I have are powder melon and winter forage. I'm hoping for the best while also being very afraid of what could possibly happen during this season. And by that I mean how poorly this could go. I find a crocus beside Robin's house, leaving me with only a snow yam to find. I search high and low, but by the time I reach the special orders board, I still don't have one. I accept order number 2 from the wizard and find a nautilus shell at the beach. Okay, now I really need a snow yam. I collect my gold watering can, sell iridium bars, and hand my can back to Clinton. I meet the shadow guy at the bus stop. I try to say hello to him, but he runs away from me. How very upsetting. I sell even more things to Clinton in order to cheer myself up. I ask Robin to upgrade the shed before finding the shadow guy once again at the community center. He gives me a wonderful item known as the magnifying glass. I can now find and read secret notes. I do a bit of foraging in the forest and the secret woods. In a nutshell, I get everything except for the one item I actually need. A snow yam. At this point, I had accepted that I wasn't going to find a snow yam today. But then, I dug up an artifact spot beside the barn and I got the final item I need for the community center. I donate all 3 items and say goodbye to the Junimos that once lived here. This might actually be the earliest I've ever finished off the community center in a vanilla Stardew Valley playthrough anyway. I pop a heater into one of my rabbit coops. Then I get started on cleaning up the farm. Day 86 begins with a kerfuffle. My reward for completing the bulletin board bundles was 2 hearts of friendship with the non-romanceable villagers. So quite a few villagers. I was considering just giving up entirely on my friendships and not bothering with it for the rest of the year. But I really don't want to let those 2 hearts go to waste. So I think I'm gonna start giving items to villagers and talking to them on a daily basis. I'm not sure. I might. I will. Okay, yeah, I'm doing it. Okay, yeah. Okay. Thankfully, I'm in a much better position now than when I last talked about my friendships. I've got items that pretty much everybody loves. So I spend the entire day running around town giving out presents to everybody I come across. Day 87 begins with a meeting with the wizard. The resident witch of the valley stole his ink and he wants me to go get it for him. I suppose I can do that. But first I buy 3 heaters. Then I talk to Krobus and tell him about my mission. He very kindly opens up the entrance to the mutant bug lair. I head inside and run all the way down to the end where I find the Dark Talisman. Before continuing any further, I sell Row to William and I drop off the iridium bars, hardwood and battery packs that are needed to fix the boat. I say hello to Clinton. I didn't really want to, but he has my watering can, so I kinda had to say hello to him, unfortunately. I sell even more items. Forgive me for mentioning every sale I do, or like 99% of them. I don't know, I guess I like letting everybody know when I'm making a sale, just in case anybody gets confused as to where I got, a few thousand gold, or maybe even tens of thousands of gold from. I don't want there to be any confusion, basically. I buy a wallpaper catalog. This was totally a completely intentional purchase. I definitely did not misclick. I absolutely did not buy it by accident. I spend the evening giving even more items to the villagers. Linus seems to be especially grateful as he teaches me how to make wild bait. Returning to the wizard's mission, I use the Dark Talisman to enter the witch's swamp. I give a void mayonnaise to the goblin henchman guarding her house. This allows me to run inside, grab the ink, and bring it back to the wizard. He tries to say thank you, but honestly, I'm not listening. I'm using the little shop we just unlocked inside his tower to move all of my buildings closer to my house. I really want to make the farm look not hideous during winter, and that brings today to an end. I make a beeline for William's shop on day 88. I pay 1,000 gold to be able to ride his boat all the way to Ginger Island, despite the only reason why his boat is actually working being me giving him the materials he needs to make it work, but I mean, I guess it's cool to charge me 1,000 gold despite that. If it wasn't William, we'd be having problems. Serious problems. I toss everything I won't need today into a chest before entering the jungle. I find 3 tent kits and our first golden walnut. I find golden walnut number 2 and then spend a couple of minutes placing gems on podiums. Eventually I guess correctly and receive 5 more walnuts for my troubles. I head inside the treehouse and whack a tree to receive walnut number 8. I give one to a parrot in order to open up the north of the island. With an infinite amount of pep in my step, I collect every single golden walnut available to me in this area. I'm really hoping for the absolute best case scenario here. That scenario being me emerging from the volcano dungeon before midnight with around 30 golden walnuts. That should give me plenty of time to run down to the beach, unlock the west side of the island, and then buy the farmhouse on that side of the island. I made 50 bombs last night just to be extra prepared for today, and I am really glad I did because they're making it so much easier to get to floor 10. I collect golden walnuts, dragon teeth, and cinder shards along the way. I even find the dwarf sword in a chest. I find a golden walnut, a prismatic shard, and a second walnut. I use my watering can to make a pathway going to the left. From there, I head outside and grab 2 more walnuts. I do exactly what I hoped I would. I unlock the west side of the island and use my last 20 walnuts to buy the island farmhouse. I receive a further 2 walnuts by breaking muscle nodes on the beach, and I find another in a dilapidated boat. Day 89 begins with a golden walnut scavenger hunt. Similar to yesterday in the north, I collect every walnut I can get my hands on. I also chop down these mahogany trees, which I don't think I've ever done before. It never occurred to me that I could do this for some reason. I clear away all of the rocks and weeds and wood on my farm, and I dig up a walnut and a quality bobber. I spend the remainder of the day planting seeds. Ancient, fairy rose, fall, melons, wheat, and mixed are all going down. and a starfruit seed that I got as a reward from the museum. That's also been planted. I finished planting everything with a bit of time to spare, so I spend 10 walnuts to unlock the dig site. I use a bomb to free Professor Snail from the cave he was trapped inside. He owns a field office here on the island, which of course means we have yet another person to donate items to. I gather 3 more walnuts before passing out. It is time for some fishing on day 90. I catch a blue crocus before setting my sights on the snakehead artifact. You can get it by fishing in the river here on the farm. I fish up a walnut, and a second one, and a third, and a fourth, and a fifth. Finally, at around 3 PM, I get my hands on a snakehead. I dig up a walnut and a pearl and do even more fishing at the dig site. Thankfully, I find the fossilized spines so much quicker than I did the snakehead. My luck for the day continues to improve as I get the fossilized tail while doing a bit of panning. A total of 6 artifacts have been donated to the field office. 5 more remain. I answer 2 survey questions correctly for 2 more walnuts. I then use 20 walnuts to unlock the island resort, catch a lionfish and go east. I catch a walnut, dig up a walnut, and play a game of darts 3 times to earn another 3 golden walnuts. I dig up 1 more before catching a super cucumber and a stingray. I break some muscle nodes in the hopes of finding a golden walnut on day 91. I do not get a golden walnut. We've collected a total of 71, which, yeah, it's good. But it also means I have to get another 29 to access the walnut room. I pay a visit to the wizard, but only to move some things around on my farm. I found a Reddit post that shows how to make a lovely circular tree design for the farm. I'll talk more about this later when I'm actually planting my tree seeds. Also, I gave a gift to the wizard. I might as well. I pick up a few rabbit's feet and pop over to the quarry. I use bombs to quickly clear the area out. I get ores, gems, and even a prismatic shard. I head on over to Clinton's where I crack open a bunch of artifact troves, geodes, and golden coconuts. This gives us a much needed boost in the museum collection department. I get a golden walnut and a fossilized skull from the golden coconuts. I don't need anything other than the skull actually. I could go after a banana and a mango tree sapling, but even if I did get them, they wouldn't be ready until next year. So there's really no reason to get them right now. Okay, yeah, we're good. We don't have to crack open any more golden coconuts. I make a few cork bobbers in preparation for something that I'll be doing very soon. Then I remember the order I accepted from the wizard. We might be in a bit of trouble here. I have to defeat a ghost, hope it drops an ectoplasm, and then bring it over to the wizard. And I don't have a lot of time to do it. That being said, I do enjoy a challenge. So I go to the mines and use the elevator to get to floor 65. The moment I confirm there's no ghost on the floor, I go back up to the surface. Then I go back to floor 65. I was doing this so quickly that I genuinely began to feel nauseous. Like I wasn't feeling good here. Thankfully a ghost drops the ectoplasm, so it was worth it. Although I really don't want to do that ever again. I buy a coffee in the saloon, drink it, and run over to the wizard's tower as fast as possible. I receive 2,500 gold. The crafting recipe for the mini obelisk has been received on day 92. Linus has an order for me. He wants me to fish 20 pieces of trash out of the water. I will get it done, but it won't be today, because I am going to Ginger Island. Except no, I'm not. Right. See ya tomorrow. I'm beginning to have a bit of doubt when it comes to my rabbits on day 93. I know I only bought them during fall, but I was really hoping to get more rabbit's feet by now. I'm desperately trying to stop myself from thinking that I wasted all of that money when I could have spent it on starfruit seeds. I invested about 300,000 gold into these 2 coops. I could have bought 700 starfruit seeds. I might have messed up. No, I'm not going to think about it. We're good. This is fine. I don't regret my choice. Speaking of money, I need some. Like, badly. My plan was to spend the entire day fishing at the top of the volcano dungeon. If you toss a gold star lava eel into a smoker, it sells for over 3,000 gold. Now, to be fair, I was catching probably 9 out of 10 lava eels that were popping up, but it just wasn't fun. You know, the catfish, sturgeon, super cucumber, I actually really enjoyed spending full days just fishing for them. But I'm not getting that same feeling here. I don't know the reason why, but I just don't want to spend the entire day doing this. Maybe I burnt myself out on fishing. I decide to leave early with 9 smoked lava eels and another 2 ready to be smoked. In much better news, the final crab pot item has been acquired. A shrimp. I sell my lava eels along with a few other items to earn 43,000 gold. I'm having a bit of an issue on day 94. The guide I'm following to make the big tree circle thing, it says to put tree saplings to the left of the greenhouse. The game won't let me place them there. I do have a solution, however. I move the greenhouse out of the way, plant the 2 saplings, then move the greenhouse back to where it was. I make deluxe speed grow, buy 80 starfruit seeds, make even more speed grow, and plant my seeds. I find the mummified frog artifact in the jungle, and I formally introduce myself to Leo. The frog and the skull have been donated to the field office. Only 3 more items remain. I sprinkle deluxe speed grow on my melons to begin day 95. I get a walnut from a muscle node and return to the farm in Pelican Town to work on my trees. It took all night, but I finally have it done as we start day 96. I'll have a link to the Reddit post with the guide I followed down in the description, just in case any of you want to try to make this yourself. I spend the rest of the day as well as day 97 converting a shed into a storage area. Here is the result of that on day 98. I started putting down wood flooring, but they had this weird cloudy outline for some reason. I'm not a fan of that. Not at all. So I get rid of them. I end up going for a very basic design. But, I mean, hey, at least we have all of our items in one place now. As I head to bed, I can't help but think to myself, I forgot to do Linus's order. Oh no. I sell a bunch of animal products on day 99 to revitalize our bank account. I catch a perch and a lingcod before taking a look at the special orders board. Neither one of these will give me a crafting recipe as a reward, so I don't think I'll be doing either one of them. I catch a slime jack in the mutant bug lair, buy some coffee and salads, and turn the coffee into triple shot espressos. I make some grass starter and place it on the ground, literally only in the hope of more grass growing from it. Winter is horrible if you run out of hay on a Monday or Tuesday. There's barely any grass, Marnie's shop is closed. It's as if the game punishes you for not keeping count of how much hay you have. I ask Robin to build a shed, catch a void salmon, and try but ultimately fail to catch the glacier fish. I think what I'm gonna do for this one is I'm gonna unlock the mastery room and work my way towards fishing mastery. That way I can get the advanced iridium fishing rod. If I equip 2 cork bobbers to it, then I should be able to catch the glacier fish with no issues. I hope so anyway. The night market is open, so I head straight for the submarine. I catch a blobfish and a midnight squid. I do not catch a spookfish. I want to go to the caverns for the entire day tomorrow, but we still have day 101 to catch the spookfish, so I'm not worried. At least not right now anyway. Day 100 is here, and I've kinda already said what I'll be doing today. I wasn't looking for any items in particular. I just wanted to get a bit of work done on the eradication goals. I suppose we can consider today to be a success. I finished off the mummy's goal, so yeah. I placed 32 furnaces into a shed on day 101. I fill them with iridium ore. Iridium bars could actually be a very good way for us to make money. Although all I'm really buying right now is hay, so I'm not in any rush to make any more gold. I buy some wood from Robin, sell some items to Clinton, and ask Robin to upgrade the shed. I buy hay and toss it into a silo and make sure my rabbits actually have food today. At this point, I can honestly say I regret buying all of these rabbits. I don't know what I was thinking. I didn't think this through. I'm kind of embarrassed about this, so I'm going to move on to something else as quickly as possible. Can we just forget I did this? I dig up an artifact spot to get the fossilized ribs, and I harvest fall forage. I break 8 muscle nodes and get 1 walnut. I was hoping for more, but okay. I show the melon and wheat to the frog in the cave for another 10 walnuts. I harvest all of the crops, earning 2 more walnuts as I do. I plant winter seeds, get another artifact at the dig site, and donate 2 items to the field office. All that remains is a second snake vertebrae. Professor Snail gives me 6 walnuts and a banana tree sapling, which I happily accept. I spend the remainder of the day in the submarine where I don't get the spookfish. I set a goal to catch every fish before the end of winter. That goal is in serious jeopardy right now. I can still do it, but I need to be quick. Day 102 begins with a letter from Lewis. I have to give a gift to Sam at the Feast of the Winter Star. I plant my banana tree sapling in the greenhouse where I discover that the fruit trees have started producing, fruit. The rabbits, on the other hand, have decided they only want to produce wool. Yeah, alright. I sell iridium bars to Clinton and wool to Abigail's father. I buy 250 beet seeds and 25 rhubarb seeds. I only bought the rhubarb because I can't remember if I planted them already. The beets are actually important though. I was planning on planting them on Ginger Island. They don't take too long to grow. And more importantly, you can get a total of 5 walnuts by harvesting crops on Ginger Island. I still have to get 3 more of those 5, hence the beets. It turns out I wasted my money. I harvest starfruit and get all 3 walnuts from them. I break a muscle node and I get the snake vertebrae. Alright, finally, some good news. Thank you. I bring it over to the field office, completing the entire collection. I receive 3 walnuts, a mango tree sapling, and the crafting recipe for the ostrich incubator. I use 10 walnuts to unlock the island trader. Then, with a total of 100 walnuts collected, I finally enter Mr. Key's walnut room. He has 2 orders for me. One of them is the key bean order, which I refuse to do. I'm not doing it. I don't like that one. The second order is to give 50 loved gifts in a week. Maybe this is the universe's way of telling me that buying all of those rabbits was the right choice? It wasn't. I'm just trying to make myself feel better about the worst choice I made in this playthrough. Maybe even the worst choice I've ever made in Stardew Valley overall. I retrieve my Omni Geodes from a chest, trade them for artifact troves, and toss starfruit into the shipping bin. I had unique items for most of the villagers, and I had a rabbit's foot for anybody who I didn't have a unique gift for. I plant my mango tree sapling in the greenhouse and call it a day. Garlic seeds are being sold by the traveling cart on day 103. I'm gonna plant that on Ginger Island. I can show it to the frog when it's grown for another 5 walnuts. The gift-giving extravaganza must continue. I should receive the crafting recipe for tea saplings tomorrow. I say should get them, but I will. Unless something goes horribly wrong, in which case I might just cry. I buy hay, ask Robin to build a shed, and buy 100 starfruit seeds, all while giving items to anybody I come across. I finished the day with a total of 36 out of 50 loved gifts. Some of the buildings on the farm have been moved around on day 104. I take a walk around town handing out even more items. Harvey is never in his clinic, which makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. I guess he doesn't need to work, considering he robs 1,000 gold out of my pocket whenever I pass out. I'm not going to ignore that, Harvey, and I'm certainly not going to forget it. I continue giving gifts for most of the day, which brings us to lucky recipient number 50. I wanted it to be Linus, but I couldn't find him. Do you want to know who I did find? Harvey. Of course. Despite everything I'm saying, Harvey is a good villager, so I'm just messing around. Harvey's cool. After earning a tasty 40 key gems, I can't help but notice that Gustavo isn't in the saloon. I make a beeline for Ginger Island, where sure enough he's standing behind the counter, ready and waiting to sell me the tropical curry cooking recipe. I plant and water my starfruit before spending my key gems on nothing. I wanted to get the missing stock list, but I need 50 gems for it. Oh well. Day 106 does not begin in a very good way. Both of the orders Mr. Key is offering are disgusting, and I also make the realization that I slept through day 105 by accident. When day 105 rolled around, I was thirsty, so I left my desk to get a bottle of water. In real life, I mean. I was thirsty. When I came back, I, for some reason, thought I was still on day 104, so I went to bed. Winter has really taken a toll on me, I gotta say. I am stumbling my way through this season. This isn't going very well at all. Well, it feels like it isn't, but it could be going worse. I'm gonna take it easy today and chop down a few trees. I feel like I've earned a bit of a resting period. Well, I had one actually on day 105, but you know what I mean. What am I doing? Thankfully, the day ends on a good note. I finally hit level 10 in foraging. I decide to play a game of Junimo Kart on day 107. All I have to do for Mr. Key's order is get 50,000 points. I'm gonna do something I don't normally do. I'm gonna get to the point. I wasn't able to do it. I didn't even come close. I harvest a bunch of winter forage over on Ginger Island. Then I spend the remainder of the day putting stone pathways down on the farm. I want to make a monster musk on day 108. So I defeat a couple of bats to get all of the wings I need. Now, in order to actually hit level 1, I need 10,000 experience points. Going through the caverns is a very easy way to get a bunch of experience. I'm talking multiple thousands in a single day. Especially if you drink a monster musk before going inside. And when you are inside, you focus on making bombs and, blowing as many things up as possible so you can get combat and mining experience. In fact, I end up getting almost 6,000 experience today. The Feast of the Winter Star takes place on day 109. I give an iridium quality cactus fruit to Sam, and Robin gives me 99 pieces of wood. Today was a good day. Day 110 begins inside the caverns. I complete the Serpent Eradication goal, reach level 1 in Mastery, and complete the Pepper Rex goal. I leave the caverns, trade Omni Geodes for artifact troves, and enter the Mastery room. I unlock Fishing Mastery and take my beloved Advanced Iridium Fishing Rod over to the lair of the Glacier Fish. I'm using a trap bobber and a cork bobber, which makes things a lot easier. I remember saying a while ago that I was going to use 2 cork bobbers. I forgot about that. Hence the cork bobber and trap bobber here. With the glacier fish defeated, all that remains are the spookfish and a squid. How have I not caught a squid yet? Huh. I buy hay on day 111. I plant my starfruit and spend 10 key gems on 40 magic bait. I also grab the key to the town for 20 key gems. I go fishing at the beach where I catch a squid. I then spend 3 whole minutes fishing before realizing that I'm standing in the wrong spot. I have to be standing over here in order for the spookfish to appear. Alas, it does not appear. And here we are on day 112, the final day of winter. I'm having a bit of difficulty catching the spookfish. It doesn't want to show up. I even had to go and buy another 40 magic bait because I ran out of the bait I got yesterday. I was beginning to lose all hope. But eventually, and I mean eventually, the spookfish appears and I catch it. I crack open artifact troves, make a few donations to the museum, and head over to the mines in the quarry. One of the artifacts I still have to get can be dropped by the enemies inside here. As I'm walking up to where the golden scythe is, my game lags for a split second. That was a warning. A few moments later, the game freezes. Then it unfreezes. Then it freezes again. Then it crashes. Okay. I guess I go to the beach on day 112? Again? I feel like the universe felt bad for me because the second fish I caught was the spookfish. I crack open artifact troves until I've got all of the donatable items I can get from them. I dig up a strange doll and run through the quarry mines again where I get the prehistoric skull. After grabbing the golden scythe, I donate 6 items to the museum. I only have 6 more left. I already have one of them in a chest somewhere, and I can get another over in the desert. Speaking of which, the second strange doll has been obtained. And I get the palm fossil from an artifact spot. I search every chest in the storage shed. I was beginning to think I had misplaced it, until I checked the chest right in front of the door, and there it was. In hindsight, I probably should have checked that chest first. I deliver all 3 artifacts to Gunther, and that is the end of day 112. Kent has come to town on day 113. Good to see ya. Star drop number 4 has been received from William. I've always found it funny how he says that the star drop has been in his family for over 1,000 years. And the moment he gives it to somebody outside of his family, we eat it. I toss some items into the shipping bin for shipping collection purposes, of course. Then off we go to the greenhouse to harvest a sweet gem berry, rhubarb, starfruit, hops, and a few other fruits and vegetables. The sweet gem berry has been given to the old Master Cannoli statue in the secret woods in exchange for a delicious star drop. Gunther has an order for me. He wants me to collect 100 bones. This should be an easy one to do, especially if we use a monster musk in combination with the burglar ring. A lone garlic is ready for harvest on the Ginger Island farm. Before doing so, I show it to the frog in the cave. He gives me 5 golden walnuts as a token of his appreciation. I harvest starfruit, toss a few more items into the shipping bin, and pay a visit to Mr. Key. The Skull Caverns have received an overhaul. If we can make it all the way down to floor 100, then we will receive a whopping 40 key gems. Again, that shouldn't be too difficult of an order. I buy pretty much all of the seeds for spring crops. I want to be absolutely certain that I'll have everything I need for the cooking recipes, along with giving certain crops to the villagers who love them. I spend the remainder of my money on starfruit seeds before not going to Ginger Island. I can't afford a ticket. Day 114 begins with the prep work for our Skull Cavern adventure. I've got snow yams for health and energy, bombs, and solar and void essence. Those last two items are especially important. I'll be able to make even more mega bombs as soon as I find gold ore. I grab the napalm and vampire ring from the Adventurers Guild, teleport over to the desert, and get to work. I debated making a monster musk, but I don't think that would be a good idea. I'm moving along very nicely through all of the floors inside here. So having even more monsters spawn inside here might have ruined that. The actual journey down to floor 100 goes very, very smoothly. I collect iridium ore, radioactive ore, and a few other goodies while battling the upgraded monsters. There were a couple of close calls, but we made it here in one piece. Mr. Key has finally decided to grace this floor with his presence. I drink the iridium snake milk he gives me for a permanent boost to my health. After using a warp totem to get back home, I skedaddle over to Ginger Island. I toss a few things into the shipping bin before buying Pierre's missing stock list. The morning of day 115 is spent clearing away the weeds on the Ginger Island farm. I need all the space I can get for future starfruit seeds. I don't really know what's gotten into me, but I want to do even better from this point forward when it comes to making progress towards perfection. I feel like the first 112 days went very well. So if we can keep that momentum going, then we might even achieve perfection in under 200 days. That would be pretty cool. The main obstacles are the money for the gold clock and friendships. I'm going to be planting as much starfruit as possible during spring and especially during summer. I'm also going to give items to villagers during literally any downtime I have. And I'm making sure I don't miss a single birthday. We've got this. Joja Mart has been struck by lightning, and I've earned over 60,000 gold from ancient fruit and starfruit. Day 116 begins in the volcano dungeon. I give 5 walnuts to a parrot to unlock this bridge thing here. It is time for us to do something that I really did not enjoy doing during winter. It is time to spend the entire day catching lava eels. Unlike last time, I'm actually feeling really good today. My desire to make money so I can buy starfruit seeds has very much overtaken my unwillingness? That's a word, right? My unwillingness to catch lava eels. I've got the smokers working away, and I'm making sure I put a lava eel into the bait maker from time to time. I've got 2 cork bobbers on my fishing rod, which helps a ton. I never thought I would be able to say this, but I genuinely haven't failed to catch a single lava eel. By the time I leave, I've got 27 smoked lava eels and another 6 ready to be smoked. I cannot overstate how good the bait maker is. It is such an amazing machine. Before the night is over, I clear away the crops in the greenhouse. I'm going to replace all of them with strawberries after the Egg Festival. I earn 86,000 gold from the lava eels I tossed into the shipping bin. Sprinklers have been placed on the farm on day 117. I spend basically the entire day collecting iron ore and coal for quality sprinklers. The fruits of our labor can be seen on day 118 as plenty of iron bars are being produced. Unfortunately, that's only one of the items I need for sprinklers. The refined quartz is fine. What I still need is gold ore. So I'm gonna spend the entire day collecting that wonderful ore. I am happy to announce that we have over 70 iron bars, 65 gold bars, and 50 refined quartz on day 119. I've got plenty of quartz ready to toss into furnaces and even more gold bars being smelted at this very moment, but I want to have enough resources to make 100 quality sprinklers, just to be extra safe. So yet another day is spent collecting ore. I make 74 sprinklers on day 120. After placing my sprinklers down on the ground, I realize I've run out of iron bars. Do I really want to spend another day in the mine? I forgot to do Gunther's order. Whoops. But no. No, I don't really want to go to the mines again. I'll think about it. All of the seeds for summer and fall crops are being sold thanks to the missing stock list. I buy a minimum of 10 of every one of them, primarily for cooking recipe purposes, but also for gifting. Robin and Emily have orders for me, but neither one of them give a crafting recipe as a reward, so I'm already not having a good time today. Kale, tulips, blue jazz, potatoes, and parsnips are ready on Ginger Island. That is beautiful timing. Now I've got plenty of space for some of the seeds I bought this morning. Mr. Key wants me to find 4 prismatic shards. I already have 2 or 3? I'm not sure. I have at least 2 of them anyway. It doesn't really matter actually, because he wants 4 new ones for his order, which means a trip to the Skull Caverns is near the top of our priority list. That trip shall not be taking place on day 121, however. I'm spending the entire day in the mines collecting iron ore. I don't really want to, but I need to make more sprinklers. Ancient fruit and star fruit are ready for harvest on day 122. Now, truth be told, I can't be bothered harvesting everything by hand anymore, but that's okay, because we have another mastery reward to unlock. I choose farming for the Iridium Scythe. The days of manually harvesting every crop are well and truly over. Considering how much time I spend harvesting crop after crop after crop, this might actually save us so much time. Especially when we plant over 1,000 strawberry seeds. It is a very efficient tool, I love it. I'm making sure to plant even more seeds while I harvest everything. If all goes well, I might have every spring, summer and fall crop planted and harvested before the end of spring, which would all but confirm that we'll have everything we need for the cooking recipes in the future. The harvesting session continues on day 123. Wheat, hay, radish, and bok choys are all ready for collection. There's one more day to go before the egg festival, so I'm gonna spend the entire day catching lava eels. A delicious 70,000 gold has been earned from all of my hard work. I buy a rare seed from the traveling cart on day 124. I spend so much time getting the ground prepared for tomorrow. Literally every single spot has been tilled. Not all of them will remain tilled overnight, but we do have a much better chance of getting hundreds and hundreds of seeds planted tomorrow. I've got a bit of free time before the egg festival begins on day 125. I make very good use of this free time by making sure that every single spot is ready for strawberry seeds. Speaking of which, I buy 2 full stacks of them. I was able to get a little under 600 of them planted before the day came to an end. That's good, but also I need to plant the rest of them. With that in mind, I spend day 126 and day 127 planting even more seeds. On the farm, in the greenhouse, on Ginger Island, every place I can put them, they are going down. I take a moment to breathe a massive sigh of relief on day 128. I've planted over 1,400 strawberry seeds. Don't get me wrong, I do want to plant more of them, but I don't have any space. Turning our attention to Mr. Key's orders, we can either get 50,000 points in Junimo Cart, which will never happen, or we can try to reach floor 100 in the Skull Caverns, without eating or drinking anything. I'm gonna go with the Caverns order, but I'm scared. Before attempting to do so, I ask Robin to build Rabbit Coop number 3. Nah, I'm just kidding. I buy a few mini fridges. I sell starfruit and buy 50 of each cooking ingredient. I place each and every fridge in the kitchen. Then I spend the day loading them up with basically every foraging item, crop and fish I have in every chest. Most of my crops are over on Ginger Island, so multiple trips over and back took place today. It cost a few thousand gold, but I think it was worth it. I feel like we have most of the cooking ingredients. I don't know for sure. I might have to check the Stardew Valley wiki at some point just to verify. I've got some good news as we begin day 129. In terms of the recipes I've unlocked, all I need is a sardine and a largemouth bass. Saying that, I'm fairly certain I need a sunfish and a bream for 2 more recipes. Recipes I haven't unlocked yet, that is. And so, after catching a sardine and a largemouth bass, I buy a workbench from Robin. Similar to yesterday, I spend the day putting pretty much every resource I have into the chests around the workbench. Again, I don't know for sure, but we might have about 95% of the crafting ingredients already. I'm surprised, but I also know that I shouldn't be surprised. We've spent so much time in the mines, in the skull caverns, chopping down trees and logs and stumps. We basically did a lot of the prep work for the crafting and cooking recipes already, and we didn't even mean to. Also, I do have we're on day 130 now, by the way, but I also have a habit of hoarding every item I get. It is very difficult for me to actually sell things. I don't know why I do this, but it did help us here, so I don't regret doing it. I buy coffee, turn them into triple shot espressos, and head over to the Caverinos. There isn't much I can say about my adventure in the Skull Cavern today, mainly because it went very poorly and I left. I wasn't able to get the order done, and I don't think I'm going to. Day 131 is off to a good start as I collect enough bat wings to make a monster musk. I've decided to work on the slime eradication goal for the day. Floor 27 is a monster only floor, so this gave us a massive boost in the slime eradication department. The first strawberry harvest of the season takes place on day 132. Yet another day is spent in the mines. Even more strawberries have been harvested on day 133. Eggplants, fairy rose, pumpkins, cranberries, tomatoes, and blueberries have also been harvested. I head over to the Adventurers Guild where I grab the Slime Charmer ring. This ring, for anybody who might not be aware, makes it impossible for slimes to damage me. I place a banana on a podium to get 3 more golden walnuts. Then I turn my attention to the final monster eradication goal, the magma sprites. I spend the entire day in the volcano dungeon working on this goal. Gunther has a special order for us on day 134. He is once again asking for 100 bones. This time I'm actually going to do it. I buy the Queen of Sauce cookbook, an absolute lifesaver of a book. I haven't watched a single episode of the Queen of Sauce TV show. I was relying entirely on this cookbook to learn all of those recipes. It is time for our weekly challenge from Mr. Key. The mines in Pelican Town have received an overhaul. My mission is to reach the very bottom of the mines in just 1 week. I buy some pizza from Gustavo before remembering that I still have to find 3 items for the museum. All 3 of them can be found by breaking the bone nodes at the dig site. Now, I didn't get any of them today, which, yeah, it sucks, but it isn't really a big deal. I'm fairly confident in saying that we'll get them eventually. I'm not worried. I spend the day working on the magma sprite eradication goal. I make ginger ale on day 135. There's an enemy in the mines that can hit you with the nauseated debuff. This debuff is awful. I legitimately hate it. It is my least favorite thing in the entire game. That being said, if you drink a ginger ale while you have the debuff, it goes away. I drank a monster musk before coming inside, which in hindsight was a mistake. All I did was make this even more difficult than it already is. I wish I could say I did it because I like a challenge. I don't. I don't like a challenge. If I've ever said that in the past, I wasn't being honest. I'm not playing Stardew Valley for a challenge. Where's my cozy farming vibes? I'm stressed out. I'm anxious on a daily, no, hourly basis because of what I'm doing. I'm exaggerating here, it isn't that bad. I'm having a lot of fun with this. Luckily, everything goes very well inside the mines despite that horrible decision I made. Using a combination of amazing rings, bombs, and a couple of staircases, I make it all the way down to floor 51 before passing out. I make mega bombs on the morning of day 136 before harvesting a metric ton of strawberries. I am determined to get this special order done. All of the crafting recipes in Mr. Key's walnut room cost a total of 180 key gems. I don't have anywhere near that amount. I want those crafting recipes, so this order will be completed, but it won't be completed today. I got hit with the nauseated debuff, panicked, and left the mines early. I'm gonna go after the magma sprites again. The mines are having a bit of a devastating effect on my vibes. Strawberries, surprise surprise, have been harvested on day 137. I make 32 staircases and use them to launch myself all the way down to floor 103. I make it down to floor 105, take a break to buy coffee and pizza, and return to the mines with a vengeance. I reach floor 110, then 115, and finally, at long last, floor 120. To bring the day to an end, I catch a bream. I talk to Birdie on day 138 to begin her quest. Her husband is lost at sea and she's looking for a locket that belongs to him. She gives me a memento. My job is to give this item to another villager, take the item they give me in return, and give it to somebody else. I continue doing that until I finally get the locket. Before I do anything else, I break the bone nodes at the dig site. I didn't get any of the 3 artifacts I need, but I did get 72 bones. We only need 28 more for Gunther's special order. I harvest strawberries and take it easy for the remainder of the day. When I say take it easy, what I actually mean is running around giving gifts to the villagers. So I guess I wasn't actually taking it easy? Huh. I catch a sunfish on day 139. I take a walk through the mines and the quarry. I was hoping to get the skeletal hand artifact from the skeletons inside here, but I didn't. I get the rest of the bones for Gunther's order a short while later. We shall be receiving the crafting recipe for the bone mill in the mail tomorrow morning. Kent, Gustavo, Sandy, George, the Wizard, and William. The locket Birdie wanted us to find has been obtained. And here we are on day 140, the final day of spring. The day begins with a conversation with Birdie. She gives me the crafting recipe for fairy dust and 5 golden walnuts. I dig up another walnut and an ostrich egg before entering the volcano dungeon. I wanted to work backwards, so I would go from the spot where we go fishing for lava eels, walk through the door leading to floor 9, and open up the chest on that floor before going after the magma sprites. Unfortunately, the gate leading into floor 9 was locked. I wasn't very happy about this, so I spent the day giving gifts to villagers. Thanks in large part to all of the strawberries we've grown and harvested, we are heading into summer with over 640,000 gold. Day 141 is off to the worst possible start as Mr. Key has given me 2 orders that I really do not want to do. I make a desert warp totem so I can get right to business. I buy 1,700 starfruit seeds. Well, technically it was 1,699, but you know, same thing. I clear away the remains of my strawberries and spend the day planting starfruit both here and on Ginger Island. I'm experiencing a bit of deja vu as we begin day 143. Now, some of you may have noticed that I skipped day 142. Remember when I got thirsty during winter and I went to get a bottle of water? Then I came back and for some reason I thought I was still on the day that had just finished. I went to sleep and accidentally skipped an entire day. Yeah, it happened again. I skipped day 142 completely by accident. Whoops. Thankfully, Caroline is here to save the day as she has finally given me a special order. She wants me to plant and ship 100 pineapples. I planted a few of them when we first got to Ginger Island. I can take all of the ones I've harvested and pop them into seed makers. I also have a few magma caps which can be traded for more seeds at the island trader. Moving from good to not so good, I have to get rid of some starfruit on Ginger Island. I need space for the pineapple seeds, so this had to be done unfortunately. I get 11 more seeds from the island trader, grab a flute block from the museum, and complete the mermaid puzzle. I earn a tasty 5 golden walnuts. I plant more pineapples and fail to get a walnut from a mussel node. Day 144 begins in a very similar way, as a new mussel node has appeared, but it does not give me a walnut. I also fail to get any of the 3 artifacts I need from the bone nodes. I run through the mines and the quarry where things again don't go my way. No skeletal hand. The skeletons in the mines can drop the prehistoric scapula. Now, I wasn't very optimistic about getting this item because of the way things have already been going today. So imagine my surprise when I actually did manage to get it. I have an update regarding our rabbits on day 145. They are doing very well. All of them are either at 4 hearts out of 5, or they're very close to being at 4. They've consistently been producing silver and gold quality rabbit's feet, so friendships really aren't an issue. They haven't really been an issue since this year began. I unlocked the remaining 3 mastery rewards and make mystic tree saplings, tree fertilizer, and fairy dust. I need mystic syrup for crafting recipes and the shipping collection. I've got another 4 fairy dust in a chest. When one of the trees has grown, I'll plop a tapper on it. Then I can use fairy dust to immediately get 6 mystic syrup. I go through the mines in the quarry. No skeletal hand. All I need for the shipping collection is a sweet gem berry, green tea, tea leaves, and mystic syrup. I've already got one of the 3 artifacts I need for the museum collection, so we only need 2 more artifacts. And finally, in terms of golden walnuts, I only need 1 more, which I believe comes from a mussel node. We do have more things to do for perfection, but I want to finish off the 3 areas I just mentioned before doing anything else. I thought I had found the trilobite on day 146, but it was a palm fossil. So close, and yet so far. Something similar happens in the quarry as I get the prehistoric skull, not the skeletal hand though. I buy some coffee and turn them into triple shot espressos. Then I decide to cook all of the dishes I've unlocked, just to get them out of the way. I do the same thing for the crafting recipes. There's something I feel the need to admit on day 147. I did quite a bit of preparation yesterday for a fishing adventure today. The main thing I did was craft the Statue of Blessings. I was hoping it would give me a bonus to my luck today. It did, so I spent the entire day fishing. Now the reason why I did this is because I wanted to find golden treasure chests. The item I was specifically looking for is Stardrop Tea. The reason why I was hesitant to talk about this is because it didn't work at all. I found 2 golden treasure chests and I got no Stardrop Tea from them. I don't know why, it was a bit embarrassing for me, but I wanted to be fully transparent. Demetrius and Emily have orders for me on day 148. I already did Demetrius's one, and Emily's doesn't have a crafting recipe associated with it. I can't help but feel like things have very much taken a turn for the worse here. I'm getting concerned that the game is actively fighting against me at this point. I harvest a couple of pineapples, a sweet gem berry, ancient fruit, and strawberries. The sweet gem berry has been tossed into the shipping bin, leaving us with 3 more items for that collection. I have found the final walnut. Neither the dig site nor the quarry yielded either of the two artifacts I need, so I'm gonna work on my friendships for the remainder of the day. I say that like I haven't been working on my friendships every day for like the last, 48 days. I wasn't able to get a skeletal hand on day 149, so I spend the day giving items to villagers. I'm gonna give it another few days, and if nothing changes, then yeah, I'm gonna condense the remaining days of summer down into one segment. The skeletal hand artifact has finally been acquired on day 150. Thank you. Unironically, thank you so much. The luau takes place on day 151. I throw a gold quality starfruit into the soup. The governor loves it, which earns us some tasty bonus friendship points with all of the villagers. Starfruit is ready for harvest on day 152. I sell all of them for almost 1.6 million gold. Then I buy another 1,700 seeds. I spend the remainder of the day as well as day 153 planting all of them. One of the mystic trees has grown on day 154. I place a tapper on it and use fairy dust to get 6 mystic syrup. A few new items have been crafted, including treasure totems. I use one at the beach to get trilobite. I deliver the final 3 items to the museum, earning star drop number 6 in the process. In the process. Whoops. The green rain is here on day 155. I'm gonna spend the day running around collecting fiber and moss, but first we have many pineapples to harvest. I end up with 60 of them, so we're guaranteed to get Caroline's order done when they're ready for a second time. I make crab cakes on day 156 before accepting an order from Mr. Key. He wants 4 prismatic shards. We weren't able to get it done the first time, but this time will be different. I don't really have anything to talk about when it comes to actually doing Mr. Key's order today. Anything that's related to the order anyway. What I am going to talk about is the way this playthrough has been going since the beginning of year 2. I don't know if everybody is going to feel this way. Personally, I feel like things have really taken a turn since we started this year. There's a lot more focus on achieving perfection. I wasn't sure why this was happening, but I think I might have finally figured it out. It's because I usually play modded Stardew Valley. That's it, that's the whole reason. You see, I often use more than one expansion mod. The amount of fish I have to catch, crafting and cooking recipes to make, friendships to max out, basically everything I have to do for perfection in those playthroughs often gets doubled or tripled or sometimes even quadrupled. Because I very rarely play vanilla Stardew Valley, my brain hasn't adjusted to the normal amount of things required for perfection. It still thinks I have to ship 400 items. It thinks I have to work on 180 friendships and make 200 crafting and cooking recipes. In a way, I'm glad it hasn't adjusted. Otherwise, I wouldn't have worked as hard on, getting resources and maxing out friendships and, everything essentially. Anyway, as for Mr. Key's order, I was able to find all 4 prismatic shards today. The fishing rod has been enchanted on day 157, specifically with auto hook. This one is pretty useful. The fishing minigame will begin automatically from now on, whenever I hook a fish, that is. After giving the 4 shards to Mr. Key, I have a total of 95 key gems. 85 more to go. Not too shabby. The Parrot Express has been unlocked. This was the final item I needed to spend my walnuts on, which means I can trade the remainder of my walnuts for key gems in the future. I spend the remainder of the day catching and smoking lava eels. Hello, how is everybody doing? I hope you're all doing well. I mentioned this a few minutes ago, but there really isn't much I can talk about every day. I kinda have to condense the remainder of summer down into one segment. Here is how I spent day 159 through day 168. The main thing I did during that period of time was give items to villagers. Gotta work on those friendships. I harvest enough pineapples to complete Caroline's order, earning the crafting recipe for the solar panel. Mr. Key has more new orders for me. Tea leaves have been harvested and one of them has been tossed into a keg to make green tea. I collect mystic syrup before entering the Skull Caverns. My mission was to reach floor 100 without eating or drinking anything. I didn't want to do this, but I need key gems. I found a fairy box trinket. This item summons a fairy that heals me when I'm in combat, and I'm using the vampire ring for some extra health whenever I defeat an enemy. It is because of these two items that I make it down to floor 100 with no issues whatsoever. Green tea, tea leaves, and a mystic syrup have all been thrown into the shipping bin. The shipping collection is done and dusted. Demetrius and Emily are back. I suppose I can do Emily's order. I earn 950,000 gold from the starfruit I harvested on the main farm, and a further 600,000 gold from the starfruit in the greenhouse and on Ginger Island. I spend a bit of money on a full stack of starfruit seeds. I take items from the storage shed and toss them into the shipping bin. I don't need any of them for gifting, cooking, or crafting, so I might as well earn a bit of money from them. You know, get some use out of them. 269,000 gold has been added to my bank account. Let's take a look at our friendships as summer comes to an end. Pretty much everybody who has a birthday during spring or summer is at 8 or 9 hearts. Everybody else is in the 4 to 6 heart range. Not bad. The gameplay audio is gone on day 169. The worst case scenario here is that is reflective of the way things are going to go from this point forward. I hope it isn't, but it is a possibility. I buy 1,000 copper and iron ore and almost 500 coal. This is followed by 7 stacks of wood from Robin. We need to start making kegs, and a lot of them. It is time for us to begin our starfruit wine empire. Now, I realize I've left it very late in the playthrough to actually begin doing this. However, I don't have a way of justifying my choice. This may have been an even worse mistake than the rabbits. Again, I hope not. We'll find out very soon, I think. I smelt all of the copper ore I have before moving on to the iron ore. These take longer to smelt, so I head into town and check the special orders board. Neither Linus nor Clinton have decided to give me a special order. I distract myself from this disgusting betrayal by making around 130 kegs. I placed them down on the road leading into the tunnel. And inside the tunnel itself, I collect more iron bars, make even more kegs, and place those in the tunnel too. There's a bit of space in the shed with my furnaces, so I toss the remaining kegs down inside here. I use a warp totem to get to Ginger Island and take a look at Mr. Key's orders. Both of them are... No, I'm not doing either one of them. I trade my walnuts for key gems and buy every crafting recipe except the one for the bluegrass starter. Hello? If you're seeing this, then that means it's time for me to condense a certain number of days down into one segment. How many days will I be condensing, you might be asking? All of them. Yeah. Before I do, I want to talk about what I need for perfection. I have to max out my friendships. That won't be difficult. I've given out so many items and I'm making sure I don't miss any birthdays, so yeah, we're good. One more star drop remains. I'll receive this when I get somebody to 12.5 hearts of friendship. That somebody is going to be Krobus. I have to buy the gold clock and 4 obelisks. The total cost of all of those is 13 million gold. Hence me making all of those kegs. I don't know how to feel about this one. We could have all of the money we need by the end of winter, or we might end up playing for like 300 plus days, all because of this one area. I'm scared. In terms of cooking recipes, these are what I need. The banana pudding, which is sold by the island trader for 30 bone fragments, cookies, which I get during a cutscene with Evelyn, mango sticky rice sent by Leo to her mailbox, pumpkin soup sent by Robin, rhubarb pie from Marnie, spicy eel from George, super meal from Kent, and tomcat soup from Sandy. The cutscene with Evelyn plays when you have 4 hearts of friendship with her, which I definitely already have, so I just have to visit her. As for the other villagers I mentioned, 7 hearts of friendship. Nice and handy. Moving on to the crafting recipes, here are all of the ones that I need. Bluegrass starter, which is 40 key gems in the walnut room. A cask, which I get after having Robin add a cellar to my house. Deluxe retaining soil, which is sold by the island trader for 50 cinder shards. The deluxe scarecrow for collecting all of the rare crows. We need 3 of those. The one at the Spirits Eve festival, and 2 more being sold by the dwarf and in the casino. The drum and flute blocks are given to us by Robin during a cutscene. I need 6 hearts of friendship with her for those. Linus will give me fiber seeds for doing his special order. And finally, Clinton will give us the geode crusher for doing his order. So most of that is covered by our friendships and earning 13 million gold. The rest is having to check the special orders boards in Pelican Town and the Walnut Room every Monday, buying 3 rare crows, and giving bone fragments and cinder shards to the island trader. On paper, yeah, we have a lot to do, but there isn't a lot involved in the actual process of doing everything. With all of that out of the way, day 170 through day, well, no. I'm not going to spoil what day we finish on. I'll have it be a surprise. Here is what I did during that period of time. I started off by making every crafting recipe available to me. Literally all that remains are the 8 items I mentioned. I talked to the statue in the sewer in order to change my farming perks. I buy 2 full stacks of starfruit and choose the artisan perk. Artisan goods are now worth 40% more gold. The important one being the starfruit wine. Marnie has sent the cooking recipe for rhubarb pie. Thank you, thank you. Starfruit has been harvested and tossed into kegs for the first time. I can already tell that I've made a massive mistake. If you thought me spending 300,000 gold on rabbits was bad, this is worse. So much worse. I'll explain why that is when the playthrough comes to an end. What I can tell you right now is we're not going to be finished before the end of winter. That is a guarantee. I buy deluxe speed grow, which is sprinkled on the starfruit seeds. Mr. Key wants me to ship 100,000 gold worth of freshly cooked items. I buy a rare crow from the dwarf and I place a battery pack into the box in the tunnel. Then a rainbow shell into the box at the railroad. It has to be said, shout out to Demetrius for sending me that item in the mail. You saved me. I ask Robin to upgrade the house, have my heart broken at the special orders board, and toss 10 beets into the fridge in Mayor Lewis's house. I place a solar essence into the mouth of the dragon skeleton, grab a casino membership card from the pile of wood beside my house, and enter the casino. I buy 10,000 key coins and trade them for a rare crow. The shopping spree continues as I need coffee for Mr. Key's order. I turn all 675 of them into triple shot espressos, which are then tossed into the shipping bin. Order complete. George has sent me the cooking recipe for spicy eel, and Evelyn has taught me how to make cookies. Kent then sends me the super meal cooking recipe, which I very much appreciate. I was a bit worried about his recipe, Kent I mean, but I have been saving all of my iridium quality rabbit's feet for him, and his birthday really did help. Robin teaches me how to make the drum and flute block. I ask her to add a cellar to my house, collect starfruit wine, and place starfruit into kegs. Mr. Key wants me to ship another 100,000 gold worth of freshly cooked items. I collect even more wine, filling the kegs back up with starfruit as I do. Gustavo and Louis have orders for me. I'm gonna do Gustavo's, simply because of who he is as a human being. Once again, I used triple shot espressos to complete Mr. Key's order. That was the final order we shall ever be accepting from him. I now have enough key gems for the bluegrass starter crafting recipe. I don't think I'm gonna mention harvesting starfruit anymore. At least, not while we have other things to talk about. I might do so again in the future. Robin sends me the cooking recipe for pumpkin soup. Sandy then sends me the one for tomcat soup. Linus has finally given me a special order. I buy a training rod and the gameplay audio is back. Nice. I trade 8 prize tickets for different items, the important one being a Stardrop tea. I give it to Leo before going to floor 100 in the mines. I have to fish up 20 pieces of trash for Linus's order. This is one of the easiest ways to do it. I sell all of my wine for a little under 1.5 million gold. I buy another 2 full stacks of starfruit seeds. Believe me when I say we are going to need each and every single one of them. After buying the final rare crow at the Spirity Festival, I read a letter from Leo. The cooking recipe for mango... I need to clear my throat 1 minute. The cooking recipe for mango sticky rice has been received. Also, Linus has sent the crafting recipe for fiber seeds. We're not done yet, however, as the crafting recipe for the deluxe scarecrow has also been received. I cook all 8 of the cooking recipes I've learned. Every single dish has now been made. I craft 7 new items, leaving me with only the Geode Crusher to unlock and make. I trade 200 Void Essence for the Void Ghost Pendant and give it to Krobus. He is now officially our roommate. Clinton, give me a special order, please. Krobus has given me the final star drop. You are a star, thank you so much. This amazing event is followed by something that is equally as amazing. Clinton wants me to defeat 50 dust sprites. I consume a monster musk and absolutely steamroll my way through this special order. I receive the crafting recipe for the Geode Crusher the following morning, so I make it. As winter comes to an end, I give an amethyst to Clinton for his birthday, and with that, the final friendship has been maxed out. In a way, I'm kind of surprised Kent... I'm losing my voice, this isn't good. I need to finish this, please. I'm a little surprised the final villager wasn't Kent, though I did prioritize him quite a bit. And I also may have forgotten about Clinton multiple times. He spends a lot of time in his shop and I don't really have a reason to go there anymore. I'm sorry, Clinton. My grandfather appears to me in a dream. He is very proud of us for everything we have accomplished. What he doesn't know is that I am about to become very lazy. I sleep through the entirety of spring in year 3. Literally the only time I left the house was to harvest starfruit, plant more seeds, and collect starfruit wine. That's it. I was hoping to have the 13 million gold I need by the end of summer. After some very quick mathematical equations, I realized that isn't happening. Remember when I thought I could potentially achieve perfection before day 200? That may have been the most naive I have ever been in my entire life. And so we continue into fall. Of year 3, by the way. On day 304... Ooh. Okay, yeah, we did hit 300 days. Alright, well, what can you do? On day 304, I collect what will hopefully be my final batch of starfruit wine. I sell everything, resulting in my bank account rising to over 13 million gold. I buy the gold clock, but I do not buy the 4 obelisks. My farm is the messiest it has ever been, in any playthrough I have ever done. Serious work has to be done here. If you have the gold clock on your farm, then wood and fiber and stone and all of those things, they won't appear anymore. That is the only reason why I bought it before cleaning up the farm. I am one decision away from achieving perfection. All I have to do is make the choice to buy the 4 obelisks, but I'm not doing it. I'm not allowing myself to achieve perfection until I've decorated the farm. A few minutes ago, I mentioned that I had made a massive mistake, even more than buying all of those rabbits. That mistake was waiting as long as I did to make kegs. I know exactly why I did that. Unfortunately, it's because of all of the time I spent playing modded Stardew Valley. Depending on what mods I'm using in a modded playthrough, sometimes I can straight up buy kegs from Robin. So I save a couple 100,000 gold and buy a full stack of them. I place most of them in 2 fully upgraded sheds. Sometimes more than 2, it's at least 2. All of the expansion mods I use tend to have areas where I can also place hundreds if not thousands of kegs combined. I'm never limited on space. Basically, the entire process of getting kegs and then making starfruit wine, like hundreds of starfruit wine every week, is super simple. Even when Robin isn't selling them, there's how do I explain this? Because of all of the mods I use, it is so much easier to get wood and copper and iron and oak resin. I'm very rarely short on resources. The mistake I made was I never considered how different the process of getting kegs in modded Stardew Valley is compared to vanilla Stardew Valley. The moment I realized we only had 250 kegs, I knew we were going to spend ages making starfruit wine. When it comes to achieving perfection in under 200 days, the biggest obstacle was never anything actually in the game. No, it was me. I was the biggest obstacle. I got in my own way by forgetting how much time, effort, and resources it takes to make kegs. The equivalent of this would be if I was running one of those hurdle races. You know, the race where the runner has to jump over hurdles on the track while they're running. So I approached the first hurdle, I stop, I pull out another hurdle and stack it on top of the first one in front of me. That is exactly what happened. Jumping ahead to day 309, I have finally finished working on the farm. Obelisk number 1, 2, 3, and 4 have been purchased. When I leave my house on day 310, the game lets me know that I have indeed achieved perfection. We did it. After victories and heartbreak, wins and losses, ups and downs, good times and bad times, our journey has come to an end. Before I go to the summit, I'm gonna plant a bunch of grass and skip forward to spring, just so we can see how the farm looks outside of winter. And here it is. I'm fairly happy with how it turned out. You may have noticed that there are no crops being grown. I can't deal with crops anymore. I've had enough of them. I really like the trees around the greenhouse. Again, I'll have a link to the Reddit post in the description. If you like it too, feel free to check that post out and do it yourself. Oh, actually, speaking of the tree design, the 2 saplings to the very left of the greenhouse, back in year 1, I said I had to move the greenhouse to plant these 2. Then I moved the greenhouse back to its original position. Don't do that. The 2 saplings won't grow. You need to keep the greenhouse away from the 2 saplings until they've fully grown. Then you can move it back to where it's supposed to be. I walk on up to the railroad and follow the path leading to the summit. Now, the entire point of this playthrough was to find out if my experience with modded Stardew Valley would help me in a vanilla playthrough. You know what? I truly do believe it did. I feel like I'm a lot better when it comes to pretty much every single aspect of the game compared to the last vanilla playthrough I did, which was back in March of 2024. Everything went better. Speaking about the playthrough in general, I enjoyed this a lot more than I thought I would. I don't know why, but I fully expected myself to just absolutely hate playing vanilla Stardew Valley, so yeah, this was good. I had a good time. I don't know when I'm going to do another vanilla playthrough, but I can say with certainty that I won't be nervous about doing it beforehand. That was something that I experienced with this one. The idea of not using mods was not really something I was looking forward to. I'm pleasantly surprised. Thank you all so very much for watching this video. I really do appreciate you accompanying me on this adventure. I hope you enjoyed it.
And here we are, after about 10 hours, I would imagine. If you've made it this far in the video, thank you so much for sticking with me. I hope you've enjoyed this trip down memory lane. If this happens to be your first time watching a video of mine, welcome. I can't promise my future videos will be any better, or more interesting, or in any way unique. What I can promise, however, is there will be unrivaled levels of hijinks, tomfoolery, and shenanigans. Before I go, it is time for the channel member shoutout segment. A very, very big thank you to all of these people. Jay Sky, Shanjanaya Burton, Victoria Chornovo, Brianna Rutt, Mervet, Siesta Kira. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for watching. Take care of yourselves.